transcending into the world of universal job transitions, known as Blue Star. An Bai, at the tender age of 18, discovered his aptitude for the mage profession. However, the collective counsel of those around him urged him to abandon this path. For the life of a mage demands substantial financial resources, time, and effort, an insurmountable burden for an orphan like him. Only those who have matured into formidable mages possess the power to wreak havoc upon the world. Those who cannot sustain this path are destined to become mere fodder. Yet, An Bai found himself bound to a skill inscription system. With a single golden inscription at level 1, he could enhance his abilities. Beginner Fireball, Explosive Power Wide Range Crimson Lotus Flames. True Damage Unlimited, casting fixed mana cost of 1 soul incineration. An Bai, might I inquire if you would dare to withstand the might of my level 1 Beginner Fireball? Chapter 1. A lackluster beginning. An Bai, let's part ways. Lu Rian stood before a strikingly handsome youth, her voice steady and deliberate. However, upon meeting the youth's gaze, devoid of any tumult, she found not the reaction she anticipated. Believing he must have misunderstood, or perhaps thought her jesting, Lu Rian raised her chin with a hint of pride and declared, An Bai, you must accept this reality. My aptitude test revealed a score of 9.6 for mage potential, and you, the only profession you barely passed, is that of a mage, with a mere score of 3.1. The chasm between us will only widen from here on. Moreover, you lack the means to sustain a mage's lifestyle. At this point, a smirk graced Lu Rian's lips. In summary, An Bai, you are no longer worthy of me. Upon her proclamation, the onlookers erupted in mockery, their jeers laced with derision. An Bai was already well acquainted with this scenario. 18 years prior, he had traversed into this world, aware that it was a realm beset by interdimensional invasion and rampant ferocity. Upon reaching their senior year, every individual undergoes an aptitude assessment to ascertain their potential as combatants. The 6 primary job categories include warrior, mage, priest, archer, beastmaster, and support. A scoring system out of 10 dictates that a score of 3 signifies a basic aptitude for a profession, merely allowing entry-level status, with no hope for advancement. A score of 6 denotes talent worthy of a second or even third job transition. Scores above 9 signify extraordinary potential, ensuring at least a third transition, if not a fourth or higher. In An Bai's recent evaluation, aside from his mage score of 3.1, which barely met the threshold, all other scores languished below 3, rendering him ineligible for any job. Transition. Thus, even if he transitioned into a mage, he would only ever be an ordinary one. He would not be the harbinger of destruction. In truth, he would not even qualify as a mere pest exterminator. After all, advanced mage spellbooks require second or third transitions, and an ordinary mage, incapable of progression, could only learn basic spells like small fireballs or wind blades. The disparity between the two was indeed vast. Very well, An Bai's voice, calm and unwavering, reached the ears of all present in the classroom, and one anticipated that he would relinquish his claim so effortlessly. Lu Rian included among them. She had envisioned a scene wherein Bai would weep, wail, and cling desperately to her, begging her to reconsider. After all, she was a genius with limitless potential. Everyone sought to curry favor with her, for when she ascended, even a mere morsel of her bounty would suffice to elicit their gratitude. Do you have any further business? If not, please do not obstruct my path. I must proceed to transition my J.O.B. An Bai's demeanor remained as tranquil as ever. This moment had been foreseen 3 years prior. When he first comprehended Lu Rian's true nature, he recognized her inherent disposition, as for opting to remain with Lu Rian. It was a truth that men are often swayed by appearances. Despite her disagreeable character, her exterior held undeniable allure. Now, An Bai found little desire to engage further with Lu Rian. After all, he had already decisively overshadowed her for 3 years. What did it matter if she now attempted to assert dominance? Thus, An Bai chose to remain silent, intent on hastening towards his job transition. For his slumbering system, dormant for 18 years, demanded a successful transition to be activated. With that, An Bai strode past Lu Rian, devoid of any lingering attachment. This left Lu Rian in a state of shock, struggling to process the reality. Rin, do not be disheartened. He is merely a loser, lacking wealth, power, and family. Now, he has no future either. Let's join forces and grow stronger together. Witnessing An Bai's dismissal, the long-silent Zhang Qi eagerly interjected, rubbing his hands in a bid to ingratiate himself. He had scored an impressive 8.8 as a warrior. Protecting the goddess would be no challenge. Begone, he is not a loser, Lu Rian retorted, unable to deny this fact, and with a huff, she exited the classroom, heading towards the job transition hall. An Bai, have you truly made up your mind? You wish to transition into a mage? In the job transition hall, An Bai's homeroom teacher, Wang Qinghai, earnestly attempted to dissuade him. Though I understand your distress, You must confront this reality that a mage with a score of 3.1 will find no faction willing to nurture or accept them. Without financial support, and given your lack of means, sustaining this profession is untenable. The mage skill books and equipment are prohibitively expensive. Abandon the combat profession and consider transitioning to a livelihood role instead. Your aptitude qualifies you. If you choose a lifestyle profession, you might well become a designer, a web novelist, or a programmer, professions that engage the mind and spirit. Without excessive toil, ensuring a modest yet secure existence. Whether one opts for a combat role or a lifestyle profession, the opportunity is singular, with no possibility of a second chance. Many in their youthful folly choose combat roles despite lacking the requisite aptitude. When a harsh reality dawns, they often find themselves in positions inferior to even those in lifestyle roles. After all, a successful transition into a lifestyle profession bestows corresponding benefits. However, those who have transitioned into combat roles cannot revert to lifestyle professions. They are left to exist as the lowest-tier mercenaries, eking out a living by slaying the most rudimentary beasts, enduring hardship and fatigue, all while facing the specter of death. Clinging to the hope of rescuing even one soul, Wang Qinghai once more imparted wisdom to An Bai revealed a hint of exasperation. He was anxious and eager to discern the true nature of his system. Teacher Wang, I have made my decision to become a mage. Ah, very well. Just stand upon the platform, relax your entire being, and allow the energies to wash over you. Teacher Wang sighed, lamenting yet another wayward youth. Could it be that he, driven by the anguish of a broken heart, felt compelled to prove himself by transitioning into the mage class? Muttering to himself, he swiftly replaced the class stone on the transformation console with the mage's stone. As he pressed the initiation button, the mage class stone erupted in a cascade of azure green light, rapidly enveloping An Bai. Initiating transformation with the mage class stone. Qualification assessment. 3.1 points, barely meeting the standard, commencing class transition. Class transition successful. Spell apprentice. Acquiring initial skill, basic fireball. Without any surprises, it was indeed the most rudimentary of classes. Merely a spell apprentice, not even qualifying as a true mage. Wang Qinghai sighed once more. Yet, standing within the magic circle, An Bai bore a subtle smile, filled with excitement. Class transition completed, system activation criteria met, commencing activation. Congratulations, host successfully bound to the skill attribute system. System effect. With each level gained, the host may draw a skill attribute once, guaranteed to be of golden quality, which can be affixed to any skill, granting it additional effects. Current host level 1. Eligible to draw 1 golden attribute. Would you like a draw now? Chapter 2. Noble tenfold damage. Haha. The Elder of the Traversers does not deceive me. Indeed, everyone possesses a remarkable golden finger. This affix system can be applied to skills, granting them additional effects. Typically, affixes appear on equipment and are exceedingly rare. Yet, even a mere white-grade item, if imbued with an affix that bestows extra effects, can fetch 10 times its price, highlighting the preciousness of affixes. My affix can only be applied to skills, which is rather unique. However, it is advantageous, as equipment must be replaced, while skills accompany one for a lifetime. Originally, as an apprentice mage, my skills were rather weak, and I could not afford to purchase skill books. Yet, with this affix system, even the feeblest fireball spell can be transformed into something formidable. Most importantly, the stacking of affixes incurs no adverse effects. This means that even if I enhance the potency of my fireball with an affix, the description of the skill itself remains unchanged, and attributes such as mana cost and cooldown do not increase. Moreover, it is a fixed golden affix. In this world, the quality rating is categorized as follows: white for common, green for fine, blue for rare, purple for epic, orange for immortal, and gold for legendary. An Bai first glanced at the class panel obtained upon his successful job change. Name, An Bai. Level, 1. Class, Mage Apprentice, Basic. Physique, 4. Dexterity, 3. Mentality, 7. Elemental Affinity, none. Class Skills, Basic Fireball LV1, summon a fireball to attack, with a 1 probability of igniting the enemy, damage equals 10 mental power. Other skills, none. Class Passives, Basic Profession, all attributes increase by 1 with each level up. Mage Fundamentals, Mentality increases by an additional 3 with each level up. Affix System, 1 extraction available. An Bai acknowledged that without the system, he would indeed be a rather ineffectual mage apprentice, with his mentality failing to reach even 10 points. The enhancement to his basic fireball would barely amount to a fraction of a point. In contrast, a mage of exceptional talent like Lu Ruyan likely possessed initial attributes around 30 points. Moreover, she would certainly have mastery over skills far superior to a basic fireball. It is only natural that Lu Ruyan would look down upon a mage apprentice. If things had ended amicably, An Bai would not have so blatantly dismissed her. However, if a proper conversation were possible, she would not have been called Lu Ruyan. System, commence extraction. An Bai steadied his emotions and activated the system's function, consuming 1 opportunity. Extracting golden affix. A stream of golden light traversed An Bai's mental realm like a shooting star. As anticipated, the meteor's hue swiftly transitioned from white to green to blue, then to purple and orange, ultimately resting in radiant gold. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you have obtained your first golden legendary skill affix, Explosion. Explosion? The name, at first glance, appears unremarkable, seemingly denoting a common effect. Many mage skills inherently possess explosive effects. Even the advanced version of Fireball, the Great Fireball, comes with a built-in area explosion. Nevertheless, it is a golden affix. The disparity between a white explosion affix and a golden explosion affix is immense. An Bai selected the affix and merged it with his sole active skill, Basic Fireball. Basic Fireball. Summon a fireball to attack, with a 1 probability of igniting the enemy. Damage equals 10 mental power. Explosion. Upon impact, the fireball generates an area explosion effect, increasing explosion damage by 10, 100 times, diminishing from the core to the outer edges. Wow. Is this what they call a legendary golden affix? Although the base damage remains unchanged, the explosion damage is significantly magnified. The core damage is a staggering 100-fold. Given my current attributes, a single fireball could easily inflict over 1,000 damage at its core. The initial health of monsters is typically below 100 points, with the highest barely reaching 2 or 300. They would not withstand such damage. An Bai, calm yourself. Beside him, Wang Qinghai was momentarily dumbfounded. Observing An Bai, who had just completed his job change, oscillating between distress and contemplation, and eventually bursting into laughter, he thought, oh no. Could it be that he has been driven mad by the shock? However, An Bai paid no heed to Wang Qinghai's words. After stepping down from the job change platform, he bid farewell to his companion and immediately went to collect his mass-produced peachwood staff and bulk novice robe. This was the last free aid he would receive from the school. Afterward, any equipment changes would require monetary investment. He hurriedly made his way to the entrance of the school's back mountain. This area was a low-level wilderness designated for students who had just changed jobs to familiarize themselves with their profession and take their first steps. The monsters inside were generally weak, none exceeding level 5. Oh, is that An Bai? You truly became a mage and abandoned your previous occupation? No way. Did the shock affect you that deeply? Have you given up on healing and life altogether? In the entrance square, numerous students who had completed their job change awaited party formation or spectated. Upon An Bai's arrival, many turned their heads to glance at him. After all, An Bai had garnered a bit of fame at Rongqing No. 1 High School. Setting aside his handsome appearance and outstanding academic performance, he often appeared alongside the school's most beautiful girl, Lu Ruyan, inciting envy and jealousy. Naturally, he was most renowned for today's events, his mage qualification scoring 31 points and being spurned by the school bell, which delighted many of Lu Ruyan's admirers. An Bai, what brings you here? While An Bai rehearsed the upcoming battle in his mind, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Looking up, he saw none other than Lu Ruyan, the subject of much conversation. Clad in the school's luxurious gear, a deep blue robe, and a long staff exuding an icy aura, it was evident without identification that she had not merely transitioned to an ordinary mage, but rather to an advanced ice element mage. Surrounding her was a circle of eager candidates, ready to showcase their abilities and charm. Me? I'm entering the wilderness to grind monsters. An Bai replied, exasperated. Would anyone come here merely for a stroll? However, his words did not dissuade Lu Ruyan. Instead, her beautiful eyes narrowed. An Bai, you are merely a basic mage of the lowest tier. Do you know what I am? I am a 3rd-tier ice mage. Joining a party with you would only hinder my leveling speed. It would be a futile endeavor. Huh. An Bai looked at her with a hint of confusion. You think I'm seeking you out to form a party? Of course, otherwise, why would you be approaching me? Lu Ruyan asserted confidently, her gaze seemingly conveying that she had already seen through his intentions. Do you realize you are blocking the entrance to the wilderness? An Bai rolled his eyes. He had never noticed before that this woman was so large-brained yet small-minded. It made sense. He had previously only paid attention to her front, but had overlooked her back. With that, An Bai disregarded her and the fiery-eyed suitors surrounding her, and boldly walked past her into the wilderness. Chapter 3. Affix, Tenfold, and Explosion. In the wilderness behind the school, a designated area for the cultivation of ferocious beasts exists. Though it hardly qualifies as true wilderness, this locale primarily serves as a training ground for newly transitioned adventurers to hone their skills. Within this realm, the fiercest creatures do not exceed level 5, most of which are relatively docile, such as the high-footed rabbits and fluffy sheep, with the only notable threat being the tusked boars. Thus, An Bai felt little trepidation as he ventured into the depths of the mountains. Upon distancing himself from the throngs of people, he soon encountered his first beast, high-footed rabbit LV1, health 80, attack 5, defense 3. This creature represented the weakest tier of beasts, with average attributes, easily dispatchable even by a mage wielding a staff as a makeshift club should their mana run dry. Nevertheless, this was An Bai's inaugural confrontation with a ferocious creature, prompting him to exercise caution. He halted several dozen meters away, brandishing his staff to unleash his sole offensive spell, the basic fireball. With a resounding explosion, a fireball, roughly the size of a child's head, hurtled forth at a leisurely pace. The high-footed rabbit, upon perceiving the impending danger, nimbly leapt aside, effortlessly evading the spell. This exemplifies the awkwardness of novice mages. The projectile nature of such entry-level skills lacks speed, far inferior to the swiftness of an archer's arrows. Hence, novice mages typically require the support of melee classes to divert the enemy's attention while they cast their spells to avoid such mishaps. The high-footed rabbit, seemingly well-versed in evasion, recognized that the mage could not unleash the same spell in rapid succession for at least 2 or 3 seconds. It promptly bounded towards An Bai. However, just as it leapt, a thunderous blast erupted. Simultaneously, an unbearable wave of heat surged from behind. The rabbit had scarcely turned to discern the source of its impending doom before being engulfed entirely in flames. 887. An Bai's eyes widened in astonishment. One fireball had rendered this high-footed rabbit indebted to him for 9 lives. The explosion's radius appeared to span approximately 10 meters, diminishing in potency by a factor of 10 for every meter. From the outset, An Bai had not anticipated a direct hit. After all, the distance was considerable, and the fireball's velocity was not particularly swift. Yet, his fireball possessed additional attributes. Even without a direct strike, its impact upon the ground would still trigger an explosion. The rabbit had jumped approximately 2 meters, yet it still suffered nearly 80 times the spell's original damage. Successfully killed high-footed rabbit LV1, current experience, 1. With this newfound understanding of his abilities, An Bai proceeded deeper into the mountains, jogging without concern for any lurking beasts. As anticipated, after he had run a short distance with considerable fanfare, numerous beasts recognized him as a solitary low-level adventurer and ceased their concealment, eagerly charging toward him. Some even raced with heightened urgency, fearing that their potential lunch might be snatched by other creatures. Just as he hoped, with a grin, An Bai halted abruptly, brandishing his staff while eyeing the dozen or so approaching beasts. High-footed rabbit LV2, health 120, attack 8, defense 5. Fluffy sheep LV3, health 200, attack 6, defense 6. Tusked boar LV2, health 180, attack 15, defense 8. Successfully killed 16 ferocious beasts, current experience, 29. In less than 10 minutes since entering the wilderness, his experience bar was nearing 1/3 full. Such a remarkable rate of progression left him by both astonished and exhilarated. Typically, novice combat classes require a full day to reach level 2. Even those in more formidable professions need at least half a day. After all, this is not merely a game. Battles deplete stamina and energy. Moreover, as a newcomer, even slaying a single high-footed rabbit necessitates a few minutes of recuperation, let alone continuous combat. In this regard, summoners or classes with inherent area of effect abilities hold a distinct advantage, as one does not need to engage directly, and efficiency is vastly improved. However, generally speaking, a typical summoner's first summoned beast often lacks the strength of an ordinary swordsman, necessitating team collaboration for quest progression. Few possess high damage, wide area skills at level 1. Coincidentally, An Bai met this criterion after cycling through 3 encounters, each time luring a horde of beasts only to turn and decimate them. He soon found himself enveloped in radiant light. Congratulations, you have reached level 2. Triggered basic class passive, all attributes 1. Triggered mage entry passive, spirit 3. Name, An Bai. Level, 2. Class, apprentice mage. Physique, 5. Agility, 4. Spirit, 11. Elemental affinity, none. Class skills, basic fireball, explosion. Other skills, none. Class passive, basic class, mage entry. Attribute system, 1 draw available. He could draw an attribute again. An Bai eagerly activated the attribute system, consuming 1 opportunity, drawing a golden attribute. Draw successful, congratulations. You have obtained a legendary golden skill attribute, explosion. An Bai, what is happening? Another identical attribute? Is the system playing tricks on me? Could it be that the entire lottery pool contains only 1 type of attribute? Just as An Bai pondered this, the attribute system did not cease its operation. Instead, golden light continued to shimmer as the system notification rang out. Detected repeated attribute draw, granting an additional draw opportunity, now drawing. Draw successful, congratulations. You have obtained the legendary golden skill attribute, 10-fold. What the heck? The system has this additional effect? Drawing a duplicate grants another chance? An Bai was pleasantly surprised by the system, his lips curling into a slight smile. Current and used attributes. Explosion, 10-fold. Please select a skill to pair. Could the fireball spell utilize the explosion attribute again? Response, similar attributes can stack for enhancement. Indeed, it could. With this realization, An Bai no longer hesitated. As this was his sole skill, he promptly proceeded to fuse explosion into his basic fireball. Basic fireball summons a fireball to attack, with a 1 chance to burn the enemy, dealing damage of 1010 spirit. Explosion 2. Upon hitting, the fireball will create a large-scale explosion effect, increasing explosion damage by 30,300 times, from core to outer edges, gradually diminishing. Wait, hold on. The stacking effect is not merely 11. An Bai had anticipated the enhancement to yield 20,200 times, but to his astonishment, it was 30,300 times. Moreover, the explosion effect transitioned from a range explosion to a large-scale explosion. Chapter 4. Astonishing Monster Farming Efficiency. With this, the explosion damage from my basic fireball now skyrockets to over 3,000. Do not underestimate the mere novice wild zone. Even the elite monsters and somewhat weaker bosses can be effortlessly dispatched. And that is not all. There exists a tenfold attribute. As its name implies, this straightforward yet powerful attribute amplifies the effectiveness of skills tenfold. Consequently, the damage within the core range could even reach 30,000. Upon contemplating this, An Bai immediately set his sights on the tenfold attribute, eagerly preparing to apply it to his basic fireball skill. However, just as he released his hand, ready to confirm, a sudden jolt of realization struck him. Wait, this is incorrect. To be precise, I do not possess merely one skill. Although, apart from the basic fireball, the other two do not strictly qualify as skills, they nonetheless appear on the skill list. The passive skills under the profession category include Basic Profession and Introduction to Mage. These are automatically acquired growth passives based on job transition and aptitude ratings, unique to each individual. Just as Lu Ruyen stated that she is a third-tier Frost Mage. She does not possess the passive of Basic Profession, but rather that of third-tier Profession, with each level of advancement significantly surpassing An Bai's. Moreover, being a third-tier profession signifies the potential for 3 transformative upgrades through first, second, and third transitions. Consequently, this passive will become even stronger, with each level yielding greater growth potential. This elucidates why individuals with lower aptitude are seldom invested in for cultivation. They simply lack growth potential. Even if a spell apprentice reaches level 100, theoretically, the basic growth attributes only increase by 100 points, along with a meager 400 points in mental attributes. Some more powerful professions can achieve this attribute at levels 20 or 30. If my tenfold attribute were to be applied to these two passives, wouldn't that mean a tenfold increase in attributes with every level up? Previously, he had not considered this due to a lack of common sense. It was only when he opened the skill panel that this epiphany dawned on him. The more he pondered, the more it seemed indisputable. Enhancing a single skill pales in comparison to overall strength augmentation. After all, an increase in attributes will inevitably enhance skill potency. With this thought, An Bai was suddenly filled with excitement. He then scrutinized the two skills within the passive panel. One grants an attribute of 1 across the board, while the other only provides a mental attribute of 3. After applying the tenfold effect, the overall growth amounts to 30 points in attributes. After several minutes of contemplation, An Bai ultimately decided to opt for the Basic Profession passive. This decision meant that with each level up, his physique, agility, and mental attributes would each increase by 10. Although the individual increase in mental attributes is not as high as the other, it must be noted that this is not merely a game. In the face of danger, whether enduring or fleeing, one must respond effectively, making both physique and agility indispensable. Furthermore, there will be more attributes to choose from in future levels, alleviating concerns regarding offensive capabilities. Attribute fusion complete. Basic Profession, tenfold. Each level up grants an increase of 1 to all attributes, x10. Thus, the enhancements from future level ups would no longer be negligible. I wonder if integrating an explosive attribute into this passive would yield any effects. Could it possibly result in a self-destruct upon every level up? With a buoyant mood and a lively mind, An Bai chuckled to himself and eagerly resumed his venture into the wild zone. At the entrance of the back mountain, most of this year's newly awakened practitioners have already ventured inside. However, several instructors remain stationed outside. After all, this is a wild zone. While human intervention is possible, it cannot entirely restrict the movements of wild monsters. The wild zone is not vast, and should danger arise, instructors can typically arrive at the scene within a minute to provide assistance. Simultaneously, their presence serves to observe the conditions within the wild zone in real time. A boundary master stood before an electronic screen, his brow furrowed. He scrutinized the data displayed, which indicated the levels and quantities of various wild monsters within the zone. Since the back mountain is not a true wild zone, monsters do not respawn naturally. The fierce beasts within are captured by the instructors in the wild or procured through purchase. By setting up barriers here, they can control the movements of these beasts and monitor their remaining numbers. Typically, each year, they bring back a wave of about 10,000 level 1 monsters, and around 5,000 each of levels 2 through 5. This is generally sufficient for approximately 10% of the newcomers to successfully reach level 5, while the remainder can expect to reach around level 3, which is entirely adequate for familiarizing themselves with their professions. Additionally, by observing the students' efficiency in monster hunting, they can assess the overall quality of this year's cohort. Directorly, is it true that this year's students are particularly slow at hunting monsters? Someone inquired curiously. However, the middle-aged Director Li Feng shook his head. No, on the contrary, the speed at which the monsters are being slain has vastly improved compared to previous years. Director Li gazed at the screen. Level 3 monsters remaining, 4579. Level 4 monsters remaining, 4798. Yet, in the next moment, the combined total of these two figures suddenly decreased by nearly 100. The nearby teachers, caught off guard, expressed their confusion. Isn't this unusual? This year, we have over 120 practitioners transitioning through the ranks. If they all exert their efforts simultaneously, wouldn't that align with this data? Director Lee, somewhat exasperated, thought to himself how this individual could only serve as a theoretical instructor, lacking any perceptive insight. Look again, these are the data for levels 3 and 4. Not for level 1. How much time has passed? Not even 2 hours. Theoretically, among the over 120, no more than 3 should have reached level 2. Furthermore, the practitioner with the highest aptitude rating this year is Lu Ru Yin from Class 1. Although she is a third-tier profession, the Frost Mage primarily excels in control. To possess potent area damage skills, she would need to undergo at least a second transition. There is also Zhang Qi from the same class, a second-tier berserker, who is efficient at monster hunting. And Liu Yufei from Class 3, also a third-tier shadow assassin, could potentially defeat level 3 or 4 monsters. But even he could not simultaneously slay so many level 3 or 4 beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, the data on the screen fluctuated once more. Not only did the numbers for levels 3 and 4 drop, but even the level 5 column began to exhibit declines. What astonished him the most was that the fluctuations in level 5 numbers were not in single digits, but in tens. Subsequently, Director Lee waved his hand and instructed the equally astonished teachers beside him. Please organize the aptitude rating table and extract the list of all individuals with ratings above 6 this year. There must be unexpected surprises hidden within. Chapter 5, University and the Abyss. Successfully slayed 74 wild beasts, current experience, 100. Congratulations, you have reached level 4. Triggered basic profession passive, all attributes 10. Triggered introduction to mage passive, mental 3. Consumed 1 opportunity, drawing for a golden attribute. Draw successful, congratulations on obtaining the golden legendary skill attribute. No casting time. No cooldown. With a fireball unleashed, annihilating over 50 wild beasts, and by once again welcomed an upgrade. Simultaneously, he drew 2 golden attributes corresponding to levels 3 and 4. Indeed, the deeper regions of the back mountain are teeming with monsters. The transition from level 2 to level 3 took a mere 50 minutes, while the ascent from level 3 to level 4 was accomplished in only half an hour. This rapid advancement can be largely attributed to the necessity of running back and forth to lure enemies. One of the reasons why An Bai continually needed to gather foes before dispatching them was due to the casting time and cooldown required for his skills. Although the intervals were not excessively long, it generally took around 3 seconds to unleash a second fireball, while the explosion radius was an impressive 30 meters. Handling foes that were too dispersed posed a challenge for An Bai. However, fortuitously, the 2 recent attributes he drew have alleviated this issue. Beginner Fireball Technique LV2 summons a fireball for attack, with a 1 chance to burn enemies, inflicting damage of 2010 mental power. Explosion 2, upon impact. The fireball generates a widespread explosive effect, enhancing the explosion damage by 30,300 times, diminishing from the core to the outer edges. This skill requires no casting time and has no cooldown. Now, An Bai can essentially unleash fireballs in rapid succession. The only lingering concern is the adequacy of his mental power. However, with his growth attributes having improved, the consumption of such a low-cost skill as the Beginner Fireball Technique is hardly significant. Additionally, the ongoing use of skills enhances their proficiency level. His Beginner Fireball Technique has also ascended by 1 level, increasing its base damage from 10 to 20 points. While this may seem a modest enhancement, the explosive attribute significantly amplifies the actual damage output. Subsequently, An Bai glanced at his current status panel. Name, An Bai. Level, 4-9. Class, Spell Apprentice. Physique, 25. Dexterity, 24. Mental Power, 37. Elemental Affinity, none. Class Skills. Beginner Fireball Technique LV2. Explosion 2. No cooldown, no casting time. Other skills, none. Class Passive. Basic class, tenfold. Mage Entry. Attribute Draw System, 0 draws available. His 3-dimensional attributes are now vastly different from their initial state. His mental power is nearly 40 points. Although the consumption of the Beginner Fireball Technique will gradually increase with continuous casting, he can currently manage to unleash 10 in one breath. If cast intermittently, 30 fireballs are well within reach. Presently, An Bai can stride confidently through the wilderness, no longer needing to tread cautiously as he once did to draw enemies. Instead, he can sprint through the wilderness, casting fireballs at any clusters of foes he encounters without concern for mental power depletion. However, it seems that the creatures in the rear mountain area have diminished in number, making them increasingly difficult to locate. After running for a short while, An Bai surveyed the mountain peak that he had almost completely obliterated, realizing that he could no longer find any more wild monsters. Nevertheless, by this time, his experience bar had reached 70, and with a bit more combat, he would likely reach level 5. He resolved to hasten his ascent to level 5 before heading to the dungeon hall in the city to participate in dungeons. However, the minimum requirement for dungeon entry is level 5, otherwise, one is barred from entry. Given his current pace of leveling and strengthening, reaching level 10 within 2 weeks appears to be a trivial endeavor, making participation in the High Academy's assessments a feasible goal. As An Bai continued to launch fireballs, he pondered the path ahead. For combat practitioners, aside from the solitary wolf approach, two paths lay before them: joining a guild faction or enrolling in a high academy. Guild factions are typically established in association with towns, wielding considerable influence and authority within their localities. Many wilderness areas outside the towns, rich in precious resources, have been divided and claimed by various guilds. Essentially, resources that can be easily acquired are predominantly controlled by these guilds. On the other hand, there are universities, or high academies. However, the universities in this world are not akin to the schools of the past. The most crucial distinction is that these high academies are not primarily places of study. After all, for combat practitioners, the most effective form of learning is through continuous practical combat. High academies also belong to significant factions, albeit with greater freedom and fewer constraints compared to guilds. Most importantly, all high academies possess access to an abyssal entrance, serving as a transit point for humanity's fight against the abyss, connecting to the front lines. High academies control a wealth of resources for leveling, training, and abyssal engagements. However, with such advantages come responsibilities, obligations, and the accompanying dangers and opportunities. Enrolling in a high academy grants access to substantial resources for growth and development. Unlike the lifelong indenture associated with guilds, the arrangement in high academies is transparent. The resources one acquires correlate directly with the years of defense they must commit or the number of monsters they must slay in the abyss. Nonetheless, for all truly powerful combat practitioners, the abyss is an unavoidable domain. The resources found within the abyss far surpass those available in the wilderness of the Blue Star world by hundreds or even thousands of times. Boom. 6,905, 5,850, 4,675. Successfully killed 32 fierce beasts. Current experience, 100. Congratulations, you have reached level 5, unlocking a second class specific skill slot. Triggered basic class passive, all attributes 10. Triggered mage entry passive, mental power 3. After clearing the majority of fierce beasts from another mountain peak, An Bai finally achieved his long-desired level 5. Time to draw. As he turned towards the exit, he began to activate the latest attribute draw he had acquired. Please, let it be a repeat, let it be a repeat. Let it be a repeat. Consuming one chance, drawing a golden attribute. Draw successful, congratulations. You have obtained the legendary golden skill attribute, Corpse Explosion. What a pity it didn't land on a repeat. It seems that the probability of obtaining an additional attribute is rather low. Chapter 6, Dungeon Hall. Corpse Explosion? Isn't that a renowned skill from the Necromancer series? To have drawn it as an attribute is quite astonishing. An Bai gazed at his newly acquired attribute with surprise. Undoubtedly, it can only be paired with the fireball technique. Otherwise, if it were contingent upon the two passives triggered by leveling up, An Bai wondered if he would inadvertently amplify the power of the corpse explosion with each level, only for it to trigger upon his own demise. What a ridiculous notion. To live is to strive for survival. Thus, let others handle the exploding corpses. Beginner fireball technique. Summons a fireball for attack, with a 1 chance to burn enemies, inflicting damage of 1010 mental power. Upon impact, the fireball generates a widespread explosive effect, enhancing the explosion damage by 30,300 times, diminishing from the core to the outer edges. This skill requires no casting time and has no cooldown. The corpses of enemies slain by this skill will explode, dealing damage equal to maximum health hit by the attack. Truly, the golden attribute of Corpse Explosion is remarkable. It is said that the Necromancer's Corpse Explosion can only detonate a corpse's original health value by a third. To think this skill not only detonates the full health value but also includes the damage taken before death. In terms of the health points of low-level ferocious beasts, the amount of life value lost from an explosion is negligible. Instead, it is the accumulation of damage sustained before death that effectively allows my fireball spell to detonate twice. Of course, the subsequent explosion of the corpse lacks the extensive 30-meter radius characteristic of the fireball itself, primarily due to the size of the body. With a commendable agility attribute, An Bai swiftly made his way back to the entrance of the rear mountain. Upon emerging, he was immediately drawn to the situation at the monitoring station. Aside from Director Lee, who was responsible for oversight, the head teachers of the 10 classes in this year's senior year were gathered there. Even the old principal had come in person. All the teachers were fixated on the direction of the exit, while Director Lee was comparing several class rosters in his hand. Each time someone emerged, he would glance down at the list, occasionally waving for someone to come over. However, by this point, a significant amount of time had passed since the beginning, and apart from An Bai, many others had gradually exited from the rear mountain, preparing to take a break for lunch before continuing their endeavors. Thus, An Bai's swift exit did not attract much attention. Even his homeroom teacher, Wang Qinghai, merely exchanged a brief nod with him before shifting his focus back to the others emerging behind An Bai. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled. Observe the students in each class with a qualification score above 6. Pay close attention to their levels. Are there any who have reached level 3 or above? Also, take note of those who are teaming up to exit together. This occurrence is most likely due to the strongest batch of freshmen collaborating to slay monsters. Otherwise, it is unfathomable how so many level 4 and 5 beasts could perish in such a short time. After discussions, Director Lee and the principal could only surmise that it was a team effort, undoubtedly the strongest individuals uniting for a common cause. The numerous teachers present accepted this possibility without considering it to be an individual achievement. Consequently, upon seeing An Bai emerge alone, they could not be bothered to even cast identification spells, simply ignoring him. Meanwhile, after leaving the school, An Bai casually grabbed a quick meal nearby. As an orphan, his financial situation was indeed rather strained. Previously, in order to facilitate matters with Lu Ruyin and for his own convenience, he had utilized the scholarship he earned through outstanding theoretical exam scores to cover his rent. Although the place was not large, it was certainly a significant improvement over living in the welfare institution. After his meal, while en route to the dungeon hall, he took a moment to glance at the skill shop. However, after merely a glance, he fled post-haste. The mage profession truly is a money-devouring beast. A basic exclusive skill book for mages costs a staggering 1,000 yuan, not to mention the first and second tier exclusive skill books, which start at 30 to 50,000. With 100,000 being considered subpar, and only skills priced over 1 million are deemed worthy of a true mage's consideration. Although he had reached level 5 and unlocked a new exclusive skill slot, An Bai decided against it, realizing he had no surplus funds. After a brisk 20-minute run, he finally arrived at the Adventurers Association building in the eastern part of Shangjiang City. He stepped directly into the dungeon hall, which was his intended destination. Hello, I would like to activate a dungeon card. An Bai approached the front desk and stated his request directly to the receptionist. Upon hearing this, the receptionist looked up, her expression clearly one of surprise. Activate a card? Are you a newly awakened student today? Since every year's job transition day is the same, it follows that only during the first month following this day do new individuals come to process their dungeon cards. Otherwise, established professionals have little need for new cards. For some unknown reason, as soon as the receptionist spoke, An Bai felt dozens of eyes fixate on him. Though puzzled, he did not dwell on it, as this was still within the city, where infighting among professionals was prohibited unless one paid for a legitimate arena. Otherwise, it was considered illegal and punishable by law enforcement. Yes, please provide the name of your high school and your profession type. Fill out this form, and then pay 10,000 yuan. Yai hi mage. An Bai replied while taking the form. Woohoo. Haha damn it. Suddenly, uproarious laughter erupted from several corners of the hall. Some people clapped and laughed heartily, while others cursed and pounded on tables, startling An Bai. What on earth? It's as if a ferocious beast has invaded. Ha ha ha. Good job, little brother. Already level 5 so quickly, ready to tackle dungeons. No wonder it's Yai Hai. Speaking of which, I graduated from there too. Huh? Since we're so fated, here. Take these 3 bottles of basic recovery potions as a gift. Haha. Just as An Bai submitted his form and payment and sat down to wait, a burly uncle wielding a massive sword approached him, handing over several bottles of red, translucent vials. Are you all gambling? An Bai finally grasped the situation. It turned out these individuals were betting on which high school this year's new professional, the first to come to the dungeon hall for card activation, hailed from. Chapter 7. From the family of Shangjiang City. Hee, little brother, don't mind us. Aside from hunting monsters, we have little else to do. This opportunity comes just once a year for us to enjoy some entertainment and earn a little extra cash. We're betting on whether the first to arrive at the dungeon hall for card activation is from Yai Hai, Erai, or the private Water Blue High School. I'm fortunate. I bet on Yai Hai as Mage and won it all. The bearded uncle, feeling a connection since An Bai also came from Yai Hai, enthusiastically struck up a conversation with him. As An Bai waited for his information to be processed and card activated, he was more than happy to inquire further. No problem, uncle. Thank you for the red potions. An Bai gratefully accepted the 3 bottles of basic healing potions. Although they were common items, each bottle was worth 200 yuan. While 200 yuan is not a significant sum for any professional at this moment. After paying for the dungeon card and setting aside 1,000 for rent and living expenses for the month, he found himself utterly broke, unable to afford even a single potion. Big uncle? Little brother, that's a bit much. I graduated just 2 years ago. An Bai's eyes widened. Graduating 2 years ago meant he was only 20? With a muscular build, dark skin, and an unkempt beard, this was what 20 looked like. Hello, big brother. My name is Zhao Ruetian, a greatsword warrior. Although I didn't make it to university, I've done pretty well in the city. If you need training or materials, feel free to reach out. My rates are negotiable. After introducing himself, Zhao Ruetian casually pitched his services. However, it was apparent he had misjudged, as he was speaking to someone utterly destitute. All right then, Zhao big brother. As An Bai spoke, he received the dungeon card from the receptionist and was about to bid farewell when a sudden thought occurred to him. By the way, brother Zhao, apart from betting on who will be the first to open a card, do you have any other games in mind? Zhao Ruetian chuckled. Of course. For instance, we could wager on what selection the newcomers will make upon entering the map, whether they can clear it, or the time taken to challenge it. However, I've already come to discuss with you, and at least those seasoned players wouldn't bet with me on these matters. After all, they worry that I might conspire with you to swindle their money. To be honest, An Bai did entertain such a notion. But it was evident that others had their share of wisdom as well. Brother Zhao, I have an idea. Since they are hesitant to place bets for fear of being duped, why don't you personally set the odds? An Bai inquired. Zhao Ruetian responded, perplexed, little brother. Do you truly believe they would follow my lead if I set the odds? By the way, what do you intend to wager on? An Bai declared. Let us bet that I can clear my first dungeon. I propose odds of 10 to 1. This young brother, clearing a dungeon is far too easy to manipulate. They would never believe it. Zhao Ruetian refrained from further comment. But what if it were a one-on-one challenge in the Inferno dungeon? At this remark, Zhao Ruetian was left astounded. Indeed, while ordinary dungeons might be susceptible to manipulation regarding their completion, the Inferno dungeon was a different matter altogether. Even with maximum effort, victory was not guaranteed. Thus, Zhao Ruetian understood the implications of the 10 to 1 odds. It suggested a wager on successfully clearing the dungeon, yet even with generous odds, only a minuscule number would believe An Bai could triumph alone. The majority would surely place their bets on An Bai failing to clear it. Ahem, brother. Many here wish to participate, and the stakes might reach 3 to 500,000. Do you really think it's feasible? By now, Zhao Ruetian had unconsciously adopted a more respectful tone towards An Bai. An Bai, with an air of nonchalance, turned gracefully and left a casual remark. I hail from the An family in Shangjiang City. If you assist me in this matter, you shall not go unrewarded. Indeed, there is no mistake. It is Shangjiang City, and it is the An family, Zhao Ruetian mused, though An Bai was the only member present. The mention of the An family struck Zhao Ruetian as quite extraordinary. He mentally reviewed the information he had on Shangjiang City, but he had not heard of the An family before. Yet, Zhao Ruetian did not doubt further. Rather, he felt it was his own knowledge that was lacking. After all, he had primarily operated within the Eastern District's dungeon hall and had not taken the time to delve into many matters. Of course, two factors bolstered Zhao Ruetian's trust. First, An Bai was the first to open a card this year, proving his prowess. Second, he was a mage. It is well known that mages are the most extravagant in terms of expenditure. For them, 3 to 500,000 is but a trifling sum. With these thoughts, Zhao Ruetian ceased his inquiries and firmly placed his faith in An Bai's words. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of excitement. This was someone from a prominent family, and coincidentally his junior, a potential ally for the future. Haha, I am rising to greatness. Come, brothers, let us set the odds. Before long, Zhao Ruetian returned to the gathering of players, enthusiastically sharing this development. What? Starting with the Inferno dungeon? 10 to 1. Haha, brother Zhao, have you lost your mind? Even 100 to 1 would be a pure loss. There is no way to clear it. Exactly. The Inferno difficulty at level 5 has no recorded completions at that level. The lowest completion is at level 7. Brother Zhao, you aren't trying to bluff us, are you? Attempting to lure us into betting on a completion that is impossible? Huh, I'm not falling for it. And the odds of failing to clear it are at 1.5. You truly are a generous man. Fine, I'll wager 5,000. Damn, I just lost 10,000 betting on school, but I'll win it back. Count on me for 50,000. Brother Zhao, you better be ready to concede if you lose, or I'll come after your brotherhood. As Zhao Ruetian collected their wagers, he grinned broadly. Rest assured, I will be fair and square. However, the next moment, his grin faltered. For on the information screen regarding the dungeon, a long unseen entry suddenly illuminated brightly. Dungeon, Insect Emperor's Remnants, LV5, Inferno difficulty, number of challengers, 1. What the hell? Why did he choose this one? Among all level 5 dungeons, this was the most challenging. Could it be that brother and misclicked? Zhao Ruetian's eyes widened as he stared at the information on the screen. Meanwhile, the others erupted in gleeful laughter. Ha, brother Zhao, you're about to lose your shirt this time. I'm raising my bet. I want to add another 50,000. Chapter 8, The Nest of Insects. A fiery feast. After registering his dungeon card, An Bai opened the entrance to the dungeon, stepping into its realm. It was an exceedingly desolate vast plain. The remnants of a village lay beneath his feet. The surroundings exuded an air of decay and solitude. Yet, upon entering, he immediately noticed a multitude of dark specks in the distant sky. Undoubtedly, those were the primary enemies of the dungeon. Dungeon challenge begins. Task 1, normal survive for 8 hours. Task 2, hard while completing Task 1, kill 300 golden-winged insects and 300 azure-winged insects. Task 3, nightmare while completing Task 2, kill the golden-winged commander and the azure-winged commander. Task 4, Inferno destroy the insect nest and survive. Soon, the 4 tiers of tasks were laid out before him. However, for An Bai, he only needed to complete the 4th task. Yet, this task was more challenging than the first 3 combined. Once he took action against the insect nest, a horde of enemies would immediately lock onto him and launch their assault. This was precisely why, after decades of attempts, no one had ever cleared the Inferno level. However, for An Bai, this dungeon seemed the simplest. He had no map and was unaware of the insect nest location. But that was of little consequence. He would simply kill and search, observing which direction had the most insects, as that would likely indicate the nest position. An Bai casually selected a direction, and after just a few dozen steps, he was ambushed by a swarm of golden-winged insects. These insect monsters never acted alone. Any movement was always in groups of at least 10. Golden Winged Insect LV7, Inferno buff applied health 680, attack 60, defense 90. The golden winged insects measured about half a meter in length. Their wings and exoskeleton shimmered with a metallic sheen, indicating a defensive nature. Moreover, they flew at remarkable speeds. Upon spotting An Bai, over 10 golden winged insects immediately brandished their metallic-tipped forelimbs and lunged at him. An Bai remained utterly unperturbed, without a hint of panic. A fireball materialized before him and hurtled towards the golden winged insects. Boom. Clearly, such a dense cluster of golden winged insects had no chance to evade the fireball. In an instant of impact, flames erupted, engulfing the entire swarm of approaching insects. 7,495, 8,110, 6,954, 7,551. They were effortlessly obliterated. With the explosion and the subsequent chain reaction, all golden winged insects unleashed double the damage, first obliterating themselves, followed by annihilating their surrounding brethren. Once these other insects perish, they too will continue to erupt. It is utterly impossible for any to escape unscathed. However, unlike slaying foes in the real world, kills within the instance yield no tangible rewards. The bounties from the instance are distributed collectively only upon its completion. This is because instances are unique constructs, artificially created to mimic the small secret realms that emerged after the abyssal invasion of Blue Star. They are crafted by spatial mages or through spatial artifacts, which either slice through the wilderness to seal and retrieve these realms or directly replicate the secret worlds, thus shaping them into the current instances. All the ferocious beasts within are manifested through special spatial laws, retaining elements of the secret realm's rules, and are not considered true life forms. Hence, their demise grants no experience. Nevertheless, upon clearing the instance, one can receive a substantial amount of completion experience and other rewards. Furthermore, compared to the wilderness and secret realms, instances provide the added advantage of not having to worry about death. One is automatically teleported out at the brink of demise, while injuries are unavoidable. At least one's life is spared. Though there have been rare instances of individuals being completely slain during the teleportation, such occurrences are few. Thus, many are still willing to invest in grinding through instances. Observing his skills performing impeccably within this instance, An Bai felt a sense of reassurance and began to accelerate his pace. The swarm of azure-winged insects appeared. Azure Wing Insect LV7, Purgatory buff health 380, attack 160, defense 60. In stark contrast to the golden-winged insects, the azure-winged insects possessed significantly lower health and defense. Yet their attack power exceeded that of the golden-winged by more than double. However, fireball, boom, a vast expanse of azure-winged insects was reduced to ashes. Indeed, An Bai contemplated the danger of being besieged by such swarms. Despite his tenfold growth attributes, he had yet to fully mature, with his physique barely reaching 40 points. Converted into health points, that amounted to roughly 400. Of course, the vitality and attack defense attributes of human practitioners are not as straightforward as those of wild beasts. This is due to the unique nature of human practitioners. Monsters are holistic entities. Merely trimming a monster's legs could lead to its demise. Humans, on the other hand, operate differently. Even if one employs divine-level skills to attack, targeting merely a hand would result in the loss of that hand, without endangering life. Conversely, if a human suffers a grievous injury to a vital area, such as the heart, head, or neck, it may lead to far more severe consequences, even threatening life itself. Coupled with physique attributes, aside from those like An Bai, who maintain a balanced approach, others may focus on strength or physique, resulting in varying degrees of defense. Not to mention the myriad enhancements from equipment, skills, and items. Hence, it is impossible for humans to ascertain precise health and attack defense metrics. Even identification skills can only reveal level data and class rankings. Beyond that, one must rely on experience to gauge a person's strength. Just as Zhao Ruetian, based on his experience, assumed that An Bai, as a mage, must be affluent and formidable. Yet, he now found himself silently praying, "Brethren, you must succeed." Unbeknownst to him, the stakes had already reached 300,000. Even though he understood that affluent families might not be concerned with such sums, Zhao Ruetian worried it might provoke their displeasure. What if they took offense and sought retribution? Zhao Ruetian fixed his gaze on the screen. Though he could not discern the progress, he could only await news in silence. The others present, while somewhat anxious, were predominantly excited, already contemplating where to indulge in a grand feast with their anticipated earnings. Is this the insect nest? On the other hand, after mistakenly choosing directions twice, An Bai finally located the so-called insect nest. What lay before him was a bottomless chasm, at the bottom of which countless insects coiled around an oval black nest. Swarms of insects darted in and out. For those with anemophobia, they would have likely been petrified multiple times over. With such density, it certainly saved me some effort. Continuing with another fireball. Boom. The instant of the thunderous explosion, innumerable insects turned their gaze toward An Bai's direction. Simultaneously, the distant swarm hastily returned, converging upon An Bai's position. Blow them all up. An Bai stood firm, leveraging the absence of cooldown and cast time, effortlessly launching over a dozen fireballs in all directions within mere moments. In the next instant, a pyrotechnic spectacle unfolded. Chapter 9, Abundant Rewards. Instance Hall Broadcast Announcement. Congratulations. The Level 5 Instance Insect Emperor's Remnants on Purgatory difficulty has been cleared, setting a new record. Instance Hall Broadcast Announcement. Congratulations. The Level 5 Instance Insect Emperor's Remnants on Purgatory difficulty has been cleared, setting a new record. Instance Hall Broadcast Announcement. Congratulations. The Level 5 Instance Insect Emperor's Remnants on Purgatory difficulty has been cleared, setting a new record. The entire hall resonated with the simultaneous blare of the announcements. The news of the successful clearance echoed in the ears of all practitioners within the hall. Whether it was the receptionists at the front desk or the wandering adventurers throughout the hall, all paused in unison, their gazes drawn to the large screen at the center. Insect Emperor's Remnants Instance Record Leaderboard. First place, An Bai, cleared at LV5, Purgatory difficulty, rating SSS. Wow. The Purgatory difficulty of the Insect Emperor's Remnants has been cleared? Who is this An Bai, so formidable? Cleared at only level 5? Incredible. I recall that even the record for Nightmare difficulty clearance was level 8 and required a team to succeed. Cleared in under an hour? Surviving for 8 hours is the norm for even the easiest difficulty. Typically, entering this instance could mean a day or two of struggle. Haha, Brother Bai is amazing. Thank you all for your patronage. Among them, Zhao Tian was undoubtedly the most thrilled. The several 100,000 he received now felt secure, alleviating his worries of incurring losses. Of course, he was well aware that this money belonged to An Bai, the one who had just cleared the instance. However, at that moment, he was resolutely convinced that An Bai was destined to become a rising star. He felt increasingly grateful that he had acted impulsively to engage with An Bai earlier. At least now there was a connection, paving the way for future collaboration. Within the instance, amidst the flurry of explosions, An Bai navigated the challenges with unparalleled ease. Truth be told, this experience was remarkably smooth, exceeding his expectations. The reason was simple. This instance lacked any entities of boss-level strength, with the only formidable foes being 2 elite insect generals. Yet even these elites had health pools of only around 4 to 5,000. For others, this instance is deemed the most challenging among level 5 instances primarily due to the overwhelming swarms of insects that seem inexhaustible, making survival the main objective. However, with their abundant numbers and low health, each insect was akin to a ticking time bomb for An Bai. Igniting one would set off a chain reaction, obliterating vast swathes of them. Let alone after he detonated the insect nest, these creatures, in a state of heightened stress, clustered together and surged towards him. This fortuitously facilitated An Bai's endeavors. It was akin to a dazzling display of fireworks, as the deep pit below and the heights above reverberated with a continuous cacophony. Yet, in the end, only a scant few, merely 2 or 3 insects, had the fortune to slip through the cracks created by the explosion. However, they too were effortlessly dispatched by An Bai. Congratulations on clearing the level 5 dungeon, the Remnants of the Insect Emperor, on Hell difficulty, earning a substantial amount of experience points, and a purple dungeon, chest X1. It has been detected that this is your first completion of Hell difficulty, granting you an additional reward of a gold dungeon, chest X1. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 6, current experience 127. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 7, current experience 27. Triggered basic class passive, all attributes 20. Triggered mage introductory passive, spirit 6. You have gained 2 opportunities for attribute extraction. Truly, it is a commendable feat to conquer the Hell difficulty. To ascend 2 levels in one go is exhilarating. An Bai felt a surge of excitement. After all, this victory yielded a considerable bounty for a mere investment of 10,000 yuan for the card and the first of his 3 daily complimentary dungeon attempts. An Bai took his time, not in haste to exit the dungeon realm, and directly summoned the 2 chests from his clearing rewards. Although the dungeon was artificially constructed, it was a transformation of pre-existing wilderness or secret realms, not entirely fabricated from nothing. Thus, the rewards contained within, including the completion chests, were essentially manifestations of the inherent rules of the wilderness or secret realms. However, should the dungeon be cleared too many times, maintenance would be necessary, such as introducing more universal materials. Otherwise, the dungeon would lack the energy to coalesce further chests. This is why entry into the dungeon hall requires a card, with a monthly fee of 10,000 yuan, and any visits beyond 3 times a day incur additional charges. 1 purple chest and 1 gold chest. Though it is said that even high-quality low-level chests contain limited treasures, one wonders what I might extract. However, it is rumored that the rewards for first-time completions are particularly generous, as the dungeon's energy has yet to be depleted, representing its peak value. An Bai felt a flicker of anticipation as he simultaneously lifted the lids of both chests with his left and right hands. Opening the purple dungeon chest. You have received Blood Fury Pills X6, green consumable, Nutritional Elixirs X3, white consumable, Insect General's Claw, purple weapon, Insect Essence X1216, white material, Insect Emperor's Liquid, purple item. Opening the gold dungeon chest, you have received Golden Winged Insect King Specimen, orange item, Azure Winged Insect King Specimen, orange item, and Hellwalker number 81, gold badge. Quite a bounty indeed. An Bai gazed at the plethora of rewards within each chest, an abundance of materials and items, including a purple weapon. Alas, it was a type of gauntlet, suitable for those who had transitioned to the fighter branch of the warrior class, and thus not fitting for him. The Insect Emperor's liquid, however, was a valuable item. Consuming it would grant him a temporary aura of the Insect Emperor, rendering him immune to all insect attacks, while allowing him to command all insect units. As for the 2 Insect King specimens, they could be sold to summoners as summoning materials. Yet, the most delightful surprise for An Bai was undoubtedly the golden badge. This was a rare piece of equipment, exceedingly difficult to acquire, yet undeniably potent. Hellwalker number 81, gold badge. Equipment attributes, all attributes 10. Growth effect, when all attributes, excluding this equipment, exceed 1 million and more, the equipment attributes will correspondingly increase by 1 million and beyond. Special effect, base dungeon rewards increase by 20 upon completion. Description, you are the 81st individual to receive this badge since the Cataclysm era, a reward granted to aspiring practitioners who demonstrate both courage and strength. Chapter 10, The Ruthless from Other Schools? Such a marvelous treasure, an enhancement to all attributes. Furthermore, its future growth will yield ever-increasing benefits, categorizing it as a unique growth-type equipment. Without hesitation, An Bai equipped this item. Simultaneously, he murmured, such rewards with clearly defined acquisition conditions were never mentioned in class. It seems remarkably unjust. Although it is evident that only 81 individuals have been recognized since the Cataclysm, the criteria are indeed stringent. One must be level 5, with the first dungeon corresponding to a level 5 dungeon, and it must be completed on hell difficulty, solo, without sustaining any damage, and without utilizing items or consumables, while lacking equipment of blue quality or above. Upon reviewing these conditions, An Bai could not help but be astonished. However, he was mistaken. The school indeed communicates this information. It is merely that such guidance is reserved for those with scores exceeding 9, who have achieved level 5 and are preparing to tackle dungeons. Only then are they prompted to give it a try. Unfortunately, An Bai, with his low score, was overlooked, resulting in his ignorance of this vital information. Name, An Bai. Level, 7, 27. Class, Spell Apprentice. Physique, 55, 10. Agility, 54, 10. Spirit, 76, 10. Elemental Affinity, none. Equipment, Hellwalker number 81, gold badge. Class skills, Basic Fireball LV2, Explosion 2, no cooldown, no casting time, Corpse Explosion. Other skills, none. Class passives, Basic Class, Tenfold, Mage Introductory. Attribute Extraction System, 2 chances available. With the enhancement from the badge, his spirit has reached an impressive 91 points, nearing the coveted 3-digit mark. Time to extract 2 golden attributes. Let us go, system. Let us begin. Consuming 2 chances, extracting golden attributes. Extraction successful, congratulations. You have obtained the legendary golden skill attribute, Fire, Teleportation. Soon, the 2 attributes appeared in the attribute list. However, this time An Bai found himself in a quandary. How perplexing. This latest draw has left me speechless. Fire, my fireball skill is already fire. Will adding fire really enhance it? As for teleportation, sigh. How wonderful it would be if this were a standalone skill. Teleportation is universally recognized as one of the ultimate techniques. Regardless of the profession, every practitioner yearns to acquire such a skill. Moreover, it is a universal skill. Should a teleportation skill book ever be listed for auction, even if it merely grants a short-range teleportation of 1 meter, it could fetch 5 to 6 million. However, given that it is merely an attribute and cannot function as a skill on its own, I suppose it matters little. After all, the specific effects will only be revealed once integrated into the skills. After contemplating, An Bai resolved to assign the fire attribute to basic class and teleportation to basic fireball. Logically, the fire attribute should provide me with elemental growth enhancements, right? Whatever the case, I shall give it a try. Basic Fireball LV2. Preceding details omitted. Teleportation. The fireball will instantly strike the target locked within the line of sight. Basic class, Tenfold, Fire. Each level up grants all attributes 1x10. Fire Elemental Affinity 10, increasing fire resistance, reducing consumption and cooldown of fire skills, enhancing power. Indeed, as he had surmised, the foundational class had gained an affinity for the fire element. This elemental affinity bestows resistance to its corresponding element and enhances skills associated with it. Regrettably, attributes and their effects cannot interact with one another. Thus, a tenfold enhancement cannot further amplify the fire element affinity. With this newfound affinity, he could unleash a greater number of fireball spells in rapid succession. The teleportation attribute applied to the fireball spell adeptly remedied one of its most glaring deficiencies, its sluggish projectile speed. Now, the fireballs need not traverse the distance. They could directly teleport to the target, striking instantly. This rendered them nearly impossible to evade, coupled with the absence of casting time. This meant that An Bai could remain stationary before his adversaries, only for them to suddenly be engulfed in flames. Having swiftly completed the initial dungeon, And with ample time remaining, alongside 2 free attempts yet to be utilized, he decided to tackle them all. After gathering his spoils, An Bai returned to the dungeon room without exiting and immediately began selecting additional dungeons to challenge at the control panel. However, the subsequent choices became rather trivial. After all the dungeons here were level 5, while the next tier required level 10 or above. Moreover, there was a cooldown period for entering dungeons. So An Bai casually picked another level 5 dungeon, similarly opting for the Inferno difficulty, before proceeding inside. At the entrance of the back mountain of Jiangqing one high school, Zhang Qi, Lu Ruyin, Lu Yufei, and several other highly rated individuals were summoned to the side. Did you truly not form a team to grind monsters together? Or did someone draw a high damage area skill for their first job ability? Director Li had already asked this question for the 3rd time. Yet, the response remained unchanged. Director, I assure you, it's true. I merely teamed up with Tang San, the Beastmaster, and Xiao Yin, the Fire Mage. Can a high damage area skill really be drawn as a level 1 initial skill? Upon hearing this, Director Li sighed, waving his hand in resignation. Very well, you may continue grinding monsters for practice. He then turned to the old principal and remarked, Principal, it seems our magic array may indeed be malfunctioning, leading to the inexplicable infighting among those ferocious beasts. Bang! Just then, a teacher rushed over in a flurry. Principal, this is bad. Already feeling somewhat perturbed by the potential issues with the back mountain's magic array, the principal's mood soured further upon witnessing a teacher panicking in front of so many students. What on earth is going on, Xiao Wang? Is this any way to conduct oneself? The teacher, named Xiao Wang, was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled the information he had gathered. Disregarding his previous trepidation and hurriedly exclaimed, Principal, this year, another school has produced a formidable newcomer, a truly powerful individual. Each school competes annually with their transitioning students. And while much of it relies on luck, it significantly impacts the school's reputation and, most importantly, the special educational funding allocated by the higher-ups. This is no small prize for the teachers. What formidable individual. Our school's Lu Ruyin has a talent rating of 96, just shy of a perfect score. The old principal replied with displeasure. A score of 96 indicates she is a genius among geniuses. While not every genius can be fully realized, the potential alone is enough to entice various factions to invest in such a promising candidate. Principal, listen to me. News has already come from the dungeon hall. Earlier today, a newcomer cleared a dungeon, and it was the most difficult one, the remnants of the Insect Monarch dungeon. It was even completed on Inferno difficulty. I heard it was done in under an hour. Upon hearing this, every teacher and the principal present wore expressions of disbelief. What nonsense. Even during my time, I only cleared the Insect Monarch dungeon after reaching level 9, and that was merely on Nightmare difficulty. He glanced at Lu Ruyin, Lu Yufei, and others not far in the square. Their strongest students barely reached levels 2 or 3. Without a doubt, that newcomer was a formidable individual from another school. Damn it. This year's special educational funding is gone. Chapter 11, The Iron Giant King. 8001. 8625. Successfully slain Elite Iron Knight LV6. Successfully slain Iron Knight LV5. Successfully slain Elite Iron Archer LV6. Successfully slain Iron Archer LV5. An Bai traversed an underground tomb. This marked his 3rd level 5 dungeon challenge, aptly named Tomb of the Iron King. However, having already reached level 7 in his first dungeon and subsequently clearing 2 more level 5 dungeons without leveling up, merely accumulating experience to 96, he found the current dungeon lacking the overwhelming hordes present in the Insect Monarch dungeon. Here, encounters were sporadic, typically consisting of 2 or 3 enemies at a time. Nevertheless, this dungeon was replete with elite monsters. Each wave he faced contained at least one elite foe. On this occasion, he even encountered 2 elites simultaneously. Yet, they were still swiftly vanquished beneath the effects of his numerous attribute-enhanced basic fireball spells. Ever since acquiring the latest teleportation attribute, as soon as an enemy revealed itself, a fireball would detonate upon them. However, he remained vigilant. Only moments ago, he had nearly fallen victim to a sneak attack from a lurking archer. An Bai regarded an arrow that had landed at his feet with a sense of caution. He belonged to a high attack, low defense archetype. His offensive capabilities could obliterate all adversaries within the dungeon. However, despite his physique's growth attribute boasting a 10-fold increase, he lacked any defensive measures. Sustaining damage was still a possibility. Upon exiting, he resolved to purchase a defensive skill book. Once he acquired defensive attributes, he could apply them to that skill. An Bai silently made this determination. He then proceeded to advance through the map at a measured pace, stopping intermittently to eliminate the conspicuous enemies one by one. After encountering approximately 17 or 18 waves of adversaries, nearly 2 hours had elapsed. The map was indeed extensive. At last, he arrived at the innermost sanctum of the tomb, a chamber housing a massive coffin. As he stepped inside, the coffin lid was abruptly flung open with a resounding crash against the right wall, shattering into fragments. The colossal being within rose abruptly, unleashing a thunderous roar. Who dares to disturb my slumber? They shall pay with their lives. This adversary bore similarities to the previous Iron Knights, yet towered several times higher, reaching a staggering height of 7 or 8 meters. Its entire form was encased in heavy black armor, with only its eyes glowing a blood-red hue. After bursting forth from the coffin, it seized a massive iron hammer from beside it, an unmistakably formidable opponent. Boss, Iron Giant King LV7. Identification required. A boss unit? This was An Bai's first encounter with such a high-tier entity. Previously, he had only faced elites. Regarding the lack of visible information, An Bai was not particularly surprised. It had been covered in class that without any skills, one could only glean visual information from the attributes of the job, and that was limited to elite-level foes, with no visibility for those 3 levels above oneself. As for the information regarding the leader or the boss, or indeed any other profession, it can only be discerned through the art of identification. Kill. The roar echoed once more, accompanied by a resounding metallic clang. The Black Iron Giant King raised his colossal hammer and began to advance slowly towards An Bai. The oppressive aura emanating from him was 100-fold more daunting than the overwhelming swarms of the insect race. Furthermore, An Bai noticed that the door to the tomb behind him had inexplicably closed on its own, leaving him in a confined space where evading the wide-ranging attacks of the Giant King posed a significant challenge to his agility. Nevertheless, An Bai took a deep breath, calming his rising anxiety. Lacking any mobility skills, he refrained from recklessly fleeing and instead remained stationary, directly unleashing a fireball spell. With a swift teleportation, he detonated the fireball right before the Black Iron Giant King's eyes. Boom. 6,977. Flames instantaneously engulfed the Giant King. However, unlike previous encounters, this time An Bai found himself unable to eliminate his foe in a single fireball. Yet, the explosive force did cause the Black Iron Giant King to stagger backward several steps, losing his balance. Damn it, An Bai exclaimed, realizing that his first injury had come from his own skill's collateral damage. Emerging from the blaze, he found himself somewhat disheveled. The confines of the tomb were too restrictive, making it impossible to escape the blast radius. This was no mere game. There existed no immunity to friendly fire. Even his own skills could not provide complete immunity. At best, he could mitigate some of the damage through careful control. Damn it, die! The Black Iron Giant King swung his massive hammer once more, intent on charging at him. An Bai would not grant him the opportunity, igniting another fireball spell in an instant. This time, he attempted to suppress the explosion's effects. The tremendous roar and flames once again enveloped the tomb. However, this time, An Bai fared significantly better. True to his expectations, he managed to limit the explosion to a radius of approximately 3 meters, allowing him to avoid any self-inflicted harm. Enraged, the Black Iron Giant King brought his hammer crashing down. Observing the shattered tiles and the resulting crater, An Bai realized the terrifying potency of this boss's attack, far surpassing that of an elite monster. Seizing the moment, An Bai unleashed another fireball spell, this time with even greater precision, achieving an explosion that covered nearly 8 meters. As he stood a mere 8 meters away from the creature, boom, 5,777, 5,858, 6,075. Beginner fireball skill proficiency upgraded, base damage 10. With each precise casting, his skill proficiency soared. It appeared that this method could expedite the enhancement of his abilities. He had heard that universities had specialists dedicated to the precise application of skills, demonstrating that even a minor spell could yield remarkable results. Subsequently, An Bai unleashed another 6 or 7 fireballs in rapid succession. The Black Iron Giant King's armor was thoroughly shattered, and the crimson glow in its eyes dimmed. With a final roar of fury and anguish, it collapsed to the ground. Successfully defeated boss-level unit Black Iron Giant King LV7. Congratulations on completing the level 5 dungeon, Tomb of the Iron King, at held difficulty, earning a substantial amount of experience points and a purple dungeon treasure chest X1. Detected that this completion marks the first direct kill of the Black Iron Giant King at held difficulty, awarding hidden reward, Black Iron Shield, purple equipment. Congratulations. You have reached level 8, current experience 8. Basic profession passive triggered, all attributes 10, fire affinity 10. Mage entry passive triggered, spirit 6. You have gained 1 opportunity to draw a trait. Chapter 12, earning 2 million. Huh, a hidden reward? An Bai glanced at the rewards from this dungeon completion, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected gain. Moreover, it was a piece of purple quality shield equipment. Unfortunately, it was not suitable for his use. Opening purple dungeon treasure chest. You have obtained nutritional potion X5, white consumable, Black Iron Stone X500, white material, mount contract, purple item. Oh, a mount contract? This was indeed a highly valuable item. Noticing the contract among the materials, An Bai couldn't help but smile. With the mount contract, he could choose a pet contract of no higher than purple quality as his mount. Although he was neither a beastmaster nor a summoner, having a mount for travel or combat assistance would certainly be advantageous. He would take some time to explore the pet market for a suitable companion. However, it was said that Jiangsheng was not particularly known for its summoners. Rather, the city of Juzan had a greater abundance of them. After collecting his spoils, An Bai proceeded to draw a new trait, consuming 1 opportunity, drawing for a golden trait. Draw successful. Congratulations on obtaining the golden legendary skill trait, tenfold. Wow. Haha. This time I hit the jackpot, landing another duplicate. Detected duplicate trait draw, granting one additional draw opportunity, drawing now. As expected, the system generously provided him with an extra chance. Draw successful. Congratulations on obtaining the golden legendary skill trait, Crimson Lotus. Without hesitation, An Bai assigned the tenfold trait to his basic profession growth passive. He contemplated whether to assign it to Mage entry, which would increase his spirit from 3 to 30. However, after considering the stacking effect of the explosion trait, he had a hunch and decided to apply the duplicate tenfold to the same skill. Basic profession, tenfold 2. Each level up grants all attributes 1, x 30, fire affinity 10. Indeed, it was as he suspected. With the duplicate trait, the effect was not simply additive, but magnified. From this moment forth, his gains from each level up would be significantly greater. Thinking of this, An Bai eagerly opened his attribute panel for a quick glance. Name, An Bai. Level, 8. Profession, Spell Apprentice. Physique, 65, 10. Dexterity, 64, 10. Spirit, 89, 10. Elemental affinity, Fire 20. Equipment, number 81 Hellwalker, Golden Badge. Professional skills, Beginner Fireball LV3, Explosion 2, no cooldown, no cast time, Corpse Explosion, Teleport. Other skills, none. Professional passives, Basic Profession, tenfold 2, Fire, Mage entry. Trait system, 0 draws remaining, and used, Crimson Lotus. With the next level up, if all attributes increased by 30 points, his spirit would surpass 100, and both physique and dexterity would also approach the threshold. Once he reached level 10, all 3 foundational attributes would exceed 100 points. This would trigger the Hellwalker badge, boosting all attributes by an additional 100 points, effectively doubling them. Every profession experiences a boost upon reaching level 10, but for An Bai, the enhancements he would receive at this level would be unprecedented. Additionally, there was the trait, Crimson Lotus. Judging by the name, it likely referred to the Crimson Lotus Fire. A high-quality flame, with any skill utilizing the Crimson Lotus Fire being no less than a 4th-tier skill. Even the Ice Mage, a profession that initially attains the 3rd tier, cannot master such a degree. Without a moment's hesitation, An Bai made his decision. Basic Fireball LV3, previous details omitted. Crimson Lotus transforms the fire element into the flames of the Crimson Lotus. The base power is amplified tenfold, inflicting an unresistible burning effect for at least 30 seconds. Dealing burning damage equal to 1 of the initial damage per second. Hiss. Such formidable flames of the Crimson Lotus. It directly enhances my fireball's base damage tenfold. Consequently, the explosive damage influenced by the base damage surges to 30 to 300 times. This implies that the core explosion radius can inflict damage as high as 80 to 90,000. Furthermore, the explosion will leave a persistent burning effect that is unresistible. This means that no matter how high the resistance, or how effective the purification skills of the priests may be, they cannot entirely eliminate the burn, at the very least. It will still last for 30 seconds. However, An Bai had already planned to leave the city tomorrow to venture into the true wilderness. After all, the dungeon hall only offers level 5 dungeons, and the next tier requires a level 10 to unlock, which he has yet to reach. Currently, the gains from grinding level 5 dungeons pale in comparison to those from the wilderness. Upon exiting the dungeon, An Bai stretched his arms and yawned, realizing he had been grinding for an entire day without noticing. He was quite pleased with the efficiency of reaching level 8 in just one day. At least, from the information gathered in Shangjiang City, no one could match his pace. He intended to purchase 2 skill books and stock up on supplies before setting out tomorrow. Speaking of the funds for the books, An Bai suddenly recalled that he had opened a betting pool. He had completely forgotten amidst the dungeon runs. After finishing the first one, he hadn't even asked for his winnings, continuously grinding one after another until now. Could it be that the other party had absconded with the money? An Bai slapped his forehead. If the other party really did run away, he would have no way of tracking them down. He knew nothing about them other than their name, had no idea whether they had opened the betting pool, nor how much he had won. Furthermore, although he had previously intimidated the other party, in reality, he was just a lone individual without any background or power, lacking the means to pursue any debts. Haha, Brotherin, you finally emerged. Just as he was mulling over this predicament while returning to the hall, a massive figure swiftly approached him. Wasn't he Zhao Ruetian, who had fled with the funds? Brother Zhao, you're still here. By the way, why do you call me Brotherin? I'm younger than you. An Bai greeted him awkwardly. Indeed, Zhao Ruetian's lips twitched subtly, but his excitement soon overshadowed it. Brotherin, you're incredible. You cleared all 5 dungeons in just one afternoon, and they were all at the Inferno level. Even the records were completely shattered. Brotherin is truly a rising star. How can such an exceptional person be my junior? No worries, we can refer to each other as we please. You call me Brother Zhao, and I'll call you Brotherin. Zhao Ruetian stated he wouldn't dare call a young master from a prominent family his junior. By the way, here's the money won from today's betting pool, a total of 1,980,000, all on this card. Please verify it. With that, Zhao Ruetian handed An Bai an anonymous funds card. What? This amount left An Bai momentarily astonished. He had expected to win only a few 100,000 at most, yet it was nearing 2 million. What a windfall. Chapter 13, New Skills. Hehe, brethren. You might not know, but I only won around 600,000 from the first dungeon. However, since you continued grinding, I kept the betting going but dared not set it as simply clearing the dungeons. Instead, I set the stakes on whether you could break the records. Although your prowess astonished many during the first dungeon, most attributed it to luck or believed you simply countered that particular dungeon well, so they still placed their bets. I ended up opening 4 rounds. While bets were placed against you in the last 2 dungeons, I knew that by then, many would trust your strength. So I adjusted the odds, not 10 to 1, but merely 1 to 1.1. Overall, we ended up winning quite a bit. Zhao Ruetian chuckled wisely. Although An Bai had only agreed to the betting pool for the first round, logically, he could keep the winnings from subsequent rounds. However, he was not short-sighted. Such a valuable ally. Earning goodwill was far more important than mere profit. Although he couldn't fathom why a powerful mage from a prominent family would care about such trifling sums, perhaps it was merely a hobby. All right, thank you, Brother Zhao. Take this as a token of appreciation for your efforts today, as you've spent the whole day without time to take on other jobs to earn money. An Bai transferred 1,800,000 from the fund's card to his account, leaving 18,000 for Zhao Ruetian. He wasn't a cold-hearted person. He certainly needed to express his gratitude for the assistance. Oh my, so much, how can I accept this? Zhao Ruetian laughed heartily upon receiving the fund's card. This amount was significant for him as well. However, he soon adopted a more serious demeanor and leaned in to whisper. By the way, brethren, do you see that fellow over there? At least half of the 2 million lost is from him, so you might want to be cautious. An Bai followed Zhao Ruetian's gaze and spotted a sullen-faced man in the corner, continuously downing mug after mug of malt liquor, clearly drowning his sorrows from losing. Just as An Bai was about to inquire about the man's background, Zhao Ruetian proactively introduced him. That Zhang Lei from the Shadow Stabbing Guild. A level 20 assassin. The Shadow Stabbing Guild has some conflicts with my Brotherhood Alliance. Today, he saw me opening the betting pool here, and with such outrageous stakes. He immediately placed a large bet, hoping to earn a hefty profit from me. He wagered on all 4 rounds, aiming to recoup his losses while mocking me. The result, well, it goes without saying. He ended up losing everything. But don't worry, brethren. Both the Shadow Stabbing Guild and our Brotherhood Alliance only pose a mild threat to ordinary individuals. As a distinguished young master of the An family, you need not fear him. I merely wanted to give you a heads up. An Bai nodded, reiterating that he would certainly look out for Zhao Ruetian in the future. The two who called each other brother then parted ways. An Bai once again found himself in the merchant street for adventurers. With 180,000 in his possession, he felt much more confident walking into the shop, no longer worrying about accidental losses that would leave him in a decade of servitude. Basic Mage Skill Book LV5, Low Level. Upon use, randomly learn 1 basic Mage exclusive skill. 1,000 yuan. Basic Mage Skill Book LV5, Intermediate. Upon use, randomly draw 2 basic Mage exclusive skills, selecting 1 to learn. 5,000 yuan. Basic Mage Skill Book LV5, Advanced. Upon use, randomly draw 3 basic Mage exclusive skills, selecting 1 to learn. 15,000 yuan. Skill books can broadly be categorized into 2 types. There exists a unique skill book, which, upon utilization, guarantees the stable acquisition of specialized skills pertinent to one's designated profession. However, the skills contained within the book are drawn at random, and once employed, one cannot retract their choice. Only through the use of more precious items can one cleanse their selection. This skill necessitates occupying a dedicated skill slot, with a new slot becoming available every 5 levels. In contrast, there is a fixed skill book, where the names and effects of the skills are explicitly stated. These do not occupy the exclusive skill slots, but rather utilize other skill slots. Regardless of level, there are 10 fixed skill slots available, which can be reassigned at any time. Generally speaking, specialized skills tend to exhibit superior effects and are unequivocally suited to one's vocation. Fixed skill books typically contain universal skills that serve to bolster one's strength. For instance, the highly coveted teleportation skill is among the most valuable universal skill books desired by all professions. With ample funds at his disposal, An Bai decided to purchase the advanced version without hesitation, opting for the high-tier foundational Mage skill book. Aware that once activated, the decision would be irreversible, he rationalized that the likelihood of selecting a beneficial skill would be significantly higher with 3 options to choose from. Furthermore, An Bai also procured a complete set of novice mage equipment: exquisite peachwood staff LV5, white; spirit 3, durability 50; meticulously tailored gray robe LV5, white; spirit 1, defense 5, durability 50; warrior's boots LV5, white; agility 3, durability 50; cracked ruby ring LV5, green; spirit 3; fireball proficiency level 1, durability 150; universal amulet of the warrior LV5, white; physique 1, durability 50; mass-produced spatial ring, 1 cubic meter of space. Lastly, he selected a basic appraisal technique and purchased a crate of nutritional supplements along with various restorative potions. In total, An Bai expended approximately 150,000 in currency, primarily due to the cost of the skill book, amulet, ring, and the spatial ring. Upon returning home, An Bai immediately took out one of the skill books and activated it, mastering the basic mage profession exclusive skill. You have comprehended 3 skills. Please select one to fully master. Basic Wind Blade. Summon a blade of wind to swiftly strike at foes, with a 1 chance to inflict ongoing bleeding, dealing damage equivalent to 10 to 12 spirit power. This is one of the most common skills among mages, slightly more potent than Fireball. An Bai felt that his offensive capabilities were currently satisfactory, so he disregarded this option and moved on to the next. Basic Water Bubble Shield. Summons a bubble of water to envelop oneself, reducing damage taken by 10 and providing 50 fire resistance. A defensive skill. This is precisely what An Bai sought. Although this shield functions as a damage reduction shield rather than a blocking shield, it primarily mitigates a portion of incoming damage. Yet the remaining harm must still be borne by the caster. He decided to peruse the next option. Basic Object Shield can be bound to a shield type equipment. Upon activation, one gains the defense and shield value of the equipped shield. The defense value of the shield is 5 spirit power, and the shield's health is equivalent to its durability of 5 spirit power. Astonishingly, he drew 2 defensive skills. Compared to the damage reduction of the Water Bubble Shield, the Object Shield is precisely the blocking skill An Bai desired. He recalled that in the comprehensive Mage skill compendium, there were only 3 defensive skills. It was unexpected to have drawn 2 of them. His luck seemed quite favorable. Without further deliberation, he resolved to select the Object Shield. He had recently encountered a purple quality shield in a dungeon, which would be perfectly suited for use. Chapter 14, Departing the City. Goblin Camp. With a clear need established, An Bai meticulously examined his previous acquisitions. Black Iron Giant Shield LV5, purple. Defense 120, durability 12,000. Equipped skill, Shield Slam. Slamming the giant shield into the ground creates a tremor that causes all targets on the ground to lose their balance. Cooldown 30 seconds. Note: if there are enemies at the point of impact, damage dealt equals 1/3 of the remaining durability. Truly worthy of its purple quality. This level 5 equipment boasts a durability exceeding 10,000 points, equivalent to life points. Moreover, its defense is exceptionally high, surpassing that of a hell-level golden winged insect by more than double. Should a giant shield warrior possess this equipment in the early stages, they could be considered nearly invincible among their peers. After all, for other professions of the same level, surpassing 100 points of attack power is a formidable challenge. Let alone, even if they exceed 100 points of attack power, they would need to sustain their output for a considerable duration to breach this giant shield. As for shield-type equipment, unless the damage possesses properties such as area effect, penetration, spread, or ignores physical blocking, it can be effectively mitigated by the shield, consuming only the shield's own durability. An Bai recalled a particularly vexing giant shield class skill that could restore the shield's durability in real time, rendering it virtually untouchable. It was rather heavy, yet fortunately, the object shield skill required no physical effort on his part. An Bai tested the shield and found that even with a physique exceeding 60, he felt the weight of the shield. However, upon binding the shield to the skill, he discovered that the black iron giant shield vanished, and a faintly visible barrier materialized, encircling him at about half a meter in front. This is an all-encompassing protective shield, favored by many mages. The most remarkable aspect of this skill is its minimal attribute requirements. Even mages with low spirit power can achieve commendable defensive capabilities simply by acquiring a good shield. Of course, a more cost-effective approach would be to hire a bodyguard, preserving the precious exclusive skill slots for offensive skills. That night, An Bai sat cross-legged on his bed, refraining from sleep, and instead engaged in meditation. This practice is fundamental for any professional, especially for mages who expend significant amounts of spirit power. Although daily restoration occurs automatically, prolonged consumption can lead to fatigue and dizziness, necessitating meditation for full recuperation. As it was An Bai's first day fighting as a mage, the continuous casting of Fireball had left him mentally drained. After a night of meditation, An Bai awoke promptly at 7 the following morning. Despite not having slept, the effects of meditation left him feeling more refreshed than a full night's rest, invigorating his spirit. After donning his equipment, An Bai set forth, heading directly to the eastern city gate. This area's wilderness features creatures of level 20 or below, making it suitable for novice professionals like him to train. An Bai, a basic mage, only level 8, although the beasts outside the city possess a minimum level of 5. The unpredictable nature of wild creatures means that even in the outer regions, one often encounters beasts exceeding level 10, posing considerable danger. Are you certain you wish to exit the city, and alone? The gate guard regarded An Bai with a mixture of astonishment and concern, as though observing a foolhardy individual oblivious to peril. Here, this is the 10,000 yuan exit fee. Please make a record of it. An Bai presented his identification while stating this. After the guard verified his information, he had no choice but to open the city gate. The collection of exit fees serves to regulate the movement of ordinary individuals, and it is also a primary income source for the city's defense forces. Once outside, Be sure to exercise caution. Should you encounter any danger, remember to utilize the distress function on your professional panel. If we, the patrolling city defense team, observe your plight, we shall rush to your aid. After all, we do not collect this exit fee for nothing. Indeed, especially as night falls, one must never carelessly provoke the fearsome beasts with glowing red eyes. These creatures are driven to madness, relentlessly pursuing any foe that dares to disturb them. With all their attributes significantly enhanced, An Bai listened attentively to the guard's account before nodding slightly in gratitude. He then made his way towards the city gates. Finally stepping out of the town he had inhabited for 18 years. The air that met him was tinged with the metallic scent of blood, a stark contrast to the sheltered life he had known. Until this moment, his understanding of the world had remained largely akin to his previous life. After all, life in the city, despite the presence of combat professionals, was relatively stable and orderly. It was only upon leaving the city that he truly comprehended that he had crossed into an entirely unfamiliar realm. After walking approximately a kilometer, he found himself in a relatively safe buffer zone, devoid of other combat professionals or beastly incursions. However, as he ventured deeper into the woods, the sounds around him multiplied. Distant roars of beasts and the chirping of insects filled the air, alongside faint human cries. It was at this juncture that he beheld his first genuine wild creature beyond the city walls. Goblin Warrior LV11. Rank, White Common Unit. Attributes, Health 1100, Attack 90. Defense 50. Skills, /LV5, Uppercut LV3. Description, Goblins are the most common hostile units found in forests and plains, known for their gregarious nature. Spotting one goblin typically signifies the presence of many more nearby. This marked the first occasion An Bai employed the identification skill, as opposed to relying solely on the visual information provided by his profession. Indeed, it unveiled more detailed insights. While the three fundamental attributes remained paramount, the skill would ensure that he would not be left in the dark should he encounter higher-ranking units in the future. Moreover, if he stumbled upon terms related to reconnaissance, he could incorporate them into his identification skill. As An Bai pondered, he swiftly cast a fireball spell, which detonated before the goblin could spot him. Boom. 95,059. The overwhelming damage obliterated the goblin warrior. Without pausing, An Bai dashed towards the rear of the slain goblin. Sure enough, he soon discovered a small goblin camp. Approximately 30 goblins having gathered, alerted by the explosion, standing ready for battle. This, however, facilitated An Bai's actions. He unleashed a series of fireballs, teleporting in succession, targeting the goblin horde. Chapter 15 Level 10. A Qualitative Leap. Boom. Successfully slain 34 goblins, current experience, 11. Cleared outdoor camp LV10, additional experience reward, current experience, 16. Obtained camp treasure chest. Whether by fortune or misfortune, he encountered a relatively sizable level 10 monster camp shortly after exiting the city. For an ordinary newcomer yet to reach level 10, this would almost certainly spell disaster, with their survival contingent upon the timely arrival of city guards. Upon clearing the camp, An Bai opened the treasure chest. However, the spoils therein were not particularly rewarding. These were not randomly generated rewards akin to those found in dungeons, but rather the spoils collected by the goblins themselves. Beast Fur X23, Old Goblin Skull X12, Basic Crystal X1, Worn Wooden Bow X1. As expected, most items consisted of commonly found materials in the wild. The only valuable item was the basic crystal, fetching a market price of 1,000 each. For those venturing out to gather materials, acquiring over 10 basic crystals could easily recoup their costs, and beyond that, profit could be made. Many low-level professionals sustain themselves this way. Though it is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, combat professions indeed yield quicker returns than lifestyle professions. It is no wonder that so many individuals with moderate aptitude, hovering around 3 points, are intent on transitioning to combat classes. An Bai continued to explore the forest. According to the free map he had received from the guards, he was still positioned at the outermost fringes of the low-level wilderness, with the vast expanse of the wilds yet to be fully revealed. The advantage, however, lay in the abundance of wild creatures, with average levels ranging from 8 to 12. This presented An Bai with ample opportunities to gain experience. At the mere sight of a wild creature, a fiery explosion would ensue, continuously amassing experience and materials. After 2.5 hours outside the city, his experience surged to completion, reaching level 9. This time, the acquired attribute was not a growth-related entry, but rather a functional one, automatic. Perfectly, An Bai allocated it to Object Shield. Compared to the automatic release of fireball spells, this automatic block proved to be far more convenient. He was merely one level away from learning another skill. Thus, he pressed on. Unbeknownst to him, An Bai had gradually penetrated deeper into the wilds, reaching the mid-section of the area. Here, the wild creatures were predominantly above level 10, and their numbers had increased significantly. Concurrently, An Bai began to notice signs of prior human activity on the ground. He paid little heed to these distractions, pursuing the traces of wild creatures and detonating spells along his path. However, such ostentatious behavior inevitably attracted the attention of other combat professionals. Who on earth is that mage wreaking havoc? The continuous explosions resembled a third-tier skill, Inferno Burst. Surely, Inferno Burst didn't unleash such a relentless series of explosions? It bore a resemblance to the third-tier skill, City of Flames. Which guild does that mage belong to? As far as he knew, the renowned mages of Shanjiang City were all above level 20. After all, the majority of those present in the wilderness, aside from him, were seasoned veterans, typically congregating at the mid-outer sections to gather materials. Naturally, the bystanders found it perplexing how a mage could suddenly appear in the outer wilderness. Yet, one individual from a guild took particular interest. A low-level mage? Lei, could it be the person you encountered yesterday? A small group from the Shadow Assassins monster hunting squad, a 4-person team. Among them, one familiar figure was none other than Zhang Lei, who had suffered a loss of nearly $1 million yesterday. His hand trembled slightly as he gripped his dagger, not from fear, but from rage. Damn it, over $1 million. That was the money the vice president entrusted me to purchase gear. He cursed the wretched Brotherhood member who had orchestrated a scam, leading him into a trap. As a result, he not only lost his position as captain, but was also required to repay the guild within 3 days. Zhang Lei's face flushed with anger. Although it was said that combat professionals earn quickly, he and others like him, who deliberately stagnated their levels or lacked the potential to advance, were acutely aware that they had no future in becoming stronger. Even when they earned money, it was typically spent immediately on fleeting pleasures. Who would think to save? This predicament led Zhang Lei to exhaust all the funds bestowed upon him by the guild, leaving him utterly unable to repay his debts. However, the guild would not entertain such explanations. Should the situation escalate, he might very well risk his life. While murder is a crime within the city, the outside world operates under different rules. How unfortunate. Let us retreat to another area, away from this young master of the Bai family. Yet, upon hearing this, the archer nearby was momentarily taken aback. Bai family? Which Bai family? Is there a family by that name among the esteemed warrior families in Jiang City? Congratulations. You have reached level 10. Triggered basic class passive, all attributes 30, fire affinity 10, triggered mage entry passive, spirit 3. Current 3-dimensional basic attributes increased by 10. Basic class passive level has risen. Subsequent level ups will grant all attributes 3. Mage entry passive level has risen. Subsequent level ups will grant all attributes 6. The 81st Hellwalker badge has triggered an upgrade. All attributes 100. As night descended, An Bai successfully achieved level 10. Name, An Bai. Level, 10-0. May choose not to continue leveling. Class, Spell Apprentice. Physique, 138, 100. Agility, 137, 100. Mentality, 171, 100. Elemental Affinity, Fire 44. Equipment, 81st Hellwalker, Gold Badge. Class Skills, Primary Fireball LV5, Explosive 2, No Cooldown, No Cast Time, Corpse Explosion, Teleportation, Crimson Lotus. Object Shield LV1, Automatic. Other Skills, Primary Appraisal. Class Passives, Basic Class LV2, Tenfold 2, Flame, Mage Entry LV2. Attribute System, 2 draws available. Upon reaching every 10th level, 1S class significantly strengthens. Even basic classes receive a direct increase of 10 to all attributes, while higher tier classes experience even greater enhancements. In contrast, the increment of 10 for basic classes is rather minimal, given their low growth potential. By level 10, it only amounts to a few dozen points, and a 10% increase translates to merely 2 or 3 additional points. Thus, within classes, even at the same level, the disparity is monumental. The strong remain strong, while the weak remain weak. However, due to An Bai's prior acquisitions of 2 20-fold enhancements, his attributes now rival those of top-tier classes. The potential for future growth is even more formidable. Previously, he only received increments of 10 or 30 points. Now, with the basic class, passive upgraded, he gains 3 points per level, and combined with the attribute system, it means he receives a staggering 90 points upon each level up, with mental attributes soaring to 96 points. Chapter 16, 90 Resurrections. Time was running short. It would be prudent to find a suitable location. An Bai sought out a small hill and, taking refuge behind it, unleashed several fireballs to carve out a 10-meter deep cave. Afterward, he set up a simple tent and sat beside a small fire he had kindled. While roasting some meat from the ferocious beasts he had previously slain, he also sipped from a bottle of nutritional liquid. However, the meat he was grilling was not from the beasts he had just killed, but rather processed raw meat purchased from the market within the city. After all, a single fireball from him would leave even elite-grade beasts charred and battered. Indeed, the ground beneath was scorched. As for the beasts themselves, they had long since turned to bones. The nutritional liquid, a staple for any adventurer, replenished his energy remarkably. One bottle significantly alleviated his fatigue and restored some of the mental energy expended from casting spells. Most importantly, it addressed hunger and thirst, allowing him to go an entire day without food or water. As for the roasted meat, it was merely a personal indulgence for An Bai. After all, having earned 2 million, he had never experienced such prosperity in this life or the last. What harm could a bit of roasted meat do? He decided to take a chance with the attribute system. System, initiate a draw. Perched on a stone with his legs crossed, An Bai summoned his attribute system. Consuming 1 chance. Drawing for a golden attribute. Draw successful, congratulations. You have obtained a golden legendary skill attribute, Stalwart. Is this attribute a bit inappropriate? An Bai wiped an imaginary bead of sweat from his temple. However, from its literal meaning, he easily deduced that this attribute should enhance defense. Thus, he resolved to apply it to his sole defensive skill. Object Shield, summary omitted. Stalwart, defense increased tenfold, shield health increased tenfold, and will continuously repair until at full state. Recovering 1 of maximum health per second. Excellent. With this, the defense provided by the black iron shield surged to 1200 points, and its health soared to a staggering 120,000. Now, An Bai felt significantly more secure, no longer needing to overly fear ambushes. Seizing his good fortune, he continued to draw, consuming 1 chance. Detecting that this is a reward for reaching level 10, this draw is a deluxe version. Oh, a deluxe draw? Could it mean a chance at more attributes? An Bai's eyes brightened. Draw successful, congratulations. You have obtained a red mythical skill attribute, Death-Defying Substitute. Red? An Bai's eyes widened in astonishment at this unexpected outcome. The textbooks had never mentioned this color quality. The utmost quality listed was Purple Epic, followed by Orange Immortal and Golden Legendary. It seemed that beyond gold, there existed the red mythical quality. However, An Bai soon recalled that there were indeed many human warriors who boasted semi-divine and divine prowess. Perhaps this knowledge was omitted from high school curricula and low-tier practitioners, thus not imparted to students in full. As such, this was the first time An Bai had ever encountered such a concept. But alas, this attribute pertains to skills. How might I best utilize it to maximize its potential? Until he was certain, he could not ascertain its precise effects, and once determined, there would be no turning back. From its literal interpretation, it seemed to avert death. He speculated that if applied to Fireball, it might mean that should the Fireball be disrupted or self-destruct, it would count as death, allowing him to resurrect on the spot and explode again. It remained unclear how many times he could resurrect in total. However, applying it to Fireball felt rather excessive. Considering it was merely a basic Fireball spell with modest consumption, he could easily expend mental energy to cast it repeatedly without needing to rely on resurrection for another explosion. The Object Shield or Appraisal skills were even less deserving of mention. What I truly desire is for it to apply to myself. After all, in this perilous world, a life-saving skill is coveted by every practitioner, including the teleportation skill, which, aside from its element of surprise, is primarily valued for its life-saving potential in critical moments. Ultimately, he decided to assign it to his passive skill. After considerable contemplation, An Bai arrived at this conclusion. Basic Profession, tenfold 2, Flame, Death Immune Substitute. With each level gained, all attributes increase by 1, x 30. Fire Affinity reaches 10. The limit for substitutes increases by 1, and all consumed Death Immune substitutes are restored. At last, the life-saving skill I have longed for. It appears that there are numerous types of attributes that can be paired with growth-oriented skills, simply perfect. An Bai excitedly took a bite of the slightly charred beef hoof, feeling elated. Meanwhile, the full effect of the Death Immune substitute vividly reappeared before him. Death Immune Substitute triggers upon encountering a fatal situation, leaving a substitute behind while the main body can relocate to any spot within a kilometer radius, restoring all statuses and granting immunity to all damage for 1 minute. Quantity, 00. Each upgrade increases the limit and replenishes consumed substitutes. Truly, it is a red attribute. This effect is incredibly useful. Regrettably, as it is bound to a growth attribute, it has not yet activated. The first trigger will have to wait until the next level up, at which point I will obtain my first Death Immune substitute. Although the Death Immune substitute can only be restored through leveling, as my level rises, the number of usages will also increase. By the time I reach level 100, I could potentially resurrect and place up to 90 times. Whoosh! Just as An Bai was savoring his dinner, a sudden sound of air being sliced through echoed from the cave entrance. Crash! The protective shield activated automatically. The unexpected attack struck the shield, creating a ripple, yet failed to penetrate further. Observing the arrow that had fallen to the ground, An Bai rose with a solemn expression, gazing towards the cave entrance. Though the night had completely fallen, he could still discern 4 figures standing outside, illuminated by the fire within the cave. Who were they? An Bai asked coldly, needing to ascertain their intentions. Were they foes, or merely a misunderstanding? Young master and from a prestigious family. How could you venture out alone to hunt monsters without even a servant or guard, and in such a rudimentary cave and tent? A shadowy voice emerged. And as the figure approached, An Bai recognized the intruder, Jiang Lei, the one who had lost nearly 1 million in gambling the previous day. Zhao Ruetian had specifically warned him. But at the time, An Bai hadn't taken it seriously. After all, one must accept the consequences of their bets. Little did he expect the other party to seek him out so swiftly. Learning to deceive at such a young age. What a pity you chose to deceive those from the Shadow Dagger. Hand over the money you won yesterday, and I'll grant you a chance to live. Jiang Lei, First Tier Warrior, Level 20, Shadow Dagger Guild. Hidong, Basic Warrior, Level 20, Shadow Dagger Guild. Zhang Tuo, Basic Archer, Level 20, Shadow Dagger Guild. Lu Bingwei, First Tier Warrior. Level 20, Shadow Dagger Guild. The 4 individuals openly revealed their guild information, generously displaying it for An Bai to see. As for the 2 classified as warriors, their weapons indicated they were from the warrior branch specializing in assassins. Accept the outcome of your wager. I certainly didn't force you to place your bet. What? Are you from the Shadow Dagger planning to rob me? Aren't you afraid the city defense forces will come to apprehend you? An Bai scoffed. Jiang Lei retorted, Heh, don't try to intimidate me with the city defense forces. We are in the wild, not within the city. Moreover, I specifically checked before coming here. The only patrol team within a 5-kilometer radius has just departed. Even if you activate a distress signal, they want to arrive in time. Hand over the money obediently. Or you'll just have to pray that in your next life, you're truly born into a prestigious family. Hearing this, An Bai merely chuckled in response. Excellent. Thank you for alleviating my concerns. Chapter 17. Eradication and Concealment, Secret Realm. Humph, so blind to the stakes. Jiang Lei also used appraisal on An Bai, discovering that he was merely level 10 and a basic mage, with no faction registration whatsoever. This only reassured him further. Initially, he had worried that An Bai, even if not from a noble family, might be a genius coveted by some powerful faction. After all, today was only the 2nd day since the job change. And it was unusual for anyone, even the most exceptional genius, to level up so rapidly. However, upon realizing An Bai was just a basic mage, a profession that hadn't even reached the 1st tier, even with high potential, his capabilities were undoubtedly limited. As for the reason behind the rapid leveling, who could say? Jiang Lei was indifferent. Leveling quickly and growing stronger was a future concern. Right now, he was merely facing a level 10 basic mage. He simply wanted to seize the 2 million and, after repaying the guild, enjoy a bit of leisure at the most luxurious club in the city. Upon hearing Jiang Lei's words, the 3 companions exchanged glances, with only one archer raising his bow. The other archer and the assassin didn't even draw their weapons, evidently believing one of them was sufficient. After all, they were all stuck at level 20 for years. They possessed ample experience with low-level skills and were well acquainted with combat at this tier. In the domain of low-level players, they could easily assert their dominance. A basic mage possesses limited attack power. Moreover, one of his skills was used for learning a shield, so there was little to fear. As for An Bai, he instead sat down, seemingly surrendering to the situation. Yet, in the next moment, boom! A resounding explosion and wave of heat erupted upon the archer who was drawing his bow. As the explosion occurred, flames engulfed the remaining 3. 148,540. 143,599, 143,689, 143,864. The terrifying red lotus flames consumed all. The basic damage of the fireball spell exceeded 500 points, and the explosion's maximum damage reached nearly 15,000 due to a 300-fold multiplier. Even the arrogant expressions of Jiang Lei and his companions were still etched on their faces as the flames extinguished all traces of their vitality. After a single fireball, the only one who did not perish immediately was the other archer, who seemed to have activated some sort of item, momentarily phasing out of reality to evade the explosion's flames. However, before he could relax, he was met with 3 close-range explosions, not from fireball, but from corpse explosion. No. Bang. Boom. 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 The only last words of the 4 were a single no, with his own body being completely obliterated by the corpse explosion, leaving no trace behind. The cave fell silent, save for the crackling of the flames. As fellow humans, mutual slaughter yields no direct benefits. Perhaps this world does not wish for humanity to engage in fratricidal conflict in the face of the abyssal threats. Nonetheless, faced with such circumstances, An Bai showed no hesitation. Upon confirming that the other party indeed harbored murderous intent, he decisively struck. With the corpse explosion technique, it had become an excellent skill for eradicating evidence. An Bai stepped out of the cave and collected the remnants of these individuals. Although their possessions were scant, 2 bows and 2 daggers, especially one of the daggers being of rare blue quality, would fetch a decent sum. Continuing on, An Bai surveyed the area where several individuals had perished, noting only scattered garments and damaged equipment, including the identity token of the Shadow Dagger Guild. Resolutely, An Bai unleashed another 10 fireballs upon the ground, ensuring that the site was obliterated beyond recognition before he ceased his efforts. Although he did not shy away from trouble, there was no need to intentionally provoke it. He had heard that the leader of the Shadow Dagger Guild was a formidable assassin of level 60, while his own growth potential was promising, and his fireball spell formidable. Complemented by a life-saving doppelganger, it was prudent to avoid antagonizing an enemy skilled in the art of stealth. Just as An Bai was gathering his thoughts, preparing to return to the cave for further rest, he found his attention drawn to the large pit he had just created. What could that be? Amidst the flickering flames surrounding him, An Bai noticed something glimmering at the bottom of the 10-meter-deep crater. Identification spell. Secret Realm, Grave of the Demon King. Scale, medium-sized multiplayer realm. Requirement, level 20 or below, can be initiated by 4 players. Type, one-time use. A single explosion had revealed an entire secret realm? An Bai was astonished. To think that the site where he had obliterated the evidence of his foes was, by coincidence, the grave of the Demon King. Who would have imagined that the entrance to a secret realm lay buried over 10 meters beneath the soil? Without hesitation, An Bai leapt down to investigate. He discovered that this was a one-time use type of secret realm, meaning it could only be entered once. Whether they succeeded or failed, the realm would vanish permanently. There were also periodic and continuously open realms of different types. Notably, if a one-time realm was completely cleared, there was a higher probability of obtaining the realm's core, a crucial material for crafting instances, highly valued in the game. However, it required 4 individuals to initiate this multiplayer realm. An Bai sighed as he gazed at the ashes strewn about. Had he known, he would have left 3 alive to assist in clearing the realm before dispatching them. Nevertheless, this area was devoid of others aside from himself, so he need not fear competition for the find. He would see if he could rally some players to join him. An Bai cast a fireball nearby, but this time not to blow open the cave, rather to bury the pit once more, concealing the entrance to the secret realm. Classmates? Perhaps Zhao Leoj then. An Bai noticed a new name in his contact list. Although he had not used the identification spell when he encountered Zhao the previous day, he assumed that anyone lingering around the beginner dungeon hall would likely be stuck at level 10 or 20, thereby meeting the requirements. As he mused, An Bai promptly sent a message. Zhao Leoj, new secret realm, 13, 20, solo, coordinate link. Not accustomed to texting and feeling somewhat anxious, he hastily made a typographical error. However, it seemed not to hinder comprehension. Sure enough, only seconds later, a reply arrived. What the hell? A secret realm. 111111111111I. Chapter 18. Who says he has stuck at level? Just leveled up. Though it was already evening, the allure of the secret realm was enough to compel anyone to abandon the warmth of their beds to rush over. However, An Bai was quite distant from the town. By the time Zhao Ruetian messaged him again, it was nearly midnight. And Xiao Gu, where are you? I'm near the coordinates. Upon reading the message, An Bai grasped his staff and slowly emerged from the cave. Indeed, he spotted a tall figure not far off. Unlike the attire seen the previous day in the dungeon hall, Zhao Ruetian was evidently prepared for battle, clad in gray armor that covered most of his body. With a sword in hand, the massive blade swung with formidable might, stained with traces of blood, likely from battles encountered along the way, which he had evidently dispatched with ease. To An Bai's surprise, the 2 companions Zhao Ruetian had brought along were unexpected. One was a petite girl in a robe, wielding a long staff that nearly towered over her. Her youthful face resembled that of a middle schooler, leading An Bai to question if she had been abducted by Zhao Ruetian. The other girl, slightly taller than the mage, sported shoulder-length black hair and possessed a rather uncommon combination of a large shield and a short dagger as her weapons. And Xiao Gu, so you're here. Zhao Ruetian called out as he approached, swiftly introducing the 2 girls. This is my sister Zhao Jiqing and her classmate Xiying. They both just transitioned into their classes, and I thought I'd bring them to witness this. You don't mind, do you? Zhao Jiqing, Stage 3 Mage, Level 5. Xiying, Stage 3 Warrior, Level 4. An Bai had not previously encountered these 2, and upon learning more, he discovered they were not from the same school as he, but rather from the private high school Shuilan in Jiangqing. He was astonished that both had such high qualifications, being brought along at random. Hello, you can just call me An Bai. After a brief greeting, he led the 3 to the edge of the pit, pointing to the crack below. This is the entrance. It's a multiplayer secret realm, and according to the rules, you need not engage, just follow me in. Therefore, the rewards will be divided 30-70, and each of you will receive a 10% share of the completion rewards. As the first discoverer of the realm, An Bai indeed possessed the authority to determine the strategy and distribution of spoils, a consensus among all adventurers. Zhao Ruetian had no objections. The girl with the shield seemed somewhat shy, not speaking up, her gaze shifting towards her friend Zhao Jiqing. Brother? Didn't he invite you to lead him through? Zhao Jiqing whispered. Let him? No, little sister, you misunderstand. This is a great deity. He doesn't need me to guide him. It's my good fortune that he wants me to help him gather a party. Turning to An Bai, Zhao Ruetian grinned. By the way, I can give you my 10% as well. It's of no use to me since I'm stuck at level 20. After explaining to Zhao Jiqing, he turned back to An Bai, beaming. Although Zhao Jiqing seemed puzzled, she did not argue. One by one, the 4 jumped into the pit, and An Bai initiated the secret realm. The space fissure widened instantaneously, enveloping all 4 of them in an instant, and in the next moment, they vanished from sight. Then, the scenery before them transformed dramatically. It was still a pitch-black night, yet the moon hung high in the sky, radiating an eerie red glow. Surrounding them was a vast expanse of open ground, the damp black soil beneath their feet seeming treacherous, as if one misstep could lead to sinking in, prompting an instinctive tightening of their senses. Ugh, why is it this type of dungeon? The girl named Xiying exclaimed, clearly terrified of the environment. Immediately brandishing the large shield she had been carrying in front of her, it appears that one might have opted for a high-defense shield warrior class out of fear. Does it not? Suddenly, a low rumble echoed through the air. Not far off, the ground swelled, and from it emerged a skeletal figure, stark white in hue. Skeleton Swordsman LV-15. Rank, Purple Elite Unit. Attributes, Health 28, 000, attack 350, defense 150. Skills: mastery of swordsmanship LV10, others unknown. To encounter an elite unit as the first foe was quite unexpected, and a purple quality elite monster at that. Yet, rather than being alarmed, An Bai felt a surge of delight, for this indicated that the difficulty of the secret realm was considerable, but the rewards would undoubtedly be bountiful. Brother, are you truly certain you won't intervene? This individual is merely level 10. Do you genuinely believe he can take on this elite skeleton swordsman solo? Zhao Jiqing had already raised her staff, poised to summon her beast should the need arise. Even Zhao Ruetian, witnessing this scene, felt a tinge of concern and was about to voice his apprehension. However, in the next moment, without any forewarning, a sudden blaze and a thunderous roar interrupted Zhao Ruetian's thoughts. 152, 299. What? 1,500,000 damage? The three behind him were utterly dumbfounded. Was he truly only level 10? They stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, An Bai had advanced a short distance, continuously drawing forth the buried skeletons. He noticed that while the quantity of monsters here was limited, every one that emerged from the earth was an elite. Such high-quality secret realms are a rarity. Unlike dungeons, the monsters in secret realms exist in reality. Therefore, with each kill, he garnered substantial experience. Being elite units, combined with purple quality and defeating them at a higher level. It had taken him less than 20 minutes in the secret realm to see his experience bar, previously filled to the brim, rise another quarter. It is known that the experience required for leveling up increases exponentially every 10 levels. Maintaining such an upgrade efficiency is indeed remarkable. He continued to wreak havoc in the front, leaving the three behind utterly bewildered. Why would such a formidable person want to limit his level? And isn't he just a basic mage? How could he possess such high damage skills? Zhao Jiqing murmured. Zhao Ruetian scratched his head in confusion for a moment before realizing that his sister must have misunderstood. Limit his level? You can't possibly think An Bai is a veteran stuck at level 10, can you? Isn't he? Zhao Jiqing's heart sank. It should be noted that although she, as a summoner, did not level up quickly at the start, she had only just reached level 5 today. Thus, despite the apparent 3-level difference, she knew it would take her at least a week of grinding to reach level 10 normally, and that was with daily dedication. You're overthinking it. An Bai also changed classes the day before yesterday. He is part of your cohort. Oh, by the way, he is also an alumnus of your brother's. Hearing this, Zhao Jiqing and seeing widened their eyes in disbelief. A new class change? From the same cohort? What the heck? All that effort in this year's assessment was for naught. Isn't this essentially a predetermined first place? Chapter 19, The Cursed Sorcerer King. Congratulations. You have reached level 11. Triggered base class passive. All attributes 90, fire affinity 10, triggered mage entry passive, spirit 6. Truly, this secret realm is unparalleled. Here, without exception, all the monsters are elite, providing An Bai with an abundance of experience points. Even Zhao Jiqing and Si Ying, who had only received 10 of the experience due to the adjusted rules, managed to level up. Of course, this was primarily because their levels were relatively low, making it easier for them to advance. An Bai continued to carve a path with fireball spells, scorching vast stretches of land black until no more elite skeletons emerged from the ground, at which point he finally ceased his onslaught. You two should gather some materials first, and then we shall proceed further. An Bai yawned, having cast fireballs continuously throughout the day, which had taken a toll on his spirit. Zhao Ruetian, accompanied by the two, had at least benefited from the shared experience, and it was only fitting they gathered materials without engaging in combat. Moreover, the materials dropped by elite monsters are quite valuable. All right, An Bai, you take a breather. We'll likely encounter a boss ahead, and we will need your strength then. Zhao Ruetian laughed heartily, his spirits soaring. He had not anticipated that merely bringing 3 bottles of basic health potions to strike up a conversation would lead to befriending such a powerhouse. Feeling the sweltering air around them, he still found it hard to believe that such skill could be wielded by a mere level 10 mage. As for the two behind him, Zhao Jiqing and Si Ying, they were still in shock, their jaws dropped, oblivious to their own level up. An Bai, are you truly from our cohort? You really changed classes the day before yesterday, not last year or the year before, and then stagnated at that level. Zhao Jiqing inquired while bending down to pick up a piece of glimmering purple skeleton bone, which could fetch quite a price, at 600 per pound. Her eyes sparkling with curiosity and astonishment. Do I really look that old? An Bai tilted his head, casting a glance at the scruffy elder. They appeared to be of different ages, did they not? Cough, cough, that's not what I meant. I meant your strength far surpasses that of my brother. He constantly boasts about how he has been honing his skills for over 2 years, yet he still suffered minor injuries in the last level 10 nightmare dungeon. An Bai, you're the real deal, Zhao Jiqing remarked while giving him a thumbs up. It seemed that both siblings had a knack for forming friendships easily. Speaking of which, with your remarkable prowess, your aptitude must exceed a 9, right? Surely you possess the kind of perfect 10 talent that is 1 in a million. Regarding this, An Bai shrugged in silence, choosing not to respond. 31 points. If he revealed that, no one would believe him. Seizing the moment, An Bai opened his attribute system and drew new traits once more, consuming one opportunity, drawing a golden trait. Draw successful, congratulations. You have acquired the golden legendary skill trait. High probability. Oh wow, such a trait? An Bai was somewhat taken aback. Could it possibly enhance the probability of certain outcomes? For instance, if one were to kill a monster with a low probability of dropping a treasure chest, would this trait increase the chances of the chest's disappearance? If that were the case, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to apply it to the fireball spell, as it was his sole offensive skill. Without much hesitation, An Bai swiftly made his decision and integrated the high probability trait into the fireball spell. Trait successfully fused. Basic fireball spell. Details omitted. High probability. Attacks with this skill will enhance the likelihood of triggering low probability effects, and targets defeated by the fireball spell will experience a significant increase in drop rates and hidden rewards. Well, I was right. An Bai smirked. Not only does it enhance the probability of drops upon killing, but it also increases the chance of activating other probability-triggered effects. Thus, it appears that the fireball spell possesses a burning effect, albeit with an exceedingly low activation probability. However, with the addition of this particular attribute, the likelihood of triggering it has significantly increased. That said, the burning effect itself seems rather feeble. After all, once vanquished by the explosion of the fireball, it matters little whether the effect activates or not. Brethren, I have already stored the spoils in my spatial ring. In addition to the materials, there are 4 pieces of equipment. Shall we allocate them now? The other 3 soon completed their simple tasks as well. Let us clear the dungeon first. An Bai nonchalantly replied. Since they were all present and familiar with each other, knowing their guilds and schools, there was no concern about them absconding with the loot. As for the equipment, although it wouldn't be directly collected upon defeating the boss, there were still drop notifications. He noticed that the items were all restricted to level 15, rendering them useless for now. Navigating through a narrow forest path, the 4 arrived at an expansive cemetery. At the center stood a grave that had already been unearthed, housing an enormous coffin. Another coffin, just like the last dungeon, An Bai muttered. As expected, the moment they stepped into the cemetery, the coffin suddenly exploded, startling the timid Si Ying, who hurriedly took cover behind Zhao Jiqing with her massive shield, her body trembling slightly. A spirit radiating a bluish-green light floated up, hovering in the air. Its emergence chilled the very air around them. Cursed Sorcerer King LV-15. Rank, Purple Boss. Attributes, Health 100, 000, Attack 0, Defense 0. Skills, Life Curse Chain, Summon. 0 attack and 0 defense. And only 100,000 health. This does not seem fitting for a purple boss, Zhao Ruetian exclaimed in astonishment. He had also used appraisal to discern the attributes of the Sorcerer King. With his extensive experience, he quickly sensed something amiss. Sure enough, before An Bai could act, the cursed Sorcerer King transformed into a cloud of white mist, enveloping the entire cemetery. The 4 immediately felt alarmed, and An Bai instinctively summoned a protective shield around himself. Yet, no attack was forthcoming. Instead, they were merely shrouded in the mist. After approximately 10 seconds, the mist dissipated. However, what reappeared before them was not a singular cursed Sorcerer King, but rather a full 10. This is troubling. Everyone, check your status bars. Upon hearing Zhao Ruetian's words, An Bai refrained from rushing into an attack, opting instead to examine his status information. Special status. You have been bound by the cursed Sorcerer King's life curse chain, generating a Sorcerer King doppelganger. If you attack the doppelganger, the damage will be borne by you. Chapter 20, Mechanism Monster, a free experience baby. What does this mean? If I hit the doppelganger, I will be harmed. This implies that among the 10 Sorcerer Kings, only 1 is real, while the other 9 are untouchable. Examining the status bar, the group furrowed their brows in concern. The strength of a boss can manifest in 2 forms, either through formidable stats or through intricate mechanics. Clearly, the cursed Sorcerer King before them exemplified the latter. Its stats could even be deemed somewhat weak. With only 100,000 health, An Bai could easily obliterate it with a single fireball. The Sorcerer King itself bore no offensive capabilities. Upon activating its most formidable mechanism, all 10 Sorcerer Kings simultaneously raised their hands. In the next moment, the ground beneath them trembled noticeably. From beneath the sand, more than 10 elite skeleton warriors crawled forth, identical to the previous ones. Brother, should we really refrain from attacking? Should we consider retreating now? Our previous haul was quite ample, Zhao Jiqing nervously inquired. This was her first encounter with a boss-level entity, and she hadn't anticipated facing such a challenging foe right away. None among them doubted An Bai's offensive capabilities. However, the primary concern was that a strong output could lead to a swift demise. That level of damage, if one were to unwittingly strike a doppelganger, would result in An Bai himself enduring that harm. A gamble of life and death, indeed. The thought was terrifying. Hey, An Bai, I suggest we leave for now. There's no need to gamble with our lives here. The secret realm differs from dungeons. There are no safety measures, and death is irreversible. Seeing her brother remain silent, Zhao Jiqing pressed on. An Bai felt uncertain as well. He possessed only a fireball spell and lacked any skills to discern the true enemy. Even if he could, the 10 figures were not stationary. They flitted about in the air. Moreover, while the Sorcerer King lacked offensive means, it could continuously summon adversaries. Few could engage in battle with the skeletons while attentively observing the Sorcerer King's actions. Even if fortune favored them and they identified the true Sorcerer King, it could still command its doppelgangers to intercept attacks. This insufferably convoluted mechanism propelled the cursed Sorcerer King directly onto the top 100 most unwanted monsters list. Let us test the waters, and Bai decided against a hasty retreat. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Jiqing grew anxious. Fearing that An Bai's fireball might inadvertently result in his own demise, An Bai initiated the fireball spell. However, his target was not the airborne cursed Sorcerer King, but rather the summoned elite skeletons. He carefully controlled the explosion's radius to avoid collateral damage to the Sorcerer King's doppelgangers. Boom. Fireballs erupted in succession, reducing the multitude of summoned elite skeletons to ash and bone scattered across the ground. Although their experience as summoned creatures was merely a fraction, less than 1/10, of the original, even the tiniest morsel had its value. Moreover, the elite skeletons themselves provided a substantial amount of experience, so it wasn't entirely insignificant. It could be likened to a large chicken leg being transformed into a smaller one. Successfully killed 14 elite skeleton warriors, current experience, 3. Successfully killed 9 elite skeleton warriors, current experience, 4. Successfully killed 21 elite skeleton warriors, current experience, 29. Is it truly possible to play this way? To treat the Sorcerer King as a monster spawning machine? Xiying, who had been cowering behind her shield in fear, couldn't help but peek out at An Bai's actions. Generally, one would flee upon encountering a Sorcerer King. After all, elite skeletons were both challenging to defeat and appeared in unending waves. If one were to mistakenly consider the Sorcerer King's summoned minions as experience points, a miscalculation could lead to disaster. An Bai continued to summon elite skeletons for over 2 hours. There was no choice. This was simply a bountiful source of experience. The 10 Sorcerer King figures hovering above posed no intimidation whatsoever, with 0 attack and 0 defense, aside from its mechanism. An Bai felt no concern about a surprise attack from the Sorcerer King. He unabashedly continued to farm experience, even unknowingly increasing his own by a third. To comprehend, this is indeed an experience bar beyond level 10. The theoretical rate of advancement must be calculated on a daily basis. Why does it seem that no skeletons have emerged? Just as An Bai was reveling in his explosive prowess, he suddenly realized that no more elite skeletons had been summoned. He gazed up at the 10 ethereal figures in the sky with a look of perplexity. Continue summoning. Are you perhaps afraid? An Bai shouted towards the heavens. At this moment, Zhao Ruetian could hardly bear to watch. Initially astonished, then desensitized, he now found himself numb. Such a terrifying skill. Even the most elite archmages could not possibly sustain a continuous release for hours on end, could they? Perhaps, just perhaps, this Demon King had run out of mana? After all, even these foes must expend mental energy to unleash their abilities. An Bai was momentarily taken aback, then silently nodded. As a student of theoretical excellence, he was indeed aware of this fact. He had simply been too exhilarated by the explosions. If he could continue this exhilarating spree for an entire night, he would undoubtedly ascend to the next level. Since there are no more summons to grind, should we consider leaving? Zhao Jiqing inquired as she rubbed her eyes. It was evident she was growing weary, especially as the clock approached 3 in the morning. Moreover, as she had not needed to intervene in the secret realm, standing behind An Bai had left her legs somewhat fatigued. As An Bai contemplated the 10 demon kings above, he fell silent for a moment. Then, with a smile, he declared, "Let us give it another try." His words were not directed at his companions, but rather amusing to himself. Without waiting for a response from the others, he suddenly unleashed a fireball that teleported to one of the avatars above. Boom. The flames instantly engulfed the targeted avatar. Under An Bai's precise control, the explosion did not affect the other avatars, striking only the intended one. An Bai. Witnessing this scene, the previously drowsy trio was instantly jolted awake. No one anticipated An Bai's reckless decision to attack a randomly chosen avatar. The Zhao siblings, in a panic, shouted out. Although Xing did not vocalize her concerns, she instinctively drew her shield and rushed forward, seemingly intending to absorb some of the backlash damage with her shield. However, in the next moment, the notifications rang out. Successfully defeated the purple head target, Cursed Demon King LV-15. Congratulations to all surviving participants for successfully clearing the Demon King's grave secret realm. Chapter 21, A Little Wealthy Lady. Congratulations on clearing the multiplayer secret realm, Demon King's grave. According to the experience distribution, An Bai receives 80 of the total experience for clearing, successfully leveling up to 12. Zhao Jiqing receives 10 of the total experience, successfully leveling up to 7. Xiying receives 10 of the total experience, successfully leveling up to 7. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 12, current experience 77. Triggered basic class passive. All attributes 90. Triggered mages beginner passive, mental power 6. You have gained 1 opportunity for a stat draw. You have obtained the first clear treasure chest of the secret realm, purple. Congratulations on a perfect clearance. You have acquired the secret realm crystal core LV-15, gold material. Following the fireball strike on the cursed Demon King's true form, it was instantaneously annihilated. Neither the Demon King nor An Bai's 3 companions could comprehend what had just transpired. We cleared it. Did we truly guess correctly among 10 options? No. Observing An Bai's assured demeanor, how could it possibly be mere guesswork? An Bai must possess some special skill that allows him to see through the true form. Truly. And Xiao Gu is remarkable. I am utterly in awe. I feel as if I am dreaming. We cleared it by sheer luck and ascended 2 levels. Even Ying, with her lower level, jumped 3 levels and caught up with me. An Bai, you are far superior to my brother. Initially numbed by the explosive fireballs, Zhao Ruetian and the others were once again astonished by An Bai's mysterious skill. Nevertheless, An Bai did not respond to their inquiries. After all, he had merely guessed. Could this also be considered the effect of a high probability stat? When he mentioned trying again, he intended to randomly select 1 for an explosion. This act was indeed quite audacious. For had he guessed incorrectly, he would undoubtedly suffer fatal backlash damage. Even with the protective shield, it would be of no use against such damage. However, the immortal substitute had granted An Bai the courage to take this risk, because during their journey, he had leveled up and obtained an immortal substitute. Thus, he felt emboldened to attempt this. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. At the very least, that daring fireball had yielded significant rewards. With the secret realm crystal core in hand, he could sell it in the city to create level 15 dungeons. Such materials would fetch at least 3 to 4 million. Moreover, these materials are never sold outright. Contracts are signed based on the number of participants in the dungeon, with royalties lasting up to 50 years. With 1 secret realm crystal core, An Bai had effectively entered the realm of modest wealth. Even if he ceased leveling up thereafter, he could comfortably live out his life in this upper Jiang city. This was precisely why Zhao Ruetian had been so excited upon hearing about the secret realm, rushing over in the dead of night. Of course, he had no intentions of choosing a path of idleness. Opening the secret realm treasure chest. You have obtained the remnants of the Demon King, purple material, a 3rd-tier summoning skill book, a demon magic bone staff, purple mage equipment, and a black witch necklace, purple equipment. The haul was quite satisfactory. Let us depart, for this small world is on the brink of collapse. An Bai stowed away the items and issued a command. The group swiftly retreated. This small world is unlike other dungeons. There is no buffer space. Should they linger after clearing, they would be swept away into the chaotic currents of time and space, a realm where even gods would struggle to survive. Moments later, the 4 returned unscathed to the large cave that An Bai had blasted open. Phew, who would have thought that we could clear a secret realm so effortlessly? As if it were a dream. Brother, be mindful. What do you mean we? It was clearly An Bai who single-handedly cleared it. Zhao Jiqing shot a sideways glance at her brother, then, with the sweetest smile of the night, approached An Bai. An Bai, that skill book. Could you possibly sell it to me first? Zhao Jiqing had been coveting it since she saw An Bai open the chest. She had never expected to encounter such a rare summoning skill book, especially a 3rd-tier one, so swiftly. According to previous agreements, An Bai would retain 80 of the spoils, while Zhao Jiqing and Xiying would each receive 10. The materials could be distributed proportionately. As for the equipment and items, following this rule, they would all be entrusted to him for handling. If they wished to acquire any, they could pay him for it at a discount of 10. A 3rd-tier summoning skill book's market price starts at no less than 8 million. Thus, if Zhao Jiqing were to buy it, she would only need to pay 720,000. After deducting a portion from the other spoils, 10, it would come to around 1 million. Forget it. I'll let you have it for 6 million, An Bai stated with utmost seriousness. Though he had previously put on airs before Zhao Ruetian, he was, in reality, nothing more than a pauper. However, dear brother, do you possess any wealth? My dear sister, have you lost your mind? Over the past 2 years, I have barely managed to save around 2 million. The business of training apprentices is hardly lucrative nowadays. It is evident that the Zhao siblings do not hail from affluence. Otherwise, Zhao Ruetian would not need to engage in leveling up within the instance hall. Clearly, upon recognizing his sister Zhao Jiqing's potential, he resolved to risk everything to nurture a powerful player, hoping to alter their fate. Nonetheless, it is indeed true that apart from warriors, the upkeep of other professions can be exceedingly costly. If you're short, I can lend you some, suddenly interjected the usually reticent Xiying, her voice soft. Ying. Is that true? Are you willing to lend me for 1 million? Zhao Ruetian replied, astonished. Xiying smiled gently. Yes, my family is quite affluent. In comparison to this trifling sum, I would rather see you, Qingqing, succeed in getting into university with me. Woo. Ying. I adore you. Zhao Jiqing exclaimed, excitedly throwing herself into Xiying's arms, revealing the depth of their friendship. Even An Bai regarded Xiying with newfound respect. Who would have thought that this introverted, soft-spoken, somewhat timid shield warrior girl was, in fact, a little heiress? Indeed, I must add her contact information later, just in case I find myself in need of financial assistance. Ding. You have received a transfer of 2,000,000 yuan. Ding. You have received a transfer of 4,000,000 yuan. This was a delightful transaction, save for a certain brother. Nonetheless, An Bai did extend a few favors to Zhao Ruetian, handing over all the materials, items, and equipment he had no use for, requesting him to take them to the trading fair for sale. Whatever profits were made, he would receive a 10% share. After all, An Bai's spatial ring was rather rudimentary, unable to accommodate so much, and he was too lazy to make the trip to the trading market repeatedly. As someone who had been training for 2 years, Zhao Ruetian was far more familiar with this process. No problem, just leave it to me, Zhao Ruetian declared, thumping his chest as he accepted the task. Once the distribution of spoils was concluded, An Bai remained in the cave while the other 3 departed, as they had come out on short notice and were unprepared for a night spent outdoors. Chapter 22, Bountiful Rewards. After the trio's departure, An Bai finally turned his attention to the true spoils of this endeavor. The most apparent reward was undoubtedly in terms of experience. As this was a 4-person dungeon, the clearance experience was divided equally among the 4. However, due to the established rules, An Bai enjoyed a staggering 80% of the total experience, propelling him to the next level, while the experience for the new level was already over half full. Experiencing such a generous share of multi-person dungeon rewards was simply exhilarating. It was no wonder that trainers preferred to enter multi-person dungeons to grind. Although the difficulty was heightened, it also enabled the boss to level up quickly, thus allowing rapid financial gain. Aside from the items destined for Zhao Ruetian's auction, An Bai retained 3 pieces of loot. Remains of the Demon King, purple material, a special material that can yield rewards in various extraordinary realms. According to a point mentioned in the textbooks, one potential use for such monster body type materials is to summon similar or identical beings. Crucially, those summoned can be contracted. Typically, these materials are sold to corresponding beast tamers. However, since An Bai also possessed a summoning item, he planned to keep it, intending to seek the assistance of a summoner later. Of course, individuals like Zhao Jiqing were out of the question, given their lack of relevant skills. Demon Artbone Staff, purple. Requirements: Mage, level 15, or Spirit greater than 150 points. Attributes: Spirit 120, Durability 300. Equipment skill: Illusory Demon Art, allowing a target, including oneself or an enemy, to become illusory, negating physical attributes and maintaining levitation for up to 1 minute. This weapon's attributes and inherent skill were both quite impressive. Although An Bai had not yet reached the level requirement, he met the alternative condition of having sufficient spirit to wield it. Without hesitation, he equipped the new gear. Excellent. Excellent. This has directly boosted my spirit by over 100 points. Truly an epic purple grade item. Subsequently, An Bai experimented with the equipment skill. In many respects, it proved remarkably useful. Illusory transformation would negate physical attributes, akin to becoming ethereal, granting immunity to 100% of physical damage, though he would similarly lose the ability to inflict physical attacks. However, elemental damage, particularly spirit-type attacks, would be doubled against him. Additionally, it conferred levitation and wall-passing effects, typically reserved for ethereal beings. Yet, it was important to note that illusory transformation was not invisibility. Otherwise, the narrative's tone would shift considerably. Furthermore, the choice of targets for this transformation was not limited to oneself. Enemies could also be rendered illusory. If a purely physical attacker encountered this skill, they would be utterly thwarted. Even inanimate objects could be affected. For instance, An Bai tested the transformation on a nearby tent, and indeed, it worked. If utilized wisely, this skill could yield numerous strategic advantages. The other piece was a necklace. Cracked Black Witch Necklace, purple. Requirements: Mage, level 15, or Spirit greater than 150 points. Attributes: Spirit 80, Durability 100. Equipment effect: Curse Resistance 50. This was also a commendable piece of equipment. Had he known he would encounter such an item on his first day out, he would not have wasted money on that generic necklace yesterday, which had low attributes and was exorbitantly priced. Initially believing necklaces to be relatively rare items, he was astonished to acquire one so effortlessly. Besides that, the most significant gain was undoubtedly the new attribute acquired through leveling up. Consuming one opportunity, extracting a golden attribute. Extraction successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a legendary golden skill attribute, Multiplicity. Multiplicity likely referred to the ability for multiple releases. His fireball spell was inherently instantaneous and had no cooldown. Even without Multiplicity, he could release multiple fireballs in an instant. Perhaps he should try applying this to the shield mastery skill. After contemplating, An Bai decided to enhance his defensive skill. Although he possessed a life-saving attribute, it was a trump card with limited uses and should not be squandered recklessly. Shield Mastery, LV1. Omitted. Multiplicity increases the number of shields controlled. For each level of proficiency gained, an additional shield is granted. Not bad. However, this Multiplicity attribute was surprisingly linked to proficiency. As An Bai had hardly utilized Shield Mastery, his proficiency remained at level 1. Generally, skills could reach a maximum proficiency of level 10, meaning he could bind up to 10 shields to this skill. Coupled with the Stalwart attribute, this would render him even more formidable than those high-health, heavily armored classes. Furthermore, with the automatic attributes in play, even if ambushed from all directions. The shields would activate without requiring his manual intervention. Thus, he could output with greater peace of mind. Name, An Bai. Level, 1277. Profession, Spell Apprentice. Physique, 318, 100. The latter indicating total attributes excluding badges and other equipment. Dexterity, 317, 100, 3. Spirit, 363, 100, 204. Elemental Affinity, Fire 64. Equipment, Hellwalker No. 81, Gold Badge, Cursed Bone Staff, Purple. Cracked Black Witch Necklace, Purple. Professional Skills, Basic Fireball LV6, Explosion 2, No Cooldown, No Casting Time, Corpse Explosion, Teleportation, Crimson Lotus, Luck. Object Shield LV1, Automatic, Sturdy, Multiple. Other Skills, Basic Appraisal. Professional Passive, Basic Profession LV2, Tenfold 2, Flame, Mage Entry LV2. Attribute System, Extractable 0 times. With such attributes at merely level 12, he would possess the strength to contend even against immortal or legendary level bosses within the realm of 20 levels. His spirit was particularly remarkable, accumulating to over 600 points, nearing 700. Although he possessed only a single fireball spell, who said one could not thrive with a single stroke of brilliance? An Bai murmured to himself, feeling exceedingly satisfied with his current development. Rather than an abundance of flashy skills, having one or two fully practical ones sufficed. Under normal circumstances, a basic mage, devoid of any fortuitous encounters, would never boast such an attribute panel even at level 70 or 80. However, conventionally, a basic profession could scarcely advance to such heights. After all, without adequate attributes, one could not farm monsters of equivalent level, and engaging creatures 5 levels lower yielded no experience whatsoever. Upon extinguishing the small fire before him, An Bai retreated back to his tent. Yet, given the wilderness, slumber was not an option. He chose to sit cross-legged, employing meditation to pass the night. This method not only ensured he remained alert, but also facilitated a more effective recovery of his expended spirit energy. Chapter 23, The Potent Attribute, Reality. A night devoid of conversation. The following morning, An Bai awoke promptly at 7 o'clock. Despite having rested for less than 4 hours, meditation had preserved his mental clarity, even providing a sensation more invigorating than sleep. After a simple meal of nutrient liquid, An Bai packed his tent and belongings back into his spatial ring. Equipping himself with his gear, he grasped the newly acquired level 15 Cursed Bone Staff and exited the artificial cave. Whoosh! The moment he stepped outside, a sound of slicing air reached his ears. However, his skills reacted swifter than his mind. A shield manifested instantly before him, accurately deflecting a surprise attack from the left. Clang, clang, clang. The continuous sounds of collision resonated, yet not a single arrow could breach the fortress of his shield. An ambush at the cave's entrance? Could it be a shadow stab? However, as An Bai furrowed his brow and glanced over, he found himself at a loss for words. It was not a human, but rather a goblin. A horde of goblin archers had taken to lurking at the cave's mouth, awaiting his emergence to launch a surprise attack. No wonder the wilderness was deemed perilous. This species of wild monsters, displaying a modicum of intelligence, even understood division of labor and various tactics. Even those of higher levels might unexpectedly find themselves in peril. Such occurrences were not uncommon and were often documented in textbooks as cautionary tales. An Bai estimated there were approximately 30 goblin archers. Moreover, in front of the archers stood more than 10 goblin guards wielding wooden shields. It was evident that they had begun to form an organized combat unit. A typical solo adventurer or a small team of 3 or 4 would indeed struggle to deal with such a formidable assembly, and their own survival would be uncertain upon encountering them. Yet, An Bai felt no trepidation. The relentless arrows from the goblins were thwarted by his shield. As he prepared to unleash his fireball spell, a notification chimed in his ear. Object Shield skill proficiency has increased by 1 level. Object Shield LV2 can bind 1 shield type equipment. Upon use, summons the equipment to encircle oneself for defense. Defense equals equipment defense plus 10 spirit. Oh, this was a perfect opportunity to practice the skill's proficiency. An Bai, thus, extinguished his intention to eliminate the goblins in a single blow. The object shield continued to automatically block the incessant barrage of attacks. The goblins, misinterpreting the situation, believed they had the upper hand, continuing their jubilant cries as they kept shooting. Swish, swish, swish. 3, 7, 0, 0, 1. Observing the diminishing durability on his shield, An Bai could estimate the archer's attack power to be around 180 to 90. His current shield boasted a defense of 120 points, augmented by 10 spirit, totaling approximately 186. With a durability of 12,000 points, they could shoot at it for a considerable time without breaching its defenses. Moreover, this was merely a level 5 shield, while these goblins were mostly above level 15. If a shield warrior wielded this shield, they could ensure their safety even in the wilderness between levels 10 and 20. No wonder high-quality equipment could fetch such exorbitant prices. Speaking of which, his shield, having been bound through skill rather than personal equipment, could be resold after he replaced it. Normally, equipment of purple grade or higher becomes bound after use, rendering it unable to be stolen, dropped, or traded, unless a professional removes the usage mark, which would result in a downgrade of the equipment's overall attributes. Thus, high-quality gear, through repeated transactions and updates, often deteriorates from top tier to ordinary, becoming progressively cheaper with each sale. Object Shield skill proficiency has increased by 1 level. Object Shield LV3 can bind one shield type equipment. Upon use, summons the equipment to encircle oneself for defense. Defense equals equipment defense plus 15 spirit. After enduring a relentless assault for over an hour, his skill proficiency finally increased by 1 level. As anticipated, following this upgrade, the goblin arrows ceased to inflict damage, registering only zeros across the board. Continuing to be attacked under such circumstances was an inefficient use of the skill, making it difficult to gain proficiency. With level 3 proficiency, he could equip 3 shields, adequately covering his front, back, and sides. An Bai murmured, then resolved not to allow the goblins to persist in their assault any longer. Boom. 218,804. 205,999. The fireball spell erupted with full force, engulfing all 30-odd goblins in flames. The terrifying damage numbers flashed forth, heralding the demise of this horde of goblins. Successfully killed 31 goblins. Current experience, 79. Suppression of Wilderness Camp LV15. Additional experience reward. Current experience, 84. Obtained camp treasure chest. As expected, this group of goblins has indeed established a camp-level power. However, the goblin treasure chest still contained little of value, comprising mostly common materials. After placing everything into his spatial ring, An Bai resumed his monster hunting endeavors. To enhance efficiency, he chose to delve deeper into the midsection of the wilderness outskirts. Indeed, upon arrival, he observed an increase in both the number of wild creatures and adventurers. Scattered around were numerous individuals at level 20, diligently farming materials to make a living. An Bai, however, had no intention of competing for kills with them. Instead, he sought a secluded spot to grind alone. By the time he finished his midday meal, he had finally reached level 13. With a significant boost to his attributes, he drew a new attribute, True. Upon seeing this attribute, An Bai couldn't help but shudder. Could it be true damage? His eyes widened with excitement. True damage represented the most authentic form of harm in this world. Yet it was also the most elusive type of attack to acquire. The closest alternatives were mental or soul attacks, but they did not equate to true damage. Without a moment's hesitation, he applied it to his fireball spell. Beginner fireball. Preliminary details omitted. True. All damage types dealt are converted to true damage. Hiss. An Bai couldn't help but inhale sharply. It was indeed as he had surmised. Previously, he had been concerned that with only the fireball spell at his disposal, he might encounter foes completely immune to fire, rendering it ineffective. Now, he need not worry. True damage would bypass any fire immunity. Just as An Bai reveled in his newfound excitement, a sudden scream from ahead caught his attention. Chapter 24. The Corrupted Barrier, the Abyssal Cult. In a secluded edge of the forest, a group of individuals clad in gray-black robes and hoods surrounded a corpse lying on the ground. From the grotesque features of the deceased, it was evident that this person had endured unimaginable suffering. The leader of the hooded figures bent down to retrieve a dagger embedded in the corpse's heart, murmuring something while counting the number 9. Upon closer inspection, An Bai noted that there lay a total of 9 corpses scattered around. Haha, look, a new little lamb has arrived. One of the hooded men uttered in a low, raspy voice. In the next moment, the bloodshot eyes of the 10 or so hooded figures all turned towards An Bai, who had approached upon hearing the commotion. Guild conflict? An Bai felt a twinge of surprise. While he understood that the area outside the city was beyond legal jurisdiction, typically, rival guilds or factions would resolve their grievances in the wilderness. Yet, he hadn't anticipated encountering such a scene so soon. The sight of the numerous corpses, each bearing grotesque wounds and ghastly visages, was indeed unsettling. It was difficult to fathom what vendetta could lead to such brutality. Not only had they killed, but they had also taken pleasure in the torment. Although An Bai had himself killed 3 individuals the previous night, those had been fools who provoked him. He coldly regarded the lifeless bodies before deciding to turn away, harboring no thoughts of delivering justice. After all, as long as one was outside the city, committing heinous acts would not result in official punishment. At worst, one would offend someone and attract trouble from a specific group. Stop. However, as he attempted to leave, the hooded figures had other intentions. Swish. At once, 3 of the cloaked figures darted towards him with an incomprehensible speed, blocking his path on either side. Step aside. I do not wish to involve myself in your guild's affairs, An Bai stated coldly. Jia, another naive sacrifice. Praise the Mountain Lord. Such a personality is precisely what our master relishes. An Bai frowned. Is there a soul hall in this world? Are you an elder? Yet the man evidently did not comprehend An Bai's words, instead revealing a sinister grin and raising his hand to point at him. Jia, seize him. Let his screams lure the next sacrifice to us. With a manic laugh, the leader of the hooded figures brandished a bloody dagger towards An Bai. Attack. Realizing that this group intended to make him their enemy, An Bai ceased his hesitations. Without further ado, he unleashed a fireball spell, teleporting it directly to the leading hooded man, causing it to explode. Boom! The thunderous roar was far more intense than the earlier screams, and the flames engulfed the other hooded figures standing nearby. What? The three hooded men surrounding An Bai were rendered utterly speechless. They had amplified the victim's screams through a special method, but due to the secretive nature of their magic, the sound was intended only for solitary adventurers. They had expected to lure isolated adventurers with this tactic, easily overpowering them through sheer numbers. Yet, they had not anticipated encountering such formidable resistance. Run. Paralysis spell. Windblade. Lunge. Some of the remaining hooded figures fled in panic, while others instinctively retaliated, launching their most potent skills at An Bai. Bang. Boom. The object shield quickly materialized before him, successfully blocking the incoming magical attack. However, the shield had but one side, and while it deflected the windblade, a hooded man, likely an assassin, had already closed the distance, dagger poised to strike. Buzz. Yet, just as the hooded man believed he would land a hit and smiled, the next moment, his grin froze. As the dagger plunged towards An Bai's heart, he felt no resistance whatsoever. It dawned on him that he had charged in too quickly, and the absence of impact caused him to forget to halt his advance, resulting in him colliding directly into An Bai's body. To his horror, he found himself passing through An Bai, only to emerge from the front, gazing upon An Bai's face adorned with a cold smirk. Illusory form. A skill from his equipment allowed An Bai to effortlessly evade all physical harm. The remaining threatening magical attacks were deftly blocked by his object shield. Death. Boom. Utilizing the levitation granted by illusory form, An Bai soared into the air, then hurled a fireball downwards. The searing flames once again enveloped the hooded figures beneath him. The combination of the Crimson Lotus Flame and true damage ensured that none of the hooded figures survived. Which guild is this, to exhibit such malevolence? As An Bai reverted from illusory form and landed back on the ground, he collected the numerous pieces of equipment dropped by the fallen foes. Although their durability had been reduced to 0 from the attacks, the equipment itself was not easily damaged and could be repaired, thus promising a handsome profit upon return. Huh, what is this? While gathering his spoils, An Bai's attention was suddenly drawn to the corpses of the victims. Before them lay the grim sight of demise. Each victim encircled by a vivid red ring, a manifestation reminiscent of a barrier, adorned with intricate lines and cryptic inscriptions. However, due to the lack of in-depth study on such barriers during high school, An Bai was merely aware of the existence of barrier masters as a profession, leaving him perplexed by the significance of this phenomenon. Perhaps it would be prudent to notify the authorities regarding this sinister occurrence. One couldn't help but ponder why these unfortunate souls had failed to send out a distress signal. Was it due to the absence of a city defense team patrolling within a 5-kilometer radius, or were the patrols simply too distant to respond in time? Or was it perhaps the influence of this strange circle? As An Bai whispered to himself, he utilized his professional system to dispatch a call for assistance along with precise coordinates. Yet, he did not linger. After sending the signal, he promptly departed. The patrol team within 5 kilometers would receive the signal with accurate coordinates, while those beyond that range might still detect it, albeit with diminished clarity, and would have a general idea of the direction to pursue. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes after An Bai's departure, a squadron of city defense patrols arrived. This indicated that the absence of nearby patrols was not the issue. Rather, the distress signals of the previous victims had been deliberately suppressed. "Captain, over here," one officer called out, discovering signs of a struggle, several corpses strewn about. By the looks of it, one seems to be from the Brotherhood, and another from the Iron Blood Alliance. The others appear to be prominent members of renowned training teams. The fatal wounds are all from daggers. This doesn't resemble a typical encounter with wild monsters. A sense of unease washed over them. These individuals bore no apparent connections to one another. How could they have been targeted for assassination? As the leading captain stepped forward for a closer examination, a look of terror suddenly crossed his face. Wait a moment, this is an erosion barrier. It's the work of the Abyss cult. Immediately notify the city defense officials. Chapter 25, the internal recommendation list. An Bai is from our school? This text is undoubtedly from the Abyss. The reality sank in. These individuals were indeed adherents of the Abyss cult. In the eastern wilds of the city, where the 9 lifeless bodies had fallen, over 100 patrolling guards had cordoned off the area to prevent monsters and adventurers from intruding. Simultaneously, Captain Li Shan, tasked with guarding the eastern sector, arrived with several representatives from relevant departments. After thorough investigation, they swiftly reached a consensus. Damn it, how did these accursed cultists suddenly appear around our Shangjiang city? Li Shan exclaimed, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, unable to contain his rage. Captain Li, there are numerous charred remnants of human anatomy in the vicinity. Yet they are utterly incinerated, rendering identification impossible. However, utilizing my advanced detective skills, I have uncovered several clues, reported another young man clad in a blue casual suit. Do enlighten us on the situation, and have we located the individual who sent the signal? Li Shan inquired, a sense of urgency in his voice. This signal is undoubtedly from one of our city's denizens, one of the deceased who sent out a distress call before perishing, correct? The detective, Kudong, shook his head. Not quite. The signal did not retain any personal information. However, after comparison, it was determined not to have originated from any of the 9 individuals. And it is certainly not from the Abyss cult members. Given the circumstances, he continued, it appears that a professional from our city passed through here, eliminated these Abyss cult members, and then sent us a signal before departing. Li Shan furrowed his brows, skepticism etched on his features. The Abyss cult venerates the depths. Their strength is formidable, and their tactics insidious. They frequently employ overwhelming numbers against the outnumbered. Even if we were to face a group of their members below level 20, we would require a squad of level 30 guards to ensure a successful encirclement. According to your assessment, a single individual managed to dispatch a group of Abyss cult followers. Yet they must also be around level 20 to have achieved this. Is there such a figure in our Shanjiang city? Perhaps one who wields fire-based abilities? Li Shan attempted to recall any notable individuals among the guilds and families with members below level 20, but none stood out as capable of resolving this predicament single-handedly. Perhaps they utilized a powerful artifact or equipment, he mused. Yet, caution was paramount. Who could fathom the ulterior motives of the Abyss cult in this region? Or whether other cultists remained within their jurisdiction? Immediately issue an emergency notification to everyone in this district, informing them of the situation and advising them to return to the city without delay, avoiding solitary excursions in the wilderness. Li Shan quickly made his decision. But he lacked authority over unofficial professionals, thus could only issue a warning, leaving their return to depend on their own courage or strength. Oh, and also relay this notification to the 3 major universities. After all, it seems there is an assessment day or preliminary examination coming up soon, right? Advise them to refrain from trials outside the city and to seek refuge in the dungeon hall for safety. At Shangjiang City, in the dungeon hall, the atmosphere was bustling compared to the previous days. The level 5 dungeon area was abuzz with hundreds of individuals entering and exiting, resembling a vibrant marketplace. Meanwhile, within a conference room of the dungeon hall, the heads of the 3 major universities were in attendance. However, seated at the head of the table was not a representative from any of the universities. Director Lin, here is the internal recommendation list of 3 students from our Shangjiang City High School. Please take a look. The head representative from the first high school, the venerable Principal Zhang Gaohai, presented the documents. The other 2 principals from different schools also handed over neatly compiled materials to the middle-aged man at the head of the table. Lin Qingshan nodded, accepting the documents from each. Every year, the top 10 academies dispatch representatives to various towns for assessments. Lin Qingshan, a teacher from the esteemed Four Saints Academy, was responsible for gathering information on recommended students from Shangjiang City High School. The fundamental purpose of this internal recommendation assessment was to identify elite students in advance. This was due to the fact that if a purely fair and standardized examination were conducted, the difficulty level could not be excessively high. Otherwise, students of average aptitude would struggle to succeed. Conversely, if the difficulty was too low, it would fail to adequately test the true limits and potential of elite students. However, the internal recommendation assessment was not a definitive examination. Students would still need to participate in the unified examination later on. The internal recommendation merely compiled the trial process and student performances into documentation to be forwarded to the 10 major academies. In due course, the academies would extend offers to those students they deemed suitable based on their performances. Indeed, the recommended students from the first high are Lu Ruyan, Zhang Qi, and Lu Yufei. From the second high, we have Sidu Fei, Luo Hong, and Zhang Wei. Lastly, from Shuilan High School, Zhao Jiqing, Xi Ying, and Li Xiaofei. Can you confirm that the list is accurate? Lin Qingshan swiftly scanned the details on the list. Lu Ruyan shows great promise with a qualification score of 96 and has advanced to 3rd-tier Ice Mage. The 3 from the second high possess scores ranging from 6 to 8, yet they have all transitioned to 2nd-tier professions, indicating moderate to above-average potential. As for Shuilan High School, Li Xiaofei's performance is somewhat lacking, with a qualification score of just 69, and he is merely a 1st-tier archer. However, Zhao Jiqing stands out with an impressive 89 qualification score and has successfully transitioned to a 3rd-tier summoner, suggesting her actual potential exceeds what is reflected in the assessments. It appears the detection instruments are not infallible. Furthermore, both Zhao Jiqing and Xi Ying have already reached level 7. It seems Shuilan High School possesses considerable expertise in leveling efficiency. Lin Qingshan quickly identified several promising candidates. Yet, as he spoke, the atmosphere within the room shifted dramatically. The principals representing 3 schools suddenly displayed expressions of utter astonishment. Where's An Bai? ISNT he from your second high? No. There isn't a single person with the surname An at our school. ISNT he from Shuilan High. If we had such a student, we would have reported it long ago. Our students' qualifications are quite average this year. Otherwise, we wouldn't have needed to include Li Xiaofei as a filler. As the conversation unfolded, the principals of Second High and Shuilan High turned their attention towards the venerable principal of First High, Zhang Gaohai. Old Zhang, he must be from your First High, right? We seem to have a vague recollection of that name. Wasn't he often on the leaderboard during the theoretical exam? Even I, not being from First High, have heard of him. Upon hearing these words, Principal Zhang Gaohai appeared somewhat bewildered. An Bai? Is he from their school? Didn't assistant Xiao Wang mention that this name couldn't be found on the list? Listening to the three, Lin Qingshan frowned slightly. If we need to amend the list, it must be done promptly. The preliminary assessment for the internally recommended students is this afternoon. Chapter 26. It must be a bug in the dungeon system. Zhang Gaohai double-checked the list and indeed found no trace of An Bai's name. This oversight stemmed from his role as principal, which did not typically involve overseeing teaching matters, and his lack of attention towards theoretical courses, rendering him unfamiliar with An Bai's name. Furthermore, this list contained only those with qualifications above 6 points, naturally excluding An Bai. So what is the situation with this An Bai? Is his qualification remarkably high, or is there another explanation? Lin Qingshan suddenly became intrigued by this name. After all, the absence of a student from the list had elicited surprise from 3 teachers, and judging by their earlier reactions, it seemed that all 3 schools believed this individual should indeed be on the list. Director Lin, you can check the Dungeon Hall's clearance records for clarification. Since they had borrowed the conference facilities from the Dungeon Hall, it was convenient to access investigation records using the equipment there. In no time, the results were displayed. First place in the Bug Emperor's dungeon, An Bai, cleared at level 5. Inferno difficulty, evaluation SSS, solo first clear with 0 damage taken. First place in the Wild Forest dungeon, An Bai, cleared at level 7. Inferno difficulty, evaluation SSS, solo first clear with 0 damage taken. First place in the Ruin Village dungeon, An Bai, cleared at level 7. Inferno difficulty, evaluation SSS, solo first clear with 0 damage taken. First place in the Black Iron King's tomb dungeon, An Bai, cleared at level 7. Inferno difficulty, evaluation SSS, solo first clear. These were the 4 major novice dungeons in Jiangxing, all rated at level 5. However, the historical rankings were all refreshed on the same day, and astonishingly, by the same individual. The most remarkable aspect was that, except for the last dungeon, where he did not achieve 0 damage, the others were all completed solo. On the first attempt, and with perfect 0 damage. What they did not know was that in the Black Iron King's tomb, An Bai's lack of a 0 damage record was not due to enemy attacks. Rather, it was because the confined space of the tomb caused his fireball spell, which he had not yet mastered, to explode and affect himself. This was the reason he lost the perfect 0 damage achievement. Yet even so, it was sufficient to secure the top historical ranking. This child must have a great future. Why wasn't this student included on the list? Seeing this, Lin Qingshan directed a pointed look at Zhang Gaohai, his expression tinged with displeasure. They conducted assessments in advance precisely to identify the best talents, only to discover that the finest candidate had been concealed. Principal Zhang, you better provide an explanation. You must understand that even if this student does not participate in the internal recommendation assessment, should he perform exceptionally in the final examination, we will still investigate to ascertain why he was not recommended. If it is found that there were some unspeakable reasons, your school will be subjected to thorough scrutiny by the higher authorities. Promising students must be valued and protected. Wait a moment, Director Lin. I will call our students to inquire. Zhang Gaohai, unsure how to justify the oversight, summoned 3 individuals from his list. Do you know the student An Bai? Upon hearing the name, 2 of the 3 students exchanged astonished glances. While Lu Yufei remained silent due to unfamiliarity, Lu Ruyin and Zhang Qi nodded in acknowledgement. We know him. He is from Class 1. But why does the principal wish to speak with him? Zhang Gaohai's expression shifted as he processed their responses. Realizing that An Bai was indeed a student from his school, that assistant Xiao Wang had made such a significant error on the list. He would be fired upon his return. Do you know his qualification rating? And what profession he has chosen? Lacking immediate access to the records, Zhang Gaohai had to rely on the students before him for preliminary information. The first to respond was Zhang Qi, who scoffed derisively. Principal, why are you concerned with this useless individual? He has a qualification score of merely 31 points and, in a desperate attempt, has become a mage, which I have verified. He has only the most basic level of mage, barely reaching the first tier. Upon hearing this, the other principals and Director Lin displayed varying degrees of disbelief and astonishment. A qualification barely sufficient for a career change can clear Inferno dungeons? Are you jesting? Yet upon further inquiry, the students confirmed the same. Subsequently, Principal Zhang Gaohai directly telephoned An Bai's homeroom teacher, Wang Qinghai, and received the same answer. Ultimately, he had no choice but to confirm that An Bai indeed possessed a mere 31-point qualification and had transitioned to a basic mage, leading to a nearly certain conclusion that he was a career practitioner with little to no future prospects. No wonder Xiao Wang Hanti included this name on the list. Now it all made sense, and perhaps he would not be fired after all. But wait, how could it be that all the rankings bore his name? The principal of Second High pondered. Director Lin, as you can see, given this situation, we have no grounds to include him on the internal recommendation list. After all, we cannot rule out the possibility that there may be an issue with the ranking system. which could have caused this individual's name to appear. The dungeon system is a man-made construct, not a naturally occurring world rule, so bugs cannot be entirely dismissed. What? The principal isn't suggesting we replace one of our students with that useless An Bai, is he? You assured us otherwise. Upon hearing the conversation, the summoned trio began to grasp the unfolding situation. The most animated among them was Zhang Qi. His reaction stemmed from two sources. Firstly, his rivalry with An Bai, as he had long been infatuated with a goddess who had remained indifferent even after their separation, leaving him feeling deeply unsettled. Secondly, he was one of the 3 internal recommendation slots from First High, possessing comparatively lesser qualifications and profession. He could hardly compete with Lu Ruyen's top-tier qualifications, let alone Lu Yufei's third-tier assassin profession. If someone were to be replaced, it would undoubtedly be him. The situation where the duck that was almost in hand suddenly flies away was something Zhang Qi was utterly reluctant to accept. He immediately began to disparage An Bai, simultaneously attempting to morally bind the principal, Zhang Gaohai, making it difficult for him to step down easily. Indeed, Zhang Gaohai could not bring himself to admit fault. Moreover, it was now evident that the list he had submitted was not driven by selfish motives, and thus he would not face any penalties, leading him to abandon that list. Director Lin, you have also seen that An Bai's strength is uncertain, but at the very least, the potential of my 3 students is quite obvious. Therefore, we will not alter the list from our First High. If An Bai truly possesses capability, let him demonstrate it in the upcoming examination. Zhang Gaohai waved his hand, solidifying the decision, as he was unwilling to acknowledge any errors on his part. However, at that moment, the principal of Shui Lan High School suddenly had a bright idea. Right as Zhang Gaohai finished speaking, she interjected. Our Shui Lan High School is willing to offer a 3rd slot to An Bai. Chapter 27. You'd better pray he's all right. What? Upon hearing this, the others present displayed expressions of astonishment, particularly those from First High, including Principal Zhang Gaohai and the 3 students on the list. What qualifications does that waste have to participate in the assessment with me? Zhang Qi blurted out in agitation. Yet, the next moment, he was met with the cold gaze of Principal Lan Xiu from Shui Lan High, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The principal of Shui Lan High was the youngest among the 3 schools and the only female principal, known as Lan Xiu. The Lan family was quite renowned in Shangjiang City, having established Shui Lan Private High School a century ago, which over the years had nurtured numerous formidable professionals. Despite being just over 30, Lan Xiu's strength was on par with the elderly principals in their 60s and 70s. The authority of a principal naturally made Zhang Qi shrink back instantly. Humph, Principal Zhang, it seems your school's quality education is somewhat lacking. A student from another school can question the decisions made by Shui Lan High, she retorted, her tone icy. Moreover, our approach does not violate the regulations regarding internal recommendations. Does it? Zhang Gaohai stepped forward to shield Zhang Qi from Lan Xiu's pressure, then waved his hand, conceding, it does not violate the regulations. So let An Bai participate in the internal assessment under the banner of Shui Lan High. This regulation was primarily designed for extreme situations where one school had an abundance of potential candidates, while others had none. In such cases, they could voluntarily relinquish slots to students from other institutions. Typically, this would not occur unless the disparity was indeed vast. Otherwise, schools would be reluctant to forfeit slots, even to their own students. Very well, Principal Lan, which student will you replace? Lin Qingshan suddenly expressed interest in An Bai. Despite having a record of An Bai's accomplishments, it was puzzling that his own school as principal did not recognize him, while principals from other schools clamored for him. Let us replace Li Xiaofei. I will provide ample compensation for him, Lan Xiu decisively stated. After all, Li Xiaofei had merely been there to fill a slot, and neither he nor Lan Xiu had harbored any intentions of passing. Thus, when Lan Xiu called Li Xiaofei over to discuss this matter, he not only did not oppose it, but also visibly relieved, as the internal assessment had been a considerable burden for him. Now, not having to participate in the trial, coupled with some compensation, left both parties satisfied. All right, then please notify An Bai, have him come to fill out the necessary paperwork and participate in the subsequent preliminary exam. As Lin Qingshan's words fell, Zhang Gaohai and the 3 from First High might have harbored other thoughts, but they could not impede the decision. However, since An Bai was not in the copy hall, they could not summon him directly. Zhang Gaohai could only contact An Bai's homeroom teacher, Wang Qinghai, to reach out to him. In the meantime, it was Lan Xiu, the principal of Shui Lan High, who first learned of An Bai's whereabouts. Yet, her excitement at having secured a promising candidate quickly shifted. Not good. Our Zhao Jiqing informed me that An Bai is currently in the eastern wilds battling monsters, and he's doing it solo. Upon hearing Lan Xiu's words, the others were momentarily taken aback. They hadn't anticipated that An Bai would venture out of the city so soon, especially since this was only the 3rd day since the transition. All the teachers had repeatedly warned that one must reach level 10 before leaving the city, and it was advised to form a party for mutual support. How could this be? He is only level 7 and has already left the city? He might not even be level 7. Perhaps the record from the copy is erroneous. So reckless. Not only is he a waste, but he is also brainless. Zhang Qi and the others muttered under their breath, but with Lan Xiu present, they dared not voice their thoughts loudly. However, the reason for Lan Xiu's change in demeanor was not merely the fact that An Bai was soloing. Rather, it was the announcement from the Eastern Wilds that had been broadcasted on the news. The presence of members from the Lin Yuan sect has been detected in the Eastern Wilds. If An Bai encounters them while battling alone, the consequences would be dire. Lan Xiu's expression turned icy as she directed a pointed look at Zhang Qi, articulating each word with gravity. Moreover, An Bai is not level 7, he is level 12. Lan Xiu was aware of this because the two students she had brought along had suddenly leveled up several times in one night after teaming up with An Bai to tackle a dungeon, resulting in substantial rewards. It was precisely for this reason that she was willing to offer a slot to An Bai, recognizing him as a talent worthy of her attention and the position of principal she held. 12. Level 12? The revelation caused all present to widen their eyes in disbelief. Exchanging glances, even Zhang Gaohai felt a surge of regret wash over him. To let such a promising student slip away to another school and participate under their name was a grave misstep. If he performed well, it would not reflect positively on their institution. Zhang Qi, who had always been antagonistic towards An Bai, wore an expression of incredulity. Even Lu Rian found it hard to believe. She still recalled her earlier words, claiming he was unworthy of her attention, yet now, given his potential, it seemed what? This is bad. If he is alone, An Bai is indeed in danger. Lin Qingshan's expression shifted dramatically, fully aware of the Lin Yuan sect's predilection for targeting isolated professionals. He then looked at Zhang Gaohai with an increasingly severe demeanor. Principal Zhang, if anything happens to An Bai, you cannot escape the consequences of negligence. Such matters should have been clearly communicated to the students. Yet, given Zhang Gaohai's and the three students' attitudes, Lin Qingshan could discern that An Bai was not being treated favorably following his class advancement, resulting in a lack of clarity on many issues. But now that Principal Lan had stated An Bai was level 12, it was evident that he was not an ordinary newcomer, but rather a prodigious talent sought after by esteemed academies. Immediately relay this information to the Eastern City Defense Department. Mobilize additional personnel for a search and rescue operation. Lin Qingshan commanded with urgency. Principal Zhang, you'd better pray that this student is unharmed. Otherwise, Lin Qingshan was genuinely furious. As for An Bai, who had been the subject of much discussion, he remained in the Eastern Wilds. After dispatching the hooded figures, he, unfamiliar with the concept of the Lin Yuan sect, did not take the matter too seriously. Rather than returning to the city to rest, he delved deeper into the wilds. Having previously been in the external and central areas, he now found himself in the innermost depths of the outer region, where the level and ferocity of the roaming monsters were progressively increasing. It has become exceedingly rare to encounter creatures below level 15. Occasionally, one might even observe beasts above level 20, like the one before me. Flame Spirit LV21. Rank, Green Common Unit. Attributes, Health 56,000, Attack 340, Defense 300. Skills, Fire Affinity 100, Advanced Fireball, Ignite. Special, the heart of the Flame Spirit is a fire core. Upon sustaining fatal damage, it triggers a fire element explosion. Chapter 28, God Tier, the Erosion King of the Mountains. Level 20 indeed marks a significant qualitative change. Even as a mere common unit, its attack power is comparable to that of the Purple Elite unit, the level 15 Skeleton Swordsman, and its defense and health surpass that of the Elite Skeleton. However, this made no difference to An Bai. His attack power was sufficient to handle it. This time, though, An Bai refrained from striking immediately upon discovering the Flame Spirit due to the proximity of the encounter. He swiftly distanced himself before unleashing his fireball. When the fireball struck the Flame Spirit, the expected effect was minimal, given its evident fire resistance. However, since An Bai's fireball had already been transformed into true damage, even fire immunity could not shield it from his basic fireball. Boom. 288, 770. Successfully slain Flame Spirit LV21, current experience, 33. After the Flame Spirit was defeated, it indeed triggered an explosion reminiscent of the fireball's detonation. A torrent of fiery elements nearly engulfed An Bai, the searing heat reminding him of his earlier decision to avoid close combat. Otherwise, he would have suffered some burns. Although he possessed a fire affinity of 74 points, the Flame Spirit's fire affinity stood at a formidable 100 points. This meant that while he could negate a portion of the fire damage, he would still endure 26 points of flame harm. Only by having a fire affinity superior to that of his adversary could he achieve complete immunity to their fire element damage. And only by a factor of 2 or more could he unleash full elemental damage. Nonetheless, An Bai did not dwell on these calculations, as his primary output was true damage. Elemental affinity was mainly a consideration for resistance. If his affinity surpassed that of his foe, he need not evade. But if it fell short, a slight retreat would be prudent. After collecting the valuable Shattered Fire Core, An Bai pressed on. However, he had not ventured far when another commotion drew his attention. Once again, the familiar sounds of anguished cries and frantic shouts. Could it be that group of hooded men again? After some contemplation, An Bai resolved to investigate. Yet, before he could approach too closely, he discerned the figures involved. They were not hooded men, but rather a contingent of patrolling soldiers clad in city defense armor. Many bore wounds, and their faces were pallid with fear. Simultaneously, as these soldiers desperately attempted to flee, the ground behind them began to crack, and a massive arm composed of earth and debris extended forth, seemingly intent on dragging the soldiers down to be buried alive. Though the hand appeared cumbersome, its sheer size meant that even at a slow descent, the time was insufficient for all the soldiers to escape its reach. In a moment of urgency, An Bai intervened. This time, however, his phantomization did not target any individual soldier to render them intangible and evade the attack. Since it was a single-target skill, only one soldier could be saved at a time. Instead, An Bai directed his skill towards the colossal hand itself. Buzz. The earthy appendage became semi-transparent. As it fell upon at least 8 soldiers who had failed to escape, it pierced through their bodies before vanishing into the ground below. Observing this, the patrol soldiers finally exhaled in relief. Yet, the moment they recognized An Bai as their savior, gratitude took a back seat as they hastily grabbed his arm, urging him to flee alongside them. "Thank you, brother, for saving our lives. But we must hurry. We need to relay this news back to the city immediately, for a catastrophe may befall Shangjiang City." One soldier gasped, panting with urgency. An Bai was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed further. "What is happening? What was that hand?" Having been preoccupied with rescuing, he had neglected to assess the hand's nature, leaving him bewildered. It is a follower of the abyssal cult. They have slaughtered many, using human flesh as offerings to summon the projection of the Erosion King. Even though it is merely a projection, it is not something we can easily thwart. We must summon the city strong to intervene, or else, if the projection fully descends, Shangjiang City will suffer devastating losses. At least half our populace will perish. What? Though aware of the dangers in this world, An Bai could hardly believe his misfortune. Just 3 days into his new class, and he faced a potential citywide calamity? Was fate conspiring against his growth? If this truly was a city-destroying disaster, his current strength would be utterly inadequate to prevent it. But what is the abyssal cult? Is it a formidable force? An Bai inquired, keeping pace with the soldiers. You mean to say you don't know? The abyssal cult is no legitimate organization. They are traitors to humanity. They worship the abyss, venerating the 10 erosion demon kings from the abyss, commonly referred to as the Erosion Kings. There are 10 in total: the Erosion King of Fire, Ice, Thunder, Sea, Mountains, Forests, Blood, Night, Void, and the foremost, the Abyssal Erosion King. The followers of the abyssal cult we are dealing with are devoted to the Erosion King of Mountains. Suddenly, An Bai recalled the earlier hooded men, who had been murmuring praises of the Mountain Lord. So, it was indeed in reference to the Mountain Erosion King. Is this projection particularly powerful? While An Bai was curious about the abyssal cult, his immediate concern was the imminent threat posed by the tremors shaking the ground. All Erosion Kings are God-tier units, equivalent to human practitioners of level 300 or higher. At this, An Bai felt his heart drop. Level 300. God-tier. Level 100 is the limit for humans. Surpassing it offers a chance to forge a demigod's physique. As for the God-tier units above level 300, An Bai had no thoughts on how to confront them. He needed to escape. Yet, the soldier, noting that the projection of the Mountain Erosion King had not yet fully materialized, continued to elaborate in a hurried tone. Although the projection summoned through this ritual initially starts at level 1 and takes time to develop, it gains a level every minute, capping at level 100 as a demigod projection. By the time it reaches that point, even if we have strong individuals to contend with, it could easily endanger the city. Thus, we must urgently inform the strong in the city to act while it is still in its infancy. Regrettably, had it been any other devouring king, we could have arranged for our troops to stall for a while, but the King of the Mountains possesses an impenetrable defense, even in its initial level. Its defensive capabilities reach a staggering 1 million points. With our current strength, we could hardly inflict any damage. Retreating swiftly is our only option. However, upon hearing this, An Bai abruptly halted his escape. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Chapter 29. A Terrifying Eruption. 1 billion. Upon finishing his statement, An Bai turned and sprinted towards the projection of the King of the Mountains. The soldiers nearby were left dumbfounded. Hey, brother, where are you going? Damn it. Is this guy out of his mind? You lot, relay the message back immediately. I'm going to retrieve that fool. Although the soldier could not suppress his anger, he was also grateful for An Bai's recent act of salvation. Thus, without further thought, he dashed in An Bai's direction, determined to prevent him from seeking unnecessary peril. Or, even if it meant facing death, he must first repay the debt of gratitude. As for An Bai, he soon beheld the colossal silhouette emerging from the earth. Truly, the King of the Mountains is as towering as a mountain itself. Even at level 1, its height surpassed 100 meters, and that was merely its upper half. Whether its lower half had yet to emerge or was simply buried underground remained a mystery. Projection of the King of the Mountains, LV2. Rank. Attributes. Health 1 billion. Attack 2 million. Defense 2 million. Skills. Good heavens. It has already leveled up. Just moments ago, the soldier said its defense was merely 1 million. Now, the assessment reveals it has risen to 2 million. And that health in the billions left An Bai utterly astonished. Not to mention the cataclysmic attack power. Does each level increase its strength by 1,000,000? Or is it doubled? Regardless of the scenario, the situation is grim indeed. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens, as if intent on pinning An Bai to the ground. The king of the mountains had detected him. Its immense form leaned forward. Its eyes, larger than An Bai himself, fixated upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Simultaneously, the king raised a colossal hand, tenfold larger than before, poised to crush An Bai into dust. Be careful, a voice shouted from the distance behind him. An Bai, without turning, shouted back, don't come over and distract me. With that, he immediately raised his staff. Illusory sorcery. The equipped skill was once again cast upon the king of the mountains. As anticipated, the giant hand descended but could not touch An Bai in the slightest. It couldn't even damage the ground beneath him. Seeing the skill take effect, An Bai wasted no time and began launching fireball spells at the enormous body. After all, time was of the essence. The illusion could only last for a minute. If that minute passed, the creature's 2,000,000 attack power would obliterate him, even if he had 10 shields. Moreover, after a minute, this behemoth would only grow stronger. Thus, An Bai unleashed his full power for the first time, holding nothing back. With no casting time and no cooldown, he hurled fireballs in rapid succession. Under these circumstances, An Bai could conjure over 60 fireballs within a second. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions echoed. 449, 850, 443, 540, 445, 682. This was the pinnacle of An Bai's explosive damage output. The fireball spell itself dealt over 200,000 damage. However, under the illusory sorcery, it was completely immune to physical impacts while suffering double damage from mental and elemental attacks. This was precisely why An Bai did not cast this skill upon himself, but rather upon the king of the mountains. He had no physical attacks to speak of, and from the soldiers' accounts, he learned that the king's attacks were grand and physical in nature. Thus, he could nullify the enemy's attacks while simultaneously doubling the damage inflicted upon them. In mere seconds, he had dealt a terrifying 24 to 25 million damage. The soldier trailing behind stood in shock, momentarily forgetting why he had followed. What on earth? Who is this brother? An Bai, assessing his own capabilities, was merely a level 13 basic mage. Although using identification spells in a non-hostile state was typically deemed impolite, the soldier could not resist casting one upon An Bai, leaving him even more astonished. But this was only the beginning. The over 20 million damage dealt was merely a prelude. An Bai possessed over 600 points of mental energy, with the basic fireball consuming roughly 1 point. However, expending over 10% of his total mental energy in an instant would lead to mental fatigue. Thus, An Bai only conjured 60 fireballs rather than more. After unleashing 60 fireballs, An Bai caught his breath and immediately launched a second wave of attacks. Once again, he hurled over 60 fireballs. Boom. 443, 350, 443, 519, 449, 975. In just 2 to 3 seconds, he inflicted 50 million damage. Even the king of the mountains was taken aback. Although this only reduced its total health by approximately 5%, it was enough to incite its wrath. Its palm, as massive as a hill, clenched into a fist and came crashing down towards An Bai's position. Alas, as a mere projection, it lacked the intelligence to refrain from such futile efforts. Indeed, under the illusory sorcery, it could inflict no damage whatsoever. A third wave of explosions, a fourth wave of explosions, in an incredibly brief span. An Bai unleashed a total of 10 consecutive attacks, dealing over 200 million true damage to the colossal king of the mountains. However, at this point, An Bai's mental energy was completely depleted. He felt dizzy, his vision blurred, and his lips turned pale. Mental energy is not like the mana in typical games. Once it is gone, it is gone. Generally, it would not reduce below 30 points, preventing further expenditure of mental energy. Otherwise, it would impose a considerable burden on oneself and could even lead to the loss of control over skills. An Bai's situation, where his mental energy was nearly exhausted, was indeed rare. Oh no, I didn't bring any mental recovery potions. The soldier who had followed An Bai quickly regained his senses after the initial shock and began to panic. Even if they had mental recovery potions, they typically wouldn't restore energy instantly. Recovery took time unless it was an exceptionally rare top-tier potion. Consequently, there was hardly enough time to deal with the king of the mountains. Brother, that's enough. We should flee. However, just as he suggested once more that An Bai escape, he witnessed An Bai muster the last remnants of his mental energy to conjure a fireball, albeit one lacking full power. Yet this time, it wasn't directed at the king of the mountains. Instead, it detonated upon himself. Boom. You have sustained a fatal injury, triggering the death-avoiding substitute, simultaneously restoring all statuses. Crash. In the next moment, the flames receded, and An Bai remained steadfast in his position. However, the trembling hands and pale lips that had just moments ago betrayed his fear had vanished, replaced by a demeanor brimming with vigor, causing even the guard to rub his eyes in disbelief. What was happening? Why had he suddenly imploded? How had his mental fortitude returned so swiftly? This was precisely why An Bai chose to confront the King of Erosion of the Mountain head-on. He had swiftly calculated that, in the briefest of moments, he could unleash an explosive attack amounting to nearly 250 million damage, equivalent to a quarter of the foe's health. At level 13, he could instantaneously restore his mental state 3 times through resurrection. This strategy allowed him to unleash a total of 4 devastating bursts in a remarkably short span. The crux lay in ensuring that the enemy did not survive for more than a minute. Chapter 30. The Golden Amulet, the Golden Giant Shield, the King of Erosion. Battered by relentless bombardment, bore numerous wounds upon its rocky and earthen form, now considerably tattered. Although the projection lacked sentience, it eventually recognized that its attacks were futile against the figure before it and chose to retreat. However, such a colossal body could not simply flee at will. Even though An Bai had bestowed upon it an illusory spell to enhance its agility, the King of Erosion's movements remained sluggish, and it could not even exhibit the effects of levitation. An Bai, embodying the role of a relentless pursuer, chased after it, leaving the creature no avenue of escape. The third resurrection signified the final wave of his full-on assault. After hurling yet another volley of hundreds of fireballs, the King of Erosion's terrifying health bar finally dwindled to nothing. Yet, it did not fall. With a complexion ashen, An Bai suddenly realized he had overlooked a detail: natural regeneration. The damage he had calculated was indeed at the threshold to inflict around 1 billion damage. However, during this onslaught, the King of Erosion had also regained a fraction of its health, which caught An Bai by surprise, albeit not significantly. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. After all, this was his last stand. Although it seemed as if the battle had raged on for an eternity, it had barely been a minute. Any further delay could result in an unforeseen upgrade, substantially increasing its health. Should that occur, An Bai would be left with no recourse but to flee and await the arrival of stronger allies. Moreover, An Bai noticed that the semi-transparent effects surrounding the King of Erosion had grown faint. At this juncture, An Bai could afford no more hesitation. The outcome hinged upon this decisive moment. Without a second thought, he rummaged through his spatial pouch, retrieving various vials of nutrient solutions, mental potions, and restorative elixirs, and swallowed them all in one gulp. Finally, he squeezed out the remnants of his mental energy, unleashing a barrage of nearly 20 fireballs in one explosive surge. Boom. The explosion dealt approximately 18 million damage. Yet, the excessive drain on his mental energy caused An Bai to momentarily lose consciousness, collapsing to the ground. However, in the next instant, a jubilant smile spread across his face as the long-awaited notification rang in his ears. Successfully defeated the King of Erosion Projection LV2, current experience, 389. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 14. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 15. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 16, current experience, 89. Triggered base class passive, all attributes 360, fire affinity 40, triggered mage entry passive, mental 24. You have gained 3 chances for attribute extraction. Your proficiency in basic fireball has reached the maximum level LV10. Please use the corresponding item to upgrade to intermediate fireball, or further proficiency cannot be attained. The restoration from leveling up allowed An Bai, who was on the verge of collapsing, to regain his footing with a stumble. As he watched the immense form of the King of Erosion gradually dissipate, he gasped for breath, while the guard who had accompanied him stood frozen in place, speechless. It was not until a gust of wind swept the fallen sand into his agape mouth that he jolted back to reality, his features contorting in exhilaration as he shouted, "It's down! It's down! Ha ha, it's down! Incredible, oh great one!" To have single-handedly vanquished the projection of the Erosion King. At that moment, the attribute enhancements and restorative effects from leveling up also cascaded over him. Only then did An Bai emerge from the depths of his agonizing headache, his complexion regaining its color. In truth, his emotions mirrored those of the guard, both overwhelmed with excitement. Had he not been so fatigued, he would have leaped in joy to express his exhilaration. Indeed, it was no small feat. Thankfully, he had managed to obliterate the creature within a minute, and it had not entered any subsequent phases. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to flee. In that moment, he had spared no effort, having even utilized the precious immunity to death for its restorative effects. However, the fruits of this endeavor were exceedingly bountiful. He had surged 3 levels in one go. He was even just 11 experience points shy of reaching level 17. Although he had slain the projection of the Erosion King, comparable to a world-class boss, it was, after all, merely a level 2 creature. He had not anticipated such an abundant yield of experience. Once he had regained his composure, An Bai made his way to the spot where the King of Erosion had fallen. There lay a trove of spoils, including an array of items and equipment gleaming with gold, orange, and purple hues. Blood of the Erosion King, golden legendary material. Amulet of the Mountain Master LV1, golden legendary equipment. Physique 1000, durability 1000. Equipped skill, immovable as a mountain. When activated, movement is impossible, granting 90 damage immunity for 1 minute, or until movement occurs. Giant Shield of the Mountain LV1, golden legendary equipment. Defense 1000, durability 100000. Equipped skill, Hammer of the Mountains. Summons a massive hammer formed of stone, delivering a powerful strike that inflicts area damage equal to the shield's defense. The killer may use it without level restrictions upon pickup. Mountain Essence Rock X2000, blue rare material. The two materials were well worth collecting and could fetch a handsome price. Moreover, the two pieces of equipment were of the most coveted golden legendary quality, particularly the giant shield of the mountain, which stood in stark contrast to the black iron giant shield he had been using, even though the black iron giant shield was a level 5 item. Its purple quality paled in comparison to this level 1 golden equipment. He immediately equipped the amulet and bound the giant shield of the mountain to his protective shield, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities and health. Only then did An Bai open his class panel to examine his attributes after ascending 3 levels. Name, An Bai. Level, 1689. Class, Spell Apprentice. Physique, 678, 100, 1000. The first is from the badge, the latter from equipment. Dexterity, 677, 100, 3. Mental, 747, 100, 204. Elemental Affinity, Fire 104. Equipment, Hellwalker number 81, Golden Badge. Level 15 Enchanted Bone Staff, Purple. Level 15 Cracked Black Witch Necklace, Purple. Level 1 Mountain Lord Amulet, Gold. Class Skills, Level 10 Basic Fireball, Explosion 2, no cooldown, no casting time, Corpse Explosion, Teleportation, Crimson Lotus, Luck, True. Object Shield Level 3, Automatic, Sturdy, Multiple. Object Shield Binding, 210. Level 5 Black Iron Great Shield, Purple. Level 1 Mountain Giant Shield, Gold. Object Shield Attributes, Health 1, 121, 580, Defense 12, 780. Other Skills, 110. Basic Appraisal. Class Passives, Basic Class Level 2, Tenfold 2, Flame, Death Immunity Substitute, Mage Entry Level 2. Death Immunity Substitute, 66. Attribute System, can be drawn 3 times. Chapter 31, The Word of the King, X-Ray Vision. The rewards from this outing are truly bountiful. Even without the enhancement of equipment, the 3 fundamental attributes are soaring towards 4 digits. Moreover, the physical and mental attributes, when combined with gear, have surpassed 1,000 points. The affinity for fire elements has also exceeded 100 points. At the very least, a wild fire element in its natural state equates to damage akin to 100 points of affinity, signifying that he has achieved fire immunity under normal conditions. In terms of offense, he is undeniably unmatched. His survival capabilities have also seen considerable enhancement. The object shield is now bound to 2 shields, and with the boost from the sturdy attribute, the shield boasts over 1,000,000 health points, with defense exceeding 10,000. Furthermore, the shield has a continuous recovery feature, replenishing over 10,000 health every second. To inflict damage upon him, one must either employ true damage, penetrating damage, or unleash a relentless barrage of high damage. Otherwise, breaching the shield is utterly impossible. Not to mention, he possesses the ultimate safety net, the Death Immunity Substitute, allowing him to resurrect on the spot 6 times. However, in this moment of urgency, as he faced the King of Erosion, he belatedly realized the potential of this skill, which, under certain circumstances, can serve as an ultra-fast recovery method, surely catching enemies off guard. And he can draw attributes again. Not only that, but he may do so 3 times at once. Yet, when drawing, An Bai found himself somewhat torn. He hoped for some growth-related attributes, but if they were indeed growth-related, he would feel as if he were sacrificing 2 levels of potential. However, he quickly reconciled his thoughts. One cannot have it all, and there will be ample opportunities for enhancement in the future. Consuming 3 chances, drawing golden attributes. Drawing successful, congratulations. You have obtained the golden legendary skill attribute, Erase, True. King of Mages. Detected repeated attribute, awarded an additional draw chance, drawing in progress. Drawing successful, congratulations. You have obtained the golden legendary skill attribute, Vulnerability. It seems that the probability of repetition is not low. This marks the 3rd encounter with a repeated attribute. The concepts of True and Vulnerability are quite understandable. However, True has already been assigned to Fireball, and Vulnerability should also be assigned to Fireball, as it would enable him to inflict a vulnerability effect on enemies, enhancing subsequent damage. The attributes Erase and King of Mages appear to signify a certain tier, perhaps after being bestowed upon Fireball. The spell will transform into a forbidden incantation level Fireball that can only be wielded by a King level Mage. Nevertheless, even without this enhancement, my Fireball is no less formidable than a forbidden incantation Fireball, and it will only grow stronger with further advancements. If the King of Mages attribute is assigned to a growth passive, could it yield growth at the King level? After pondering for a moment, An Bai swiftly made his decision. Vulnerability will be assigned to Fireball. King of Mages will be assigned to Mage Entry. As for the repeated, True. In a moment of inspiration, he decided to assign it to Basic Appraisal, a standard skill. The final attribute, Erase, for now, he could not foresee its outcome, so he assigned it to Fireball as well, considering that having more techniques is never a burden. Attribute loading successful. Fireball, Previous details omitted. Vulnerability. Attacks will inflict a vulnerability effect on enemies, increasing damage taken by 50, stacking up to 10 layers. Erase, upon hitting a target, removes all beneficial effects from the target. Mage entry. King of Mages, each level up grants an additional 10 to mental power. Mage aptitude 03. Basic appraisal. True, capable of discerning all information, including hidden content. Hiss. Witnessing the effects brought about by these attributes, An Bai couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The power of Fireball has significantly increased once more, and he now comprehends that erase refers to the ability to nullify the opponent's beneficial effects. Once dispelled, regardless of any buffs, they are rendered null. However, this is indeed the most conventional enhancement. The elevation associated with King of Mages is what astonishes An Bai the most. Can it truly enhance his aptitude? Theoretically, this is a property almost predetermined at birth. Even if it can be improved, it typically requires extraordinary resources for negligible gains, let alone reaching 03. Even elevating to 01 is of immense difficulty. Yet, not only can he enhance it, but he can also do so with each level up. Gaining 3 points every 10 levels means that his aptitude, from a meager 31, has now reached 61, marking him as a promising candidate worthy of cultivation in this profession. Should he ascend another 10 levels, he might even rival prodigies, achieving over 90 points. One wonders if he could surpass a score of 10 in aptitude for further enhancements. An Bai found himself filled with anticipation. The greatest advantage of his aptitude enhancement is the possibility of breaking free from the constraints of his profession. Although he is merely a basic mage, when it comes time for advancement, should his aptitude change, there exists a probability for his profession to evolve as well. Even with the attribute system in place, the profession is not crucial. However, if it allows for professional advancement, the foundational growth attributes will greatly aid in future growth potential. As for the enhancement of the final appraisal skill, An Bai suddenly raised his gaze towards a nearby figure, the young guard who had been quietly awaiting him. Name, Lida level, 20, 100 mid-level. Profession, second-order sword and shield warrior. Attributes, physique 750, agility 550, mental power 180. Equipment, patrol guard set, green. Class skills, shielding level 10, defensive counter level 7, upward strike level 10, heavy hit level 8. Other skills, basic appraisal level 10, steadfast will level 3. Military combat skills level 10, joint operations level 10. Other appraisal details can be selected for expansion. Age, identity, height, health, heartbeat, bloodline length, hardness, durability, bones, skin, facial features, human body, attitude, weakness. Ahem, young brother, why do you keep staring at me? By the way, if you are ready, I suggest we return to town first. I need to report this matter to the city defense team. Would you mind if I told them it was you who resolved it? The guard named Lida looked somewhat perplexed, unsure why An Bai was suddenly fixated on him. His gaze roamed up and down, occasionally nodding and sighing, reminiscent of how a doctor had looked at him during a visit the previous week. Ah, no worries. By the way, your name is Lida, right? Let's head back to the city, An Bai said with a light chuckle, waving his hand. This skill is even more formidable than he had imagined. It reveals specific professions, attributes, skills, and so forth. There are even intricacies that dazzle the eyes, surpassing the capabilities of any hacking tool. Essentially, wherever his gaze lands on an opponent, corresponding information regarding that particular area unfolds. Moreover, there are several pieces of information that An Bai found particularly advantageous, such as attitude and weakness. Attitude, friendliness 8, hostility 0, intent to kill 0. Weakness, the left-hand skeleton had sustained a severe injury, rendering it incapable of exerting full strength. A heavy blow to this area could be inflicted. He discerned this from Lida, and thus reciprocated with goodwill. The ability to directly perceive who harbors animosity towards him, or even murderous intent, allows him to strike preemptively. The information regarding weaknesses provides him with a significant edge in combat, enabling him to achieve results with minimal effort. Chapter 32, The Stubborn Duck. An Bai reflected on the considerable gains from his recent endeavors and had no intention of lingering in the wilderness any longer. Coupled with the intense fatigue he felt from the recent battle against the Mountain Devourer King's projection, An Bai was acutely aware that such mental exhaustion could not be alleviated by mere leveling up. A proper rest was imperative. Thus, he returned to the city alongside Lida. Meanwhile, at the Eastern Military District, Lin Xingshan, who had just arrived with a team to rescue An Bai, was met with a momentous revelation from the district head, Li Shan. Individuals from the Abyssal Depths sect have been discovered in the wild. They are attempting to summon the Mountain Devourer King's projection in the Eastern Wilderness. Immediate alerts and rescue notifications must be dispatched to Shangjiang City, Linjiang City, Dongjiang City, and Juzhen City, urging their stationed experts to converge with utmost urgency. Furthermore, Teacher Lin, you are a faculty member of the 4 sacred academies, correct? Please ensure this information is conveyed to your institution. If necessary, we may require your assistance. Notify all city defense forces to prepare for the full activation of the city's protective formation, should the situation escalate beyond control. We must secure additional time for the citizens to flee. Captain Li Shan, upon seeing Lin Qingshan and several principals arrive, did not shy away from the gravity of the matter and spoke candidly. Everyone present understood the dire consequences posed by the projection of the Devourer King. If mismanaged, the entire city, and potentially neighboring towns, could face annihilation. Historically, there have been 4 recorded instances of the Devourer King's descent worldwide, one of which occurred within the borders of the Divine Summer Nation. The losses from that event were incalculable, with casualties numbering in the millions. Devourer King? The several principals who had accompanied Lin Qingshan displayed visible trepidation. Return immediately and prepare to evacuate the students from Shangjiang City. We must be ready to abandon the city. Lin Qingshan declared decisively. Having experienced that cataclysm firsthand, he recognized the necessity for swift action. Protecting the surviving populace was paramount for a future. At that moment, however, Li Shan's communicator blared to life. Brother, you want to believe it, the Devourer King's projection has been resolved. The sudden exclamation left Li Shan momentarily stunned. He quickly seized the communicator, shouting, report your current situation immediately. The other members of Team 3 have returned. And they mentioned you left the group to rescue a student named An Bai, correct? On the other end, Li Do was brimming with excitement. Brother, An Bai and I are safe and sound, returning to the city. Moreover, with the assistance of my brother An Bai, we successfully resolved the crisis of the Devourer King's descent. Despite his exhilaration, Li Do meticulously recounted the events of the battle. After several inquiries from Li Shan, he ultimately confirmed that the Devourer King would not be descending. With a sigh of relief, he addressed those around him, canceled the request for university assistance. But we must maintain vigilance in Shangjiang City and Danjiang City, ready to respond to any orders. Dispatch teams 2 and 4 to the coordinates provided by Li Da's team for reconnaissance and verification. Once the orders were issued, he turned back to the communicator, this time with a less urgent tone. Li Da, during your duty, refer to me as captain. Additionally, ensure the protection of student An Bai. Escort him safely back to our camp. Approximately half an hour later, the team responsible for reconnaissance finally returned with confirmed intelligence. Meanwhile, An Bai and Li Da had also returned to the Eastern Military District. Li Shan, upon verifying that the threat of the Devourer King had been neutralized, felt a profound sense of relief and subsequently lifted the city's highest state of alert. Although he was aware that the abrupt alarm might have incited panic among the citizens, he deemed chaos preferable to an actual citywide catastrophe. The military intended to keep the specifics under wraps, merely stating it was a temporary drill to maintain vigilance among the populace. As for Lin Qingshan, the information he received was limited to An Bai's assistance in resolving the Devourer King's projection crisis. The 3 principals had not anticipated that this so-called city annihilation crisis would turn out to be somewhat exaggerated. From the initial alert to the cancellation of the alarm, it had been less than an hour, leading them to suspect that the military had overreacted or that there had been a miscommunication. It seemed that An Bai had encountered members of the Abyssal Depths sect in the wilderness and, alongside the patrol team, had dealt with those attempting to summon the Devourer King's projection. Indeed, if the projection had been successfully summoned, regardless of its level, it was beyond their capacity to handle. Lin Qingshan quickly reached a consensus that resonated with everyone present. Nonetheless, An Bai's courage and wisdom were commendable. He had undeniably achieved a significant feat. Principal Zhang, you nearly deprived a promising student of a vital opportunity. Upon hearing this, Principal Zhang Gaohai appeared somewhat displeased. Rather than feeling pride over one of his students achieving such a significant accomplishment, he felt that An Bai was the source of his repeated reprimands, tarnishing his reputation. Moreover, with the principal of Water Blue High School already having given a recommendation, it implied that even if the student excelled in assessments, the credit would belong to Water Blue High, not to their institution. Zhang Gaohai refrained from responding, merely huffing in annoyance. In contrast, Principal Lan Xiao from Water Blue High School's eyes sparkled with delight, secretly marveling at her fortunate discovery. She couldn't help but step forward with a smile, saying, indeed, An Bai has proven himself worthy of the recommendation I provided. As for you, Principal Zhang, perhaps it's time to inspect whether your school's qualification assessment instruments are in need of repair. Just then, An Bai was led over by a soldier. Hello, Principal Zhang. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? An Bai inquired, somewhat puzzled. Why did the principal personally come to welcome me? However, the other party merely responded coldly without further elaboration. An Bai felt somewhat perplexed and activated his identification technique to examine one of the data points. Attitude, indifference 8. Hostility 3, intent to kill 0. What on earth is happening? Have I offended the principal? You must be An Bai, correct? I am Lin Qingshan, a teacher from the 4 holy academies. At this moment, Lin Qingshan approached An Bai with enthusiasm, explaining, I just heard from Captain Li that you have achieved great merit. Regardless, such accomplishments must be recognized and commended. I will propose this matter to the military on behalf of the Great Hero Academy. Additionally, there is another matter. The principal of Shuilan High School is willing to offer you a spot to participate in the internal recommendation assessment. Would you be interested in taking part in this assessment? Chapter 33. Is the system a unique talent? Internal recommendation assessment? with further explanations from Lin Qingshan and Lan Xiao. An Bai finally understood why the principals had come to seek him out. It was also the first time he learned that prior to the major examination, there was an internal recommendation assessment conducted in advance. Of course, regardless of whether one chooses to participate in the internal recommendation assessment, a unified major examination must ultimately be taken. However, those who perform well in the internal recommendation will only need to participate in the final few projects of the major exam, as the earlier projects will be automatically assigned full marks. After all, the results of this joint examination must be accounted for to the public. Moreover, for you, participating in the internal recommendation and passing the assessment grants you the right to directly select the higher education institution you wish to enter. Most importantly, if you achieve good rankings in both assessments, you can receive 2 separate rewards, not to mention the rewards for the joint examination. The rewards for the top 3 ranks in the internal recommendation are also quite substantial. Lin Qingshan thoroughly elucidated the details of the assessment. Although An Bai did not immediately agree, he was nonetheless intrigued. After all, he had originally planned to take the college entrance examination to further his studies at university. Furthermore, there were indeed some subjects that could only be better understood in a university setting. For instance, the recent encounter with the Lin Yuan sect in the wilderness. How should one put it? It could be considered a stroke of luck. Otherwise, had he encountered a higher-level disciple of the Lin Yuan sect, or if they possessed more extraordinary methods to directly harness the power of the devouring king to resist, that would be the kind of power only a divine master-level entity could wield. Even the slightest fraction would be beyond his capacity to withstand. Certain dangers necessitated prior awareness to avoid them. All right, I will participate in this assessment. Upon hearing An Bai's words, Lin Qingshan nodded with a hint of expectation. Very well. However, Principal Zhang from your school has not prepared your information. Would you mind briefly discussing it with me for a quick registration? An Bai naturally had no objection to this request. Of course. Excellent. Lin Qingshan, pleased with An Bai's willingness, continued. An Bai, just to confirm, your assessed qualification was indeed only 31 points, correct? Yes. An Bai nodded in affirmation. Good. So, your profession is that of a spell apprentice in the foundational laws. Currently at level 12, correct? At this moment, An Bai shook his head and voluntarily displayed his level. Teacher Lin, I am at level 16. Gasp. The words left the mouths of several individuals, all eyes widening in disbelief. How could you be at level 16? This is only your 3rd day after class change. Zhang Gaohai's breath quickened. Wait, Zhao Jiqing said you were only level 12? Did you really level up 4 times in one night? Lan Xiao, after her initial astonishment, donned a look of delight. After all, she had provided the opportunity. The stronger An Bai became, the more it reflected her discernment. As for the principal of the second high school, he was rendered speechless, feeling as though he had been idly watching, and was resigned to the fact that this year, his school would likely be at the bottom of the rankings. Lin Qingshan was also astonished for a while before regaining his composure. After contemplating for a moment, he slowly asked, well, although I have my doubts, I cannot rule out the possibility that the initial testing device malfunctioned and failed to detect your true qualifications. Alternatively, there exists an extremely low probability that you might have awakened some unique talent. Talent? Upon hearing this question, An Bai was momentarily taken aback. Yes, this is a rare occurrence. Some individuals may acquire unique abilities upon class change, abilities that cannot be detected. Of course, you are not obligated to respond, but I merely wish to inform you that if you truly possess such a talent, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous fortune for you. As Lin Qingshan spoke of talent, An Bai felt a tinge of confusion, while Zhang Gaohai's expression grew even more grim. Individuals who acquire unique talents are exceedingly rare, often a once-in-a-century phenomenon. If this student before him truly possessed a talent, then without a doubt, he had squandered a significant opportunity for the sake of a second-tier berserker. An Bai instinctively revealed a contemplative expression. Does the system count as my talent? Or could it be that the reason the system bound itself to me is because it manifests as a talent? Regardless, it doesn't require a response. Lin Qingshan, experienced and perceptive, sensed An Bai's demeanor and understood his thoughts. Only by awakening a unique talent would one exhibit such extraordinary traits. Due to the uncertainty of talent, there are no means to detect it. The existence of talent is generally acknowledged only because 3 individuals in history who possessed unique talents chose to publicly announce their abilities, thus informing the world of such phenomena. Naturally, in the absence of detection, we generally consider it non-existent, and all assessments will proceed as normal. Without any additional modifications made for you, we will observe your situation firsthand and provide corresponding evaluations. Lin Qingshan's words provided An Bai with some reassurance. Initially, he had been somewhat concerned that if he performed exceptionally well as a spell apprentice, he might be whisked away for research purposes. Now, knowing that the existence of talent is a possibility, he could regard his system as such. This way, all his abilities would have justifiable explanations. All right, the situation has been mostly clarified. You may return to rest for now. Given your experiences today, the internal recommendation assessment has been postponed to 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. You can gather at the dungeon hall in the eastern part of the city. By the way, when you report to the staff there, identify yourself as a student of Shui Lan High School, understood? An Bai sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere and glanced at Zhang Gao Hai. Noticing that this principal's gaze had indeed turned towards him, and his hostility had increased another notch. Never mind, this old principal seems to have some issues. Regardless, after the assessment, he would be bidding farewell to high school, so he wouldn't have to deal with this old fellow any longer. Understood. Thank you, Principal Lan, for your assistance tomorrow. An Bai greeted Lan Xiao directly. An Bai first returned home to indulge in a grand meal nearby. Although he had previously relied on nutritional fluids and barbecued meat, nothing compared to the comfort of freshly cooked dishes. Afterward, he returned home, washed up, and abandoned his meditation, allowing himself to crash onto the pillow for a deep sleep. When he awoke, it was already early the next morning. In the morning, An Bai refrained from continuing his dungeon runs or venturing outside the city. Instead, he decided to visit the trading hall before heading to the dungeon lobby. He intended to purchase several more shield weapons bound to the skill, Guardian Shield. Additionally, he deemed it prudent to acquire skill books for levels 10 and 15, as both of his exclusive skill slots currently remained vacant. Chapter 34, the 7th Military District, their S.A. Trader. The 7th Military District hosts a town approximately one-third the size of Shangjiang City. However, it is, in fact, a large military encampment entirely established by the military. In the Divine Summer's 13th District, each sector is guarded by such a town-like military base. Each district encompasses a varying number of cities based on geographical position, ranging from 3 or 4 to dozens. Besides safeguarding all towns within their jurisdiction, they also suppress one of the rift entrances, akin to esteemed academic institutions. The rifts guarded by the military districts connect to perilous realms characterized by intense battles. The commander of the 7th Military District, Shang Guoji, gazed at the report on his desk, his expression fluctuating between concern and disbelief. The notion that the cult of Abyss could summon the Shadow Monarch's projection was absurd. Was it truly that simple? Shang Guoji couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and irony. He had personally experienced the calamity that accompanied the last appearance of the Shadow Monarch's projection. The horrific aftermath, with blood and carnage strewn about, was a sight forever etched in his memory. During that incident, even over a dozen level 100 elites had perished. However, Commander, we have verified Li Dai's mental state through our analysts, and his visual memories confirmed the successful summoning of the projection, which was even resolved by that new professional, interjected a younger aide, studying the documents in hand. Shang Guoji did not dispute this revelation. He merely shook his head, stating, I am not dismissing the new professional's involvement. Rather, I contend that this Shadow Monarch projection is merely a facade, an incomplete summoning at best, likely only reaching level 10, primarily intended to instill fear. Nevertheless, summoning even this incomplete projection is no trivial endeavor. The rare materials and human blood required must be gathered over several years, perhaps even a decade, by those black-robed rats lurking in the sewers. The most pressing issue, however, is that there may be a traitor within Shangjiang City, or more specifically, within our 7th district. Otherwise, how could they orchestrate such actions right under our noses? Had we not inadvertently uncovered this plot, the consequences would have been dire. Even an incomplete projection could wreak havoc on Shangjiang City. We remain oblivious to their true intentions. After a brief silence, Shang Guoji tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating. Please arrange for a covert investigation into all medium and small-scale factions in the 7th district. Pay particular attention to those that have risen unexpectedly in recent years while maintaining a low profile. Yes, Commander. The aide promptly noted the task before shifting to another topic. Commander, regarding that student named An Bai, while this incomplete projection does not pose a genuine threat to the city, should we consider rewarding his actions? Captain Li Da and Professor Lin Qingshan from the Four Saints Academy have also recommended this. Upon hearing An Bai's name, the shadows on Shang Guoji's face lifted slightly, replaced by a hint of solace. I've heard that Shangjiang City is conducting internal assessments today. I plan to attend the meeting there. Perhaps I shall take a look. At the trading hall, An Bai first cleared out the materials cluttering his ring, converting them into approximately 800,000 in currency. He soon realized that his spatial ring was rather inadequate. Previously, he hadn't noticed, but after a trip outside the city, he discovered the ease with which he could acquire substantial materials. A portion of these had even been aided by Brother Zhao, who helped sell them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fit the precious mountain essence rock. Wow, a 10 cubic meter spatial ring costs 30 million? An Bai gasped in astonishment. He had thought himself affluent, carrying 800,000, only to be deterred by the exorbitant price. While he understood that larger spatial rings commanded exponentially higher prices, it was still quite shocking, especially considering that the 1 cubic meter ring he had purchased earlier was only 30,000. Ultimately, An Bai opted for a compromise, purchasing a 3 cubic meter ring for 500,000, along with 2 additional rings of 1 cubic meter each, as well as an equipment ring, adorning multiple rings on his fingers. One might consider him a figure of wealth, at least in appearance. The escalating price of these rings stems from the fact that humans possess only 10 fingers. Thus, the larger the ring, the more costly it becomes, not merely due to limited space, but also due to the superior quality of protection and preservation it offers. Furthermore, these rings come with an automatic looting feature, with the looting range corresponding to their spatial capacity. After acquiring the rings, An Bai proceeded to the shield section. However, he found nothing of particular value among the shields. After some deliberation, he settled on purchasing 3 green quality, standard shields, LV-15, which cost a little over 10,000, not a hefty sum. It's no wonder warriors are considered the easiest profession to nurture. Finally, he spent 150,000 to acquire 2 of his exclusive skill books, one costing 50,000 and the other 100,000. The higher the level, the pricier the book, affirming the profession's reputation as one of the wealthiest. Conversely, summoners and beastmasters, another category of guardian-type professions, are also known for their extravagant expenditures. This train of thought reminded An Bai of brother Zhao's sister, Zhao Jiqing, who was also a summoner. He couldn't help but wonder if she would ultimately thrive in her profession. Currently, An Bai had little thought on this young woman, having only met her once. Moreover, different stages in life bring distinct goals. Those who were previously consumed by fleeting pleasures had likely fulfilled their desires before transitioning to the next phase. An Bai's current objective was singularly focused, to grow stronger, especially after yesterday's experience. If he lacked power, he could have easily found himself facing an encounter with the Shadow Monarch's projection orchestrated by the Cult of Abyss, where, despite his utmost efforts, he would have been forced to flee, becoming homeless and potentially perishing alongside the town in the ensuing disaster. An Bai was determined to avoid such a fate. After settling the payments, An Bai made his way to a nearby lounge, extracting the 2 skill books he had acquired, preparing to utilize them. Ideally, I should acquire a functional skill, he mused, activating the level 10 skill book. You are mastering the exclusive skill of the basic mage profession. You have comprehended 3 skills. Please select one to master completely. Beginner Ice Arrow condenses ice elements to form arrows for attack, reducing enemy speed by 10 and having a 10 chance to freeze the target, dealing 150 damage plus 15 mental power. Repelling Fire Ring condenses fire elements around oneself. Upon detonation, it pushes nearby enemies away, with a distance of 1 meter per 1 mental power, up to a maximum of 100 meters. Beginner Slow Spell reduces a target's agility attribute. The spell of slowing is indeed beneficial for an average mage, as many spells have sluggish projectile speeds, and the application of slowing can enhance accuracy. However, my fireball can teleport and strike directly, rendering it unnecessary. The Ice Arrow is yet another offensive skill, yet its necessity is questionable. After all, if my fireball detonates too closely, I could be harmed as well. Thus, I shall opt for the Resistance Fire Ring. By pushing my enemies further away before the explosion, I need not fear injuring myself or those around me. Chapter 35, A Million in Dividends, The Dog Barks. Upon mastering the level 10 skills, An Bai seamlessly utilized the level 15 skill book, currently mastering the foundational skills exclusive to the mage profession. You have comprehended 3 skills. Please select one to master completely. Rapid Meditation. Enter a meditative state instantly, even amidst combat, remaining stationary, recovering 1 mana per minute. Elementary Wind Blade. Briefly outlined. Elementary Illumination Magic. Concentrate light elements to illuminate the surroundings. Inflicts additional damage to undead beings, dealing 5,005 mana damage continuously within the illuminated area. Perhaps it is due to the limited repertoire of a spell apprentice that An Bai noticed the repetition of the Wind Blade skill. Although the Wind Blade learned at level 5 differs in potency from that at level 15, both are fundamentally basic skills and are comparably similar. The latter is at most a slight enhancement over the previous Resistance Fire Ring. Hence, An Bai disregarded the second option entirely. Should I opt for Rapid Meditation? It allows for recovery during combat, albeit at a noble yet minimal rate of 1 per minute, and enemies would hardly stand idly by while I recuperate. This skill is primarily useful for farming in large dungeons, to be employed when one lacks the time to rest. Furthermore, it necessitates teammates, otherwise, the meditation process could easily be disrupted. Never mind, I shall choose the Illumination spell. In truth, none of these 3 skills piqued An Bai's interest. However, having utilized the skill book, there was no room for regret, and he was left with a choice among the 3. Ultimately, he selected an auxiliary skill that seemed temporarily useless, considering it an investment for the future. Who knows, perhaps it may amalgamate with a suitable attribute later on, resulting in a qualitative transformation. After perusing the trading hall for a while, without finding suitable equipment, An Bai made his way directly to the dungeon lobby. The main hall number 1 was bustling more than usual. Upon entering, he heard an excited call. Here he comes, Brother Bai. A lively figure stood beside a robust silhouette. It was none other than the Zhao siblings. The petite heiress, Xiying, stood beside Zhao Jiqing. Yet her shy demeanor had her quickly lowering her gaze after making brief eye contact with An Bai. What a coincidence. How is everyone here? An Bai raised his hand to greet the trio. What coincidence. We deliberately waited here for you. Zhao Jiqing explained enthusiastically as she approached An Bai. Principal Lan informed me that you would be participating in the internal recommendation under our Water Blue High School's name. However, since you lack contact with our school's teachers. I worried you might struggle to find the meeting point, which is why we decided to wait for you to enter together. By the way, Brother Bai, my brother also has something to discuss with you. He sold those materials for you. An Bai noticed the gleaming excitement in Zhao Jiqing's eyes, likely indicating a substantial profit. The materials and equipment sold for around 4 million, and additionally, I negotiated a price of 5,500,000 for the core of the secret realm here at the dungeon lobby. Furthermore, regarding the subsequent income from the secret realm, we agreed to forego our share, considering you were the one who cleared it single-handedly. As anticipated, the total was approximately what was initially estimated. The materials amounted to around 10 million, with each of the other 3 receiving 1 million, leaving An Bai with 7 million. Concerning the ongoing income from the secret realm, while $100 may seem modest, it is significant given that this is a level 15 dungeon. Many individuals are stuck at level 20 in Jiangcheng, and the demand for dungeons of this level is considerable. Each day, at least 100 or 200 individuals farm materials in such dungeons. Consequently, daily income will reliably yield around 10 to 20,000. This implies that even if An Bai were to cease all activity and recline at leisure, he would still garner an annual income of at least 3 to 4 million. Sustained over 30 years. How I wish for such fortune in a peaceful urban life, An Bai mused. Alas, in this world, money is not omnipotent. And even this sum is not substantial for practitioners. Even to purchase that 10 cubic meter spatial ring, relying solely on the secret realm share would require 7 to 8 years. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Too courteous, and Xiao Ge. Hey. You two calling each other brother is rather odd, Zhao Jiqing playfully remarked, her eyes darting between the two. Subsequently, she handed her 1 million to An Bai, as it had already been accounted for when she purchased the skill book. Zhao Ruetian then presented his earned million to Si Ying to repay her. The sibling duo was soon left with empty pockets. I swear, I must be admitted to one of the top 10 universities. I will strive to grow stronger and earn money to repay my debts, Zhao Jiqing declared, shaking her fist in determination. Uft, you dare to become a summoner without money? How foolish, came a sudden discordant voice from the entrance. It was the students and supervising teachers from the first and second high schools. The speaker was none other than the notoriously abrasive Zhang Qi. Initially, he merely disdained An Bai's solitary presence. However, now he harbored a strong aversion towards anyone associated with An Bai, especially since he could not fathom how An Bai managed to engage with other schoolgirls so swiftly, and such beautiful ones at that. In contrast, despite his persistent flattery towards the goddess Lu Ruyan, he had made no progress whatsoever. Who are you cursing, fool? Zhao Jiqing, with her fiery temperament, retorted without hesitation, hands on her hips, glaring back. Who else but you? Didn't the teacher mention that summoners require substantial financial resources? First, you need money to sustain yourself. Only then can you grow stronger and earn more. You lack funds from the outset. So what business do you have as a summoner? Zhang Qi smugly lectured, adopting a self-righteous tone. However, Zhao Jiqing paid little attention to his latter remarks. Instead, she flashed a scornful gaze, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Oh, so the fool is cursing me? Well, I shall graciously refrain from engaging with a fool, Brother Bai. Let us go. You. At that moment, Zhang Qi finally grasped the underlying meaning of her words. Yet, Zhao Jiqing had already taken An Bai and Si Ying by the arms, leading them into the designated meeting room for Water Blue High School. Leaving him to stew in frustration, his face flushed. I never expected you to be this kind of person, An Bai chuckled at Zhao Jiqing's reaction. Though he was indifferent to the barking dogs, he found amusement in watching someone attempt to provoke them. Hee, Brotherin, please don't take offense. My sister has always had this temperament since childhood, and should she inadvertently offend you with her sharp tongue, I hope you will be gracious. Zhao Ruetian, with a hint of embarrassment, scratched his head, as he had heard that young masters from affluent families are typically well-mannered. He sincerely hoped his sister would not antagonize this esteemed individual. Chapter 36, The Special Ring. On the eve of the internal assessment, the 3 prestigious universities awaited notifications in their respective lounges. At first high, Zhang Gaohai personally led 3 individuals. He had been in a state of indecision throughout the day due to the matter concerning An Bai. It was perplexing that a student from his own institution was being courted by others. If it were an ordinary student, it would be understandable. But now it appeared that the other party possessed extraordinary potential. Although Principal Zhang Gaohai maintained a facade of stubbornness, there was a flicker of regret within him. However, this sentiment was fleeting, soon overshadowed by the ramifications of the situation. If An Bai truly succeeded in the assessment and garnered acclaim, First High would inevitably face unprecedented scrutiny. Parents would question why such a talented student was not cherished by their own school. Would it imply that the institution harbored secrets or that the teachers lacked discernment? Regardless of the conclusion drawn, it would lead to immense challenges in recruitment for the following year and beyond. New parents would undoubtedly hesitate, opting for other schools out of concern. At that point, Zhang Gaohai's position as principal would be precariously precarious. He simply could not allow that to transpire. This was the conclusion that weighed heavily on Principal Zhang Gaohai's mind after much contemplation. He even took the time to investigate An Bai's background. ultimately confirming that he was merely an orphan without any connections. Even if he were to become a thorn in their side, the repercussions would be minimal. As for his talent, a once-in-a-century phenomenon, and one that occurs only once in 100 billion individuals worldwide. What were the odds that this orphan would be the chosen one, especially at my school? With such thoughts, Zhang Gaohai readily dismissed the possibility. Conversely, the three individuals he had selected were incomparable. Lu Rian, for instance, was the highest qualifying student in nearly a decade, irreplaceable. Lu Yufei was also a third-tier assassin with a score of 90, promising a bright future. Zhang Qi, though slightly less impressive, hailed from the esteemed Golden Tiger Guild in Shangjiang City, being the grandson of its founder and the son of the current leader. Wielding considerable influence and resources in the local area, the school had numerous collaborations with them. If Zhang Qi had not been selected initially, it would have been one thing. But to replace him after selection would surely incite the ire of the Golden Tiger Guild. Thus, Zhang Gaohai ultimately resolved to treat An Bai as a mere pawn, ensuring he would bear no consequences. Principal, I heard that An Bai is already at level 16. Is that correct? This is utterly absurd. How did he accomplish that? In the conference room, Lu Rian could not refrain from voicing her curiosity. She had dismissed An Bai's profession and potential, intending to soar to greatness herself, only to discover that he consistently overshadowed her. She was the highest ranked among first highest trio, yet she had only reached level 8 that morning, and even employed experience-boosting items. Who knows? Perhaps he merely utilized rapid leveling items. Before the principal could respond, Zhang Qi interjected with scornful mockery. It's evident he lacks intelligence. The assessment content is tailored to match levels. The higher one is, the greater the difficulty. As a low-tier mage, the disparity between levels and comparable monsters widens significantly due to his low growth attributes. If he remained under level 5, he could barely contend with ordinary monsters of the same level. Surpassing level 10, a novice mage wouldn't stand a chance against even a common foe. Although Lu Rian looked down upon Zhang Qi, she found herself agreeing with his assessment. Upon entering, she had noticed An Bai closely accompanying his mentor, likely relying on that connection to advance. Finding solace in justifying her earlier misjudgment, Lu Rian felt a weight lift from her shoulders. She had not misjudged. Any temporary surge in his ranking was merely a display of bravado. Once she methodically advanced to level 16, or even just to level 7 or 8, she would easily surpass him. Enough about An Bai, you three come here. Zhang Gaohai rapped on the table, drawing their attention. He then produced 3 black and gray rings from his spatial ring. Our objective this time is to ensure that all 3 of you secure a top 3 position. Zhang Gaohai's words ignited a spark of excitement in the trio. Achieving a top 3 rank in an assessment limited to elite students was a tremendous honor. When the time came for you to wear this equipment, you would be invincible. However, remember this, from this moment forth, once you choose this equipment, there will be no turning back. Zhang Gaohai's voice carried an air of authority, if not intimidation. What he was doing could be deemed a serious violation of assessment regulations. Yet, in previous years, he would never have acted thus. However, given the extraordinary circumstances this year, he had compelling reasons to prevent An Bai from ranking. Moreover, the examiners for this assessment were all former students who had benefited from his guidance. Engaging in subtle manipulations would pose little risk of detection. The 3 initially picked up the rings with a sense of confusion, but upon reading the descriptions, their faces illuminated with excitement, their gazes filled with the assurance of victory. Finally, at 2 o'clock, the 9 individuals from the 3 high schools stood before Lin Qingshan. Everyone, I will reiterate, this assessment is not the actual college entrance examination. It merely allows you to participate in a special instance together. Your performance within the instance will be recorded in full, and I will forward the footage to the 10 major academies for evaluation. Naturally, I will be involved in the grading, so once you enter, focus solely on completing the challenge. As he spoke, Lin Qingshan produced 9 black and gray rings and laid them before him. Each of you will receive one of these rings to wear. The effect of this ring is to seal all additional attributes and effects of your equipment, retaining only the base attributes of standard white gear at the same level. This is to ensure that your success is based solely on your own abilities, rather than external forces. Additionally, the instance you each enter will adjust to match your respective levels, ensuring fairness in the assessment. Should you choose to exit midway, the previous recordings will be retained, so do not worry. If you encounter insurmountable foes, you may opt to withdraw after exerting your utmost effort. Chapter 37, Instant Kill. This atmosphere feels amiss. Lin Qingshan produced a USB-like device and inserted it into the console for the instance. Subsequently, a colorful vortex-like entrance to the instance materialized at the teleportation platform. Alright, you may now enter the instance one by one. The chamber comprises 4 distinct levels, each independently assessed, and upon successful completion, one can directly receive bountiful rewards. Naturally, the rewards become increasingly generous the further one progresses. Thus, it is advisable for all participants to not hold back their strengths and to expedite their passage through the trials. Once equipped with the designated gear for the assessment, one may enter. As Lin Qingshan's words faded, the crowd exhibited an eager anticipation, subsequently being teleported into the instance under the guidance of their respective principals. Successfully logged into the Special Assessment Instance, Level 1. Verifying candidate information. An Bai, Apprentice Mage in Basic Spellcasting, Level 16, Assessment Criteria Matched. Assessment Ring activated. All equipment attributes will be suppressed to the quality of ordinary white gear, and equipment skills are rendered unusable. With a whoosh, as the luminous barrier enveloped him, An Bai swiftly entered the instance. Indeed, he found himself transported into a secluded realm. There were no teammates or adversaries in sight. Each individual's assessment unfolded in isolation. It became evident that this design stripped away the influence of equipment, focusing solely on the essence of one's abilities. Fortunately, the enhancements he possessed applied to his skills, rendering the assessment ring's impact negligible. With this thought, An Bai felt unconcerned and began surveying his surroundings. He stood within a colossal structure reminiscent of an arena. Its expanse estimated to be no less than 300 square meters. Positioned at one exit, he faced another directly opposite him. In the next moment, a multitude of ferocious beasts surged forth. Wind Fury Wolf LV-16, Health 12,000, Attack 240, Defense 120. Lightning Falcon LV-16, Health 8,000, Attack 400, Defense 90. Earth Golem LV-16, Health 50,000, Attack 100, Defense 500. Instantly, the opposite end of the arena became filled with 10 diverse beasts, some adept at cooperative hunting, others capable of flight, and a few boasting formidable health. All matched the challenger's level. No wonder the prelude had hinted at the extraordinary difficulty of this assessment. To confront 10 beasts of equal standing simultaneously, unless one possessed true prowess, even escape would be a formidable challenge. The speed of the lightning falcon surpassed that of even the swiftest assassin. A luminous barrier separated both sides, thus An Bai refrained from immediate action, adopting a relaxed stance until the countdown for the assessment commenced. As the numbers 3, 2, and 1 echoed, a resonant chime rang out. In the instant the barrier vanished, an explosion erupted. 10 fireballs detonated simultaneously, engulfing the arena in a cataclysmic inferno. Neither the creatures on the ground nor those soaring above could evade the engulfing flames. Congratulations. You have successfully completed Level 1 of the assessment. Current rank, 1. You have received the first place reward. An Bai maintained an expression of indifference, even stifling a yawn. In his eyes, having already faced the projection of the Devouring King, these ordinary monsters evoked not even a modicum of alarm. At the instance control center, Lin Qingshan's jaw dropped slightly, and it took him a moment to regain composure and close his mouth. Yet the astonishment etched on his face lingered for quite some time. A completion time of 0.58 seconds? An instant annihilation? How could this be? Even for someone as experienced as he, it was difficult to believe the spectacle he had witnessed. While it is not uncommon for seasoned players above level 60 to effortlessly dispatch ordinary creatures, this was a mere level 20, not yet having undergone their first advancement, and still wielding the most rudimentary of low-level skills. How could such terrifying damage be achieved? What on earth was that explosion? Lin Qingshan immediately instructed his staff to retrieve the instance data. Unlike the instances designated for external players, this assessment instance meticulously recorded precise data throughout the evaluation process. Although termed accurate, it could not detect anomalies beyond the realm of reason. Thus, the results presented to Lin Qingshan were, Director Lin. The skill employed by An Bai was indeed the basic fireball. Perhaps I miscalibrated. I will recheck. The staff member doubted the accuracy of their data. After repeatedly cross-referencing the information, they had no choice but to concede that it was indeed the basic fireball, even revealing an astounding attack power of 500,000. Is this what one calls a fireball? Or basic? Whose fireball can wreak such devastation? For a fleeting moment, Lin Qingshan questioned whether the instance he had brought was malfunctioning. He then turned his gaze to other screens. Ice Mage Lu Rian was unleashing area slow spells to delay the onslaught of beasts while relentlessly inflicting damage with ice spikes. Berserker Zhang Qi was in a frenzy, disregarding his mounting injuries as he brazenly engaged the monsters, seemingly intent on venting his frustrations upon them. Shadow Assassin Lu Yufei plunged a dagger into the skull of a Wind Fury Wolf before swiftly retreating and entering stealth mode, seeking the next opportunity for a decisive strike. Summoner Zhao Jiqing had summoned. Wait, was that a third-tier fire dragon? Though not fully matured, its innate draconic aura was sufficient to intimidate these lesser beasts. Great Shield Warrior Si Ying, while somewhat flustered, gallantly ran about wielding her immense shield, remarkably sustaining no injuries despite the constant assaults. Among the 9, the only support class. A student from the second year commanded 2 AI allies, deftly casting support spells while orchestrating their movements. The support student was subject to an additional assessment of commanding abilities. As in a team, support roles can often manage the overall strategy more effectively. Witnessing the performances of these individuals, Lin Qingshan finally exhaled in relief. This was the expected norm. The instance was without fault. The sole anomaly was An Bai. It seemed highly probable that An Bai indeed possessed extraordinary talent. Based on this display, It appeared that he had a gift capable of transforming the fireball spell. On the other side, An Bai had also received his rewards for completing the first level. Firstly, a wealth of experience propelled him to a level up, achieving the status of level 17. Congratulations. You have reached level 17. Triggered basic class passive. All attributes 90, fire affinity 10. Triggered mage initiation passive, spirit 6, mentality 10, 75, innate aptitude 3. Secondly, An Bai was somewhat astonished by the reward, a downgrade elixir. While he had often heard of upgrade elixirs, this was his first encounter with a downgrade elixir. And it astonishingly bore an orange quality. Downgrade elixir, orange. Reduces level by 1, can only be used once per tier. The description of this downgrade elixir was succinct. Initially, An Bai did not ponder much, but soon realized its true value. Indeed, it was a remarkable item, especially for those whose talents might not be exceptionally high. The downgrade elixir could serve as a miraculous remedy for future breakthroughs. Each profession undergoes an advancement assessment at levels 20, 60, and 100, commonly referred to as the first, second, and third transitions. Beyond these, further advancements occur at every multiple of 40 and every 100 levels, such as 140, 200, 240, and so forth. Regardless of whether a profession can undergo a qualitative transformation, upon reaching these levels, assessment tasks will manifest, which must be completed to continue progression. The distinction lies in the fact that higher-tier professions evolve after their transitions, enhancing their growth potential significantly. The number of tiers a profession possesses dictates the number of evolutions it can undergo. However, for a basic mage like him, assessments are still required, albeit with no change in profession and less significant improvements. Such potions are intended for those who lack the strength to break through despite reaching the necessary level. By using a demotion potion and subsequently leveling up again, one can attain attribute growth anew, akin to reaping the benefits of a level's worth of attribute enhancement without cost. For practitioners, levels are not paramount. Attributes constitute the true combat power. Leveling up is aimed at strengthening attributes, while demotion serves the same purpose of enhancing one's attributes. Although I need not worry about failing to advance, acquiring a level's worth of attributes without effort would still be immensely beneficial. An Bai promptly stored the potion in his spatial ring, intending to use it later. This level up significantly boosted his attributes. In addition to the standard 96 points, due to selecting the Mage King trait, his mental power increased by an additional 10. At level 16, his mental power stood at 747, thus granting him an extra 75 points, not quite reaching the first transition. His current attributes are Physique 836, Agility 835, Mental 918, Fire Affinity 114. This is without accounting for any external equipment or items. He estimated that he could rival a top-tier first transition profession. Of course, he had no precise data on first transitions, merely a vague sense of comparison. He then proceeded to draw a new trait. Using one opportunity, drawing a golden trait. Draw successful. Congratulations on obtaining the legendary skill trait, Levitation. Another trait whose literal meaning was immediately comprehensible, yet still left in by pondering its application. Where would this trait be best utilized? Tilting his head, he opened his skill list browser. Perhaps this could yield impressive results. Illumination LV1 consumes mental power to condense light elements. Levitation, all targets struck by illumination will be forcibly levitated. Indeed, life is full of surprises. What was once a seemingly ineffective choice, illumination, transformed into a powerful area control skill simply by adding this trait. Being a golden trait. Even though the effect of levitation is somewhat common, as many skills can produce this effect, the golden enhancement ensures forced levitation, persisting until the light dissipates. Almost all close combat professions would find themselves rendered ineffective. They would be unable to approach An Bai. Once they drew near and were illuminated, they would be levitated, losing their footing and thus their capacity to inflict damage. Since the assessments are uniformly scored, An Bai had no choice but to meditate at the same spot after completing the trait draws. Nearly an hour and a half passed before a notification sounded in his ears. An Bai finally opened his eyes, concluding his meditation. Logged into the special assessment dungeon. Second stage, testing candidate information. An Bai, basic mage spell apprentice, level 17, assessment content matched. The second stage commenced, and the dungeon level increased by 1. The scene resembled the first layer, yet the arena was substantially larger, rather than a vast expanse of emptiness. It was filled with ruins and dilapidated structures that could serve as cover. In addition to a frontal exit, there were now exits on both the left and right sides. As the countdown progressed, enemies surged forth from all 3 exits simultaneously. Unlike the first layer's beastly foes, these were semi-intelligent humanoid monsters. Directly ahead was a horde of goblins, led by an elite goblin chief and an elite goblin high priest, forming a small army of over 30. To the left was a group of half-orcs, which An Bai had yet to encounter in the wild, making this his first sighting of them. The half-orcs appeared exceedingly robust, possessing the strength of beasts while being capable of upright locomotion and wielding weapons. Finally, from the right emerged a cluster of goblins, even smaller than the goblins. yet each donned unique armor. Moreover, these armors were connected to multiple additional arms. Some had 3 or 4, while others boasted 7 or 8, each wielding a weapon, making these goblins resemble octopuses transformed into weapon masters. However, none of this mattered. As the barrier dissipated, fireball spells erupted. Boom. 580,050. 579,054. 588,848. The terrifying roar resonated simultaneously in 3 directions. The collective movement of these enemies made this stage even simpler than the first. In the first layer, An Bai had to cast 10 fireballs because several lightning hawks had taken flight as soon as they appeared, nearly distancing themselves from the main group. This time, despite the presence of elite enemies, even a level 17 elite monster could not exceed 50,000 health. A level 15 purple elite skeleton had only approached 30,000 health. Nevertheless, An Bai breezed through, instantly clearing the stage. Outside, Lin Qingshan was once again left dumbfounded. How could this be? I specifically enhanced the monster's health through a triple hell buff, each exceeding 1,000,000. Indeed, An Bai had misunderstood. The health of the monsters this time was indeed higher than anticipated. However, due to the rapid kills, he had not paid particular attention. Lin Qingshan once again summoned the data and discovered that the upgraded fireball spell remained a basic one, but its attack power had increased from just over 500,000 to nearly 600,000. Logically, this should not have resulted in instant kills. The explosion concealed many other circumstances. Merely examining the data did not allow for an accurate assessment. This boy continues to astonish me with surprises. The reason for this was rather simple. The health of the monsters simulated in the dungeon was consistent with that of real monsters. Altering the data, such as the significant differences between a monster on normal difficulty and one on hell difficulty, was merely achieved through applying special buffs to the monsters. However, An Bai's fireball had a dispelling trait. At the moment of detonation, it forcibly eliminated these buffs, reverting their health to below 30,000, thus leading to their immediate annihilation. Chapter 39, Cheating Ring, Attribute Doubling. Congratulations on successfully challenging the second layer. Current ranking. 1. You have received the first place reward. Reward, Substantial Experience. Current experience level 17, 10. Reward, Special Item. Demotion Potion, Orange. First tier experience potion, Blue. High grade recovery potion, Purple. X10. First tier, selectable general skill book. The rewards for the second layer swiftly credited to him. Indeed, as Lin Qingshan had stated, even merely participating in the process yielded considerable benefits. Once again, there are demotion pills, accompanied by experience potions, which can expedite the enhancement of attributes. The advanced recovery potions, valued at a staggering 100,000, have been generously bestowed, 10 in total. As for the final item, a customizable universal skill book, it brought immense delight to An Bai. However, this is not a skill book that can be utilized directly. Rather, it resembles a voucher stamped with the seal of the Four Holy Academy. At the appropriate time, one may visit any official trading post to claim a skill book suitable for oneself, provided it is of the first tier, meaning it does not exceed level 20. This can be done without any expenditure or bidding. Moreover, it guarantees priority access. No amount of money can usurp this right, lest one offend the 10 prestigious academies. Outside, Lin Qingshan and the staff monitoring the surveillance footage were utterly bewildered. They had accompanied Lin Qingshan from their university, all engaged in auxiliary professions, priding themselves on their extensive knowledge. Yet, upon arriving in the small city of Shanjiang, they appeared as if they had encountered a ghost. The prowess emanating from such humble beginnings is indeed formidable. However, the spectacle of instantaneous victories has lost its allure, prompting the spectators to shift their focus to others. Apart from An Bai, it was evident that the trio performed remarkably well. The first layer saw them securing the second, third, and fourth positions, appearing to progress rapidly. Second only to An Bai, one staff member, observing the data on the screen and the individuals portrayed, witnessed Zhang Qi unleashing the core skill of a berserker once more. With diminishing health, his attack power surged, and through his desperate skills, he thrived amid chaos. Meanwhile, the ice mage Lu Ru Yin continuously cast area slow spells, demonstrating exceptional positioning awareness. Without a frontline protector, she adeptly utilized the terrain to ensnare the nearest foes, effectively blocking the path of enemies behind her and allowing her to manage fewer adversaries simultaneously. The Shadow Assassin, too, executed the strategy of targeting the leader first with precision, swiftly dispatching the Goblin Chief, the Gremlin Chief, and the Half-Orc Chief. Amid the ensuing pandemonium, he deftly maneuvered to capitalize on the turmoil. Lin Qingshan nodded in satisfaction, albeit with a hint of curiosity. Why did it seem that these individuals' output was exceeding the average? Within the dungeon, Zhang Qi raised his greatsword and brought it crashing down, successfully slaying yet another elite goblin. Observing his smooth progress, he felt a surge of pride and discreetly shifted his gaze to the black-gray ring adorning his finger. However, the ring he wore, though appearing similar to the one given by Lin Qingshan, possessed entirely different properties. In fact, its effects were diametrically opposed. Rather than suppressing equipment attributes, It rather doubled the attributes of all gear worn within the dungeon. The assessment dungeon had been in existence for many years, yet such a ring, akin to a cheat, had never before materialized. One reason for this is that the creator of the dungeon was of exceptionally high level, and the matched assessment rings were of extraordinary craftsmanship, beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals to decipher or forge. With nearly a decade devoid of formidable adventurers emerging from the prestigious institution, its reputation had waned over the years, prompting the principal to consider initiating assessments within the dungeon. National assessments necessitate travel to the provincial capital for centralized testing, and these are not artificially constructed dungeons. Thus, it would be unfeasible to manipulate them. However, preliminary assessments conducted in each respective town are merely superficial tests, and with only a single university instructor overseeing the process, there remained an opportunity for minor manipulations. Last year, he discreetly enlisted a legendary-level equipment smith to create such a ring, and this year marked its official debut. Initially, he had hesitated, lacking the courage to proceed. However, the emergence of An Bai compelled him to take this drastic measure. After all, this equipment would only function within this dungeon. Once outside, he could simply remove the ring, minimizing the probability of detection. Securing third place in the first layer, it was likely that the first and second positions would be claimed by Ru Yin and Liu Yufei. An Bai, the incompetent, stands no chance of competing with me. I shall claim both Ru Yin and the university's selection privilege. Zhang Qi's gaze was fierce, brimming with confidence. The other two, similarly adorned with new rings, Ru Yin and Liu Yufei, shared the same sentiments. Although initially shocked by the principal's suggestion of cheating, they soon rationalized it, thinking that An Bai, being merely a novice mage, must also be employing some underhanded tactics to level up so swiftly. With this thought, they felt justified in their own deceit. Furthermore, knowing that their equipment would not be suppressed and would instead be amplified, Zhang Gaohai prepared a complete set of rare gear for each participant, boasting inherently high attributes. However, since each individual could only see their own ranking, when the trio secured the second, third, and fourth positions, they each assumed that one among them undoubtedly claimed first place, which put their minds at ease. Indeed, their damage output exceeded the average for their level, likely due to enhancements from their professions. While the staff could observe the attack power data, they were not privy to the specifics of whether it stemmed from equipment bonuses or attribute enhancements. Moreover, they had never conceived that anyone would dare to cheat in this manner. At least in this world, instances of cheating in examinations had never been documented. Perhaps Zhang Gaohai was pioneering such a venture. Lin Qingshan, observing An Bai's exceptional capabilities, found it unsurprising that the others could display slightly elevated strength. He paid little attention to the matter. The first two layers tested battlefield prowess, while the subsequent layer would assess their overall qualities. Would An Bai be able to maintain his lead? This time, the waiting period was extended. Nearly 3 hours elapsed before the third stage finally commenced. Logged into the special assessment dungeon, the third stage's objective is reach the destination. The environment of this layer was markedly different. No longer a spacious arena. They found themselves in a cavernous space resembling an underground lair. Ahead lay only a narrow passage. The task was encapsulated in a singularly straightforward directive: reach the destination. Currently, there were no visible monsters. Was this stage a test of speed rather than time? If it were merely a race, An Bai believed he would not have the advantage. After all, he was fundamentally just a mage. Among the participants were an elusive shadow assassin and a nimble ranger, both boasting extraordinary speeds. Furthermore, their inherent quickness was augmented by skills. Contemplating the likelihood of losing points in this stage, An Bai hastily cast the protective shield upon himself and dashed down the solitary path. Concurrently, he glanced at the attributes of the protective shield. Protective shield, 510, defense 15, 700, health 1, 270, 000. Thankfully, the equipment linked to his skills remained unaffected. The attributes of the 5 bound shields were unchanged. It appeared that this ring only affected the equipment currently worn. With this realization, An Bai proceeded confidently. With over 15,000 in defense, it was improbable that any attack from a level 20 or below could easily breach it. Moreover, the shield's health exceeding 1 million meant that standing still would necessitate a considerable duration for others to inflict damage. Swish, swish, swish. At the very moment he dashed around a corner, a flurry of over a dozen sharp arrows suddenly flew towards him. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows landed approximately half a meter in front of An Bai, only to be intercepted by a translucent protective barrier, merely causing a ripple to emanate from its surface. Not only did it fail to inflict any harm upon him, but it also posed no threat to the barrier itself. The arrows, possessing piercing attributes, merely forced a trivial loss of 1 health point. They could not delay An Bai even for a heartbeat. However, in the next instant, the ground beneath him erupted in a thick cloud of smoke, quickly followed by a resounding whoosh as flames engulfed him. It turned out that the smoke was a concoction of black gunpowder, easily ignited. Fire? It was of little concern. An Bai chuckled derisively, channeling his formidable physical prowess to continue his sprint. With his affinity for fire surpassing 100, he was virtually immune to all non-manipulated fire attacks. As for those that were artificially created, it became a contest of whose fire affinity was superior. Buzz. As he pressed forward, the walls were adorned with an array of peculiar purple and red gems. Yet, An Bai did not pause to ponder their purpose, forging ahead. Just as he passed the first gem, a flash of light occurred, and a beam of red struck him. The protective shield did not block this radiance, allowing it to connect with him. Cursed. Vulnerability effect activated. It was a curse trap. Upon reading the notification, An Bai finally grasped the situation. The barrier could not defend against curses. Although he possessed a black witch necklace that granted him 50 points of curse resistance, it had been nullified by the assessment ring. However, the vulnerability was inconsequential to him, and he pressed on. Cursed. Attacks will inflict continuous bleeding. Cursed. Speed reduced by 50. Cursed. Blinded. Whoosh. After traversing less than 10 meters, he found himself afflicted with over 10 additional curse effects. Most of them he disregarded. But the speed reduction and blindness had a significant impact on him. What a nuisance. Fireball spell. An Bai unleashed the fireball spell, but astonishingly, the target was himself. Boom. You have sustained a fatal injury. A death replica has been triggered, restoring all statuses. By resorting to self-detonation, he effectively resurrected on the spot, regaining all his statuses. All curses were thus purified. Unfortunately, cleansing only eliminated beneficial effects, not negative ones. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to expend his death replica. Ultimately, after utilizing self-detonation 2 more times, he successfully navigated through the approximately 10-kilometer-long corridor of curses. Had he attempted to traverse it directly, he would have likely accumulated hundreds of curses. This tactic left Lin Qingshan and others outside bewildered. They were utterly perplexed by An Bai's actions. How did this lad cleanse his curses? Did his fireball spell possess a purifying function? Could it cleanse curses through self-inflicted damage? But this wasn't an online game. There was no concept of friendly fire or self-harm immunity. Could it be that his defensive capability was sufficient to withstand 500,000 to 600,000 points of damage? Regardless of the confusion outside, An Bai smoothly arrived at the finish line. Congratulations on successfully challenging the third layer. Time taken, 14 minutes. Injury status, none. Rated as a perfect completion. Current ranking, 1. You have received the first place reward. Reward, substantial experience, current experience, LV 1720. Reward, special item, talent pill, gold. Please wait a moment. You will receive a notification when the final layer of assessments commences. The rarity of this reward was astonishing, reaching golden legendary quality. However, after the initial surprise, An Bai felt somewhat speechless. Talent pill, gold. Upon use, innate qualities will increase by 0. 11. The effectiveness of repeated uses will diminish. For anyone else, this would be an immense reward. Yet, I possess the Law King attribute. Each level up provides a steady enhancement, akin to consuming a talent pill with every level. Thus, I find this item of little use. With a tinge of regret, he stowed it away. Nonetheless, this item was exceptionally valuable. Rumors suggested it had even soared to over 100 million in the black market. Though talent pills had always been in demand, yet rarely available for public sale. Feeling a pang of hunger, An Bai contemplated that the others likely wouldn't arrive as swiftly, so he retrieved the chicken leg he had brought out of the city and, utilizing his survival kit, started a fire to roast it. In the monitoring room, Lin Qingshan watched An Bai's actions with a mixture of disbelief and amusement, while others were striving for high rankings. He was leisurely roasting meat in the assessment instance. This was undoubtedly a first in history. This An Bai had proven to be an enigma, even in the third layer. The third layer could be considered the most crucial checkpoint among the 4, as it effectively assessed each student's overall capabilities. Numerous traps obstructed the path, testing their awareness of danger and their responses to impending crises. Those with thick blood and high defenses could brute force their way through, albeit with some difficulty. Lin Qingshan observed Seeing from Water Blue Academy, nodding in satisfaction. Her class was certainly not a conventional shield warrior. The defensive power augmented by her skills was extraordinarily high. Archers, rangers, and hunters inherently possessed the ability to set traps, naturally equipping them with the skill to dismantle them as well. Mages could use their skills to scout ahead, directly employing brute force to bypass mechanisms. As a summoner, Zhao Jiqing undoubtedly utilized her pets for reconnaissance, proceeding smoothly. However, the time consumed by the others could not compare to An Bai's approach of recklessly sprinting to the finish line without a care. In fact, by the end, his protective shield's health had not dipped below 99%. Just then, the door to the monitoring room swung open. Oh, the third layer already? It seems I've arrived a bit late. The voice of Chief Shang Guoji carried an air of authority, prompting Lin Qingshan to instinctively rise and stand at attention. Chief Shang, you've come too? Lin Qingshan hadn't anticipated that the military district's leader would be present for this assessment. Shang Guoji waved his hand, signaling the staff who wished to stand in respect to continue with their duties. I've heard a certain interesting young lad has emerged this year. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshan realized that Chief Shang was undoubtedly referring to An Bai. He also understood the leader's presence in Jiangcheng was likely connected to the recent emergence of the Lin Yuan sect. Chief, You mean student An Bai, right? I must say, this young fellow has indeed surprised us greatly. Speaking of An Bai, Lin Qingshan felt a surge of excitement. He was determined to recruit this boundlessly promising youth for their esteemed Four Saints Academy. After entering, Shangguaji also turned his gaze to the monitoring screen. But his expression soon shifted to one of confusion. Why was everyone else clearing the level while An Bai was busy enjoying barbecued meat? Had he already completed the third layer? Shangguaji was well aware of the internal assessment, having undergone it himself in his youth. Having glanced at the progress of others, it was evident that the swiftest among them had barely reached the halfway mark, while the slower ones were still grappling with the initial fifth of the journey. Engaged in a battle of wits against traps. In stark contrast, the situation on An Bai's side was quite different. Behold the magnificence of that colossal roasted chicken leg. Its surface a golden, crispy delight, undoubtedly the result of meticulous roasting for over 10 minutes. The juxtaposition was striking. While some struggled for survival, An Bai reveled in the joys of a spring outing. How had he fared in the preceding layers? Seeing that he had missed the opportunity to observe, Shangguaji decided to inquire about the earlier circumstances. As for the others, he had yet to perceive anything of interest. Why not allow you, Commander Shang, to witness it personally? Lin Qingshan suggested with a slight smile, prompting the staff to retrieve the footage of An Bai's previous successful clear. Just as Shangguaji was about to express his concern regarding the limited time to view an extensive recording, the staff indicated that they had already procured it, and the duration was less than 5 minutes. With a sense of curiosity, Shangguaji began to scrutinize An Bai's performance in the initial 2 layers. In the first layer, monsters spawned, the countdown concluded, and with a swift incantation of fireball, annihilation ensued. The second layer followed a similar pattern. Monsters emerged, the countdown elapsed, and again. Fireball secured a swift victory. The remaining minutes were devoted to the third layer, which involved activating a shield and charging forth with relentless vigor. As the process unfolded without any unforeseen incidents, the staff accelerated the footage, leading straight to the conclusion. Shangguaji took a deep breath, nearly losing his composure before the onlookers. This young man possesses extraordinary talent. His regard for An Bai stemmed from a profound understanding of the significance of the organization Lingyuan Jiao. It was not merely a matter of halting the descent of the Corrosion King, as others might mistakenly believe, but rather addressing the projection of the Corrosion King that had already manifested. Although he discerned that the projection was the result of an incomplete summoning, it was still beyond the capabilities of a novice practitioner of merely a dozen levels to resolve. Yet, An Bai had accomplished this feat, single-handedly. Initially, he had harbored some skepticism, suspecting that perhaps An Bai had utilized some sort of artifact for a one-time burst of power. However, upon witnessing the current display, he recognized that even in the presence of a special ring sealing external forces, An Bai could still inflict such damage. This indicated that it was indeed his regular damage output. Moreover, the formidable defensive capability of that shield surpassed that of most first-tier shield warriors. Shaolin, I recall that during the 4th layer, you typically conduct the assessments personally, don't you? Lin Qingshan nodded in affirmation. The evaluation for the 4th layer entailed crafting a boss, not through intelligent control, but rather through a connection to Lin Qingshan's consciousness. He would personally impart a lesson to these students, and in over a decade, no more than 3 individuals had successfully cleared the challenge under his guidance. This was precisely why he had made it a point to clarify before the assessments began that, even if they did not clear the final layer, their scores would still be duly recorded. From the outset, he had no intention of allowing the students to conquer the 4th layer. He aimed to instill in them the awareness that there exists a world beyond their own, and that they must never underestimate their adversaries. Designed for me a fire demon warrior, completely immune to fire, and granted a shield break skill. I wish to personally observe what further surprises this young man has in store. Shangguaji expressed with a glimmer of anticipation. Lin Qingshan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that Shangguaji would choose to descend into the fray himself. 80 years prior, he had already attained demigod status. One could only wonder if he had made further strides in the intervening years. Yet even without relying on his own power, his combat experience was unparalleled. Commander Shang, are you certain? Lin Qingshan inquired, meeting the authoritative gaze of Shangguaji and refraining from further questioning, promptly set about creating the boss for An Bai's 4th layer assessment. Shangguaji then entered the instance through the teleportation platform. However, upon entry, he transformed into a stream of mental energy, merging with the boss's form that Lin Qingshan had prepared for him. Logged into the special assessment instance, 4th layer. Objective, defeat the guardian boss. At last, it had arrived. An Bai wiped the grease from his lips, feeling satiated. It was time for a post-meal workout. He found himself once again in a coliseum akin to the 1st layer, albeit smaller in scale, as this was a one-on-one battle. Soon, a towering boss, approximately 3 meters tall, materialized before him. It resembled the fire elemental he had encountered in the wild previously, albeit with some differences. However, An Bai did not take the time for a thorough examination. He merely glanced at the boss's health, which totaled 5 million, and calculated his output. 10 fireballs should suffice. As the countdown concluded and the barrier dissipated, he unleashed Fireball X10. Boom. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the Guardian boss. Fire Demon Warrior. An Bai, is that all? Lin Qingshan, Shangguoji. Lin Qingshan. Commander Shang, in a sense. Has this fellow just executed a near-instantaneous defeat of a demigod? Lin Qingshan found himself at a loss for words. Clearing his throat, he instructed. Inform him that the assessment is not yet concluded. Let us have another go. Shangguoji maintained an impassive demeanor. Though Lin Qingshan could not discern any change in his expression. What a remarkable lad. His fireballs are not merely fire damage. They are true damage. I was careless and did not evade. Shaolin, increase the standard movement speed by 100-fold and grant me an instantaneous burst acceleration skill. I am eager to see if his instantaneous fireball can keep pace with mine. It was no surprise that the military district commander displayed such rich experience. In an instant, he had already identified that An Bai's fireballs were instantaneous and fluid. Thus, he refrained from augmenting the boss's health, confident that his own skills would allow him to evade the attacks. Alert, assessment continues. An Bai heard the announcement echo in his ears. However, he experienced no confusion. Rather, it struck him as entirely reasonable. There was no way the fourth layer would be a simple endeavor. It likely required battling through several bosses in a gauntlet format. Chapter 42, Assessment concluded, first place. After a brief interlude, yet another identical boss emerged. Still a fire demon warrior. Still with 5 million health. Well then, boom. At the very moment the battle commenced, An Bai employed an instantaneous fireball spell. However, this time, as the explosion reverberated, no notification sound followed. Swish. 150,000. In the next instant, An Bai received a notification indicating that he had sustained 150,000 damage. Fortunately, it had been mitigated by the automatically triggered object shield. At that moment, An Bai turned to see the fire demon warrior had, in an instant, evaded his attack lock and swiftly repositioned itself behind him for an assault. Thankfully, his object shield bore the automatic attribute. An Bai could not help but feel a wave of relief. Meanwhile, Shangguoji, astonished yet somewhat delighted, mused, what a clever lad. The 15,000 shield-breaking damage failed to breach this shield. Just how high is its health? Swish. Just as An Bai's gaze locked onto the target, the fire demon warrior once again vanished from sight in a burst of speed. Has it deduced that I can instantaneously cast fireballs on targets within my line of sight, thus evading my view? An Bai was somewhat taken aback, never expecting that a dungeon boss could exhibit such intelligence. However, in the next instant, he resolved the matter. Without even glancing back, he anticipated that the opponent would surely approach from his blind spot. He raised his hand and unleashed a brand new skill, Illumination. A brilliant light instantly enveloped nearly the entirety of the Colosseum. Only after casting this skill did An Bai swiftly turn around. Indeed, he spotted the fire demon warrior less than 3 meters away, poised to launch a second ambush. Yet, under the effects of illumination, the levitation attribute was triggered, lifting him approximately 1 meter off the ground. The loss of ground-based force naturally equated to a loss of mobility. Fireball. Boom. Well then, Commander Shang, shall we continue? Yes. Although Shangguoji was once again eliminated in an instant, his expression grew increasingly exhilarated, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. At the very least, he had managed to make contact this time, and the shock had caused him to fumble with his skills. He intended to cast a knockback ability but inadvertently unleashed an illumination spell instead, indicating that his mental fortitude required enhancement. This time, grant me a teleportation skill, and also a stealth skill. I shall see how he will respond. And let me amplify my shield break skill 100-fold. I want this young man to understand that even with a shield, one cannot merely stand idle and be beaten. The dangers of the abyss are not so simplistic. For the third time, the fire demon warrior re-entered the fray, cloaked in invisibility and moving at super speed. Not even illumination could detect him, for An Bai's illumination was merely a rudimentary spell, lacking the capacity to dispel invisibility. Although Shangguoji, preparing for a sneak attack, was rendered airborne by the light, his invisibility still persisted, allowing him to remain undetected by the fireball despite his immobility. However, in the next moment, he found himself dumbfounded. Fireball. Boom. Flames once again engulfed Shangguoji. He was eliminated yet again. This time, even with his 100-fold enhanced shield break skill, he had no opportunity to utilize it. Shaolin. What is happening? Did he discover me with another skill? At last, Shangguoji could not bear to face the prospect of another attempt. Upon exiting, he immediately sought Lin Qingshan to verify the details of the last encounter, only to discover that An Bai had no intention of targeting him directly. Instead, he unleashed a barrage of over 100 fireballs, thoroughly engulfing the Colosseum in flames, including the very spot where An Bai stood. Thus, regardless of whether Shangguoji had been hiding at a distance or had approached closely, there was no escaping such a sweeping attack. Astonishingly, he had managed to remain completely immune to the damage of his own fireballs, daring to hurl them at himself. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. It is time to announce the results. Congratulations on successfully challenging the 4th layer. Final ranking confirmed. First place. Reward, Substantial experience, current experience level, LV 1750. Such a wealth of experience. In the previous layers, the reward was merely 10, yet this time he had received a staggering 30 experience points in one go. This was nearly the experience required for level 20, effectively saving An Bai at least a day's worth of regular grinding time. However, apart from the experience, there were no additional rewards this time. He continued to await in the resting area provided by the dungeon. Fortunately, this time the wait was not lengthy, lasting about an hour. Eventually, the notification of the conclusion of the assessment arrived. Others gradually completed the 4th layer as well. Meanwhile, the 9 students from the 3 major universities emerged from the dungeon space. It was evident that some were jubilant while others were disheartened. The presidents of the 3 universities, waiting outside for the results, approached to inquire about their students' performances. Some excitedly proclaimed that they would undoubtedly secure the top 3 positions, while others were seething with frustration at their own lackluster performance. The final round was too difficult. My flame dragon couldn't withstand the Ice Wolf King's attacks. This boss is incredibly clever, always finding an opening to unleash a combo before retreating. At Shuelon High School, Zhao Jiqing could not help but vent her frustrations regarding her experience. An Bai, perplexed, inquired, Wasn't the final round the Fire Demon Warrior? Beside her, Seeing quietly asked, I encountered the Wailing Banshee. It constantly eroded me with various curses, and I was basically immune to big shield defensive skills. After comparing notes, they realized that no one had managed to clear the 4th round. Each individual faced a different boss, yet without exception, they were all counter to their respective professions and possessed high intelligence. After a while, Lin Qingshan stepped forward, holding a document in hand to announce the results. Everyone, please be quiet. I will now read the assessment results. First place, An Bai, cleared all 4 layers, assessment score, 400 points. He qualifies for a selection from the 10 major universities. The joint examination proceeds directly to the final item. Second place, Lu Ruyan, cleared the first 3 layers. Assessment score, 260 points. She is exempted from the first 5 items in the joint examination and receives full marks. Third place, Lu Yufei, cleared the first 3 layers. Assessment score, 220 points. He is exempted from the first 3 items in the joint examination and receives full marks. Fourth place, Zhang Qi. Fifth place, Zhao Jiqing. Upon seeing the rankings, Zhang Qi, who had been brimming with confidence, was the first to leap forward, exclaiming incredulously, "This is impossible. How could that waste be in first place? He couldn't even clear the final round, so how could a waste like him surpass me?" Chapter 43. I lost even while cheating. He must have cheated. Zhang Qi was clearly anxious. Without a position in the top 3, he would not receive the bonus points for the joint examination. With his second-tier profession, he feared lacking an advantage in the nationwide unified examination, and he needed to seize this opportunity to secure a top 3 finish. Subsequently, Zhang Qi seemed to find a more rational justification and pointed an accusatory finger at An Bai, saying, "Right. The 4th round. I asked others, and no one cleared it. There must be something fishy about that round. Each person's 4th round was completely different. This is unfair. He must have been lucky enough to encounter an exceptionally weak boss and merely stumbled upon a clearance." Lin Qingshan furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. Are you questioning the fairness of the dungeon? He wished to voice that it was indeed unfair, for An Bai had been assessed personally by Shang Guoji, while the others had merely been assessed by him. Moreover, the generated bosses were fundamentally designed to counter the corresponding professions. Even An Bai, whose primary attack was fire-based, had been specifically assigned a Fire Demon Warrior immune to fire. However, An Bai's additional abilities allowed him to disregard these counters, enabling him to clear the challenge with ease. I refuse to accept this. Who knows what tricks are at play here? Zhang Qi persisted obstinately. At this moment, unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan also spoke up. Each person's assessment in the 4th round was indeed different. It cannot be ruled out that some experienced extraordinary luck. Of course, I merely have questions. Her words seemed to be an attempt to consider the fairness of Lin Qingshan's assessment, yet they directly incited further doubts regarding An Bai's achievements. An Bai, upon hearing these words, could not help but scoff derisively. Previously, she had thought there existed some semblance of connection between them, and had no intention of severing ties. However, it has become evident that this woman has indeed strayed far from her path. Faced with skepticism from several students, Lin Qingshan's expression darkened. He promptly retrieved the data from the 4th level and informed them that he was the examiner for that very level. Enough said. There was no need for further elaboration on the 4th level. The guardian boss they faced was operated personally by my spiritual embodiment. As for the matter of fairness, the recordings will be sent to the top 10 academies, and if they find any discrepancies, appropriate measures will be taken. The implication of his words was clear. Any issues would not concern them. Moreover, given that this was indeed supervised collectively by the top 10 academies, even though Lin Qingshan hailed from one of them, he could not afford to falsify results, as it would reflect poorly on his own institution. With such a statement made, others naturally could no longer question the integrity of the 4th level. Thus, the rankings of the top 3 had been determined. However, this was merely an evaluative assessment. Everyone, including the top 3, would still need to participate in the nationwide joint examination. Should they feel dissatisfied, they would have the opportunity to challenge one another again during the major examination. Lin Qingshan decisively concluded this matter, watching helplessly as his top 3 rankings slipped away. He noticed the goddess beside him was fixated on the opposing direction. When he turned to look, he found An Bai's gaze was as tranquil as still water, exuding an air of complete disregard for them. Perhaps it was due to her recent transition to a berserker, compounded by the repeated instances of her berserk state during today's assessment. Zhang Qi's naturally irritable temperament was ignited in that moment. In a fit of rage, he slammed his palm on the table and bellowed, "No, I refuse to accept this. How can a 31 aptitude useless mage claim the top spot? The difficulty of the assessment is so high that even if my equipment attributes were doubled, I still couldn't pass." His outburst was abruptly halted as he suddenly regained his composure. Simultaneously, the conference room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. The principal of the school, Zhang Gaohai, stood behind Zhang Qi, his eyes wide with disbelief, his face flushed to a shade resembling a pig's liver. The other 2 students from the same institution, Lu Rian and Lu Yufei, appeared pale, struggling to conceal their inner turmoil. Doubled equipment attributes? Suddenly, the door to the conference room was slammed shut. The staff members, who had previously been casually observing the proceedings, abruptly rose to their feet, each radiating an aura of authority that rivaled that of a university principal. "Hand over the assessment rings you possess," one of them commanded. "This is my final warning. It would be wise to cooperate, or else." The usually refined Lin Qingshan now emanated an imposing presence akin to that of a military commander. An Bai discreetly employed her identification technique, and, through the truth entry, successfully ascertained the level of the individual before her. To her astonishment, he was a level 100 powerhouse. His humble demeanor and courteous manners belied such strength. Noticing the sudden application of identification magic upon him, Lin Qingshan glanced in An Bai's direction but chose not to dwell on it. The weight of his presence bore down on Zhang Gaohai and the 3 students before him. Under such pressure, they dared not resist. Subsequently, several staff members confiscated their rings, inspecting them to confirm they were indeed assessment rings. However, before Zhang Gaohai and the 3 students could even breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Qingshan spoke again. "Hand over all your spatial rings and unlock their permissions." Upon hearing this, Zhang Gaohai's face drained of color. Zhang Qi and the others panicked, exclaiming, Wait. These are our personal belongings. You have no right to inspect them. I will not grant you access." "Humph." Lin Qingshan merely snorted in response. At his signal, several staff members effortlessly and violently dismantled every spatial ring on each individual. The contents within were forcibly spilled onto the floor, an array of materials and various items scattered everywhere. Yet amidst the chaos, it was impossible to conceal the fact that each spatial ring contained a black and gray ring indistinguishable from the assessment rings. Director Lin, upon examination. "This ring is a special artifact created specifically for the assessment dungeon, effective only within this instance. Its primary function is to conceal the detection mechanisms of the dungeon, misleading it into believing it is a genuine assessment ring. However, its true effect is to double the attributes of all equipped items." The fraudulent nature of the cheating ring was swiftly unveiled. "Principal Zhang, I believe an explanation is in order," Lin Qingshan stated with a smile. Yet his eyes betrayed a palpable coldness. Zhang Gaohai sank back into his seat, his face a mask of regret. Yet it was not regret for his actions of deceit, but rather for having placed his trust in Zhang Qi, this incompetent ally. This method of cheating had never surfaced before, and having observed Lin Qingshan's reaction, he realized the latter had not considered this angle at all. Had it not been for Zhang Qi's careless outburst, this matter would have slipped by unnoticed. Zhang Gaohai had even contemplated testing this theory. If it truly could allow one to deceive others, he could leverage this tactic annually to secure better results for his students, thereby enhancing the school's reputation and enrollment rates among the top 10 academies. Alas, now everything was in ruins. I hereby declare that Zhang Qi, Lu Rian, and Lu Yufei from Jiangxing First High School have had their scores annulled, and they are permanently disqualified from participating in the college entrance examination. As for you, Principal Zhang, I will report your actions truthfully, and your position will be temporarily suspended pending further notice. Lin Qingshan coldly announced this verdict, simultaneously recognizing the cheating incident and resolving to notify the technical department later. Future assessments would need to incorporate anti-cheating measures. Primarily, Lin Qingshan had not anticipated that someone would go to such lengths to create equipment that was only effective within a specific dungeon. Outside of it, such items held no bearing. In the face of genuine foes or wild creatures, they would offer no protection whatsoever, rendering them entirely useless. Furthermore, those participating in the preliminary assessments were all elites. Even without cheating, failing to place within the top 3 was not particularly concerning, as long as they performed well during the process. The admissions office of the top 10 academies would recognize their potential when reviewing the recordings and might even extend special invitations. Considering all these factors, cheating was indeed an unnecessary endeavor, and thus he had never considered such a possibility. "Wait, Director Lin, please allow me to explain. I had no intention of cheating. It was Principal Zhang who compelled me to wear this ring. I truly knew nothing. Lu Rian suddenly burst into tears, her voice laced with desperation. Moreover, Director Lin, my aptitude is 96. I am a genius among humans. With proper guidance, I will undoubtedly become a formidable force among humanity, leading the charge against the abyss. She hastily proclaimed her worth, as if humanity's survival hinged solely on her presence. Yet, while she may have been talented, others were keenly aware of her true character. Aside from Zhang Qi, whose blind devotion renders him oblivious to reality, how could her every subtle gesture possibly evade the keen perception of someone like Lin Qingshan, who has long been acquainted with a plethora of situations? Reflecting on the time when Lu Rian audaciously questioned An Bai about cheating, Lin Qingshan couldn't help but feel a mixture of anger and amusement. What audacity allowed her to feign innocence in such a manner? I would rather humanity forfeit a formidable force that resorts to nefarious means, Lin Qingshan stated coldly. Since the stabilization of the disaster memorial, the population of humanity has surpassed 3 billion. Despite the low odds, the number of strong individuals remains substantial. However, it is not uncommon for certain human scoundrels to arise, who, upon receiving ample resources for cultivation, ultimately betray humanity and ally themselves with the abyss. The abyssal cult serves as a prime example. Its founder was indeed one of humanity's elite. Thus, the 10 major academies assess not only potential but also character as significant criteria for evaluation. The second and third places have been annulled. Zhao Jiqing from Shuai secured the second prize, while Xiying, also from Shuai, claimed the third. Beyond the preferential treatment for the top 3, additional material rewards will be available for collection after you select your universities. A broad smile stretched across Lan Xiu's face. What a twist of fate. Initially, the hope was for An Bai alone to secure the top position and bolster Shuai High School's reputation, but ultimately, An Bai hailed from Yihai and could only do so much. Unexpectedly, the principal of Yihai and 3 of its students effectively sabotaged themselves, relinquishing their rankings. Now, Shuai High School stands proudly at the summit. Lin Qingshan then instructed the individuals from Yihai and Shuai High to depart. As for the subsequent actions regarding Yihai, An Bai and the others chose not to concern themselves. They brought this upon themselves. Hooray! Once outside, Zhao Jiqing couldn't help but leap with joy. In a situation devoid of hope, unexpectedly achieving second place was indeed a cause for celebration. However, An Bai was taken aback to discover that the seemingly soft-spoken and low-key Xiying managed to break into the top 3. This meant that the 3 from Erzhong ended up at the bottom, which was rather unfortunate. Ying, you are quite impressive. As a shield warrior, your strength is remarkable, Zhao Jiqing remarked with curiosity. Oh, it was merely luck, Xiying replied modestly. The primary advantage was the 2 powerful class-specific skills I randomly drew at levels 1 and 5. An Bai, intrigued, leaned in to listen, expressing his envy. What fortune! Drawing the core skill of his class, absolute defense, at level 1 and energy shield reflection, at level 5. The combination of these 2 skills transformed him into an armored hedgehog, with absolute defense, rendering him immune to most damage, and the energy shield reflection, absorbing all attacks. He grew stronger with each onslaught, allowing for a devastating counterattack that could annihilate most foes. I envy your luck, An Bai exclaimed. By the way, Xiao Bai Gu, I must sincerely thank you for selling me the Tier 3 skill book. Without it, I would never have drawn the Fire Dragon, and as a summoner, I wouldn't have passed the early stages so easily. Tonight, let us celebrate with Beast King Hot Pot. My treat, and Ying will cover the expenses. An Bai glanced at the darkening sky before nodding in agreement. However, at that moment, the principal of Shuai Lan Xiu, approached. After congratulating the 3, he turned to An Bai and said, An Bai, if you are available, please accompany me. Someone wishes to meet you. Who? An Bai inquired with curiosity. The commander of our district's military, Commander Shang Guoji, has expressed great interest in your potential. The military commander of District 7? An Bai was both surprised and puzzled. Had the military received news so swiftly after the internal assessment? All right, you all go ahead and find a place. I'll join you later. An Bai bid farewell to Zhao Jiqing and Xiying, following Lan Xiu to another area. Observing An Bai's composed demeanor, Lan Xiu marveled at his formidable character, which showed no sign of arrogance or pride. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but disdain Principal Zhang Gaohai. Such a promising talent had spent 3 years at his school, and yet as the principal, he failed to recognize him. Even without the cheating incident, this was a significant dereliction of duty, unfit for a principal. Soon, An Bai arrived at a conference room located on the top floor of the dungeon hall. Even from behind a door, he instinctively tensed, sensing an oppressive aura emanating from within, far surpassing Lin Qingshan's earlier fury. Go ahead, Commander Shang has not left after the meeting. He specifically stayed behind to meet you. After knocking, An Bai entered the room. Before him stood a middle-aged man in military attire, wearing a gentle smile. If one did not closely attune to the atmosphere, they might even doubt whether the pressure stemmed from him. Good day, Commander. An Bai took a deep breath, quickly acclimating to the pressure. revealing no signs of astonishment or fear. He firmly believed in himself and his potential for growth. He need not bow before anyone. Chapter 45, The Golden Badge. A 50-year investment. Such a balanced demeanor impressed Shang Guoji, who silently praised An Bai. You are An Bai, correct? How did you find the internal assessment? Shang Guoji began, as was his habit, with small talk. Yet, he regretted his choice of words the moment he spoke. An Bai's indifferent response indicated a lack of enthusiasm. It was all right. Nothing too remarkable. I heard that the fourth stage featured Director Lin personally, and indeed, Director Lin's skills are commendable. From An Bai's tone, it was evident that his praise was merely polite. The implication of inadequacy was almost palpable. Shang Guoji struggled to maintain his composure, as it was not Lin Qingshan, but rather himself who had taken the stage, although he had not utilized his own strength, but rather a temporarily fabricated boss body and skills. Being evaluated so dismissively by a student left him at a loss for words. Well, after all, Xiao Lin is just a teacher in the admissions office, Shang Guoji replied, maintaining his expression. He then forcefully shifted the topic. By the way, An Bai, there is a matter I need to confirm with you once more. The East City Military District detected a distress signal, and upon investigation, they discovered traces of the abyssal cult and some victims. Was that signal sent by you? Upon hearing Shang Guoji's words, An Bai finally felt a sense of clarity. They had come regarding the abyssal cult. He had no intention of concealing anything, as he was not overly familiar with the cult. However, having witnessed the projection of the corroding king, he understood that matters concerning this cult were anything but simple. Yes, while I was alone in the wilderness leveling up, I suddenly heard cries for help and screams, so I went to investigate and encountered a group of men in black hoods. An Bai recounted the events in detail. And what about the second encounter? Shang Guoji pressed. Others might assume you interrupted the abyssal cult's ritual, but our military received credible reports that the abyssal cult successfully summoned the projection of the corroding king. At that time, did you single-handedly confront that projection? As Shang Guoji's words fell, his piercing gaze remained fixed upon him, an intangible pressure once again enveloping the entire conference room. Yet, An Bai remained utterly unfazed, simply nodding calmly and replying, indeed. After a considerable pause, Shang Guoji noticed that An Bai had not elaborated beyond that single word, prompting him to cast another glance in his direction. What a remarkable young man. Most individuals would have surrendered their secrets under such pressure long ago. Yet An Bai appeared entirely unaffected. Rather than feeling any dissatisfaction, Shang Guoji found himself holding An Bai in even higher regard. This was undoubtedly a promising talent. Subsequently, he retracted all pressure, having merely intended to gauge An Bai's composure without any genuine intent to force him to reveal his cards. After all, when it comes to talent, merely discerning its essence in one's heart suffices. Shang Guoji then donned a serene smile, resembling an ordinary middle-aged man. Excellent. The abyssal cult is one of the malignant organizations within the human faction. Thankfully, we have you. Otherwise, even if we could reach the scene, the time constraints would exact a far greater toll on us. You have safeguarded Shangjiang City and protected countless civilians. The nation and the military have decided to bestow upon you a commendation. With that, Shang Guoji produced an exquisite silver box adorned with golden patterns and presented it to An Bai. Upon receiving it, An Bai opened the box to reveal a remarkably intricate badge-like piece of equipment. What is this? An Bai immediately initiated an appraisal of the equipment. God's Dawn Badge LV1, Golden Legend. Effect 1, 100 to all attributes. Effect 2, 50 elemental affinity. Effect 3, immunity to all types of actual damage 10, including true damage. Effect 4, upon receiving a fatal blow, gain 1 second of invincibility, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Effect 5, identity scanning. Once attacked by a human practitioner, will automatically scan the opponent's identity. Effect 6, enhanced positioning. Distress signals can be expanded to the entirety of Blue Star, allowing direct communication with the nearest military information department. Effect 7, golden silkworm shedding. Can forcibly teleport to any location visited within the past 24 hours, but cannot cross spatial boundaries, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Effect 8, can claim 5 million development funds monthly, non-cash, for any official channel transactions. Effect 9, eligible for special military missions, with identity registration number military 7A0086. Special Note 1. All effects last for 50 years. Should one reach level 100 during this time, the badge will evolve. Special Note 2. Holding this badge grants one honorary status equivalent to that of a major or lower-ranking officer when in their presence. Hiss. Upon witnessing the effects of this badge, even the previously composed An Bai found himself slightly unsettled. 9 distinct effects. They encompassed attribute enhancement, life-saving skills, escape mechanisms, and deepening ties with the military, among other aspects. It even provided a monthly financial allowance. What must I sacrifice in return? Though astonished, An Bai did not immediately accept the gift. He believed in the principle of earning one's keep. Even if he had achieved merit, such equipment was far too precious. He did not trust that there were no strings attached. Shang Guoji waved his hand with a smile, saying, simply invest your efforts, diligence, and sweat, and strive to reach level 100 as soon as possible. An Bai was momentarily taken aback. Shang Guoji continued, "This is an investment from the nation and the military. We unanimously believe your potential warrants this expenditure. As for the returns, let us be straightforward. I am not skilled in the convoluted rhetoric of politicians. It is simple. Should you continue to grow stronger, you will inevitably have to venture into the abyss to acquire resources. Our objective is to have you immerse yourself in the abyssal realm. Whether driven by personal ambition or altruism, as long as you engage in combat, looting, pillaging, or occupying within the abyss, anything that does not betray humanity will alleviate the burden on our frontline warriors. However, the abyss is perilous. We cannot risk sending you to your demise. To ensure your survival and allow you to make a significant impact within the abyss, we are committed to strengthening you." Regarding the two notes, one indicates the duration of the investment. Even if you become complacent and put forth no effort, you will only enjoy these benefits for 50 years. The other facilitates your operations. Sometimes, when involved in military-related matters, as long as the highest rank present does not exceed that of a major, you will be regarded as holding equivalent status, allowing you to request pertinent intelligence from the military or directly partake in operations. Shang Guoji refrained from employing patriotic sentiments or moral coercion. Instead, he plainly articulated the conditions. There were no limitations, merely motivations driven by mutual benefit, indicating a shared direction forward, whether for personal or collective gain. As long as you grow stronger, it is advantageous for the nation, simple as that. Upon hearing this, An Bai felt reassured. This badge, in essence, was an investment. It even explicitly indicated a 50-year term. If he could achieve level 100 during this period, he would continue to reap greater benefits while fulfilling the nation's need for talent to enter the abyss. If he failed, it would simply be a lost investment, and the badge would lose its efficacy. 50 years of investment is but a trifling sum for the current state of the nation, and clearly, this investment was not exclusive to An Bai. Even if just one among 100 could swiftly attain level 100, the nation would deem the investment successful. "I understand. Thank you, Chief." With that, An Bai accepted the badge with a clear conscience. Chapter 46. The Creation of Summoned Beasts. The badge equipment does not have a limit on quantity. Thus, An Bai does not need to part with his previous infernal badge. However, badge-like equipment is exceedingly scarce, each one a symbol of honor. Therefore, even with no restrictions on quantity, they are not easily available for purchase in the market for one to adorn themselves with an array of badges. "I just noticed that you also possess the Infernal Walker badge. What number is it now?" Shang Guoji inquired with keen interest. "Number 81. Upon hearing this number, Shang Guoji sighed lightly. "I never expected that. For over a century, no one in the world had acquired this badge." An Bai looked puzzled, only to see Shang Guoji produce a badge identical to his own. Number 80 of the Infernal Walker. An Bai was astonished. The commanding officer before him was actually the previous recipient of this badge. This revelation implied that he had also surged ahead of his peers from level 5, displaying tremendous combat prowess upon his transition to a new profession. Truly, one could see why he had risen to a military district chief. Moreover, it dawned on him that given this information, the individual before him had awakened over a century ago, making him, in essence, a centenarian. Yet he appeared utterly youthful. It seems that practitioners indeed gain extended lifespans and maintain a more youthful physical state as they grow stronger. Although he had heard of this before, experiencing it firsthand was a revelation. After all, even a high school principal at 60 or 70 years of age was often referred to as an old principal, far from the robust state of Shang Guoji before him. By the way, let me mention the 9th special effect of this badge. Shang Guoji shifted the conversation back to the Goddess Dawn badge. An Bai immediately perked up, eager to inquire about this very matter. Upon acquiring this badge, you are effectively granted military identity information, and your rank and profession will be synchronized within our network system. Subsequently, each month, a series of military assignments will be allocated, which you may choose to accept and complete at your discretion. Some tasks will be individual endeavors, while the majority will require teamwork. During such instances, you may refer to one another simply by your military identification numbers. The rewards upon completion are certainly substantial, serving as an additional avenue for you to amass resources. You may contemplate whether to undertake these tasks. However, it is imperative to note that each assignment bears significant weight. Once accepted, you must exert your utmost effort to fulfill the mission. While there are no punitive repercussions for failure, your evaluation will diminish, potentially leading to a reduction in the number and quality of tasks available to you. Of course, this is all predicated on the condition that you prioritize your own safety above all else, for no task holds greater value than your life. Upon hearing this, An Bai's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. The prospect of tasks implies a plethora of rewards and benefits, vastly superior to those offered by ordinary quests or monster hunts. After conveying this information, Shang Guoji wasted no time engaging in pleasantries with An Bai, exhibiting the decisive nature of a soldier, and promptly departed from Shangjiang City. Before leaving, he simply stated, "Wearing this badge signifies that the entire nation will provide you with protection and will extend all reasonable assistance possible. Furthermore, The badge possesses several minor functions that you may explore at your leisure. That evening, An Bai, along with Zhao Jiqing and Si Ying, sought out a restaurant in the city for a delightful meal. Although Zhao Jiqing was treating, it was the affluent Si Ying who ultimately settled the bill. As Zhao Jiqing remarked, one cannot be burdened by too much debt. After all, I already owe Si Ying millions, so a few hundred more is inconsequential. Upon returning home, An Bai activated the newly acquired Dawn badge and logged into the integrated task system. Logging into military task system, verifying identity. Identity verified, military 7A0086, task list matched. Long-term task, collect 50,000 demonized crystals, 36005000, with every 100 crystals eligible for direct submission, earning 1 point for every 10 crystals submitted. Killing task, a suspected abyssal map boss has appeared outside of Shangjiang City, locate and eliminate it, 500 points. Investigation task, in the eastern wilds of Shangjiang City. Seek information on the whereabouts of the abyssal cult. 50 points for intelligence, 100 points for capturing or killing each member. Rescue task. A camp outside of Juzan City is under continuous assault from a beast horde, with personnel yet to be fully evacuated. Estimated required participation is 3 to 5 days. Participation grants 100 points, with additional points awarded based on contribution, ranging from 100 to 1,000 points. An Bai discovered that these tasks were indeed tailored to his capabilities. Either the enemies were of a lower level, or the locations were nearby, all situated within or around his city, with no cross-regional tasks in sight. As for the rewards, they were all in the form of points. He then perused the options available in a military-exclusive shop, where these task points could be exchanged for supplies. This was to be expected, as each individual undertaking a task would have different professions and needs. If rewards were fixed as equipment or items, some might lose interest and refrain from accepting them, thereby affecting task efficiency. With intrigue, An Bai opened the shop list for inspection. To his astonishment, the items shimmered with a purple hue, and further down, he even spotted several orange and golden glows. Even the blue-quality rare equipment truly lived up to its name. Morningstar Staff LV20, purple equipment, 6,000 points. Eternal Elf Crown LV20, orange equipment, 48,000 points. Firestorm Armor LV15, purple equipment, 3,000 points. Thorn Round Shield LV15, blue equipment, 300 points. Talent Pill, golden consumable, 100,000 points. Heart of the Dragon Wolf, purple material, 1,000 points. Skull of the Goblin Hero King, purple material, 1,200 points. Even the Talent Pill, valued at over 100 million in the market, was available. An Bai was truly dazzled by the array before him, particularly by the 20-level mage set that he could soon utilize. Wait, the Heart of the Dragon Wolf. After browsing for a while, An Bai's attention suddenly fixated on this particular item. After all, he already possessed the remnants of the Demon King and the blood of the Corroded King, both of which served as sacrificial materials for summoning. However, there is another possibility, the creation of a unique summoned beast. Although An Bai was not a summoner, he had previously obtained the mount contract item and had research-related knowledge. He learned that a special summoning could be performed through the combination of 3 types of materials, the body, blood, and heart of the summoned beast. Such synthesized summoned beasts are unique and far more powerful. There is, of course, a chance that the synthesis could yield an inferior creature, significantly diminishing its strength. He had not considered this pathway before, but now, unknowingly, he had already gathered 2 of the necessary materials. Moreover, one of them was the immensely powerful blood of the Corroded King. This was the blood of a true divine entity. Even though what he possessed was not the blood from the Corroded King's body, using it as material would undoubtedly not weaken the outcome. If he could acquire the Heart of the Dragon Wolf, he could seek assistance in creating a one-of-a-kind summoned beast, and subsequently bind it as a mount with the mount contract. Oh right, I recall seeing a rescue task for Juzan City. An Bai immediately returned to the task list and, indeed, found the rescue task for Juzan City. It was fortuitous that Juzan City was known for its abundance of summoners. He could earn points there to purchase materials and find someone on-site to assist him. Chapter 47, Spirit Field Camp in Juzan City. The next day, An Bai sought out the principal of Water Blue High School. Principal Lon, I wish to travel to Juzan City. Could you grant me a travel permit? In this era, even leaving the city required a fee of 10,000, let alone venturing to another town. Without proper identification and a travel permit, one could not even enter the city gates. As for the school's principal, he had heard that the military had apprehended them, and the entire management staff was under investigation. Therefore, An Bai decided to approach Principal Lan Xiao, who had previously shown him kindness. As anticipated, upon hearing An Bai's request, Principal Lan Xiao nodded in agreement despite the complications of issuing a cross-school permit. What prompts your sudden desire to travel to Juzan City? There is only about a week left until the major examination. Will you be able to return in time to participate? Although based on An Bai's performance in the internal assessment, he would undoubtedly be admitted to a prestigious institution even without attending the major examination. Participating and achieving good results would still afford him greater advantages. Curious, Principal Lan Xiao inquired, but as she looked up at An Bai, she suddenly noticed one of the two badges adorning his chest. Heavens, that is the Dawn badge. So, it was indeed this matter that brought you to General Shang yesterday. An Bai nodded slightly. There was no need to conceal the matter of the badge. On the contrary, publicly displaying this emblem would bring numerous advantages. Indeed, I have accepted a military task through this badge, requiring me to journey to Giant Forest City. The duration will not be lengthy, at most a week, as there is a teleportation array for round trips, ensuring I can manage it in time, especially since I only need to participate in the final assessment of the major examination. Upon hearing this, Lan Xiao refrained from further inquiries. The Dawn badge symbolizes that the young man before them will become a star of the nation, a harbinger of its dawn, and a promising future worthy of nurturing. What would typically require half a day for administrative procedures was expedited, and within half an hour, the pass was placed in An Bai's hands. Thank you, Principal Lan. It's truly unfortunate that you did not choose my school 3 years ago. I express my heartfelt regret regarding such an incident concerning a university principal. However, rest assured, such disgraceful individuals are but a minority. Lan Xiao waved his hand with a light laugh. In response, An Bai did not offer any additional remarks. The moment he received the Dawn badge, he understood that those who wished to target him would undoubtedly encounter trouble from the authorities. He was now a person backed by the military. As long as he did not act foolishly, he would at least have a layer of protection. Upon reaching the teleportation tower in the southern part of the city, An Bai quickly completed the registration and paid the teleportation fee of 130,000. One could only marvel at how this teleportation array was not something an average person could afford. Moreover, the farther the distance, the higher the cost. Giant Forest City was relatively close to Shanjiang City, both located in the 7th district. However, for inter-district city teleportation, the fees would start at 1 million. Thus, in this era, ordinary individuals were essentially isolated from the world. Where one was born would bind them to that city for a lifetime. The staff member's voice echoed. During the teleportation process, you may experience dizziness and weakness in your limbs. Please do not panic and remember to breathe deeply. As the words fell, the teleportation array beneath An Bai erupted in a burst of radiant light, enveloping him in dazzling blue and white hues, before being launched from the apex of the teleportation tower like a cannonball. Transforming into a brilliant blue meteor, he swiftly traversed the long distance. He had not anticipated such a mode of teleportation. It was not the direct spatial crossing he had envisioned, and An Bai silently criticized it in his heart. Although this form of teleportation was not a spatial transfer, its speed was commendable, covering hundreds of kilometers in just about a minute. Upon landing, An Bai was greeted by a sign that read, "Welcome to Giant Forest City." Thanks to his official pass, his occupational system automatically downloaded the map of Giant Forest City the moment he arrived. He found himself at the city gate, where entry required him to register his identity with the guards. However, upon finding the guard, An Bai did not intend to enter the city. Instead, he directly inquired, "Is there a camp outside the city that has been attacked by a beast tide? Which one is it?" The guard, upon hearing this, exhibited no hesitation and immediately displayed an excited expression, saying, "Are you here for military rescue? Please present your identity code." "Yes, how did you know I was military?" "My code is Army 7A0086, An Bai promptly responded while inquiring curiously. The guard confirmed, "All right, verification complete." "Indeed, sir. We discovered an area on a mountain with an abundance of spiritual energy. We have a small team occupying and developing it as a spiritual rice field camp. Although there are ferocious beasts that yield spiritual fruits and rice, the station team is sufficient to handle them. However, a day ago, an undiscovered fissure erupted nearby, releasing all the ferocious beasts from the secret realm. These beasts possess a natural perception and pursuit of these spiritual crops, directly launching an attack on the spiritual rice field camp. Moreover, the care of the rice field can only be handled by farmers, and there are many ordinary people there. Thus, the rice field now faces unprecedented pressure." "Oh, I almost forgot to answer your question, sir. Is this your first military mission?" "As long as you are a member of the military, whether within or outside the structure, upon arrival at the task location, military personnel can receive notification messages from one another." Understanding now, An Bai glanced at the log panel of his occupational system, where he indeed found relevant notifications from the information list associated with the Dawn badge. This was also to ensure communication among military personnel, preventing any disruptions to others' operations due to ignorance. Among the functional list of the equipped badge, there was even a military-provided task map, which upon clicking, immediately revealed numerous details not visible to ordinary practitioners. For instance, he could see which military members were within the mission's scope. Clicking on the nearest red dot, he immediately identified that it was the guard in front of him, who was also part of the city defense forces and possessed his own code. An Bai also noted that the rampaging secret realm was estimated to be between level 20 and 30, which settled his heart. No wonder this mission appeared on his list. He was indeed eligible to participate. "All right, time is of the essence, and the task is urgent. I shall proceed ahead." Having gathered sufficient information, An Bai waved his hand in farewell. Initially, he had merely intended to ask for directions. However, He was pleasantly surprised that the military map directly indicated the coordinates, proving to be quite convenient. Wait, sir, do you not require us to arrange a small team to guide you? The number of ferocious beasts in the wild has significantly increased, and the journey may not be safe. The guard shouted after An Bai's departing figure, but he had already disappeared into the distance. Oh well, this officer seems so confident. He must be strong. I just forgot to verify him. But I can directly check the participants in the task list. Army 7A? Are they members of the Dawn Squad? Wait, what? Level 17? This is bad. This officer is in danger. The guard, witnessing this situation, was immediately filled with alarm. Those possessing the Dawn badge were regarded as members of the military's Dawn Squad. Each one represented a newcomer with infinite potential. Even if they were to gain experience, their safety would undoubtedly be prioritized. If an unforeseen death of a member of the Dawn Squad occurred due to a mission on his part, he would face severe repercussions. I must report this to a higher authority. Meanwhile, An Bai had already ventured into the wilderness outside Giant Forest City. The difference from the wilderness near Shangjiang City was stark. Here, towering trees loomed, forming an interconnected forest that nearly obscured the sunlight below, although it was broad daylight. Walking through the forest felt exceedingly dim, with only sporadic beams of light filtering through the thick canopy to illuminate the ground. Growl. Before long, a wild creature initiated an attack. It was a wild boar measuring at least 5 to 6 meters in length. Massive frenzied boar LV8, health 800, attack 80, defense 60. However, being merely a low-level creature, it posed little challenge. An Bai swiftly cast Fireball and eliminated it in a heartbeat. Advancing further, a pack of dozens of giant gale magic wolves charged towards him, each approximately 3 meters in length. Due to the wolf's speed, they quickly closed the distance to An Bai. He first employed Repel Fire Ring to disperse them 30 meters away before continuing to cast Fireball to dispatch them. Boom. Once again, I effortlessly completed the instant kill. However, An Bai murmured as he ran. It seems the wild creatures around Giant Forest City are predominantly of the giant variety. In terms of the same level, their size is considerably larger than the wild monsters in Shangjiang City, and their 3 fundamental attributes are also somewhat elevated. It appears that some knowledge can indeed only be acquired through first-hand experience. The lore of wild monsters provided in Shangjiang City didn't mention this aspect. Perhaps because each city's educational materials are likely tailored according to the surrounding wilderness monsters. After running for approximately half an hour, the sporadic attacks from the wild creatures ceased. An Bai's eyes caught sight of a massive herd of beasts in the distance. Evidently, I have not taken a wrong turn. That encampment must be nearby. The sheer number of this particular herd is at least in the hundreds, with each beast exceeding level 20 and many reaching level 25. No wonder the station troops expressed that the pressure was immense. The garrison primarily consists of teams stationed in the level 20 to 30 range, with most teams being capped at level 30, only the captains exceeding this limit. This is true for all other levels as well, as every tier is severely understaffed. Thus, although Giant Forest City does possess several teams of levels 40 and 50, they must remain in their designated areas, as any reckless departure could precipitate a larger crisis. Therefore, even though the level 20 to 30 region is currently facing such a crisis, it is merely a wilderness encampment. Unless the threat reaches a level that endangers the main city, it is difficult to mobilize higher-level teams for support. The responsibility thus falls upon individuals like An Bai, who, while considered part of the military, also possess the identity of free agents. Naturally, guild forces can also undertake such matters. Yet, in facing the perilous tide of beasts, most guilds, being privately owned and profit-driven, are reluctant to risk their lives for such tasks, resulting in few willing to lend assistance. By the way, although this is a rescue mission requiring immediate reinforcement at the encampment, since I am ultimately confronting the beast tide, if I can eliminate the external threats, the pressure on the mountain will surely diminish. With this thought, An Bai resolutely dashed toward the direction of the beast tide. After dispatching the outermost hundreds of giant wild beasts, he quickly came to a halt, astonished by another group of wild monsters before him. They were even more colossal than the giant wolves, giant boars, and giant rabbits. Moreover, they appeared somewhat familiar. An Bai promptly activated his identification skill. Mountain Giant LV25, Blue Elite. Health 350, 000, Attack 1, 200, Defense 4, 000. To his astonishment, this entire group consisted solely of elite monsters. Each stood approximately 20 meters tall. With just a few hundred of them, they formed a formidable barrier, completely obstructing An Bai's path. No wonder there was a sense of familiarity. They resembled a miniature version of the king of mountain erosion. Even as blue-tier elites, their health reached 350,000, with a staggering defense of 4,000. Fortunately, this group of giants moved sluggishly, and their path was blocked by other wild creatures, which is why they lingered at the foot of the mountain. If these mountain giants were to ascend, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the ordinary farmers residing on the mountain. It is no wonder that a single garrison team could hold back such a vast tide of beasts. It seems the stationed troops on the mountain were deliberately delaying the advance of the frontline herd, merely stalling for time to prevent these giants from ascending. Suddenly, The earth trembled violently. A few mountain giants had spotted An Bai, and unable to advance, they turned toward him, ready to eliminate this unexpected intruder. However, An Bai was unperturbed. He unleashed a fireball spell. Boom. Although the flames did not entirely engulf the mountain giants, the explosive damage reached an astonishing 690,000, and it was genuine damage. Naturally, such elite mountain giants could not withstand it. The one directly hit by the fireball disintegrated into rubble and dust, clearing a substantial area at the mountain's base. However, the downside was that due to the immense size of these mountain giants, their spacing was not particularly close. An Bai's fireball spell could only cover 2 or 3 surrounding giants at most. The good news, however, was that An Bai was unconcerned about mana and cooldowns. His combined mental power had already reached 322 points. Even with a single burst consuming no more than 10 mental power, he could launch 130 fireballs in quick succession. In the next moment, the hundreds of mountain giants within his line of sight simultaneously welcomed their respective fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed throughout the mountains, attracting the attention of even more distant wild creatures. As hundreds of mountain giants fell, vast swathes of ground were cleared, but simultaneously, more wild monsters seized the opportunity to rush in, intending to launch an attack on An Bai, who had just unleashed a powerful spell. These creatures possessed considerable intelligence. They understood that human practitioners would experience a brief window of vulnerability following the casting of a powerful skill. Yet, even though this logic might be challenging for humans to grasp, the wild monsters were mistaken. Although An Bai had unleashed a powerful attack, it was not an overwhelming skill, and he did not require a pause. A mere deep breath, lasting about a second, was sufficient for him to recover. He immediately prepared for the next wave of assault. Successfully killed 114 ferocious beasts, current experience, 48. Successfully killed 174 ferocious beasts, current experience, 57. Successfully killed 223 ferocious beasts, current experience, 100. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 18. Triggered basic profession passive, all attributes 90, fire affinity 10. Triggered mage entry passive, spirit 6, mentality 10, innate aptitude 3. Haha, what a veritable haven for leveling up, so many monsters to slay at will. Chapter 49, repeated golden attributes. Taking advantage of having wiped out a wave of beasts, and with the distant wild monsters yet to approach, An Bai casually activated the lottery system, consuming one chance. Drawing for a golden attribute. Draw successful, congratulations. You have obtained the golden legendary skill attribute, Flame. Detected a repeat attribute draw, granting an additional lottery chance, drawing now. Draw successful, congratulations. You have obtained the golden legendary skill attribute, Fortitude. Detected a repeat attribute draw, granting an additional lottery chance, drawing now. Draw successful, congratulations. You have obtained the golden legendary skill attribute, Eternal Frost. An Bai was taken aback by the string of system notifications. What the heck? I consecutively drew 2 repeat attributes. Such a low probability occurrence happening to me. Could this be a stroke of luck? He couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and disbelief. However, the overwhelming joy that followed was uncontrollable. To have just leveled up and received 3 free attributes was remarkable. Without hesitation, he assigned the additional Fortitude attribute to Shield of the Conjured. After 2 enhancements, the shield's capacity and defensive power of the artifact shield have increased 30-fold, surpassing even that of a blood cow. Next are 2 elemental attributes. The fire attribute can continue to double growth, but once affinity reaches 100 points, the demand is no longer so high. The Eternal Frost should also enhance ice affinity, though the Dawn emblem has already provided 50 points. Moreover, I lack any ice elemental attacks, making the increase in ice affinity less impactful compared to the fireball spell. After some contemplation, An Bai decided to enhance other skills. Eternal Frost grants the Fire Resistance Ring, while Fire provides the Radiant spell. Fire Resistance Ring LV1, Eternal Frost. Targets struck by this skill will be frozen for a duration that consumes 10 mental energy per minute, unless they possess an ice affinity, mental energy, total attributes, or level 10 times higher than the attacker. They cannot break free. This effect lasts until the caster exhausts their mental energy or voluntarily releases it. The absolute freeze lasts for 10 seconds. Radiant spell LV1, Fire. Targets hit will be continuously ignited, suffering damage of 5 mental energy per second. The defensive skill has transformed into a powerful control skill. After being repelled 100 meters away, the target is instantly frozen. This effectively provides An Bai with a stationary target to unleash his attacks without fear of self-harm. Furthermore, being a golden attribute, the effect truly lives up to the name, Eternal Frost. As long as his mental energy is sufficient, he can indeed maintain the freeze indefinitely. To escape, the target must exceed one of the numerous attributes by a factor of 10. Among ice affinity, mental energy, total attributes, and level, the easier feats to achieve would be ice affinity and level. With his ice affinity at 50 points, he would need to reach 500 points to break free. However, Others generally share An Bai's perspective. Accumulating elemental affinity to around 100 points is typically deemed sufficient, unless one is a snow mage, who would deliberately enhance a specific elemental affinity. Regarding levels, merely being 10 levels higher than An Bai would allow escape. Yet this attribute also boasts an absolute freeze duration, ensuring that even if one manages to escape, they would still be frozen for 10 seconds. Who can endure the relentless output of his fireball spell? Not even the Shadow King projection can withstand it. As for the Radiant spell, which is already transformed into a powerful control skill with levitation effects, it has now metamorphosed into a continuous damage spell. While suspended in midair, the target is not only hindered in movement, but also subjected to ongoing burn damage. Fortune has truly smiled upon me this time. If I continue to encounter such high-quality monsters, I might elevate to level 20 and acquire my second red attribute by the end of this mission. An Bai gazed contentedly at his latest attribute panel. Name, An Bai. Level, 18-0. Class, Spell Apprentice. Talent, 37. Physique, 1019. Emblem, 1100. Equipment, 1000. Dexterity, 1018, 1100, 3. Mental, 1115, 1100, 204. Elemental Affinity, Fire 174, Others 50. Equipment, Enchanted Bone Staff LV 15, Purple, Cracked Black Witch Necklace LV 15, Purple, Mountain Lord Amulet LV 1 Gold. Emblems, Number 81 Hellwalker Emblem, Gold. Divine Summer Dawn Emblem, Gold. Class Skills, 33. Basic Fireball LV 10, Explosion 2, No Cooldown, No Cast Time, Corpse Explosion, Teleport, Crimson Lotus, High Probability, True, Remove, Vulnerable. Artifact Shield LV 6, Automatic, Sturdy 2, Multiple. Fire Resistance Ring LV 1, Eternal Frost. Radiance Spell LV 1, Levitation, Fire. Artifact Shield Binding, 510. Black Iron Great Shield LV 5, Purple, Mountain Giant Shield LV 1 Gold. Standard Shield LV 15, Green, X3. Artifact Shield Attributes, Health 3, 81 million, Defense 48, 389. Other Skills, 110. Basic Identification LV 1 True. Class Passive, Base Class LV 2, Tenfold 2, Fire. Death Resistance Substitute, Mage Entry LV 2, Mage King. Death Resistance Substitute, 88. Attribute System, Extractable 0 times. What? In a moment of distraction, all my base attributes have exceeded 4 digits? And by then realized that the Hellwalker emblem had evolved once again. All attributes have escalated from 100 to 1000. Just having crossed the 4-digit threshold, his total attributes have doubled, exceeding 2000, with the physique attribute, due to the presence of the Mountain Lord amulet, reaching even 3000 points. The next goal, let all attributes surpass 5 digits. Seeing his attributes soar, An Bai's enthusiasm for monster hunting grew even stronger. As he closed the panel, he happened to notice that the space where the monsters had recently exploded was now teeming with even more colossal beasts. With a mindset of testing his skills, An Bai first cast the Radiant spell, sending the nearby beast horde flying. Watching the flames swiftly engulf these colossal creatures. The damage of over 200 health per second may seem modest, but for wild monsters below level 20, unless they are elite level, they typically possess only several thousand health and cannot withstand this for long. Of course, these colossal beasts are as resilient as bulls, so after a brief period of burning, An Bai promptly utilized the fire resistance ring. The once crowded horde was instantly pushed back 100 meters, forming a circle of ice that rendered them immobile. Moreover, their massive bodies inadvertently blocked the paths of other approaching giants. An Bai discovered that this skill could even create a safe zone for himself under certain circumstances. Finally, he unleashed the most basic fireball spell to finish them off. Boom. Chapter 50, The Ascent. Old Lu, the city defense army has sent us a new mission. The Spirit Field Camp. A heavily armored warrior, stained with the blood of ferocious beasts, rushed in. The camp captain, Lu Feng, hurriedly inquired, Old Zhao, what is the mission? Has the support arrived? The warrior, a vice-captain of the squad named Zhao Yong, first nodded and then quickly shook his head, saying, A military department auxiliary personnel has come to support, but I've received news that this is a newcomer at only level 17. The city defense army informed us that this individual is a new member of the military's Dawn squad, who might have set out directly without understanding our situation. Our new task now requires us to dispatch a squad to escort this member to the camp and ensure their safety. The higher-ups have already dispatched a level 40 squad from the mangrove area to provide assistance. After Zhao Yong conveyed the information, although he was pleased to hear of support, Camp Captain Lu Feng's expression darkened further. He couldn't help but slam his fist on the table in frustration. Damn, my soldiers have not slept for 2 days and nights, tirelessly maintaining the defense against the mountain giants with their smaller forms. Now the defense line is on the brink of collapse. And you want me to send a team to fetch someone? Seeing many of his soldiers already having fallen in the beast tide, the situation was already unsustainable. Hearing this news, he erupted in anger. What is the point of bringing someone without the strength to contribute? Support has failed, and now we must venture forth to rescue others. This is nothing but pure chaos. Furthermore, there is another announcement. The main force entering the secret realm has sent word, requesting us to hold our ground for at least another 5 days, as they have encountered some difficulties within the secret realm. Misfortunes seldom come alone. These 2 consecutive pieces of news have only heightened Lu Feng's urgency. Yet, he understands that the reinforcements are acting out of goodwill, albeit with the potential for well-meaning missteps. After all, they are members of the Dawn Squad, essentially regarded as the primary force destined to confront the Abyss in the future. Even if every guard on his side were to perish, the mission to safeguard this individual must be fulfilled. Yet, it is precisely this expectation that fuels Lu Feng's ire. What shall we do now, old Lu? After a moment of silence, Lu Feng's gaze fell upon the military's specialized map, which then automatically displayed a new message. Military notice. A new member has entered the mission area, identity verified as an extramural military member designation. Army 7A0086. Old Lu, it's this person. Zhao Yong interjected, having caught sight of the message as well. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Has he already reached the vicinity of the mountains? This place is far from Giant Forest City, given the unusual circumstances of these past few days. With savage beasts roaming the wilderness, a detour would take at least 7 to 8 hours. Although a straight path might only require 2 to 3 hours. The enemies along the way are numerous. What is this new member S-class? Perhaps a mage. Could he be a spatial mage with skills for rapid travel? Lu Feng mused. Nevertheless, as a soldier, even if he harbored discontent, he would not allow personal feelings to impede the mission. Let me check the location. He has already reached the foot of the mountain. This is dire. Our drawn-out battle line has obstructed numerous mountain giants from ascending. The mountain giants possess a vast attack range, and their skill, Seismic Wave, has a potent control effect. A fragile mage, even one of the rare spatial variety, would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand such an onslaught. Low-level spatial skills are inherently fragile and unstable, and spatial mages are particularly vulnerable to control skills. If a spatial skill is interrupted or affected, it could even result in a backlash from spatial turbulence. Relay my orders. Cancel all rest for the reserve troops and prepare for immediate engagement. We must eliminate the smaller giants we have drawn in and clear a path down the mountain. Lu Feng commanded. Understood, Captain. However, we have lured at least 4,000 giants to circle the mountains. Once we deal with them, the space we create will quickly be occupied by the mountain giants at the foot of the hill. If they ascend, our defense will become even more arduous. Moreover, the main force has insisted we maintain our position for at least 3 more days, and I fear, although Vice Captain Zhao Yong swiftly transmitted the orders, he turned back with overwhelming concern. If our defense collapses, the entire camp will face annihilation. Those of Captain S caliber might manage to survive and escape, but ordinary soldiers and those without combat capabilities will undoubtedly suffer. Even if we exert every effort to clear a path through these savage beasts, it will take considerable time. A level 17, mage at the mountain's south foot, confronted solely by mountain giants nearing level 30. I'm worried. Upon hearing Vice Captain Zhao Yong's words, Lu Feng's expression darkened. Yet, he knew he had to execute this mission first. The 2 leaders each took command and swiftly altered their previously drawn formation. They instructed the shield guards, who had been alternating their taunts, to cease their circling and allow the high-damage archers and swordsmen to engage. After a while, Zhao Yong and Lu Feng suddenly realized that the rate of clearing the beasts was significantly faster than they had anticipated. Upon closer inspection, it seemed the pressure from the beast tide had lessened. What could be happening? Moments later, a scout returned with news. Captain, it appears there are not many beasts following us from behind. They seem to have been lured down the mountain. What? Lu Feng's heart raced at this news. It must be that new mage who has caused a disturbance. Meanwhile, Vice Captain Zhao Yong swiftly opened the military map. Upon seeing that the green dot, representing an internal member, was still present, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least he was still alive, and hopefully, he could hold on until they could provide support. However, upon a second glance, something seemed amiss. The green dot appeared to be closing in on them. Old Lu, look at the map. A 0086 is ascending the mountain. He is moving towards us. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng hastily turned his gaze to the map. Indeed, the green dot was approaching at a pace that was neither too fast nor too slow. Most importantly, it seemed to advance steadily, as if unimpeded by the tide of beasts. Just as the soldiers had finally eradicated the beasts encircling the mountaintop, and Lu Feng prepared to descend and rescue the new member, a resounding commotion echoed from halfway up the mountain. Boom. Even from a distance, the continuous rumbling was enough to seize everyone's attention, including the beasts still wandering about, which were drawn toward the sound. Then, in the next moment, everyone noticed that the beasts attempting to rush toward the sound were obliterated, leaving not even a trace of their bodies. Was this the newcomer A0086, the new member of the Dawn Squad? Did you not say he was merely a level 17 novice mage? Chapter 51. Providing support at the gate is still support. Successfully killed 374 savage beasts. Current experience, 9. Successfully killed 574 savage beasts. Current experience, 16. An Bai had already traversed past the halfway point of the mountain, and he could see a portion of the spiritual fields ahead. However, that section had long been ravaged and destroyed by savage beasts. The crops brimming with spiritual energy had been thoroughly devoured. An Bai's ascent was not swift, and rather than climbing directly upward, he began to traverse sideways before reaching a certain height. It was akin to a shield warrior at the mountain summit taunting and luring monsters. Yet An Bai's method was to eliminate as many beasts as possible. By the time he arrived at his current position, only a handful of beasts remained scattered across the area, having been reduced from the once overwhelming tide. Many of these beasts had not emerged from the secret realm, but had been swept along, forming the beast tide. Now that the majority of the beast tide had been dealt with, these isolated beasts had lost their collective will to assault the mountaintop camp. Furthermore, having been frightened by An Bai's flames, those with even a modicum of intelligence fled as they were fortunate enough to escape the blasts. Ah, what a delightful slaughter. Although his experience bar barely increased, this was primarily due to his rapid leveling to level 19 while grinding at the mountain's base. Just one more level, and he would reach level 20, achieving a significant advancement as a combat specialist. He might even draw a second red attribute. As he pressed forward, he refrained from carelessly casting Fireball, aware that the guards atop the mountain were now descending. Should he miscalculate the explosive range of his skills, he might inadvertently harm his allies. Subsequently, he altered his combat style, opting to employ two of his other skills, Radiance, Buzz. On the mountain, the pressure on a shield soldier, who was simultaneously grappling with over a dozen colossal gale wargs, suddenly diminished. When he turned around, he was astonished to see these massive beasts suspended in midair, their expressions ablaze with flames. Such an exquisite opportunity was not to be squandered by the soldiers in the camp. They promptly organized the archers to target these living targets. Meanwhile, two warriors were entangled with a rogue mountain giant that had managed to ascend the slope. One of them, seemingly distracted by the explosive sounds, made a misstep and was on the verge of being seized by the giant's enormous hand. Observing this, An Bai refrained from casting either a radiance or a repelling fire ring, knowing that the mountain giant was immune to floating and displacement skills. Instead, he raised his enchanted bone staff and unleashed an equipment skill, Illusory Sorcery. The mountain giant instantly lost its corporeal form, its massive hand passing through the warrior's body without grasping anything. In the next moment, An Bai cast a repelling fire ring towards the two nearby warriors, of course disabling the frozen effect, merely to push them away and avoid any accidental harm. He then released a fireball spell. Boom. The mountain giant, having been rendered illusory and thus receiving double damage, disintegrated into nothingness, exploding while maintaining its ethereal state. Within less than 3 minutes of An Bai's arrival at the summit, all the ferocious beasts in this vicinity were finally vanquished. However, at that moment, the soldiers in the entire camp were left in bewilderment. Many had already been engaged in battle for 2 consecutive days and nights, while others had barely rested for half a day before being summoned back by an urgent combat order. They had anticipated a dire defense, bracing themselves for an explosive confrontation with the beasts. Instead, not only did they manage to hold the line, but they also utterly obliterated the beast tide. Even though they had not descended for reconnaissance, the absence of any further swarms of ferocious beasts made it clear that the encircled horde below had undoubtedly been eradicated. What just happened? Did it suddenly all come to an end? There were likely tens of thousands of colossal beasts down there, most of which were exceedingly challenging mountain giants. Did you all witness that? The lone mountain giant was dispatched in a single strike. Who is this person? A reinforcement? A big shot from the military district? So youthful. But is it genuine youth, or does their formidable power simply lend an air of youthfulness? After days of tension, the soldiers finally released their pent-up stress at that moment. Many simply sat down where they were, disregarding their appearances. Lu Feng, the captain of the garrison division, observed this scene without any reprimand, fully aware that the soldiers genuinely needed rest. However, like the other soldiers, he gazed at the young figure with an expression of incredulity. After staring at An Bai for a while, he was reminded by his deputy captain Zhao Yong and hurriedly approached An Bai. Greetings, I am Lu Feng, captain of the 8th Division of Giant Forest City, and this is my deputy captain Zhao Yong. We are immensely grateful for your assistance to our camp. Additionally, could you kindly cooperate with us to verify your identity? Please provide me with your identity code. Although the military map displays the codes of our own, a personal confirmation is still required as a matter of procedure. An Bai understood and promptly replied, Military 7A0086, you can just call me An Bai. Once verified, Lu Feng let out a sigh of relief. He had successfully completed the temporary mission assigned by his superiors, ensuring the safe arrival of the other party at the camp. Well, it could be considered an escort, right? Welcoming them at the entrance is still an escort. However, what followed was even more astonishing. A mage of less than level 20 displayed such terrifying prowess. Just how formidable could his growth potential be? Initially, when he had not seen the individual but only witnessed the explosive display of skills, he had assumed the person was some young master from a prominent family. Despite having a military identity, he thought that such individuals would typically travel with a retinue of powerful guards. Thus, He believed the person had the audacity to undertake this task solo. To discover, however, that it was truly a lone individual was shocking. If he had not witnessed An Bai cast his skills with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. An Bai, please allow me to extend my gratitude on behalf of everyone here. Had it not been for you, we would likely have faced far greater casualties. By the way, could you share with us what the situation is like down below? Were the ferocious beasts held at bay? Or, Lu Feng first saluted An Bai before inquiring about further information. Rest assured, Captain Lu, the beast hordes along the way have all been dealt with. Even if more beast swarms form later, it will take considerable time. You may allow the soldiers to seek medical attention and rest, An Bai reassured them, having observed the grim state of the battlefield. Moreover, I believe you were the liaison for the rescue mission, Captain Lu. Is the task now considered complete? In addition to saving lives, he was also mindful of the task points, which he intended to exchange for the materials he needed. Chapter 52, Level 20. First Class. Since these task points are not fixed, but rather contingent upon performance, ranging from 100 to 1,000 points, the task liaison must evaluate the task based on actual circumstances. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng eagerly nodded and exclaimed, "Rest assured, this task was completed exceptionally well. Indeed, it exceeded our expectations. I will petition my superiors for additional task points to reward you. A mere 1,000 points would hardly reflect this individual's contributions to the mission. However, news from the main unit indicated that we needed to hold the camp for 5 days, and the task would need to extend until then. An Bai, you may need to wait until that time for your settlement. Is that acceptable?" An Bai nodded in agreement, indicating it was of no concern. After all, he had been aware that this task required several days when he accepted it and had mentally prepared himself. Moreover, he was eager for more beast tides to surge forth, providing him with experience. Subsequently, An Bai temporarily resided at the camp. During this time, he naturally received the gratitude and admiration of the entire camp, especially from the non-combat personnel, who regarded him with the reverence one might reserve for a savior. Many even went out of their way to bring him gifts. Among these were several unique products of the camp, such as spirit fruits and spirit rice. Initially, An Bai declined, but he could not resist the enthusiasm of the crowd and accepted them for inspection. Mountain spirit fruit experimental sample. Consuming it permanently increases physical attributes by 3 points. Repeated use diminishes effectiveness. Spirit rice experimental sample. Long-term consumption before class transition has a chance to enhance innate qualities. Long-term consumption post-transition can accumulate boosts to all attributes. Magic spirit grass experimental sample. Long-term consumption before class transition has a chance to enhance mage qualifications. Consuming it post-transition increases mental power by 10, with diminishing returns from repeated use. Wow, incredible. Each of these items could be deemed a treasure of immense value. Haha, An Bai, you must accept these. They are the heartfelt offerings of everyone. However, do not take offense. This area is still experimental, and we have not stabilized the production of these crops. Moreover, many fields have been destroyed, so we can only offer a limited quantity, Lu Feng remarked with a smile. After approximately a day's time, Lu Feng had become quite familiar with An Bai's calculations and had confirmed An Bai's identity as a newly transitioned recruit this year, even still a high school student. He had been quite astonished by this revelation. Brother Lu, such an important spiritual rice field camp, how could Giant Forest City not take it seriously? An Bai was equally astounded by the crops. If they could indeed be produced in bulk and supplied for long-term consumption by humanity, the probability of new generations transitioning into combat professions would certainly increase dramatically. Furthermore, the presence of lost spirit grass implied the existence of corresponding spiritual crops for other professions. This also meant that in the future, it might even be possible to cultivate more of the desired professions in a targeted manner. Lu Feng shrugged and replied, "It's not that there hasn't been any attention. On the contrary, substantial support has already been granted. However, this sudden crisis was indeed urgent and severe, which led to significant losses. Additionally, our camp is not the only spiritual rice field camp. In recent years, we have discovered several locations abundant in spiritual energy around Giant Forest City. 6 months ago, we even found a colossal underground spiritual vein in the northern mountains and established a large-scale spiritual rice field experimental camp there. Such a significant gathering of spiritual energy is highly attractive to wild beasts, which is why the main force of the city's defense army has been stationed there to resist and protect. Consequently, our small camp has been unable to easily obtain further support." An Bai finally understood. He hadn't expected that Giant Forest City had been quietly undertaking such a monumental endeavor over the years. However, due to it still being in the experimental phase, it had not been publicly announced or widely promoted, fearing it would attract the covetous eyes of various adversaries. "By the way, Brother Lu, do you know any summoners skilled in creating summoned beasts?" An Bai casually inquired. Lu Feng wore a puzzled expression. "Summoned beasts? Do you need a contracted pet? It depends on what level you seek. Actually, creating summoned beasts is not rare in our Giant Forest City, and there are even dedicated shops for this purpose." An Bai pondered for a moment and replied, 3 materials, 2 purple and 1 gold in terms of level." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng involuntarily took a deep breath. You possess materials of golden legendary quality. If that is the case, you certainly shouldn't go to an ordinary summoned beast shop. I suggest you directly present this request to the military. With your Dawn badge, you can directly communicate with the nearest military information department. Given An Bai's status, he would undoubtedly receive the utmost support, as the military could surely recommend the most suitable individuals to assist him. Is it really possible to do that? An Bai glanced at the gold-etched silver badge of Dawn on his chest. Effect 6. Enhanced positioning. The distress signal expands to the entire blue star and can directly communicate with the nearest military information department. He had initially believed this effect was primarily for signaling distress. He hadn't realized it could also be used for special communication. Subsequently, An Bai attempted this function. Indeed, he was directly connected to the military information department of Giant Forest City, and through the badge, both parties did not require extensive identity verification. After reporting his codename and stating his needs, he was already registered. The other party didn't ask for any additional information and simply stated they would provide a response within a day. One could not help but admire such efficiency and the remarkable utility of this effect. An Bai finally comprehended the weight of the words spoken by Commander Shang Guoji earlier. The entire nation would support his growth and would strive to provide all reasonable assistance possible. After steadfastly defending the camp for 2 days, beast hordes began to launch their attacks on the camp one after another. However, with An Bai present, the hordes found it nearly impossible to form a large-scale beast tide. Essentially, they would come in batches and be eliminated accordingly. When they reached the final day of the mission, An Bai successfully leveled up to the crucial tier. Congratulations, you have reached level 20. Triggered Basic Profession Passive. All attributes 90, Fire Affinity 10. Triggered Mage Entry Passive, Spirit 6, Mind 10, Innate Qualities 3. Upon reaching level 20, current 3-dimensional basic attributes increased by 10. Conditions for advancement met. You may initiate the advancement quest, which must be completed to continue leveling up. If you remain stagnant at this level, any excess experience will temporarily significantly enhance leveling efficiency after advancement. Chapter 53, Orange Equipment, Spirit Ring. Congratulations. You've truly managed to reach level 20 within these few days. You are probably the first in nearly a century to attain level 20 before the major examination without relying on potions or training. Lu Feng gazed at the golden aura emanating from An Bai, unable to suppress a hint of envy. He himself was only at level 40 and approaching 50 years of age. Yet, he firmly believed that this young man before him would not take long to catch up to his level. Moreover, purely in terms of attack power, An Bai surpassed this level 40 warrior by leaps and bounds. Although he understood that for combat professions, level was not the most crucial aspect, growth potential and attributes were far more significant. An Bai's leveling speed was simply astonishing. On the other side, Vice Captain Zhao Yong could not help but exclaim in admiration. An Bai smirked slightly. Indeed, his spirits were high. I must thank you both for taking care of me these past few days. In the camp, I've been feasting on the beast stew made from spiritual rice, and the fruits post-meal have been spiritual fruits. I fear I'll become a picky eater when I return. Hearing An Bai's words, the other two chuckled in response. Speaking of which, we must thank you. We typically aren't allowed to use these spiritual crops privately, but since you arrived and achieved such a remarkable feat, the higher-ups have ordered us to utilize these precious spiritual crops for hospitality. I've been stationed here for over a year and have only had the privilege of tasting it once. Unlike these past few days where I've had 3 meals a day, I feel like I've grown considerably stronger. One must admit, although these spiritual crops were still experimental, their effects were indeed formidable. An Bai's attributes had all risen by roughly 10 points, particularly his mental strength, which had increased by 30 points. It's worth noting that this was an enhancement of his inherent attributes without leveling up or relying on equipment. Every increase was incredibly precious and rare. By the way, An Bai, the main force has sent word that they have successfully closed the passage to the rampaging secret realm, and the mission is now complete. Regarding your task evaluation, the Defense Department of Giant Forest City unanimously grants the highest commendation. In addition to receiving the originally allocated 100 points as a participation reward and an extra 1,000 points for the highest evaluation, you may freely select one piece of equipment from the armory of Giant Forest City within the level 20 limit. After you click to complete the task in the task list, a link to our city's armory will be sent to you. Simply enter, make your selection, and register to collect it at the Logistics Department of the city's Defense Army. Following Lu Feng's instructions, An Bai submitted the task in the task list and indeed received a total of 1,100 points. It was sufficient to procure the dragon wolf heart he so desired. In addition, he indeed received a text message from the military containing a link. Upon clicking, he was greeted with an extensive list of mage equipment and various general items suitable for levels below 20. Furthermore, the items were generously arranged by quality, with the finest and most precious equipment prominently displayed at the top, inviting him to choose freely, displaying an utter lack of concern that he might select the most valuable items. Could it be that the armory of the city defense forces boasted such a wealth of treasures? There were even 2 orange-grade items available for selection among those under level 20. An Bai was somewhat astonished. It is understood that once equipment is acquired, it is typically allocated to those best suited to wield it, as leaving it in the armory serves no purpose. To discover 2 pieces of orange-grade equipment lying unclaimed in the armory suggested that there must be even better gear in active use. Spirit Binding Ring, orange. Eternal Wood Staff of the Elves, orange. An Bai did not hesitate, focusing solely on the 2 items of the highest quality, a ring and a staff. The ring not only provided attribute enhancements, but also included a spirit binding skill, which increased proficiency in summoning skills and possessed an innate ability to summon elemental spirits to aid in combat. The staff, on the other hand, primarily boosted vitality, featured a restorative effect, and possessed a skill to summon plant spirits. It was evident that Giant Forest City rightfully earned its reputation as a hub for summoners, with much of the equipment tailored to their needs. After a moment's contemplation, An Bai opted for the Spirit Binding Ring. Although he owned a Demon Spirit Bone Staff, which, while not as potent, was still effective, especially due to its unique skill, his current ring was merely a basic, mass-produced one. It was high time for an upgrade. After a brief deliberation, An Bai made his selection. Spirit Binding Ring LV20, orange. Attributes, Spirit 400, Durability 600. Equipment skills, Spirit Summoning, which allows the summoner to call forth the most abundant elemental spirit in the environment. Different elemental spirits exhibit varying combat assistance effects. Upon reviewing the detailed effects, An Bai expressed immense satisfaction. With this acquisition, his ensemble was nearly complete, missing only a robe, which was still a novice's garment. All other pieces had received substantial enhancements. Following the completion of the defensive mission, the assessment of losses at the camp and subsequent reconstruction efforts no longer required An Bai's involvement. After bidding farewell to his comrades with whom he had fought for several days, he ventured into Giant Forest City. Although the exterior differed greatly from Jiang City, the interior bore a striking resemblance, particularly in the layout of the city defense forces, which was nearly identical. Thus, An Bai quickly located the relevant department to claim his equipment rewards. He also took the opportunity to redeem points, spending 1,000 points to obtain the Dragon Wolf Heart. Fortuitously, this material was available in Giant Forest City, enabling immediate acquisition. Otherwise, he would have needed to report up the chain and arrange for transportation to Giant Forest City, which could have taken at least half a day. With the material in hand, An Bai proceeded directly to an address recommended by the military. This establishment was among the most distinctive beast creation shops in Giant Forest City, and likely one of the most reputable and expansive in the area. Upon learning that An Bai was referred by the military, he received a warm welcome, devoid of the anticipated pretentiousness. He was soon introduced to the shop's most experienced summoner. Observing the square-jawed summoner, An Bai meticulously laid out the materials from his spatial ring upon the table. Hello, these are the materials I provide. Can they be utilized to create a mount? Initially, the square-jawed summoner thought the military was making a mountain out of a molehill. Considering the materials brought by a mere level 20 individual, and questioned the necessity for a 100-level summoner to assist in such a task, especially with a request for full cooperation. However, upon seeing the third material, the golden viscous liquid contained within a special glass vial, his eyes widened in disbelief. Is this legendary-grade blood? Wait, am I seeing this correctly? This is the blood of the Erosion King? How did you acquire such a precious material? Chapter 54, A Little Rich Girl? A Great Rich Girl. In his excitement, the square-jawed summoner erupted with a presence that rivaled that of Commander Shang. Unlike Commander Shang's restrained pressure, this was an outright explosion of energy, causing An Bai to instinctively enter a combat-ready state, with his spirit shield automatically activating to shield him from some of the overwhelming aura. My apologies, I got a bit too carried away. You are the one referred by the military, named something with a color, right? I am the vice president of the Summoner Association, as well as a professor of summoning at the Four Saints Academy and the Beidou Academy, and the director of the Beast Creation Research Institute. My name is Mo Tuesday. As the realization dawned on him, the square-jawed summoner quickly reined in his aura. An Bai exhaled in relief, marveling at the military's impressive connections. He merely sought a mount, and had been introduced to a true luminary. The lengthy list of titles left An Bai astonished. To be a professor at 2 prestigious academies suggested that the individual's prowess in summoning and beast creation was undeniably formidable. Greetings, Professor Mo, An Bai said, maintaining his composure. However, Mo too, despite his square visage, was unconcerned with such formalities, waving his hand dismissively. Don't call me old man. I'm just in my 60s. A mere young adult by my standards, merely a few years older than you. Just call me director. I prefer my role as the head of the research institute. Taken aback by this response, An Bai was at a loss for words. While it was true that individuals of higher levels tended to have longer lifespans, a level 100 expert in their 60s could indeed be considered young, yet he had never encountered anyone so unabashedly self-referential. Of course, Mo too was unfazed and returned to the matter at hand, examining the 3 materials one by one. These materials are excellent. They will ensure the creation of a mount with at least purple quality. However, Using the blood of the Erosion King in such a manner would be somewhat wasteful. Moreover, the other two purple-grade materials may not be able to contain the immense energy of the Erosion King's blood, necessitating a substantial quantity of auxiliary materials. Otherwise, the risk of failure would increase, potentially ruining the blood. Upon hearing this, An Bai promptly inquired, "Director Mo, what do you suggest we do? What materials do I need to prepare?" Mo2 waved his hand again, his square face adopting a serious demeanor. "No materials are necessary, money will suffice." An Bai was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the implication. This was the largest beast creation shop in all of Giant Forest City, stocked with every conceivable material. As long as one had the funds, it was feasible. 10 million, and I guarantee the quality will not fall below purple, with a high likelihood of success. 50 million. And there is a strong probability of achieving orange quality, with a minimal chance of failure. 100 million. And I will utilize a plethora of rare materials to elevate the other two purple grade items to orange quality before proceeding with the creation, ensuring a 100% success rate. And there is even a possibility of attaining golden quality. So what tier do you desire? An Bai truly did not expect that a vice president of the Summoner Association, a professor in the summoning department of the Four Sacred Academies and the Beidou Academy, and the director of the Beast Creation Research Institute would straightforwardly demand money. And at quite a steep price. Noticing An Bai's astonishment, Mo2 casually remarked, "What's wrong? Do I look like someone who lacks funds? Research is indeed an expensive endeavor. To be frank, had it not been for the exorbitant costs associated with his research, Mo2 would not have acquiesced to the military's request. After all, he was not officially affiliated with the military, merely maintaining a cooperative relationship. In truth, he had already received an invitation fee from the military. However, upon seeing the materials An Bai brought, coupled with An Bai's evident strength as a mage, he surmised that An Bai must hail from a wealthy family and decided to extract a bit more research funding from him. Of course, if he could indeed create a golden summoning beast, the market price would certainly align with this figure, if not exceed it. Nevertheless, as a professor and director in this field, he could personally manage the costs to be exceedingly low. An Bai, however, did not ponder these intricacies. The concept of exchanging money for goods was indeed reasonable, and the prospect of potentially acquiring a legendary mount intrigued him. The only issue was the financial aspect. He genuinely lacked sufficient funds. With just over 8 million on hand, even if he purchased all the materials, it would only amount to around 5 million. Even with the military's developmental funding added, he still faced a shortfall of several tens of millions. If there were no other options, he would have reluctantly settled for the 1 million mark. The moment he heard about the golden quality mount, however, he completely lost the desire to settle for anything less. "Director Mo, please hold on," An Bai exclaimed, promptly opening his contact list. Mo2, witnessing An Bai's earnest contemplation, felt a surge of excitement. Convinced that the other party was indeed affluent and was now likely seeking funds from his family, he thought to himself, if I personally handle this, the actual material costs 1T exceed 2 million. The remaining 8 million will purely be for my efforts, and I can continue my project of creating divine beasts. Meanwhile, An Bai was deliberating whether to request an advance on the military's funding for the upcoming months. However, he ultimately decided against it, considering the military had already granted him many benefits, and there was no justification for them to make exceptions for non-essential resources. I'll give her a try, An Bai thought, scanning through the few names in his contact list until he spotted one he had never contacted alone before. Classmate Seeing, would you mind lending me some money? Indeed, aside from the military, the only person he could think of was this generous girl who had lent 4 million to Zhao's siblings. She probably did not anticipate him by reaching out so suddenly. After seeing the read notification, a full 10 minutes passed before he received a reply. Brother An Bai, how much do you need? I don't have much pocket money to spare, crying emoji. Would 90 million be acceptable? An Bai's voice trembled slightly as he sent the message. He quickly added the next line, prepared to inform her that she could lend whatever amount she could manage, while he would find a way to cover the rest. Just then, a notification chimed in. Ding, you have received a transfer of 90,000,000 yuan. Classmate Seeing, you didn't directly ask your parents for money, did you? You must explain to them that you weren't deceived. I promise to repay you as quickly as possible. Or if there is anything you need help with, feel free to ask. To his astonishment, this delicate girl had directly given him nearly 100 million. Remarkably, she hadn't even inquired about the reason for his loan. If she had used her family's funds without clarification, it could lead to complications. And he certainly did not wish to cause her any trouble. However, her subsequent response made An Bai realize just how limited his perspective was. It's all right, Brother An Bai, this little amount is nothing to me. I thought you needed a lot more money. Sweating emoji, he was mistaken. Seeing was not merely a wealthy girl, but a truly affluent one. Chapter 55, The Immortal Level Ghost Dragon Spirit Monster. An Bai acknowledged his narrow view. Apparently, tens of millions were merely pocket change in the eyes of the truly wealthy. Although somewhat taken aback, he immediately expressed his gratitude to her. Regardless of whether this amounted to a small sum for Seeing, she had helped him without hesitation. Director MO, I have prepared the funds. How shall I proceed with the payment? Upon hearing this, MO2's eyes sparkled with excitement, astonished that his bold request would actually yield results. This young man truly was affluent. Excellent. Just scan the QR code for the transfer, and as soon as I receive the payment, I will assist you in creating your mount. Just wait 5 minutes. Fearing the potential loss of his research funding, MO2 wasted no time presenting his personal payment QR code. 5 minutes. I heard that creation is not a swift process, and An Bai voiced with a hint of skepticism. Moreover, the other party had previously mentioned the need to process several materials and intricate procedures. How could it possibly take only 5 minutes? After all, he had borrowed a substantial sum, and if it went to waste, he might have to sacrifice his own body to repay the debt. Seeing An Bai's hesitation, MO2 chuckled dismissively, waving his hand. Young man, do you compare me to an ordinary summoner? That was a fair point. After all, he was the director of the Beast Creation Research Institute, and his capabilities were indeed trustworthy. Furthermore, this introduction had come from the military. Surely they wouldn't deceive him. With this in mind, An Bai felt reassured and proceeded with the transfer. The two entered a sealed chamber, where a colossal array had already been meticulously arranged on the ground, inscribed with various intricate symbols made from precious materials that An Bai could not comprehend. MO2 placed 3 materials in designated spots within the array. As he began to activate the formation, he elaborated to An Bai. The remnant body of the Demon King will serve as the primary material, forming the body of your mount. So it is highly likely that your mount will belong to the Demon King category. An Bai nodded. A Demon King was indeed a fine choice, agile and cunning. The blood of the Erosion King constitutes the main portion of the blood, forming the foundational attributes and growth of the summoner. Your mount's base attributes and growth potential will certainly be substantial. Lastly, the heart of the Dragon Wolf serves as the heart of the summoner, also representing the combat style of the mount. The Dragon Wolf is ferocious and ruthless in melee combat, and due to its dragon bloodline, it is also adept in dragon language magic and various skills. As he spoke, the 3 materials completely melted within the formation, merging into a singular entity, resembling an embryo. MO2 then began to incorporate additional materials, continuously blending them into the embryo. Eventually, an immense energy enveloped it, and when it landed on the ground, the embryo was encased in an incredibly hard eggshell, rendering its interior entirely obscured. All done. You just need to use a contract item. I must return to continue my experiments, so please refrain from contacting me unless necessary. Oh, and here is my contact information. If you come across any orange-level materials in the future, do reach out to me, and I will give you a 12% discount next time. The entire process took less than 5 minutes, at most 2.5. When An Bai regained his senses, MO2 had already departed from the secret chamber. Had it not been for the palpable energy emanating from the egg, An Bai might have doubted whether his adversary had fled in failure. Speaking of the 12 folds? Never mind, he was not a summoner, and it was likely there would be no further contact. Dismissing other concerns, An Bai promptly employed his identification technique, simultaneously utilizing the true entry to acquire a wealth of information. After all, he possessed only one contractual item and needed to ascertain its suitability for himself. Identification, ghostly dragon demon pet, egg state. Quality, orange immortal, reaching the pinnacle of orange tier, with potential for future advancement. Attributes, life 5, 000, 000, attack 400, defense 1, 200. Traits, semi-spiritual body, permanently maintains a semi-spiritual state, immune to 60 physical attacks, with mental power convertible into defense against physical assaults. Ghostly eye, directly gazing at an enemy instills fear and may even induce hallucinations. The lower their health, the more pronounced the effect, and the greater the disparity in strength, the more amplified the impact. Super regeneration, natural recovery effect enhanced tenfold. The blood itself possesses formidable restorative properties, capable of regenerating even severed limbs. Low-level dragon might, emits a continuous but low-level dragon intimidation, ineffective against beings with dragon bloodlines. Curse immunity, immune to all types of curses unless exceeding the threshold of endurance. Skills, Ghost Fire Breath LV1, Ghost Curse Command LV1, Hunting Perception LV1. Mount skills, Guardian Spirit can attach to the master, providing its own attributes and all skills. Releasing the pet skills will also gain the master's attribute bonuses. Guardian Spirit attributes, Physique 3, 000, Agility 1, 000, Spirit 1, 000. Hiss, Limitless Orange. Future potential for advancement to Golden. Truly, I am not deceiving you, Limitless Orange. At this tier, surely I can demand an additional 5 million without issue. Meanwhile, MO2, having long returned to the Research Institute, was engaged in a phone call with the military. However, the notion of tens of millions could only deceive those unfamiliar with the field. The military was well aware of his capabilities. Thus, he could only request a few million. What? Only 1 million? How unscrupulous of you, military. Yes, why not? A million is still money. For the sake of my research funding, even a mosquito's leg is meat. While MO2 outwardly consented with gritted teeth, Internally, he was elated. Of course, the unsuspecting An Bai felt that his investment of 100 million was indeed worthwhile. Although he had never heard of the ghostly dragon demon pet species, it was, after all, a creature of creation with the potential to embody any type. Moreover, it undeniably possessed immense strength, drawing from all his material sources. With a physique akin to a curse-wielding demon king, formidable mental power, curse immunity, and curse-based attacks. Along with the robust physique reminiscent of the King of Erosion, it left An Bai in awe to discover that even before hatching, it boasted 5 million health points. The final attribute of Dragon Wolf Heart was slightly inferior, and its dragon might was merely of the lowest tier. However, dragons were themselves rare, and it could still intimidate common beasts successfully. Most importantly, the mount skill it possessed was of the attachment type, allowing it to directly merge with its master, thereby enhancing the master's attributes. Excellent. I can regard this as an additional piece of equipment, even bestowing me with extra skills. Upon seeing this skill, An Bai immediately contemplated a possibility. Indeed, after the pet merges, would its skills transform into my own? Thus, could my entries be applied to the pet's skills while in a merged state? With this thought in mind, An Bai eagerly retrieved the mount contract item from his possession, activating it while pricking his own index finger to smear blood upon the pet egg. Splash. Contracting. Contract successful. You have acquired the mount Ghostly Dragon Demon Pet, Orange. Hatching. Congratulations, Ghostly Dragon Demon Pet, Orange, has successfully hatched. Chapter 56. A penny can hardly make a hero. He directly approached the store attendant and purchased a substantial quantity of energy crystals for hatching. Approximately half an hour later, the pet egg had finally absorbed enough energy, allowing the Ghostly Dragon Demon Pet to emerge from its shell. Standing about 3 meters tall, it manifested as a semi-spiritual entity, its body a striking azure hue. It bore a humanoid form akin to a demon king, yet sported dragon wings on its back and horns upon its head, with its head and tail ablaze in azure flames. While it exuded an air of authority, it leaned more towards the eerie and mysterious, its overall presence rather chilling. When the coldness enveloped him, it inevitably evoked thoughts of corpses. Perhaps this was the essence of the Ghostly Dragon Demon Pet. Since you possess such a frigid demeanor, I shall name you Cold Cold. How, Cold Cold, a lovely name, master. Having completed the contract, An Bai understood the meaning behind its call. Well, as long as you like it, let us experience your abilities. Where shall we conduct our experiments? The dungeon hall is out of the question. I am out of money. Initially, An Bai intended to take Cold Cold to the dungeon to familiarize himself with its skills. However, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have run out of funds. Borrowing money had only sufficed to cover his immediate expenses, and the remainder had been entirely spent on energy crystals for hatching. What a disaster. It appeared he lacked even the fare to return to Shanjiang City. An Bai slapped his forehead, expressing his exasperation with a wry remark. Truly, a penny can harden a hero's resolve. Should I borrow again? Forget it. I shall simply walk back. Resolutely, An Bai decided to trek on foot, making his way from Giant Forest City to Shanjiang City. Although the wilderness was perilous, as long as he avoided high-level areas and traversed through zones of levels 20 to 30, safety was not a significant concern. With 3 days remaining before the major exam, he had ample time. Besides, it would provide an opportunity for Cold Cold to level up. Having made his decision, An Bai promptly rose and headed to the nearby trading market, expending all of his remaining funds to purchase a substantial quantity of nutrient solutions. Finally, he utilized his military credentials to acquire precise and detailed map data, downloading it onto his professional panel's minimap. Once prepared, An Bai set off without hesitation, departing from Giant Forest City. Compared to the day of his arrival, the wilderness surrounding Giant Forest City had lifted its restrictions, allowing professionals to return and gather materials, resulting in a bustling atmosphere. Once An Bai had distanced himself from Giant Forest City and arrived in a remote area, he released Cold Cold. Howl. Perhaps due to its first venture into the wild, Cold Cold appeared quite exhilarated. As soon as it emerged, it soared into the sky, rapidly flapping its wings and tumbling through the air. However, this also quickly attracted the attention of wild monsters, including a solitary gale demon wolf that began to approach. Just in time, Cold Cold attacked. Upon hearing An Bai's command, Cold Cold's countenance shifted, its eerie azure eyes fixating on the colossal gale demon wolf. The beast suddenly halted in its tracks, displaying a look of terror. Subsequently, its limbs seemed to weaken, as if wanting to flee but unable to move. Trembling in fear while gazing at Cold Cold above. It was the innate might of a dragon. The level 20 magic wolf may not be particularly high, yet the mere presence of the first level Lung Lung could evoke such formidable effects, surpassing my initial expectations. Seizing the opportunity, Lung Lung unleashed the ghost flame breath, a seemingly searing yet intrinsically frigid blue flame that effortlessly struck its target. Nevertheless, in comparison to Lung Lung's eerie aura and formidable health and defense, its offensive capabilities appeared somewhat lacking. With an attack power of merely 400, it could easily vanquish foes of level 5 and below. However, considering that the Gale Magic Wolf is also at level 20, Even an ordinary creature of this level boasts a health pool of 30 to 40,000. Moreover, its singular offensive skill, the Ghost Flame Breath, delivers sustained damage, albeit with a relatively low burst effect. The initial hit inflicts 200 damage, while the subsequent continuous hits deal only around 80 points per second, which constitutes merely about 20% of its attack power. Indeed, upon sensing that its offensive might was weaker than anticipated, the Gale Magic Wolf broke free from its fear and retaliated with renewed fury. Lung Lung's expression shifted once more as she cast the Ghost Curse command. This curse-inflicting skill ensnares the enemy in a weakened state, diminishing all attributes by 10 points, while simultaneously allowing ghostly spirits to entwine them, triggering every 10 seconds to randomly devour one attribute or a beneficial effect. Thus commenced a back-and-forth tussle between the two. Due to her lower level, Lung Lung struggled to secure a decisive advantage, while the Gale Magic Wolf's strikes consistently found their mark. However, Lung Lung's semi-ethereal form granted her immunity to 60% of physical damage, combined with her formidable defenses, resulting in minimal harm. After approximately 15 minutes, Lung Lung, relying on her modest attack power, managed to whittle the Gale Magic Wolf down to a sliver of health. At this juncture, the Gale Magic Wolf recognized the futility of continuing the fight, yielding to thoughts of retreat. Following a feigned lunge that missed its mark, it chose to flee without looking back. Howl, humph, attempting to escape. Subsequently, Lung Lung activated her final skill, Hunter's Perception, which allowed her to lock onto one of the recently battled enemies and discern its movements, enhancing her speed by 300 as she pursued her target. This skill proved perfectly suited for chasing down the wounded Gale Magic Wolf. The substantial speed boost enabled Lung Lung to close the distance in an instant. And after an additional 5 minutes of relentless pursuit, she ultimately succeeded in slaying this foe, who was 19 levels her senior. Your mount has successfully slain the giant Gale Magic Wolf LV20. You are in a level cap state, and all experience has been automatically allocated to your pet. Congratulations. Your mount Lung Lung has leveled up by 3 levels. Current experience, 77. Excellent, excellent. An Bai patted Lung Lung's head. Although this battle consumed over 20 minutes, he remained thoroughly satisfied. This orange immortal grade pet exhibited such prowess even at level 1, promising formidable growth in the future. Moreover, this was not even Lung Lung's optimal combat potential. Rather than focusing on attack, Lung Lung excelled in auxiliary functions such as intimidation or the Ghost Command, as well as the pursuit capabilities of Hunter's Perception. Her greatest strength would manifest when she embodied her true self. Having verified Lung Lung's capabilities, An Bai felt reassured, allowing her to independently grind for experience nearby. Meanwhile, he made his way towards Shangjiang City while accessing his profession panel. Upon reaching level 20, 2 entries remained unclaimed, including his advancement quest. Aware that advancement quests were typically linked to the Abyss, he was not in a hurry, as he had no immediate opportunity to venture into the Abyss. However, he could prepare certain materials in advance apart from that. Detected that your profession is a basic spell apprentice, with no corresponding advanced profession. Upon completing the advancement quest, there is a minuscule chance of a profession change. Otherwise, you shall remain as a basic spell apprentice. Do you confirm your intent to undertake the quest? Yes. Activating profession advancement quest. Quest 1. Collect 1,000 low-level magic crystals. Quest 2. Collect 400 Gale Magic Wolf Fangs, 400 high heat cores from fire elementals, 400 glandular tissues from flying sword bluefish, 400 wings from lightning dragonflies, 400 earth crystals from rock elementals, and 400 pelts from polar white wolves. Quest 3. Engage in single combat with a level 21 or higher abyssal enemy, an elite boss leader. Choosing different stages of enemies will yield varying advancement effects. Chapter 57. Red Text, Rule Level Slay. This represents the most fundamental advancement quest for mages, necessitating the collection of numerous materials associated with the mage profession. Among these, magic crystals are the most ubiquitous. Any extraordinary materials can be refined into magic crystals by the alchemist profession. As for the other monster materials, those available for collection near Shangjiang City include the Gale Magic Wolf Fangs and the high heat cores from fire elementals. The flying sword bluefish can also be procured with some effort, but the remaining lightning dragonflies and rock elementals do not spawn in this vicinity, necessitating acquisition through purchase. It is said that during the early days of the Cataclysm era, when the various cities were isolated by wild zones, even promising practitioners found it exceedingly difficult to advance. The greatest challenge lay in the uncertainty of monster distributions, relying solely on chance, while remaining outdoors posed immense dangers. It was not until humanity gradually regained control over Blue Star that the wild zones transformed into resource-rich areas for human exploitation. Subsequently, the advent of merchant practitioners facilitated the exchange of materials across different regions, resolving the material shortages of today. Now, the remaining task is to possess sufficient strength to complete combat missions. The entrances to the Abyss are primarily controlled by various academies and military headquarters in each district, with a few lesser threat entrances held by major factions. Ordinary practitioners can pay to connect with these factions to obtain access permissions, venturing to the abyss's periphery to hunt monsters. Alternatively, they can directly hire someone to capture abyssal creatures and deliver them to those in need for personal extermination, thus fulfilling their quests. As for An Bai, he could easily seek a favor from the head of District 7, Shangguoji, or wait until he enrolls in university to acquire qualifications for abyssal entry. However, An Bai was not in a rush, as he paused at level 20, pondering a bold notion that emerged in his mind. Since attributes can be additionally acquired through demotion and retraining, might I not gain another opportunity for a lottery draw if I were to retrain my entries? An Bai observed that he still had 2 lottery chances remaining in his entry system, one of which was even a super draw, capable of yielding red entries. If I retrain at level 20, could I possibly obtain a red entry again? The mere thought of this possibility stirred excitement within An Bai. A red entry holds immense value worth pursuing. However, he harbored concerns that directly demoting might forfeit his existing draw opportunities. Therefore, An Bai resolved to exhaust his current lottery chances before utilizing the demotion potion. Consuming 1 chance, drawing for a golden entry. Draw successful, congratulations. You have obtained the golden legendary skill entry, acceleration. Consuming 1 chance, detected that this is an opportunity gained upon reaching level 20. This draw is a deluxe version. Draw successful, congratulations. You have obtained the red mythical skill entry, will to conquer. Indeed, it is a red entry. An Bai could not help but display a joyful expression upon seeing this. First, he would address the golden entry, acceleration, which has a meaning that is easily comprehensible at face value. However, he currently lacks any mobility skills. If it were to be bestowed upon the basic mage, without a doubt, the enhancement would manifest as a progressive increase in agility. However, he does not possess an overwhelming desire for speed. After a moment's contemplation, An Bai suddenly activated his mount skill, Guardian Spirit. Woof. Do not fret, master. I am coming. With a swift bark, Lung abandoned its tussle with a Gale Demon Wolf and immediately rushed to An Bai's side. Then, it transformed into a swirling azure flame, crashing fiercely into An Bai's chest. You have received the boon of the Guardian Spirit Ghostly Dragon Beast LV7, with a physique of 3,600, agility of 1,300, and spirit of 1,400. You have gained additional effects: semi-ethereal body, ghostly eyes, super regeneration, low-level dragon's might, and curse immunity. Acquired additional skills: ghostly fire breath LV1, ghostly command LV1, and hunting perception LV1. It was at this moment that An Bai realized Lung had already reached level 6. He also discovered the attribute enhancements granted by the Guardian Spirit, with each level increase bestowing an additional 100 to physique, 50 to agility, and 80 to spirit. All these attributes, effects, and skills were now conferred upon him. Subsequently, An Bai took a moment to feel the enhancements and indeed found that he could access the additional skills acquired in this state on his panel. With the entries readily selectable, quite splendid, this development would certainly broaden his repertoire of tactics. He contemplated the pet skills. The acceleration presumably would enhance the movement speed while pursuing prey. However, for him, the essence of hunting perception lay not in the act of chasing, but in discerning the enemy's trajectory. Once he could discern the direction in which they were headed, he could simply cast fireballs in their path, negating the need to pursue. Reflecting on this, An Bai deemed the acceleration entry to be rather uncritical, opting instead to experiment with something novel. Ultimately, he allocated it to the pet skill, Ghostly Command. His intention was not to enhance this skill per se, but rather to ascertain what effects might arise from such an endeavor. If it proved fruitless, it would merely squander an inconsequential entry, yielding minimal impact. Ghostly Command LV1. Upon hitting, the target enters a weakened state, with all attributes reduced by 10, and becomes ensnared by the ghostly essence, which triggers every 10 seconds, randomly devouring 1 attribute by 5 or 1 beneficial effect. Acceleration. Ghostly ensnarement triggers once per second. Goodness, could it indeed provide such an acceleration effect? A 10-second trigger transformed into a once-per-second occurrence, thus accelerating the triggering effect as well. Triggering once every second, with each instance randomly devouring 5 attributes, would effectively incapacitate an entire attribute of the enemy within a mere 20 seconds. It became clear that the literal interpretation of the entry could indeed be utilized to accelerate its effect. If that were the case, could the acceleration entry, when applied to the Ghostly Fire Breath skill, result in damage occurring once per second instead of 10 times? Perhaps this could be explored upon drawing a duplicate next time. The next entry, a far more pivotal red entry, was Will to Conquer. By the mere sound of its name, An Bai recognized its paramount significance. However, in contrast to the previous red entry, Death Substitute, this one seemed to lean more toward an offensive nature, given its connotation of conquest. Thus, it was only fitting to apply it to an attack skill. The Fireball spell, being his sole offensive ability, would certainly benefit from further enhancement. Bang! The entry fusion was complete. Fireball spell LV10. Omitted. Will to Conquer. Enemies slain by the Fireball spell will be permanently marked. with each kill incrementing the conquest progress against that type of enemy, thereby increasing damage dealt to similar foes. Upon reaching 100, the Fireball spell can execute an unconditional slaughter of that type of enemy, ignoring all restrictions for a rule-level instant kill. For enemies of the same broader category, there exists a 50 execution effect, only effective once per individual. Goodness, this effect is quite formidable. An unconditional kill, disregarding any defenses, even ignoring level attributes and health. For instance, should he slay a Gale Demon Wolf and achieve 100 conquest, thereafter, even when faced with a level 100, 200, or even 300 Divine Gale Demon Wolf deities, he would be able to dispatch them outright. A rule-level instant kill. Chapter 58, Demotion. More red entries. Furthermore, beyond the Gale Demon Wolf, any wolf-type foes would also be subject to a half effect. In other words, without a word, he could initiate combat with them at half health. Moreover, beyond the execution effect, damage dealt to that class of enemies would be permanently amplified. Truly, the red entries effects are exceedingly domineering. This was An Bai's first encounter with a description at the rule level tier. It was overwhelmingly powerful. An Bai once again scrutinized his level 20 profession panel. Name, An Bai. Level, 20. Profession, Spell Apprentice. Qualification, 40. Physique, 1422, Badge 1100, Equipment 1000, Guardian Spirit 3600. Agility, 1421, 1100, 3, 1300. Spirit, 1551, 1100, 601, 1480. Elemental Affinity, Fire 194, Others 50. Equipment, Demon Artbone Staff LV15, Purple, Cracked Black Witch Necklace LV15, Purple, Mountain Lord's Amulet LV1, Gold, Spirit Conduit Ring LV20, Orange. Equipment Skills, Illusory Demon Art, Unyielding as a Mountain, Spirit Summoning. Badge, Number 81 Purgatory Walker Badge, Gold, Divine Summer Dawn Badge, Gold. Professional Skills, 33. Elementary Fireball Spell LV10, Explosion 2, No Cooldown, No Casting Delay, Corpse Explosion, Teleportation, Crimson Lotus, High Probability, True, Erasure, Vulnerability, Will to Conquer. Object Shield LV6, Automatic, Sturdy 2, Multiple. Fire Resistance Ring LV1, Eternal Freeze. Illumination Spell LV1, Levitation, Flame. Object Shield Binding, 510. Black Iron Great Shield LV5, Purple, Mountain Giant Shield LV1, Gold. Standard Shield LV15, Green, X3. Object Shield Attributes, Health 3. 81 million, Defense 48, 389. Other Skills, 110. Elementary Appraisal LV1, True. Ghostly Fire Breath LV1, Ghostly Command LV1, Acceleration. Hunting Perception LV1. Professional Passive, Basic Profession LV2, Tenfold 2. Flame, Death Substitute. Mage Entry LV2, Mage King. Contracted Mount, Ghostly Dragon Beast LV6, Orange. Pet Effects, Semi-Ethereal Body, Ghostly Eyes, Super Regeneration, Low-Level Dragon's Might, Curse Immunity. Death Substitute, 1010. Entry System, 0 draws remaining. It had only been 10 days since his promotion, yet he had grown to such strength. An Bai felt quite satisfied with his development. However, the semi-ethereal effect conferred by his pet's embodiment conflicted with his staff skill. Had he known, he would have chosen that orange staff instead. A pang of regret washed over An Bai as he reflected on his choice back in the Great Forest City. Initially, he had refrained from switching, believing that the skill of that staff was more advantageous. Little did he anticipate that the pet would grant him a similar effect. And at no cost. Although it did not offer complete immunity, it eliminated the significant drawback of suffering double damage from elemental mental attacks. Oh, since it has come to this, let us test the effects of this ring. An Bai activated the ring. Spirit Summoning. Whoosh. A soft luminescence began to drift from the abundant flora surrounding An Bai, coalescing before him into a sphere of verdant light. Summoning successful. The summoned elemental sprite is Littlewood Spirit. Skills, Branch Binding, Healing Art. Additional effect, 30 affinity with wood elements. A diminutive sprite, scarcely larger than a palm, materialized. Its body a brilliant emerald hue, with wings akin to those of an insect sprouting from its back. The sprite possessed little intelligence, merely trailing the summoner and autonomously casting its skills. However, it did bestow an elemental affinity effect, which seemed to be of paramount importance, enabling rapid adaptation to its surroundings. After all, one could summon various elemental sprites, depending on the elemental concentration of different locales. Nonetheless, this Littlewood Spirit held little significance for An Bai. He simply waved his hand, causing the sprite to dissolve into a multitude of green motes. Turning his gaze to his spatial ring, An Bai beheld 3 rewards acquired from the internal assessment, 2 demotion pills, and 1 talent pill. The ordinary demotion held little variance for him. Yet if it could indeed trigger the attribute system repeatedly, then this demotion pill would far surpass the talent pill in value. Taking a deep breath, An Bai resolutely consumed one of the demotion pills. Using demotion pill, your level has decreased to level 19. Immediately after ingesting it, An Bai opened his class panel. checking the fireball skills attribute to find the red attribute, will of conquest, still intact, which elicited a sigh of relief. Phew, it seems there is no need for concern, as demotion does not retract the attributes. Next, he was eager to see if he could draw attributes anew upon leveling up again. Suddenly, a cacophony of howls erupted around him. An Bai, distracted, realized he had unwittingly wandered into a den of wolves. A throng of colossal gale wolves encircled him. Excellent. Just what I need, your sharp fangs and claws. An Bai remained unfazed, activating his shield of control, and without hesitation, unleashed a barrage of fireballs. In a guardian spirit state, with a mental attribute exceeding 4,200, the damage from his fireball spell had now escalated to a staggering 150,000 in core area damage. These ordinary giant wolves posed no challenge, as they were swiftly obliterated, leaving naught but a plethora of materials strewn across the ground. Experience distribution set. You gain 50, and your mount gains 50. Successfully slain 74 ferocious beasts. Your current experience, 1. The Ghost Dragon Pets experience, 67. Onward, bring me more. 14 days post-class change. It was also a momentous day for the national examination. Bai City, the sole super city in Zone 7, could be aptly dubbed the Hero City. The name Bai pays homage to a heroic figure who once achieved great feats in the abyss, thus earning this honor. It served as the central examination venue for candidates from Zone 7. Educators and principals from various schools across the zone congregated in this great city, discussing this year's class change prospects. Here we are again. I wonder if this year will yield some promising talents from our 6th zone. The internal recommendation list from the 3 universities in An City seemed to boast nothing less than students scoring above 9 points. Indeed, it's quite possible that the district champion will hail from An City this year, and they might even contend for the national champion. Not necessarily. I've heard that Jusin City has produced a 9-point summoner who has also transitioned into a relatively rare demon summoner. Have you noticed that over the years, the number of students with scores exceeding 9 points has been on the rise? In the past, a single 9-point student emerging from a city would warrant celebrations throughout the town. Indeed, nowadays, if a school fails to produce even one 9-point student, it faces scrutiny. Perhaps it is due to the overall enhancement of human capabilities in recent years? After all, following the planar invasion, energies from both worlds have begun to intertwine. Research has shown that even the air we breathe can augment a common person's strength. Speaking of which, didn't Jiangshang's second high this year fail to produce a single 9-point student? It's rather disheartening. Rumor has it that the locals suspect the school's location is cursed and plan to send their children to First High or Shui Lan High next year. First High? TSK. Their principal has found himself in trouble this year, along with 3 highly promising students who were stripped of their qualifications for the entrance examination. Such a tragedy. Who claims those 3 are the strongest? I've heard whispers of an even more formidable student lurking in the shadows. Chapter 59, The Eve of the Examination. The collaborative examination was on the verge of commencing, with all students having gathered in Bai City for registration. Meanwhile, Wang Qinghai, leading the team from First High, and Principal Lan Xiu from Shui Lan High were pacing anxiously at the teleportation tower in Jiangshang City. Upon spotting each other, they immediately inquired, "Has An Bai returned?" In the next moment, both shook their heads simultaneously, their expressions growing increasingly grave. A week prior, An Bai had requested a transit permit to Jusin City. But just now, I contacted someone there, and they informed me that An Bai had departed Jusun City several days ago. The issue is, he did not return via the teleportation array, but rather left the city. Hearing this, Wang Qinghai grew even more anxious. This year, due to the principal's arrest, several members of the administrative staff, including vice principals and directors, were under thorough investigation. As An Bai's homeroom teacher, he had intended to mend relations with An Bai and avoid escalating tensions. Yet now, he hadn't even laid eyes on him. If something were to happen to An Bai, even if he bore no responsibility, he would likely face repercussions as well. We must hurry to the city gates. At long last, after a day and a night of waiting, as dawn broke the following day, a city guard approached them, announcing that a certain An Bai had entered the city. Instantly, both men surged at breakneck speed towards the eastern gate, where they indeed spotted the familiar figure. An Bai, are you unscathed? At this moment, An Bai's condition was far from pristine. He appeared disheveled, his garments speckled with dirt and even stained with darkened blood. "Mr. Wang, Principal Lan, what brings you here? What else could it be? We've been waiting for you. The examination has already commenced, and we must report to Bai City," Wang Qinghai exclaimed urgently. Principal Lan Xiu added with equal urgency, "Fortunately, you need not participate in the preliminary assessments. The final assessment begins this afternoon, and we still have time." Upon hearing this, An Bai exhaled in relief, grateful to have made it in time. He promptly followed Wang Qinghai and Lan Xiu towards the teleportation tower. Meanwhile, Lan Xiu inquired curiously, "By the way, An Bai, why didn't you return via the teleportation array in Jusin City? How did you make your way back?" An Bai rubbed his forehead and replied, "I bought a pet in Jusin City, and once I ran out of money, I purchased a map and walked back." Wang Qinghai and Lan Xiu exchanged glances. both rolling their eyes. An Bai, if you were short on funds, you could have simply contacted us, or informed the teleportation tower officials. Presenting your student ID would have sufficed. The collaborative examination is of utmost importance. The 10 prestigious academies and military headquarters have jointly issued a notification that everyone must provide unconditional assistance to ensure that candidates can undergo their assessments without hindrance. As long as you expressed your intention to return for the examination, they would have permitted your free passage, and afterward, they would liaise with the Education Bureau or your school for reimbursement. Hearing the alternating explanations from the two, An Bai shrugged helplessly. Primarily, he believed he could have returned in time on foot. However, he ended up taking a longer route due to his unfamiliarity with the area, resulting in a slight delay. Yet, the fact that you managed to walk back is quite remarkable. There are perilous zones that one cannot avoid along the way. Suddenly, both individuals realized that An Bai's return on foot was no trivial matter. Instinctively, they activated their identification skills. You are at level 19? They gasped. As the cold air was once again inhaled deeply by both, the progression of global warming accelerated significantly. An Bai, allow me to confirm, during your leveling process, you were neither guided by a mentor, nor did you utilize experience potions or receive any experience buffs, correct? Lan Xiao inquired, her expression tinged with seriousness. Such actions are strictly prohibited prior to the entrance examination. While it may not result in outright disqualification, it would certainly be noted and affect the final score. After all, esteemed institutions seek not merely students with high levels, but those with potential. They do not require students who merely tag along for experience without any combat prowess. Solo play is permissible, as is teaming up with fellow newcomers. But before the major examination, one must not pay for mentorship to level up. Before participating in the major examination, students are required to present their leveling logs to verify that their experience sources are legitimate, unless under exceptional circumstances, such as an innate talent for tenfold experience, which inevitably leads to rapid leveling. This individual is publicly recognized for their talent. The revelations serving to prove they did not consume experience potions. An Bai was aware of this, hence he expressed no doubts. No. Upon receiving confirmation, Lan Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, yet she found it increasingly difficult to draw definitive conclusions about An Bai's strength. He is undoubtedly gifted. This was the consensus in both their minds. Upon arriving at Baishan City for registration, the major examination had already been underway for some time. Fortunately, An Bai was not required to participate in the earlier segments, which had no bearing on him. After submitting the necessary documents, An Bai made his way to the lounge. All those who had passed the internal recommendation assessment and were exempt from the initial evaluations gathered here in anticipation. Xiao Bai, you finally made it. I was beginning to worry something had happened to you. As he approached, An Bai spotted two familiar faces, Xiao Qing and Ying Ying. He greeted them with a smile. After sharing a hot pot meal, their camaraderie had deepened, and their forms of address had evolved. By the way, Ying Ying, thank you for lending me money during my time of need. An Bai expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Si Ying. Were it not for her, he would not have acquired the powerful pet, Lung Lung. Over the past few days on the road, he had thoroughly appreciated Lung Lung's capabilities. Most notably, he discovered that the riding pet's skill, Guardian Spirit, could be permanently activated. It functioned like an additional piece of equipment, continuously benefiting him. He had kept Lung Lung closely attached to him, gaining not only more skills and attributes, but also maintaining various special statuses, such as semi-ethereal form, ghostly gaze, and curse immunity. While not immediately apparent, An Bai possessed an array of exceptional abilities. The permanent curse immunity was particularly advantageous, alleviating his concerns of inadvertently succumbing to curses without activating skills. There's no need for gratitude. It was just a bit of pocket money. You needn't rush, take your time. Si Ying, slightly flustered by An Bai's earnest gaze, lowered her head and replied softly. Truly, she was a wealthy benefactor. However, putting aside the matter of money, for Si Ying, it was inconsequential, but An Bai felt a sense of obligation to repay her kindness. He promptly removed 2 pieces of equipment from his inventory and handed them to her. I may not have much money at the moment, but these 2 pieces of gear suit you far better than me, so consider this a partial offset. Chapter 60. The Final Assessment, Infinite Monster Spawn. Si Ying's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing the 2 pieces of equipment An Bai had given her. Orange. Purple. Goodness. Equipment of such caliber is not easily attainable, even with wealth. The 2 items An Bai provided were an orange, indestructible, Mountain Lord amulet, and a purple, epic, black iron great shield. The former primarily increased physique by 1,000 and boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Yet, An Bai had never utilized the equipment skill, unyielding as the mountain, as he consistently relied on object shield to mitigate damage. Unyielding as the mountain was only effective against direct attacks, given his permanent semi-ethereal state, which granted him immunity to 60% of physical damage. He had little use for this amulet. As for the black iron great shield, while its attributes were commendable, it was merely a level 5 shield, and soon enough, when he reached levels 20 or 30, even a green shield would surpass this purple one. It was more advantageous to gift it to Si Ying now, while her level was still low. Unfortunately, I have equipped the Mountain Lord amulet before, so you may need to find a relic to cleanse its imprint before using it, and its quality will drop a level to purple. So, just price it based on the purple quality. An Bai casually shoved the gear into Si Ying's arms and waved dismissively. This is far too extravagant. Xiao Bai, I'll calculate it at 20 million. Si Ying stammered, overwhelmed by the appropriateness of the equipment. While the market price was approximately 50 million, she understood that without An Bai, she would never have been able to acquire it, even with wealth. Ding. You have received a transfer of 30,000,000 yuan. An Bai was taken aback by the instant transfer notification. He had only intended to offset a portion of the debt. To his astonishment, she had fully repaid him and even netted a profit of 30 million? What kind of family do you come from? I have yet to hear of a wealthy Sea family in Shangjiang City. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiqing beside them could only gaze enviously. She had neither the equipment nor the money. However, she remained content, having been fortunate enough to obtain a skill book in the secret realm, as well as the Tier 3 summoned beast, Flame Dragon, which exceeded most ordinary summoners. Oh, by the way, Shaoqing, I encountered a summoner in Giant Forest City who mastered a very advanced beast creation skill. If you ever acquire the relevant materials, I can attempt to connect you with him, but it's quite expensive. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiqing's eyes lit up with excitement. When it came to finances, she discreetly glanced at the individual beside her. Don't worry, Shaoqing. As long as you need it, I can lend you money. Si Ying assured, expressing her willingness to help financially. Shortly thereafter, An Bai found himself by the window of the lounge, only to discover that it also served as a viewing area, allowing him to observe the assessments of other students. He could even see detailed information and introductions about these students. After a brief glance at the contents of the earlier assessments, he understood why he was not required to participate. They were all exceedingly simple tasks. There was even a written examination to assess the common knowledge of various professionals. Following this, candidates would engage in one-on-one combat against ordinary monsters, undergo skill potency evaluations, test their proficiency in skill execution, assess their combat reflexes, and devise strategies for dismantling traps, among other tasks. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was merely a simplified version of the internal assessment. An Bai felt justified in awarding himself full marks for the initial segments of the evaluation. After chatting with Zhao Jiqing and seeing for a while, he sought a quiet corner to meditate, as he had been traveling for several days and was indeed weary. Approximately 3 hours later, Zhao Jiqing and Seeing took their turns leaving the rest area, as they too were required to partake in a portion of the examination. It was not until the dusk of that day that the last group of candidates, comprising the top performers from various cities, received notification to prepare for the final assessment. At last, they had arrived at the concluding challenge. One could not help but wonder how long these candidates would endure this time. The exam proctor instructed the guards to be on standby, ready to intervene the moment the students found themselves at a disadvantage. The chief examiner began making various arrangements. After about half an hour, all the candidates had gathered in the square. Once the last student entered, a brilliant light erupted across the plaza. The barrier beneath their feet activated, and a domed protective shield enveloped the entire area. The square was vast, accommodating over 900 candidates from the 7th district. Yet it felt scarcely populated, occupying less than 1/5 of the space. The chief examiner stepped forward, his voice resonating with authority as he addressed the candidates. You have all worked hard. I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. Pay close attention to the contents of the final assessment. The ultimate evaluation is quite straightforward. Seize points. All of you will participate in a group battle. I will soon activate a special secret realm from which various adversaries will continuously emerge. You must vanquish these foes. The level of the enemy determines the value of the points. Elites are worth 5 times, leaders 10 times, and bosses 20 times. The Slayer will directly receive at least half of the points, with the remaining points distributed according to the contributions made during the kill. Thus, as long as you exert yourself in battle, you will earn points. Therefore, support roles need not worry. As long as the individuals you assist contribute to the kill, you too will share in the points. The duration is unlimited until you are all too fatigued to continue. Note that the barrier beneath your feet is a friendly fire prevention field. All candidates are considered teammates, allowing you to unleash your full potential without concern for harming others. The examination begins. With his declaration, the chief examiner swiftly ascended into the air, and at the spot where he had just stood, a colossal black hole with a diameter of at least 100 meters materialized. The candidates finally understood the necessity of such a spacious square. This massive black hole would continuously spawn monsters. Even though the area appeared empty, if they did not swiftly eliminate the creatures, the entire square would soon be overrun. Moreover, the protective shield was not designed to safeguard the students, but rather to ensure that the monsters could not escape. All candidates remained focused, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the monsters, as they could already hear the roars emanating from the depths of the black hole. Each individual concentrated their skills, especially those at lower levels, who were particularly anxious. The monsters would appear in order of strength. If they could not secure kills early on, it would become increasingly challenging to defeat the higher-level monsters that followed. leaving them with only assists to gain points. However, at that moment, before any monsters had even emerged, a sudden explosion of fire erupted at the center of the black hole. In the next instant, a deafening roar filled the air. Boom. Candidate An Bai earned 50 points, current points, 50. Chapter 61, level up by 20. Indeed, it was possible. Everyone stood frozen in bewilderment, utterly at a loss. They had not even seen the enemy appear. The explosion was not a singular event, but rather multiple blasts occurring simultaneously, completely engulfing the black hole. Consequently, regardless of where the monsters spawned within the black hole, they were all obliterated by the barrage of fireballs. As everyone exchanged bewildered glances, they sought out the individual named An Bai among the crowd. Yet, with so many people present, and An Bai's attack lacking any wind-up, it was difficult for anyone to discern what had transpired. As the next wave of monsters soon refreshed, the crowd concentrated once more. That skill must have an exceedingly long cooldown. Seizing this opportunity, several warriors and assassins rushed to the edge of the black hole, prepared to unleash their damage the moment a monster revealed itself. Here they come. Boom. Yet again, the explosions erupted. Candidate An Bai earned 100 points, current points, 150. Another instant kill? What the hell? Who is this terrifying individual? Can such skills be used consecutively? Is it some powerful equipment? Forget about the gear. Did they not realize we all wore exam-specific rings? What the hell are we even doing? I'm only level 8. In a few more waves, I won't be able to kill a single one. Boom. The explosions did not cease despite the crowd's commotion. In fact, the frequency intensified, with flashes of fire continuously illuminating the center of the square. A full 10 minutes passed. Other candidates had not only failed to slay a monster, but had not even seen a single shadow of one. They had all been eliminated before they even emerged from the black hole. It was not until half an hour later that the explosions abruptly ceased, granting the remaining candidates a chance to finally witness a wave of monsters. At that moment, they realized that the creatures emerging from this secret realm were of the insectoid variety. Golden-winged insect king LV10 boss. What the heck? Why did it have to be a level 10 boss right off the bat? Hurry up and act. That individual named An Bai must have run out of mana. A level 10 boss. 200 points. The first kill could net 100 points for oneself. However, just as the others prepared to unleash their skills, the explosions resumed. And then the boss was defeated in an instant. What the hell? This is a boss-level enemy, and it was killed so easily? Is this even human? Who on earth is it? Among the crowd, An Bai had just ceased his barrage of skills, not because he had spotted the boss, but because he had suddenly felt several chaotic buffs manifest on him. Mental buff. Increases natural mental recovery speed by 5. Flame affinity buff. Flame affinity 10. Basic speed buff. Speed 10. Basic strength buff. Strength 10. It turned out that among the candidates, those in the priest or various support roles had finally tracked down the one responsible for the continuous explosions. He was the one unleashing the devastation. Great one. Please accept my buffs. Let me share in the points. And thus, an avalanche of buffs began to pour in. An Bai did not refuse, or rather, he found himself unable to refuse, as they were all considered allies. Although this would lead to some individuals sharing a portion of the points due to their assists, these buffs were ultimately inconsequential for An Bai. Consequently, they would be deemed to have minimal impact on the kill, resulting in only a negligible fraction of the points being allocated to them. Afterward, An Bai struck again, swiftly vanquishing the golden-winged insect king boss. And upon seeing that he had accrued 195 points, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least 99 of the points belonged to him. The remaining 5 points were to be divided among the several support class participants, with each receiving less than a fraction of a point. With this certainty, An Bai became indifferent to others leeching off his points. However, the main combat classes, apart from the support roles, were lamenting their fate. Come on. Can't the expert spare us a couple of kills? This is simply outrageous. Not only are we left with nothing, it's as if the entire feast has been taken away from us. Boom. Successfully killed 174 fearsome beasts, due to a significant level disparity. You are unable to gain experience. All experience transferred to pet experience bar. Ghostly dragon demon pet level 11. Current experience, 97. Candidate An Bai has gained 1737 points. Current points, 13,550. Unbeknownst to him, An Bai's points had already exceeded 10,000. Yet, the second place on the leaderboard had only 462 points. And the third place had a mere 356. The combined total of points from the second to the 10th place was less than 10, beyond the 30th rank. There were even those with 0 points. The others had grown numb to the situation, while An Bai reveled in his triumph. He realized this was a true secret realm. The monsters emerging here were genuine creatures. Unlike the database foes found in instances, every kill granted experience. Although thus far, due to their levels being at least 5 levels below his own, he was unable to gain any experience. He could still utilize it to train his pet. Cold was on the verge of leveling up. Moreover, as the secret realm progressed, the monster's levels would rise, and after a few more waves, he would finally be able to enjoy the experience gained from kills. Outside the realm, the examiners were left dumbfounded. This student's skills are astonishing. Why has it been detected that this is merely a beginner fireball spell, which fireball can annihilate hundreds of monsters and even take down elites and bosses in an instant? At this rate, will any other candidates be able to earn points? The examiners exchanged glances. Though they had encountered similar situations before, those usually lasted only through the first 3 or 4 waves. From the 5th wave onward, both the quantity and strength of the monsters would drastically increase. Even exceptionally strong students would not be able to monopolize all the points. However, this time, they finally witnessed the stark reality that what is deemed fair competition can indeed manifest as the utmost unfairness. But the rules were set, and they could only report their findings afterward. The assessment had to continue. Half an hour later, everyone had learned who An Bai was. After all, apart from An Bai standing there observing the black hole, the other combat class candidates had found places to sit, with one even producing a bag of sunflower seeds to snack on. The non-combat class priests and support roles flocked to An Bai's side, continuously casting buff skills. This was their only means of leeching points. An hour later, the respawn monsters finally exceeded level 15. Among the several hundred present, fewer than 10 could boast such a level. Finally, An Bai could relish the experience gained from numerous kills. Another hour passed. An Bai began to slay monsters of level 20. At this moment, he finally received the long-awaited glow of leveling up. Congratulations, you have reached level 20. Triggered basic class passive, all attributes 90, fire affinity 10. Triggered mage entry passive, spirit 6, mental 10, innate talent 03. You have gained 1 luxury version lottery chance. Haha, the verification is correct. It is indeed possible to attain red skill entries. Chapter 62, level 50 bug? Still one-shotting. Haha, it truly is possible. An Bai couldn't help but reveal a look of excitement. Each red skill entry signifies a leap in enhancement. Unfortunately, the demotion elixir cannot be misused. It can only be used once per tier. Although he still had one in his possession, it could only be used again after completing the advancement task. He would have to wait until level 30 for the next use. While the assessment continued, casting fireball spells posed no challenge whatsoever. An Bai effortlessly multitasked, unleashing fireballs while summoning his character panel to activate the entry system. Consumed 1 opportunity. Detected. This is an opportunity gained from reaching level 20. This upgrade is a luxury version lottery. Lottery draw successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the red mythic skill entry, infinite upgrade. Oh, this red entry is even more comprehensible than the previous 2. However, which skill should it be allocated to? Infinite upgrade seems powerful, but An Bai was uncertain how to utilize it. The 2 growth skills, basic class and mage entry, would naturally upgrade with levels. The only content that could be upgraded for other skills was proficiency. An Bai surmised that this red skill entry might allow the ordinary proficiency of a skill to reach level 10 and then increase indefinitely. Viewed from this perspective, it seemed that this red skill might be less advantageous than the earlier entries. Should he assign it to the shield of control? Coupled with the multiple entry, infinite proficiency would mean he could bind an unlimited number of shields. Nevertheless, 10 shields were already sufficient, especially with the sturdy entry, where a white shield could rival the defense of a blue or even purple shield. Any additional would be wasteful. Boom. At that moment, An Bai suddenly noticed that 1 fireball had failed to obliterate a stray monster. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the respawn monsters had now reached level 25, with significantly enhanced attributes. The one that had narrowly escaped was a boss-level creature, the Diamond Beetle King, boasting over 180,000 health points. Because this Diamond Beetle King had not been at the center of the explosion, it had not sustained maximum damage, allowing it to survive. However, An Bai casually cast another fireball, and the Diamond Beetle King, still reveling in its fortunate escape, met its demise alongside the other newly spawned diamond beetles in the netherworld. Well then, it was decided. He would enhance the fireball spell. Offense is paramount. Without a second thought, An Bai allocated the invaluable red entry once more to this fundamental, yet essential skill. Beginner fireball spell level 10. Infinite upgrade. The proficiency of this skill can be enhanced indefinitely, and the experience bar for upgrading remains permanently fixed. Furthermore, every 10 levels results in a qualitative change. True to its nature as a red entry, it indeed possesses some unexpected effects. The fixed experience bar for upgrades implies that no matter how high the level rises, the difficulty of enhancing proficiency remains unchanged. Henceforth, even if his level reached dozens or even hundreds, he would never encounter the awkward scenario of practicing for 2.5 years without gaining a single level. Novice Fireball Technique proficiency upgraded to level 11. Base damage 20, burn probability increased to 10, enhanced by 20 due to mental power. Novice Fireball Technique LV11 summons a fireball for attack, with a 10 chance to burn the enemy, dealing damage of 12,020 mental power. This enhancement is tantamount to an intermediate fireball technique. Isn't it? A 20-point boost in mental power is indeed a monumental improvement for An Bai. Boom. 297-7774. The terrifying damage value detonated once more, causing those who had grown somewhat numb to widen their eyes in astonishment. What just transpired? The explosion's epicenter was merely around 1.5 to 6 million, and suddenly it doubled? Nearly 3 million in damage. Is this something a novice can achieve? Successfully slayed 274 ferocious beasts. Ghost Spirit Dragon Pet Experience, 100. Congratulations, your Mount Lung Lung has leveled up to 12. Guardian Spirit Attributes, Physique 4100, Agility 1550, Attack 1880. Haha, skill upgrades. And Lung Lung levels up too, a double blessing. Onward. This special secret realm continues to spawn monsters incessantly. An Bai's fireball technique cascades down relentlessly. Although he cannot obtain experience due to his lack of advancement, funneling all experience to Lung Lung is certainly not a loss. Meanwhile, he continuously brushes up his proficiency level. More importantly, conquest. He has gained a fundamental understanding of the term will to conquer over these days. The essential point is that repeatedly defeating the same type of enemy is necessary to accumulate conquest points. The conquest process is divided into 4 stages, achieved by slaying 10,000 common monsters, 100 elite monsters, 10 boss monsters, and 3 leader monsters of the same type. This results in the complete domination of that particular unit type. Moreover, different evolutionary stages within the same race also count together. For instance, the direct superior of the golden-winged bug, the diamond bug, is included as well. Conveniently, this secret realm is entirely populated by insectoid units. An Bai has completed the common monster progress for most of these insect types, with a small portion reaching elite monster progress. Boss monsters, which had previously spawned infrequently, are now appearing more frequently. Upon witnessing the emergence of powerful bosses or leader monsters, An Bai felt not fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill. Initially, An Bai had been concerned about insufficient mental power, fearing he might need to expend several revival attempts. However, among the 600 candidates, there are over 100 who provide various forms of support. Among these, more than 80 possess abilities to increase mental power, accelerate recovery, or reduce skill consumption. With over 80 buffs cast upon him, An Bai's mental power has never dipped below half. After all, while this attack appears formidable, it is merely a novice fireball technique, consuming only 1 point of mental power. Outside the realm, the sky gradually darkens. Yet, no matter how dark it becomes, it cannot overshadow the faces of several examiners. Observing the situation in the square, it hardly resembles an examination. It is merely a gathering of spectators watching a prince study, with everyone else utterly relinquishing their efforts aside from the sole outputter. However, while the other students may be numb, the examiner's expressions grow increasingly strained. The realm's level has escalated to 30. How can An Bai still be executing one-hit kills? Our exam hall guards are only at level 30. Quickly, notify the city defense forces to dispatch a level 35 squad here. Since this special realm features real monsters, should it spiral out of control, it could lead to a swarm of insects directly invading the city. An hour passes. Whoever is responsible, send another notification requesting a level 40 squad. The sky has completely darkened. Damn, with over 400 level 50 insects appearing, can An Bai truly withstand them? For safety's sake, immediately deploy 3 squads of level 50 to assist in defense. The moon hangs high in the sky, and many are clutching their stomachs, revealing expressions of hunger. What is going on? The health of ordinary level 60 beetles has reached 5 million. Why is he still winning in one hit? This defies logic. Quickly, rally more people. We need a level 50 squad. No, a large force. This is untenable. We must notify Lord Bai to come immediately. The chief examiner is on the verge of a breakdown. He himself is only level 60. Even if he could defeat a single level 60 insect, he cannot contend with hundreds. Chapter 63, The Power of Rules. Examination concluded. The chief examiner is truly on the brink of collapse. After years of overseeing examinations, he has never encountered such a situation. The final assessment was intended to engage all students collectively. The original idea was to allow students to leverage their individual strengths against weaker monsters in the early stages to secure kills. During the mid-stage, as enemies became evenly matched, they could observe which students understood the importance of rallying teammates for cooperation. In the later stages, as enemies grew increasingly formidable, students would be compelled to learn the value of mutual support in facing strong foes. Typically, this would last a maximum of 2 or 3 hours, until the monsters in the secret realm reached levels around 20 to 30. Once their numbers increased, the students would invariably collapse. Subsequently, the other exam hall guards would step in to protect the students, handle the enemy batch, and forcibly close the secret realm, concluding the assessment. However, this time, damn it. In the early phase, one person exploded while others merely spectated. In the mid-phase, one person exploded while others continued to watch. In the later phase, one person exploded, and the others remained mere spectators. Furthermore, it has already exceeded 6 hours. The newly spawned insectoid enemies have reached level 60, and they are utterly baffled by An Bai's circumstances. Even when insect bosses with health exceeding 100 million emerge, they are still being obliterated by a novice fireball technique. What shall we do? The core of this secret realm is the level 100 insect queen, which continuously supplies insectoid monsters for the assessment. But if this drags on, Whether the insect queen appears to kill other students or is killed by An Bai, it will be a severe incident. This is the insect queen that dozens of demigod-level experts spent nearly 3 years successfully bringing back. Lord City Master, you have arrived. Just as the chief examiner was at his wit's end, an elderly man approached. Bai Mi, the lord of Baixian City and the grandson of the hero Baixian, is an absolute symbol in this city. Upon seeing Bai Mi arrive, the chief examiner finally breathed a sigh of relief. With this esteemed individual present, at least he wouldn't bear the blame. Bai Mi gazed down at the square, observing the figure facing the swarm of insects with an air of nonchalance. Curiosity and satisfaction crept across his face. This newcomer possesses remarkable potential. Even without a class change, they can unleash such combat prowess. Wait a moment. Just as Bai Mi was carefully sensing the nuances, his expression suddenly shifted to one of disbelief. It is indeed the power of rules. Hearing this, the surrounding examiners were momentarily taken aback, perplexed. The chief examiner, too, donned an expression of astonishment. The power of rules. He had heard vague whispers regarding a power that even demigods could barely glimpse. As for harnessing the power of the rules, or even wielding it as one's own, it was an endeavor beyond the reach of even the divine or true divine beings. The so-called rules constituted the very core strength of the entire plane. To defy the rules was tantamount to opposing the entire realm. How could a mere level 20 novice possibly manipulate the power of the rules? Meanwhile, An Bai remained oblivious to the tumult his casually unleashed fireball spell had ignited outside. After approximately 4 hours, he had thoroughly completed the conquest of 2 series of insectoid species within this secret realm. One consisted of the golden-winged beetles and their superior, the golden-armored beetles. The other comprised the azure-winged beetles and their elite counterpart, the azure-blade beetles. Regardless of whether they were common insects, elite insects, or insect kings, as long as they belonged to these species, a single fireball spell would trigger a decisive kill. This explains why, even against insects of levels 50 or 60, An Bai appeared to be effortlessly in control. This secret realm contained solely these 2 types of insects, with no others in sight. Were a third type of insect to exist, An Bai could still inflict significant damage, but it would require additional time to resolve. Although he had not leveled up during this period, the steadily accumulating experience would not go to waste. Upon his advancement, it would translate into an experience boost, accelerating his leveling process. Moreover, thanks to the experience provided by the assessment, his pet, Ling Ling, had also reached level 20. While the pet lacked a progression task, it could only continue to level up once its bound master advanced. Thus it too had come to a halt. Taking advantage of this opportunity, An Bai's proficiency in the fireball spell smoothly rose to level 41. Basic Fireball LV 41 summons a fireball for attack, with a 40 probability of igniting the enemy, dealing damage of 104,050 mental power. Currently, compounded, the core explosion damage of a fireball exceeds 9 million. One must admit, the red text is indeed formidable. It can so effortlessly transform a skill into something extraordinary. Just then, the protective shield above and the barrier beneath suddenly dissolved. An elderly man descended, releasing a colorless energy towards the black hole in the center of the square, forcefully repressing the insect monsters that had just begun to emerge. Before long, the black hole was completely sealed. The elder then slowly turned towards the students and announced, "The assessment has concluded. Please return to your respective lounges according to your city divisions. Results will be announced shortly." After speaking, Bai Mi finally exhaled in relief and departed from the scene. He genuinely feared that if things continued, even the insect queen might be dispatched in an instant. After all, that was the power of the rules. However, it was precisely because he could not comprehend the content of these rules that he felt apprehensive. Otherwise, he would not have been concerned. For An Bai could not possibly slay the insect queen, at most inflicting half her health. Nevertheless, Bai Mi remained shaken. He promptly returned to the city lord's mansion with the chief examiner and assessment materials, intending to report this astonishing incident immediately. As for the students below, many were still in a daze. Yet, their confusion did not stem from the elder's announcement, but rather from just waking up. "Ha. You've already had quite a discussion while I was asleep. Wait, have the exams concluded? What do you mean concluded? Haven't they even started yet? That deity probably just came to have fun. Otherwise, how could he be here with us novices? I'm so hungry. Had I known the assessment would be this lengthy, I would have had a meal first. I'm stuffed, just munching on sunflower seeds and watching the fireworks." An Bai also returned to the lounge designated for the students from Shanjiang City. As soon as he entered, many familiar faces surrounded him. Most were his former classmates. And no one had anticipated that the one with a mediocre aptitude of 31, barely scraping by as a fundamental mage, would soar to such heights. "An Bai, you're incredible. Could you share your extraordinary experiences with us? An Bai, may I interview you? Is there a godly elder residing within you? Did you jump off the cliff at Bone Cliff in the west of the city? Did you perhaps obtain some ancient legacy down there? That seems plausible. After all, you were initially so discouraged by reality, with an aptitude of 31, and even abandoned by the goddess Lu Rian. I would have jumped too. Damn. If jumping could lead to such success, I would gladly leap." Chapter 64. The National Top Scholar. Voices swirled around him incessantly. However, An Bai had no desire to engage with them. Those who called him a great figure and a deity were the same ones who, 2 weeks prior, had derided him as a loser and a waste. They were merely opportunists, shifting with the winds. Genuine well-wishers were scant, and many secretly cursed An Bai for overshadowing them, hindering their chances of excelling in the assessment. An Bai disregarded them entirely and made his way through the crowd to 2 true acquaintances. However, he noticed that Zhao Jiqing appeared somewhat glum. "What's wrong? Did you not perform well in the exam?" An Bai blurted out, earning an exasperated eye roll from Zhao Jiqing. "Don't even mention it. One person monopolized all the points. I'm not a support role. I couldn't leech off the points." Ying chimed in. "We were both hoping to give it our all." Yet now looking at the big fat 0 on her leaderboard, Zhao Jiqing felt an urge to bite the culprit responsible. Yet it was only in jest. And soon she, and seeing sincerely congratulated An Bai. Given the circumstances, it seemed that this year, the top scholar of District 7 would undoubtedly be An Bai. There was even a possibility he could be the national top scholar. The only uncertainty lay in whether any other district had a prodigy akin to An Bai. In the conference room of the city lord's mansion, recordings of the final assessment were replayed repeatedly on the screen. To this day, they still found it hard to believe that such results were achieved by a freshman who had only transitioned half a month prior. When the playback was interrupted, An Bai's final assessment score had already soared to an astonishing 360,000. Without a doubt, this not only eclipsed all others, but was unprecedented. In previous years, the national top scholar's final assessment score barely exceeded 3,000. An Bai had surpassed that by 100-fold. Moreover, this was under the condition of my intervention. Otherwise, I feared the core monsters of the secret realm would have been obliterated by him. The core monster of this special secret realm was, of course, the insect queen capable of relentless reproduction. Eliminating her would yield plenty of rewards, but the secret realm would be rendered utterly useless. A golden goose cannot compare to a continuous supply of golden eggs. This individual must be closely monitored, and his information should be reported to the headquarters of District 1 under my by family's name. Perhaps he could alleviate some of the pressure we have endured in the abyss over the years. Bai Mi made a decisive resolution. Consequently, the title of District Top Scholar would undoubtedly fall to An Bai. However, the title of National Top Scholar would have to await the performance reports from other districts, pending verification by the Educational Department of Headquarters in District 1. The duration of this wait was not overly lengthy, as all districts, with the exception of the 7th district, had uploaded their data well in advance. Half an hour later, the phone in the office of the Lord of Baishan City began to ring. Bai Mi answered promptly, and an excited voice erupted from the other end. "Lord Bai Mi, you must swear to me immediately that the video you sent contains not a shred of fabrication." "I swear by the Bai family," Bai Mi proclaimed without the slightest hesitation. As a scion of a heroic lineage, swearing by his family's name undoubtedly signified the utmost seriousness. "Excellent. Wonderful. Lord Bai Mi, this talent shall surely belong to the divine summer house." Upon hearing this, Bai Mi's eyes involuntarily twitched. Wasn't the threshold for the divine summer house set at level 100? The individual in question was merely at level 20. However, Bai Mi harbored no doubts regarding this matter. The displayed prowess implied that reaching such heights was merely a question of time. After the call ended, the final results were simultaneously transmitted. In the examination hall's lounge, everyone eagerly gazed at the large screen mounted high above. Finally, it lit up to reveal Bai Mi's image. "Ladies and gentlemen, the results of the National Unified Examination have been released. The first place goes to An Bai from Shanjiang City, First High School, with a total score of 400,000 points. He is awarded the title of the Divine Summer Champion." A wave of commotion swept through the square. After a 24-year hiatus, the national champion had once again emerged from the 7th district. Witnessing this scene, the military officials of the 7th district, the Lord of Shanjiang City, and An Bai's homeroom teacher, Wang Qinghai, all displayed expressions of excitement and joy. Conversely, the other candidates in the examination hall exhibited no change in their demeanor, appearing instead as if it were expected. After all, they had taken the exam alongside An Bai. The final assessment had utterly overwhelmed them. Aside from Shanjiang City, the elite students from other towns selected for internal recommendations had initially aspired to secure the top spot, but they quickly lost their fighting spirit. Following this announcement, the rankings were not continued, but rather, it was stated, in light of the uniqueness of this assessment, all other candidates, apart from An Bai, will participate in a final evaluation tomorrow to determine the second place and subsequent rankings. This second piece of news undoubtedly caused a greater stir among the crowd than the announcement of the national champion. Main battle profession. "Oh, this is splendid. The heavens are merciful. I thought I would score 0 this year." Support profession. "Damn. I painstakingly scraped together over 80 points. Congratulations, little Bai." Zhao Jiqing and Seeing smiled as they congratulated An Bai. Zhao Jiqing then flashed a playful grin, revealing her small canine tooth, and said, "Fortunately, we can retake the exam tomorrow. I won't bite you this time." "Yes, good luck to you both tomorrow," An Bai encouraged them. As the others needed to prepare for the retake, An Bai was the only one permitted to leave the examination lounge. Although it was now midnight, he was surprised to find someone waiting outside the examination hall for him. Director Lin, what are you doing here? It was none other than Lin Qingshan, who had been responsible for overseeing his preliminary assessment. Congratulations, national champion. Lin Qingshan expressed with a hint of joy. After all, An Bai was the student he had fought to ensure could participate in the internal recommendation, and thus he felt a sense of shared pride. Now that you've passed the national assessment, I can inform you that you have complete freedom to choose from any of the 10 prestigious academies. Regardless of which one you enter, you will receive the best newcomer reward from that institution. Each academy offers different incentives, and I can provide you with a brief overview if you wish. Of course, I can tell you directly about the 4 holy academies. They offer a semi-divine artifact that is capable of growth. You must understand, this is a semi-divine artifact, and it is one that can grow. Even we teachers do not have access to such an item. Come to our 4 holy academy, and we will not disappoint you. Chapter 65. The schools compete for talent. Semi-divine artifact. The night breeze was cool, and starlight spilled across their shoulders. Lin Qingshan's hand rested on An Bai's shoulder, his eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. However, the distant sound of approaching voices shattered this brief tranquility. Lin, remove your hand. The voice was loud and urgent, carrying an undeniable authority. Both An Bai and Lin Qingshan turned to see a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue robe striding towards them, flanked by several others who appeared equally excited and curious. An Bai, the middle-aged man, the first to approach, bore a smile. I am the admissions director of the Sky Academy, surnamed Chun. We at the Sky Academy are willing to offer you a golden skill book as an enrollment reward, ensuring you access to the finest skill resources and guidance for abyssal strategies during your time at the Academy. Following closely behind, the other 3 individuals quickly chimed in, eager not to lose their chance. An Bai, I represent the Star Academy. Our research on the mage profession is unparalleled among humanity. It would be perfect for you to further your studies here. Do not listen to him. While the Star Academy excels in mages, we at the Flame Academy have the deepest research into fire magic. I observed your recordings, and your primary damage-dealing spell is Fireball. Specializing as a fire mage here would suit you best. Join the Great Summer Academy. We promise that all upgrade and advancement resources up to level 140 are available for free application, along with the most suitable full body gear for each stage, with a minimum quality of immortal. Half of the 10 prestigious academies had already made their presence known. An Bai, glancing at his phone, noted the continuous stream of invitations, realizing that the remaining academies would soon follow suit, even if their representatives were delayed. He never anticipated he would face such a dilemma as choosing between Peking University and Tsinghua University. An Bai silently lamented. The teachers continued to present their offers, while An Bai remained contemplative, swiftly weighing his options. For him, aside from research-oriented institutions like the Star Academy and the Big Dipper Academy, which did not pique his interest, the rest were rather comparable. Oh, right. An Bai suddenly recalled a particular term and inquired, esteemed educators, I would like to know which academy possesses the abyssal passage with the highest variety and quantity of abyssal enemies? Upon hearing An Bai's question, the teachers from the Star Academy and the Flame Academy exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. The abyssal passages they controlled connected to worlds with fewer enemy types compared to those of other academies. However, the admissions officer from the Great Summer Academy immediately brightened. An Bai, if you are interested in battling monsters, you must choose our Great Summer Academy. We are the institution that faces the most abyssal enemies among the 10 prestigious academies, indeed, across all of humanity. The abyssal passage we control connects to 36 rifts. Each fissure corresponds to a distinct location within the abyssal realm, encompassing a vast majority of the abyssal races. Upon hearing this, An Bai couldn't help but express a modicum of respect towards the instructors of the Great Xia Academy. A singular passage connects 36 fissures. This implies that the foes from the abyss can invade the human world through 36 different entry points. To prevent the flames of war from engulfing humanity, they must establish frontline positions in each of the 36 diverse abyssal domains and staunchly repel the abyssal onslaught. One academy's strength must stand against 36 battlefronts. Although our Four Saints Academy may not compare to the Great Xia Academy in this regard, should An Bai have the desire, we too can lead you deep into the abyssal world to explore further adversaries. Lin Qingshan, observing An Bai's intrigued expression, hastily interjected. He was concerned that this promising talent might be snatched away, so he resolutely decided to court An Bai from another angle. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, An Bai, I assure you, should you choose our Four Saints Academy, I can assist you in applying for the highest standard of treatment for new students, a growth-type semi-divine artifact. Upon hearing this, the other recruitment instructors widened their eyes in astonishment. However, their expressions were more laced with skepticism. Hey, old Lin, isn't that a bit excessive? Offering empty promises just for recruitment? Indeed, who doesn't know that your Four Saints Academy possesses a semi-divine artifact, yet you have never bestowed it upon anyone throughout the years? You speak of an application. What if, after An Bai joins, you dismiss him with a failed application excuse? An Bai, do not trust this old trickster. Our Great Xia Academy boasts a long history and possesses the richest resources among the 10 great academies. Joining us will undoubtedly benefit you. Lin Qingshan's veins were visibly bulging. Although everyone was vying for talent, directly labeling him a trickster was a bit much. I stake my reputation on it. The application will surely succeed. An Bai completely meets the usage criteria for this semi-divine artifact. While there may be certain conditions or further assessments, at the very least, the opportunity exists. Unlike the other instructors, Lin Qingshan had witnessed An Bai's prowess firsthand. Thus, he was exceedingly confident in the application for the semi-divine artifact. The criteria for this semi-divine artifact were straightforward. Only one requirement. The user must unequivocally possess the potential to become a demigod before their first transition. Previously, no matter how exceptional a prodigy might be, expectations seldom dared to ensure they could become a level 100 powerhouse. However, aspiring to become a demigod transcends mere aptitude assessments. Just moments ago, he had learned from the chief examiner that An Bai had managed to slay creatures of level 50 or 60 during the assessment due to his ability to harness the power of the rules. Although he remained perplexed as to how An Bai accomplished such a feat, it did not detract from his conviction that achieving what even deities might struggle to accomplish indicated An Bai's undeniable potential for divinity. An Bai was indeed taken aback. A semi-divine artifact. Furthermore, one that could grow. Was the Four Saints Academy truly so generous? An Bai's mind raced. The Great Xia Academy undoubtedly offered a plethora of abyssal adversaries, conveniently allowing him to cultivate the conquest entry. Yet, the Four Saints Academy would not fall short in this regard either. Moreover, once entering the abyssal world, it was not solely about remaining near the front lines. Humans could venture deeper into the abyss, discovering an even greater variety of enemies to cultivate entries. And a semi-divine artifact was an existence that one could only hope to encounter. Very well, I choose the Four Saints Academy. Chapter 66. The Mystery of Time Travel? The Jade Pendant from the Past. With the conditions for the growth-type semi-divine artifact laid bare, the other academy instructors could only watch helplessly. Their utmost recourse was to caution An Bai that this could very well be an empty promise, anticipating that the assessments would inevitably pose challenges. Nevertheless, An Bai remained resolute. Even if it were merely a facade, as long as it could grow, its potential was immeasurable. Regarding any assessments required before acquiring the semi-divine artifact, Lin Qingshan had mentioned that they might not even be necessary. Even if they were, he held confidence in An Bai's capability to excel. Ultimately, An Bai inscribed his name on Lin Qingshan's invitation and learned that he could directly utilize the teleportation array to report to the academy as a new student in 2 days. With all formalities confirmed, An Bai returned to Shangjiang City, back to his home. It had been half a month since his job change, and he had scarcely slept in this bed more than 3 times. That night, he forsook meditation, instead indulging in a remarkably restful slumber. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door stirred an unfamiliar reluctance to rise within An Bai. However, glancing at the brightening sky outside, he quickly roused himself. After a brief wash, he approached the door and opened it. Standing before him was a venerable elder with a head of white hair, bearing a kindly visage that An Bai recognized well. Grandpa Zhou, what brings you here? The director of the orphanage, Zhou Bo, had always shown great care for An Bai. It has been a while, An Bai. I am here to congratulate you on being the national top scholar. It turned out that news of this year's Gaokao had finally reached Shangjiang City after a whole night. The first high school in Shangjiang City had even unfurled a massive banner to celebrate this achievement. Conversely, those privy to information from Shui Lan High School quietly cursed the first high school for their shamelessness. However, An Bai remained unaware of this. He quickly stepped aside to welcome Zhou Bo inside, but then noticed another middle-aged man standing behind him. Are you the city lord? This was An Bai's first encounter with the man, although he had seen his likeness numerous times on television and online. The city lord of Shangjiang City, Zhou went on. Wait a moment. Both of them share the surname Zhou. Could there be a connection? On behalf of Shangjiang City, I extend my congratulations to you, An Bai. You have brought unparalleled honor to our city. In light of this, we have decided to provide you with unconditional support, covering all your living expenses during your university years. Additionally, we will award you 10 million in scholarship funds each year, as well as waive all transportation fees between Shangjiang City and the university. City Lord Zhou Wentong spoke with a tone reminiscent of an official, yet it was difficult to conceal his inner excitement. After all, let alone being the national top scholar, Shangjiang City had not produced a district top scholar in many years. All right, come in. This visit isn't solely for such trivial matters. Suddenly, Zhou Bo, who had already entered and taken a seat, spoke, his tone lacking the typical reverence citizens held for their city lord. This surprised An Bai, for he was convinced that Grandpa Zhou was merely an ordinary person who had transitioned to a culinary profession. He had always enjoyed the dinners prepared by Grandpa Zhou at the orphanage. Typically, non-combatants held a natural reverence for combatants, unless... I see now. Father, Zhou went on, showing no signs of displeasure, chuckled softly, and followed suit into the room, closing the door behind him. An Bai silently poured them both a glass of water, his gaze darting between the two men, laden with curiosity. Ahem. It is not merely curiosity regarding the relationship between father and son that brings the lord of the city and the dean to my door. From what I overheard, it seems their visit concerns matters beyond the national top scholar. Lord Zhou, Grandfather Zhou, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? An Bai, unaccustomed to beating around the bush, directly posed the question. An Bai, do you understand why you are named An Bai? Zhou Bo was the first to speak. Upon hearing this, An Bai was initially taken aback, but soon felt that something was amiss. He had traversed worlds. In his previous life, he was indeed named An Bai. Yet, in this life, he vaguely recalled arriving as an infant. Logically, it seemed improbable that he would be given a name identical to his former self by those who found him and brought him to the orphanage. Moreover, the dean of the orphanage bore the surname Zhou, and most orphans without names were typically given names that also followed this surname. I do not know, An Bai replied. But I recall you mentioning, Grandfather Zhou, that I was found outside the city in a wild area, correct? His memories as an infant were rather hazy. During that time, this body had yet to develop, rendering him incapable of much. He had simply surrendered to the flow of life, spending his days eating and sleeping. It was during my patrol in the wilds when I noticed signs of a gathering of wild beasts. Upon investigating, I discovered you, spoke Lord Zhou went on. At that moment, An Bai realized that the very person who had rescued him was the lord of the city before him. Zhou continued, the scene remains etched in my memory. You were surrounded by hundreds of wild beasts, all of them at the leader level. To be frank, with my strength at the time, I could hardly contend with even one or two of them. I feared an impending beast tide. For the presence of a single leader suggests the ability to command thousands of ordinary beasts. And yet, here you were, encircled by hundreds of leader beasts, all no lower than level 60. It was as if the apex of all wild leaders from the outer regions had converged upon you. However, I noticed that these leaders dared not approach within 100 paces of you. That was when I discovered a small, unstable spatial rift behind you. I could ascertain that it was a rift to the abyssal world. The aura emanating from the other side was enough to intimidate hundreds of beast kings, preventing them from drawing near you. This aura was mysterious and powerful, exuding a fierce and commanding presence akin to that of a dragon, yet also possessing an eerie, ghostly chill. Then, inexplicably, a thought surged in my mind, compelling me to save you. I made my way through the throng of beasts and reached your side. To be honest, my legs felt weak at that moment, but as I lifted you into my arms, the hundreds of beast kings suddenly scattered, and the rift vanished. Leaving behind this, as he spoke, he retrieved a delicate black box from his spatial ring. Upon opening it, they found a half of an irregularly shaped jade pendant lying within. The characters An Bai were clearly engraved upon it, though part of the inscription was missing due to the pendant being incomplete. Is this the origin of my name? An Bai exclaimed, astonished. This was the very pendant he had always carried in his previous life. He reached for the pendant, and the moment it touched his hand, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. Lord Zhou, are you suggesting that this pendant, perhaps even my very being, may originate from the abyssal world? An Bai murmured. I am uncertain. Zhou Wentong shook his head. After taking a deep breath as if recalling something, he continued, all I know is that when I saw you, the urge to bring you back was immediate. Strangely, aside from the desire to ensure your safe upbringing, no other thoughts crossed my mind. Only the notion of proceeding discreetly lingered in my thoughts. Thus, prior to today, I had not returned to see you. However, due to your unique circumstances, I feared potential unforeseen events, so I had my father quietly take over the city's welfare institute, allowing you to grow up there. At this juncture, the elder Zhou Bo nodded with a smile, taking over the conversation. It was Young Wen who instructed me to watch over you discreetly, concerned that you might have some special connection to the abyss, and fearing a possible invasion from that realm. During your time at the orphanage, we conducted multiple tests on all the children, confirming that you are human, with a pure human bloodline, untainted by the abyss. Aside from your remarkable intelligence compared to other children, you have shown no tendencies towards the violence characteristic of the abyss. Hence, we chose to keep this secret, neither disclosing it to others nor mentioning it to you. Initially, we thought that if you did not transition into a combat profession and lived a normal life in the city, this matter would simply fade away. However, we never anticipated that you would become a mage and gain admission to one of the 10 great academies. Given this development, it is inevitable that you will have to deal with the abyss in the future, so we felt it necessary to inform you. While we remain unaware of your connection to the abyss, you must exercise caution regarding your safety if you ever venture into that realm. An Bai gazed at his pendant for a long while, and a sudden thought struck him. Identification technique. Unusual half pendant. Description unknown. Hidden note. Don't look any further. Be cautious of the white dragon before becoming a deity. An Bai was taken aback. His identification technique revealed real entries. Yet the description of this pendant was marked as unknown. Even more astonishing was the hidden note, which seemed to converse with him. Clearly, only the identification technique with the real entry could unveil such a message. After a moment, An Bai took a deep breath, shifted his gaze, and placed the pendant into his spatial ring. The three engaged in further casual conversation, but regarding his origins, there remained much uncertainty. As for An Bai's inquiries about the name White Dragon, he received myriad responses, from the snow dragon among wild beasts to the void dragon of the abyssal world, even including the white-skinned dragonfolk among the intelligent races, but no definitive answers could be found. An Bai could only set this question aside for now. By the way, apart from informing you about this pendant, I have another matter to discuss. Zhou Wintong then introduced a second topic, his expression growing considerably serious. It pertains to the principal of a certain academy. The principal? Are you referring to the issue of internal recommendations and cheating? An Bai asked with curiosity. He was indifferent to the matter, as it had ultimately not affected him. However, since the Lord had broached the subject, An Bai was open to listening. Indeed, matters concerning cheating rings have been prevalent in the examination dungeons for many years. It is not as if no one has thought of cheating. However, to create a cheat dungeon specifically for the assessments, the skill of the forger must be at least level 100. The artisans of such formidable caliber are meticulously documented, with each crafted item duly recorded. The notion of forging a fraudulent ring is thus effectively eradicated at its very inception. At this juncture, Zhou Wintong's demeanor shifted markedly, imbued with a semblance of ire as he continued. In the course of our investigation, we uncovered that the blacksmith identified by the principal of a certain high school is affiliated with the abyssal cult. The mere mention of this name elicited surprise from An Bai. The abyssal cult? Are they not traitors to humanity? Indeed, Zhou Wintong readily affirmed this assertion, speculating that the principal was initially unaware of his engagement with a member of the abyssal cult, considering him merely an ordinary artisan from the populace. However, the most insidious aspect of the abyss lies in its capacity to subtly infuse individuals with its essence, leading them to become depraved, irascible, irrational, and self-serving, marked by extreme volatility. While I am uncertain when the principal began to associate with them, I am convinced that he has now been tainted by the abyss's influence. As for the abyssal cult, they have likely infiltrated surreptitiously, with the intention of contaminating humanity right from the stage of high school students transitioning into new vocational roles. Our inquiry into the equipment repository of the high school indeed revealed numerous items of dubious provenance. Each appeared ostensibly normal, yet upon scrutiny with specialized instruments, they were found to emanate the aura of the abyss. Prolonged use of such gear would render its wielder susceptible to the abyss's whispers, leading them into its depths. Zhou Wintong's own aura became increasingly constrained as he spoke, revealing the depth of his genuine anger. It was alarming to discover such a substantial oversight under his jurisdiction. The tendrils of the abyssal cult had already penetrated the high school within his city. Had it not been for this serendipitous revelation, they would have continued to develop clandestinely for years. The professionals in his city might, at some future point, suddenly erupt into a wave of defectors. The very thought is indeed terrifying. Moreover, the school's equipment is intended as rewards for exemplary students. This implies that the more promising students are, the more susceptible they become to receiving such tainted gear, thus falling under the abyss's sway. Coupled with the recent calamity involving the Erosion King projection, were it not for the fear of alarming the populace and inciting chaos, he would have undertaken a thorough investigation of every individual in the city. Nonetheless, this matter clearly exceeds An Bai's capacity to manage. Hence Zhou Wintong refrained from elaborating further, merely apprising An Bai of the situation. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter adequately. You need only focus on strengthening yourself. Do not forget our journey to Jiangqing. He then altered his tone, allowing a smile to return. The notification from the Four Saints Academy has already been dispatched to my lordship's office. Once again, congratulations. By the way, I also hail from the Four Saints Academy, and my daughter is currently furthering her studies there. I shall have her look after you. Chapter 68. Arriving at the Academy City, where dragons lie hidden. Zhou Wintong's visit served not only to relay matters to An Bai, but also to reward him for his exemplary performance. His generosity was substantial, granting An Bai unrestricted access to the city's largest treasury to select equipment at his leisure. Ultimately, An Bai made no hesitation, selecting a robe and a pair of shoes. Previously, these two equipment slots had only housed the most basic mass-produced gear. Crimson Pattern Robe LV20, Rare Blue, Stamina 40. Spirit 200, Fire Affinity 20, Defense 60, Durability 400. Swift Wind Boots LV20, Rare Blue, Agility 120, Initial Burst Speed 300, Decaying after 1 second, Defense 40, Durability 400. In terms of equipment, the Lord's treasury pales in comparison to the military's reserves, as An Bai only acquired 2 blue items. However, he did amass a considerable quantity of consumables and items. 10 bottles of Advanced Spirit Elixir, instantly restoring 10 spirit points and subsequently enhancing natural recovery speed. 10 bottles of Advanced Stamina Elixir, for stamina recovery. 10 bottles of Advanced Life Elixir, usable both externally and internally, and 10 Advanced Return Scrolls, allowing instant teleportation back to the city from any space outside of instances. While none of these items could be deemed exceptionally rare, their collective worth exceeded several million, a sum An Bai would never have been willing to expend. His equipment slots, save for the talisman sold to Si Ying and the ring alongside 6 fingers, were entirely filled. Upon reviewing his attributes, inclusive of his gear, Stamina, 2755. Agility, 2833. Spirit, 3602. Excluding the enhancement from his guardian spirit, Lung Long. His triad of attributes undoubtedly positions him as a paragon among his peers. When accounting for Lung Long's contributions, her attributes are Stamina 4900, Agility 1950, and Spirit 2520, culminating in a truly formidable combination. Furthermore, Zhou Wentong had also procured all the materials required for An Bai's advancement task. Henceforth, upon arrival at the Four Saints Academy, he merely needs to seek out and slay a creature of level 21 or above within the abyss to fulfill the requirements. Another day passed, and An Bai finally received his enrollment notification. After packing his belongings, he made his way to the teleportation array, where, in addition to himself, he spotted two familiar figures. They too held enrollment notifications identical to his. Xiao Qing, Ying, have you both chosen the Four Saints Academy? And Zhao Leoj, it has been quite a while. An Bai greeted cheerfully, glancing at the throng of individuals trailing behind the two. It appeared that Zhao Jiqing's entire family, connected by some blood relation, had arrived. What a gathering of 50 to 60 people. Truly, one person's admission to a prestigious academy brings honor to the entire village. Conversely, Seeing stood alone, devoid of parental figures or even security personnel accompanying her, piquing An Bai's curiosity about the nature of her family. Xiao Bai Gu, she exclaimed. I had considered attending the Holy Phoenix Academy, given my proficiency in summoning, but at this point, Zhao Jiqing glanced at Seeing, her gaze flitting momentarily in An Bai's direction before continuing. Ying is a warrior after all, and the Holy Phoenix Academy lacks a warrior division. We did not wish to be separated, so we collectively opted for the Four Saints Academy, which offers the most comprehensive and balanced vocational education. Though I will undoubtedly pursue the Zhuke Institute, and Ying intends to join the Xuanwu Institute, at least we will be within the same academy. By the way, Xiao Bai Gu, which institute do you plan to apply to? An Bai tilted his head, admitting that he had not yet contemplated the matter, suggesting he would decide based on which resources appeared more abundant. At that moment, the teleportation array staff approached, interrupting the trio's chatter. The teleportation is now prepared. This time, traversing a distance of several thousand kilometers, the transfer was no longer the rudimentary energy-based transmission of your, but a genuine spatial transition. As the array activated, the surrounding space seemed to shatter, plunging everyone into a void of pure darkness. Although they remained firmly on the ground, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, rendering it difficult to escape. Perceptually, the experience felt prolonged, akin to 10 minutes, yet in reality, it transpired in a mere 3 seconds. After which the spatial integrity restored itself. Even An Bai's constitution required several deep breaths to recover from the disorienting experience. As for the two individuals standing beside him, Seeing and Zhao Jiqing, their faces had long turned as pale as a ghost. In fact, Zhao Jiqing, being a summoner with a relatively frail constitution, could no longer restrain herself and was already covering her mouth, showing signs of imminent nausea. Buzz. Fortunately, in the next moment, a beam of white light descended, ushering in a warm sensation that dispelled the discomfort brought about by the teleportation. Welcome to the Four Saints Academy, a melodious voice resonated. Before the teleportation array stood a charming young woman clad in a deep blue cultivation robe, holding a photograph that bore the likeness of An Bai. You must be An Bai, the junior student, right? The enchanting girl approached, her tone brimming with enthusiasm. Indeed, and you are? An Bai inquired with curiosity. However, upon gazing at the tall figure and the somewhat familiar visage, he realized, my name is Zhou Ilan. My father specifically informed me that our town has produced a national top scholar, and he insisted I extend a warm welcome. Indeed, she was the daughter of the city lord, Zhou Wentong, and it was said that she was already in her 3rd year at the Four Saints Academy. An Bai instinctively employed his appraisal technique. Zhou Ilan, level 62, second transition archer, eagle marksman. She has already completed her second transition. An Bai was somewhat astonished. In merely 3 years, she had surpassed level 60 and achieved her second transition. Such an accomplishment was a height that 8 out of 10 professionals would find difficult to attain in a lifetime. Truly, as one of the top 10 academies, every individual who could enter was indeed a prodigy. The other two young ladies must also be fellow townsfolk, right? Come along. I will escort you to the academy to complete the formalities, Zhou Ilan proclaimed with a spirited demeanor, taking charge without delay as she led the trio away from the teleportation array. An Bai curiously surveyed his surroundings. The place where the teleportation array was located was named Four Saints City, a town intimately linked to the Four Saints Academy. It bustled with life, teeming with people, and was rife with activity. Yet, when An Bai carelessly cast an appraisal spell at an elderly man in slippers walking his dog, he discovered that the seemingly harmless old man was a formidable level 90 expert, and the innocuous little white dog was, astonishingly, also a level 90 beast companion. The vendors shouting their wares from the street corners turned out to be a level 60 blacksmith who had already undergone his second transition, peddling finely crafted equipment of his own making. One could not help but marvel. Such was the splendor of a city affiliated with one of the top 10 academies. An Bai's initial impression was that it was a veritable den of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, brimming with powerful individuals of various professions. Out there, one could easily gain renown. Yet here, he was merely one among many ordinary citizens of this vibrant city. Chapter 69, The Four Saints Academy, Canons Aimed Inward. Behold the grandeur of the top 10 academies. The group paused before the grand entrance of the academy, gazing at the university, situated at the outskirts of Four Saints City to the north. It bore little resemblance to a conventional school. Rather, it appeared akin to a small city nestled within a larger metropolis. Towering walls, hundreds of meters high, were constructed from a lustrous, abyssal material. It was rumored that this material could withstand 10 consecutive forbidden spells, making it the most robust building material known to humanity. Each brick was valued at no less than 10,000, and this interminable wall was erected using these exceedingly precious materials. Every 10 meters atop the towering walls, one could see protruding cylindrical structures, designed to house gigantic city defense cannons with a 5-meter diameter. Even An Bai, upon gazing directly at these cannon muzzles, could not help but feel an involuntary sense of helplessness wash over him. This was undeniably an impregnable line of defense. Even a formidable assembly of demigod-level experts would find it arduous to breach this barrier. However, An Bai posed a question, Senior Zhou, why are these cannon muzzles all aimed inward? Shouldn't they be directed outward for defense? Zhou Yilan's expression momentarily hardened, yet her eyes shone with unwavering determination. Just call me Elan, as we are all from the same town outside of Shanjiang City, so there's no need for formality. What you mentioned holds truth. The cannons face inward precisely for defense. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiqing and seeing both exchanged puzzled glances, while An Bai began to ponder deeply. The internal enemy must refer to the abyss, he surmised. He had previously learned that places where higher academies were established were designed to suppress abyssal passages. Undoubtedly, the location of this passage was within the school itself. This meant that the walls were erected to guard against dangers emanating from within the academy. In other words, this was humanity's last line of defense. Should the suppression fail, and an influx of abyssal foes invade the human realm, these cannons would unhesitatingly unleash their fire inward, obliterating not only the school itself, but also the abyssal invaders. Thus, Zhou Yilan's resolute expression was entirely justified. When the time came for these cannons to fire, it would signify that everyone within the school, be they teachers or students, had perished in the process of suppression. Upon entering the academy, An Bai discovered that the interior was also divided into distinct areas. Each section was similarly separated by walls akin to those outside. This measure was likewise intended to prevent a large-scale assault by abyssal enemies. Even if one line of defense fell, there would still be layers of retreats to prolong time and await rescue. Furthermore, An Bai sensed an abundance of life energy permeating the academy. It involuntarily reminded him of the special spiritual crops he had consumed in the Great Forest City. Unlike those that required consumption to yield benefits, here, he felt as though merely breathing was subtly enhancing his attributes. You are not mistaken. Within the academy, even if you do nothing but breathe over time, it will enhance your fundamental attributes. Zhou Yilan evidently discerned the thoughts of the new students. In fact, every newcomer would inevitably harbor such notions. Attributes can increase even while idling, exclaimed Zhao Jiqing, utterly astonished. The process of completing enrollment procedures was remarkably straightforward. Each individual simply received a special wristband. Once donned, it recorded each person's identity information. Sister Elan, don't we have classes or divisions as new students? I thought the Four Saints Academy had the 4 main divisions: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. How will we study, practice, and level up across different professions? Zhao Jiqing inquired with curiosity. Zhou Yilan chuckled. This isn't an ancient era university. There are no teachers or classes in the external academy, nor any course schedules. All theoretical knowledge regarding professions is stored within this wristband. It categorizes the content for each profession, and you can open the corresponding knowledge base based on your profession and learn independently. As for knowledge regarding wild monsters and the abyss, there is also corresponding material. However, even if you spend 100 years reading daily, you would struggle to finish. Generally, it's best to skim through and familiarize yourself, and when you encounter corresponding situations that you cannot resolve, you can refer back to the knowledge base for information and solutions. Isn't this akin to complete freedom? An Bai couldn't help but retort. After all, he had witnessed the state of universities in his past life. Yet he was astounded by the sheer extent of freedom in the universities of this world. Indeed, it was a form of laissez-faire. However, one must not become complacent, for the school also conducts assessments of its students. Zhou Yilan continued her introduction. She first raised her hand to showcase her azure bracelet, upon which was intricately carved a vividly lifelike dragon. Your bracelets represent the fundamental White Outer Academy insignia. Each of you has a monthly academic task, requiring a minimum of 3B grades and 1A grade in credits. Successfully completing these tasks can yield varying amounts of CS credits. There is a 10-for-1 system, meaning that completing 10B level tasks can be exchanged for 1A credit, though S credits can only be obtained through S level tasks. As for the 4 major inner academies, one must accumulate 30 S credits to apply for entry. You can apply as soon as you have met this requirement. Once admitted to the inner academies, you will have teachers to guide you, as well as access to greater privileges, including the right to enter the abyss. It is important to note that credits reset at the end of each month, meaning your 30S credits must be earned within that time frame. We can discuss the specifics of the 4 inner academies once you have accrued credits. Now, I will take An Bai to his dormitory area, while Ying and Xiaoqing. You may follow that senior sister. Although the school adopts a laissez-faire policy for the outer academy, there are still certain privileges afforded to the national top scholar. After bidding farewell, An Bai followed Zhou Yilan to the front of his dormitory building. He gazed up at the towering structure, whose exterior was crafted from a unique material that shimmered softly, as if enveloped in a faint aura of energy. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the dormitory hall. The moment he entered, a powerful wave of energy surged into his body. Physique 1, Agility 1, Spirit 1. Chapter 70. Attributes increase while idle. His attributes have indeed risen? An Bai paused, then opened his panel to discover that all 3 of his primary attributes had each increased slightly. There was no reason for surprise. If the outside was suffused with spiritual energy, how could the dormitory fail to enhance this aspect? Zhou Yilan smiled quietly, her gentle dimples suggesting that she was in high spirits. Moreover, this effect was long-lasting, as long as he slept here for a night. His 3 primary attributes would increase by 1 each day. This building could only be inhabited by students at least at the district champion level, and as the national champion, he had been granted the finest room, room 3001. In addition to the increase in attributes, there were numerous other benefits. Upon hearing this, An Bai could not help but slightly part his lips in astonishment. 3 attribute points daily. Over the course of a year, even without leveling up, his attributes could rise by over 360 points, totaling more than 1,000 points. The ability to increase attributes while idle was far more extraordinary than merely gaining experience. An Bai exclaimed. However, Zhou Yilan, this time, did not resonate with his enthusiasm. Instead, she donned a more serious expression and said, on this note, I must give you a word of caution. When assessing an enemy's strength, do not merely consider their level. Examine their attributes. Upgrading is merely a means to acquire attributes. There are individuals at level 1 with astounding attributes, and others at level 100 with deplorable attributes. So do not be deceived by levels. An Bai nodded in agreement, fully recognizing the validity of her statement, especially given his own unique circumstances. Subsequently, after Zhou Yilan assisted him with the check-in procedures, she cheerfully remarked, your dormitory is on the top floor, in Area A, room 3001. However, do not think you can reside here indefinitely without consequence. Initially, this privilege lasts for 3 months. Afterward, if you wish to continue living here, you must complete the corresponding credit tasks each month, with this dormitory requiring 1 S credit. An Bai, curious, inquired, Sister Yilan, from what you've said, it seems the school S requirements for us are largely constrained by credit tasks. Are there other ways to earn these credits besides completing tasks? Do task rewards include anything aside from credits? Zhou Yilan affirmed, you are correct. The school's primary expectation of you is to continually complete credit tasks. Most of these tasks are related to the abyss. This approach allows you to gain experience while alleviating the pressures from the abyss. As for rewards, the school only provides credits, but anything you acquire during the tasks is entirely yours. At the end of the month, when credits are settled, the remaining credits, after deducting what the school requires, can be exchanged for money or resources. However, the resources distributed each month are limited. Students with the highest remaining credits select their rewards first, while those at the end receive whatever is left. Therefore, to obtain greater benefits, idleness is not an option. Regarding your query about alternatives to tasks, the simplest method is to conquer the school S dungeons. If you can break the highest record, you can earn an S credit. However, I suggest you temper your expectations. The records here are not the same as those in the city. Each record is left by the most extraordinary geniuses or prodigies in history. Even making it into the top 10 is commendable, and the top 10 can earn an A credit. Aside from needing to complete credit tasks to continue residing here after 3 months, there were no additional points of concern. Once Zhou Yilan had finished her instructions, she directed An Bai to take the elevator to Area A. It was only then that An Bai realized Zhou Yilan also resided in this dormitory building, albeit not in Area A, but in Area D, and only on the lower 10 floors. Upon entering the elevator, An Bai noticed a flickering beneath his feet, and in an instant, he arrived on the 30th floor. As he stepped out, he belatedly realized that the elevator was, in fact, a small-scale teleportation array, and a top-tier spatial teleportation array at that. He was at a loss for words to describe its opulence. The sight before him left him momentarily speechless. The corridor on the top floor was spacious and well-lit, adorned with crystals emanating a gentle glow, and the air was imbued with a subtle fragrance that invigorated the spirit. He approached the door of room 3001 in Area A, and gently swiped his bracelet in front of it. The lock emitted a soft beep, and the door slowly opened. The interior of the room astonished An Bai once more. The space was far larger than he had anticipated, measuring a staggering 300 square meters. In the center stood a grand bed, its mattress covered in soft silk bedding. Above the headboard was embedded a crystal radiating a faint blue light, clearly designed as a special aid for cultivators. To the left was a private cultivation room, its walls etched with intricate runes, allowing for skill practice without fear of damage. To the right lay an equipment room filled with various advanced apparatuses, including a small enhancement amplifier, which could be used to repair equipment durability and even perform self-enhancements. Additionally, the dormitory was equipped with a high-end intelligent assistant, capable of helping him devise cultivation plans and answering queries regarding his training. One can even enlist the assistance of an intelligent assistant to compile a shopping list, whether for daily necessities or training resources, with dedicated personnel delivering the corresponding items directly to one's doorstep, a truly convenient arrangement. An Bai approached the window, drawing back the curtains to reveal an expansive view of the campus. In the distance, a towering spire pierced the clouds, its pinnacle shimmering with a dazzling light, as if beckoning him closer. Is this the premier dormitory? An Bai murmured to himself, feeling a swell of emotion within. Just then, with a casual lift of his hand, a shadowy figure materialized abruptly in the room. Oh whoa, so comfortable, so delightful. The ghostly dragon pet, Ling Ling, immediately darted excitedly around the room upon its emergence. Fortunately, being a semi-ethereal entity and with ample space in the room, An Bai felt relieved, lest he worry about it inadvertently damaging the valuable equipment within. Speaking of which, with my all attributes at level 1 for the day, letting Ling Ling out will also enhance its abilities. Then, when it merges with me, our attributes will stack, effectively granting me a double boost from this room. At that moment, An Bai's wristband vibrated suddenly. Upon inspection, he found a message from Lin Qingshan. Welcome, An Bai, to the Four Holy Academy. The message continued. The application for your semi-artifact has been approved. If you are free, please come to the hall of the external teaching building. Chapter 71, Ascension Challenge, Ancient Wild Bull King. P.S. To clarify, the previous lucky attribute has been modified to high probability attribute, yielding a similar effect. It enhances drop rates and the probability of effect activation. This does not affect the main text. The lucky attribute will be reallocated to myself later, and the new effects will be adjusted accordingly. Is my enrollment reward finally arriving? An Bai promptly extracted his belongings, carelessly placing them in the room before departing the dormitory. Having completed his enrollment procedures in the same teaching building, he found it quite familiar and soon arrived there. Upon entering the grand hall at the far north side of the building, he spotted Lin Qingshan waiting for him. Teacher Lin, An Bai greeted. Lin Qingshan's gaze fell upon An Bai's wrist, and upon seeing the exclusive identity bracelet of the Four Holy Academy adorning it, a satisfied expression emerged on his face. This student, perhaps, is the finest talent I have recruited in my years as an admissions officer. You've already visited your dormitory, I presume? How does it feel? It should be quite comfortable, yes? Indeed, it is the finest room I have ever occupied, An Bai replied. As they conversed, Lin Qingshan led An Bai into a heavily guarded chamber. At first glance, An Bai was captivated by the room's layout. Behind the door, 12 colossal stone pillars floated in the void, each topped with a chain inscribed with intricate runes. All 12 chains were linked to a central object, a bone staff composed of segments that emitted a ghostly white hue. The staff's tip was embedded with a dark purple crystal that continuously exhaled spatial rifts, as if yearning to tear through reality and escape. These pillars and chains served to restrain the staff's escape. Undoubtedly, this was the so-called semi-artifact. An Bai had witnessed golden quality legendary equipment before, but he was astonished at the vast difference between legendary items and semi-artifacts. He then noticed an imposing elder clad in gray robes standing to the side. Though the elder's hair was streaked with gray, his spirit bore no signs of age. Lin Qingshan took the initiative to introduce Elder Jiang. This is this year's national top scholar, An Bai. An Bai, Elder Jiang is a senior professor at the White Tiger Academy. This semi-artifact is one of the spoils he acquired from the Abyssal Realm many years ago. However, since this artifact can only be bound before the first advancement, Elder Jiang has chosen to contribute it as the highest reward for new students. Upon hearing this, An Bai respectfully bowed towards the elder. It is a pleasure to meet you, Elder Jiang. Jiang adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles, scrutinizing An Bai with a discerning gaze. Not humble, yet not arrogant. No signs of pride or timidity, very good. He smiled slightly, satisfaction evident in his expression as he continued. However, you must understand that equipment of epic quality and above has a binding mechanism. Once bound, removing the mark will result in a downgrade in quality. This semi-artifact is no exception. Should it prove unsuitable for you, even if the Academy retrieves it, it will regress to legendary quality. While still formidable, it will pale in comparison to its semi-artifact status. Thus, we must personally verify your displayed strength and assess your future potential to ascertain your eligibility for binding this artifact. An Bai, upon hearing this, felt no great surprise. After all, it was a semi-artifact, though Lin Qingshan had used it as an enticing lure for his enrollment. Acquiring such a valuable item naturally required demonstrating one's worth. He readily agreed, awaiting further instructions. The assessment is quite simple, as you are already at level 20. The advancement task is to challenge an abyssal foe, correct? We will arrange for you to face an abyssal boss, while it remains at level 21. This boss possesses a powerful bloodline, making it a formidable opponent among its peers. We require you to succeed in this challenge, demonstrating your overwhelming superiority within the same tier of combat. In other words, victory is not enough. You must achieve a decisive triumph. However, Elder Jiang also mentioned that this boss is among the elite of its tier. Although there seems to be only a one-level difference, the boss has already advanced, whereas you have yet to do so, creating a significant disparity. Nevertheless, An Bai felt no trepidation, even displaying a glimmer of eagerness. Completing this task would not only enable him to achieve his first advancement, but also secure a semi-artifact. How exciting! Excellent. Confidence is a virtue, the elder remarked. Follow me to the Ascension Tower. With a casual wave of his hand, An Bai found the scenery shifting before him, and he stood before a towering white structure. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the very spire he had glimpsed from his dormitory. He recalled only catching a glimpse of its peak from afar, indicating just how distant the tower truly was. This elder must be a spatial mage. Out of politeness, An Bai refrained from directly appraising him, but from this single act, he could ascertain that it was indeed the elder's own skill, not reliant on any artifact. Is this the entrance to the abyss? An Bai inquired curiously. However, Lin Qingshan promptly denied this. No, this is merely a containment area for abyssal foes. After all, each profession's advancement task must involve combat against abyssal monsters. We cannot afford to venture into the abyss each time to find suitable adversaries. That would consume too much time. Thus, we capture suitable monsters in advance and confine them here, releasing them only when a candidate for advancement requires them, saving both time and effort. Oh, so it works this way, An Bai mused. Teacher Lin, Elder Jiang, what brings you both here? Upon entering, staff members promptly approached to greet them. Arrange for this young man to undertake his first advancement, Elder Jiang instructed. Upon hearing the words, the staff member promptly and courteously scanned An Bai's wristband to retrieve his identity information. Upon discovering that An Bai was indeed a new student this year, they could not help but cast several glances in his direction. Elder Jiang, may I inquire which abyss unit you intend to utilize for your advancement? The ancient savage bull king, Elder Jiang replied without hesitation. However, as soon as the words left his lips, not only did the staff member appear momentarily stunned, but even Lin Qingshan expressed surprise. Elder Jiang, are you certain? The ancient savage bull king is a king-level boss. Moreover, it possesses an ancient bloodline and is particularly targeted against An Bai. Yet Elder Jiang merely cast a faint glance in his direction, causing Lin Qingshan to instantly fall silent. He sighed and then turned to An Bai, saying, An Bai, you may enter with the staff member to undertake the assessment. Best of luck. By the way, after completing the advancement task, do not proceed with the advancement immediately. Semi-artifacts require binding prior to advancement. An Bai nodded in response, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Although Lin Qingshan's words were left unfinished, the remark about being specifically targeted caught his attention. Nevertheless, An Bai certainly would not shy away. He merely smiled faintly and soon passed through a special teleportation array, entering a space akin to an arena. Task commencement. This challenges target, Ancient Savage Bull King LV21. Countdown on the light screen. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 72. The Blood Hoof of the Ancient Divine Beast. As the spatial fluctuations settled, a foul, scorching wind assailed his senses. At the center of a circular arena, several thousand meters in diameter, a colossal beast resembling a small mountain was devouring the carcass of a magical beast. Its entire body was encased in bronze-colored armor, with half a dragon's skeletal remains dangling from its curved horns. The oppressive aura it emitted rivaled that of the corroded king projection An Bai had encountered previously. Identification technique. Ancient Savage Bull King LV21. Rank, Golden King level unit. Attributes, Health 2, 4 billion, Attack 800, 000, Defense 800, 000. Skills, Giant Form, Beastly Transformation, Berserk Form. Devour All, Flesh Resurrection, Bronze Body, Ancient Bloodline, Hidden. Description, one of the ancient giants of the abyss, steeped in history, with a top-tier bloodline and formidable strength. Before long, the fundamental information regarding the boss materialized before him. Indeed, it was a legendary-level boss, with the king-level designation indicating the boss's status or the potency of its bloodline, clearly ranking above that of a leader. With a health pool of a staggering 2. 4 billion, it was considerably more powerful than the corroded king projection he had previously encountered. However, its attack and defense were merely 800, 000, which was inferior to the corroded king projection. Moreover, the corroded king projection he had faced was only level 2, while this one was level 21. In comparison, the corroded king was undeniably more terrifying. The ancient savage bull king also took note of An Bai's arrival. It immediately abandoned the giant beast's carcass and turned its gaze upon this uninvited guest, its eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty crimson. Moo! The ancient savage bull king bellowed in rage, preparing to launch an attack. However, the fireball technique was swifter than its reaction. At the moment it opened its mouth to roar, The fireball had already teleported in front of it and detonated violently. Boom, boom, boom. 12, 226, 000. 12, 222, 000. 13, 533, 000. Under the chilling enhancement of his attributes, each fireball's core damage exceeded 10 million. With the elevation of his mental prowess, An Bai's instantaneous explosion of power had also intensified, allowing him to hurl 100 fireballs without breaking a sweat. Subsequently, under the barrage of 200 fireballs, the ancient savage bull king had not even taken a single step before its health plummeted. However, at that moment, An Bai noticed that the ancient savage bull king had locked its health. During the berserk form transformation, the boss is invincible. The lower its health, the greater the enhancement it receives across all attributes. Transformed into its berserk form, the ancient savage bull king's massive frame became unexpectedly agile. The speed of its sudden burst allowed it to vanish from An Bai's sight in an instant. How could a creature towering over 100 meters move so swiftly? However, this was not the first time An Bai had encountered such a situation. During his trial with the nationalist aspiration, he had similarly faced a foe that evaded detection through explosive speed. Yet this pursuit was ultimately futile. Illumination technique. With a flick of his wrist, An Bai cast a ball of light element into the air, illuminating the entire arena. As a result, the ancient savage bull king, now illuminated, inevitably fell into a state of floating. Although its colossal size diminished the effect of levitation, it nonetheless rendered the boss incapable of fleeing. The flames of the illumination technique also activated, continuously scorching the ancient savage bull king. The health bar that had just reached critical levels was now restored by a significant margin. An Bai observed that the boss, which had previously been reduced to less than 1 billion health, had now recovered to approximately 1.8 billion. At this moment, he belatedly realized that the heaps of giant beast carcasses had diminished substantially. It turned out that the ancient savage bull king, having attained extraordinary speed, had opted not to attack, but instead feasted rapidly to restore its health. Realizing it could not move and had become a target, the bull king shifted its form once more. While in giant form, the boss is invincible. Health increases 30-fold, and health recovery speed increases 100-fold, but speed decreases by 30-fold. Bronze body increases health 10-fold, boosts defense 100-fold, and significantly enhances health recovery speed after sustaining injuries, though this effect diminishes within a second. With the re-emergence of these two skills, the already formidable ancient savage bull king transformed into an even more resilient entity. Having just recovered to over 10 billion health, the 30-fold and 10-fold enhancements pushed its health beyond 100 billion. An Bai finally understood why Lin Qingshan remarked that this creature seemed particularly targeted against him. His attacks dealt true damage, unaffected by high defense. The only way to endure true damage was to possess an exceptionally high health pool, capable of withstanding hits despite having zero defense. Clearly, this boss satisfied that condition. Not only did it possess substantial health, but its recovery was also exceedingly outrageous, typically regaining tens of millions every second and surging by 100 million upon being injured. It appeared that Elder Jiang had consciously selected this challenge for him, fully aware of his abilities. However, it was futile. Continuing with the fireball technique. Boom. Triggering the elimination effect, An Bai directly dispelled the bronze body buff skill, reducing its health cap. He simultaneously negated the additional recovery effect, preventing the boss from gaining a buff that accelerated health recovery upon taking damage. However, transformation skills were not classified as buffs, but rather as inherent forms of the boss, rendering them unremovable. Yet, there were still methods to counteract this. Pet skill, ghost command, devouring attribute, simultaneously triggering the acceleration effect, burning 5 attributes per second. Applied to the ancient savage bull king, this resulted in the ghost command incinerating its health cap. All recovery efficiency was contingent upon the health cap. The higher the cap, the faster the recovery. Yet now, An Bai directly reduced the boss's health ceiling, limiting its health recovery per second. He continued to unleash the fireball technique relentlessly while simultaneously casting Phantom Demon technique with his staff, causing the damage inflicted by the fireball technique to double. Before long, the ancient savage bull king, aside from prolonging its existence for a few more seconds through the transformation into beast form, possessed no other means of resistance. It was directly rendered immobile by the levitation of the light magic and the freezing effect of the resistance fire ring. Subsequently, the blood sacrifice spell and fireball spell unleashed a devastating barrage that reduced its health to a critical level. Throughout the 5-minute ordeal, An Bai maintained an air of effortless control. However, when the boss's health plummeted to 1, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A thunderous roar shattered the very fabric of space, causing the ancient savage bull king's bronze armor to splinter. Blood coalesced into a crimson mist, forming a towering bull-headed specter behind it. In that instant, Lin Qingshan, Elder Jiang, and the other observers at the workstation were struck by a sudden change of expression. Lin Qingshan furiously slammed the red button before him and urgently called into the microphone directed at An Bai within the task space. This is bad. It's the projection of the ancient god Bloodhoof. The primal bloodline of the ancient beast within the boss has been activated. An Bai, terminate the trial. Do not kill the ancient savage bull king. An Bai, keenly aware of the chaos unfolding in the gladiatorial arena, realized it was too late. His fireball spell, with its instantaneous casting and teleportation, had already unleashed the final 30 fireballs upon the ancient savage bull king, culminating in its demise. Congratulations. You have slain the ancient savage bull king and completed the advanced task. Warning, you are now marked by the fury of Bloodhoof and will soon face the wrathful strike of the ancient god beast Bloodhoof. Chapter 73, The Staff of the Ancient Sovereign's Spine. Upon utilizing the identification spell, it became evident that the boss's skill had activated the hidden ability, Ancient Bloodline. However, he discerned that the activated effect was singular. Fury of Bloodhoof. The death of one of the descendants of the ancient god beast Bloodhoof has incited its wrath, condensing the primal forces of the ancient wilderness to crush the slayer with great ferocity. As An Bai delivered the fatal blow to the ancient savage bull king, he was immediately ensnared by a terrifying consciousness. In that moment, he found himself unable to activate any escape items. Above him, blood coalesced into a colossal bull hoof, descending slowly yet inexorably, as if it possessed the power to obliterate space itself. Outside the arena, Lin Qingshan and the others looked ashen, while Elder Jiang conjured his staff, a flash of silver illuminating the air. Yet, being a space sealed by the will of an ancient god beast, even if Elder Jiang could break the seal and forcibly enter, it would require precious moments. But that immense blood hoof fell, seemingly slowly, yet in reality, it descended in less than a second. He had no time to spare. Regret flooded his features. He had doomed the future of humanity. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated, causing even Lin Qingshan to feel his heart tremble, blood spilling from his mouth. Elder Jiang could only retreat to protect the others, hastily erecting a spatial barrier. The tumultuous event came swiftly and left just as quickly. The crimson haze dissipated. However, when they turned their gaze back to the challenge space, they found the entire gladiatorial arena had been reduced to ruins, with vast fissures in the ground. There was no intact surface left, and the space itself had been shattered. Fortunately, each challenge arena existed in a separate space. Otherwise, the entire Ascension Tower would likely have paid a hefty price. Cough, cough, Teacher Lin, Elder Jiang. I suppose I have successfully completed the challenge? Could someone come to retrieve me? The exit function on the spatial panel seems to be malfunctioning. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the fractured space, reaching the ears of the astonished onlookers. Still reeling from shock and sorrow, their expressions transformed once more into incredulity. An Bai? You're not gone, Lin Qingshan exclaimed. Meanwhile, Elder Jiang immediately reached out, and in the next moment, An Bai was forcibly pulled from the different space, standing before them. Having faced the strike of the ancient god beast, An Bai, astonishingly, bore no injuries. Not only was he unharmed, but even his attire appeared flawless. How did you manage that? Elder Jiang inquired, astonished, gripping An Bai's shoulders and inspecting him thoroughly, ultimately confirming that nothing was amiss. Isn't Teacher Lin most aware? I possess numerous life-saving abilities, An Bai replied, somewhat perplexed by their reactions. He had an array of survival techniques, in addition to a total of 11 revivals. The Dawn Emblem also held life-saving skills, all of which he had previously demonstrated before Lin Qingshan. The Dawn Emblem? That is impossible. The Dawn Emblem is merely a legendary artifact. Though it claims to have an invincibility effect and spatial teleportation abilities, it cannot function against divine power seals. What you just experienced, while not a true divine strike, was still activated by the bloodline of the gods through the sacrifice of life. Even a mere trace of divine essence is enough to nullify all invincibility or revival effects of golden equipment. Upon hearing Lin Qingshan's explanation, An Bai realized that even if the description claimed invincibility, it wasn't absolute. So, golden quality only proves effective against entities below the divine tier? No wonder the Dawn Emblem didn't respond earlier. However, the life-saving substitute had posed no issues, activating normally and consuming one use, allowing him to revive unscathed. Not even a speck of dust clung to him after enduring the Bloodhoof-esque strike. Was this the disparity between red and gold attributes? Divine tier attributes. It appeared that red attributes signified absolute effects, capable of bypassing even divine-level restrictions. Having confirmed this, An Bai felt a sense of reassurance. Below the golden tier, he had the emblem's protective invincibility, and above it, the red attributes offered revival, ensuring his safety. It seems you possess a wealth of opportunities, Elder Jiang remarked. And though An Bai refrained from elaborating further, Jiang and the others did not press on. Only after confirming An Bai's formidable life preservation capabilities did Elder Jiang finally exhale in relief. This time, I must admit my oversight. Each ancient boss has a chance of possessing a hidden ancient bloodline, though generally, the activation probability is quite low. Even having personally vanquished over 10,000 ancient bosses, I have yet to encounter a scenario where the ancient bloodline was activated. Nevertheless, your performance has far exceeded my expectations. With a sigh, Elder Zhang's voice carried a hint of reluctance as he continued. In truth, from the very beginning, I never intended to bestow a semi-divine artifact upon you. After all, it is a treasure that was painstakingly acquired through a decade of planning and nearly half a year of execution alongside several friends. I had no intention of allowing you to triumph over the ancient savage bull king. I even began to suggest that not only must you win, but you must achieve a resounding victory. Yet, facing a boss that can regenerate billions of health points per second, how could such a victory be feasible? Who could have anticipated that not only would you achieve victory, but you would do so with overwhelming superiority, even surviving the direct onslaught of the ancient god beast? With such qualifications, if I were to break my word again, I would no longer deserve to remain in the esteemed Four Saints Academy. Elder Zhang sighed. Yet his gaze towards An Bai was imbued with a newfound sense of comfort and satisfaction. Indeed, An Bai could discern that the ancient barbaric bull king was not a foe that an ordinary combatant of level 20 or 30 could contend with. However, he possessed both the confidence and the prowess to face it. The trio returned to the location where the semi-artifact was placed. This time, An Bai finally received permission to approach the semi-artifact. This semi-artifact could transform into both a sword and a staff, as a mage. He simply needed to designate it as a staff during the binding process. Upon hearing this, An Bai slowly approached and reached out to touch the weapon formed from bone, simultaneously activating his identification skill. Semi-artifact, the spine staff sword of the ancient white dragon sovereign. The name alone suggested an extraordinary nature. Wait, ancient white dragon? Caution regarding the white dragon. Chapter 74, Completion of Advancement, Significant Enhancement. The moment An Bai made contact with the semi-artifact, he felt no exhilaration or joy. Instead, a chill ran down his spine, and the hairs on his neck stood on end. This semi-artifact was crafted from the spine of the white dragon sovereign, and the jade pendant he possessed had warned him to be cautious of the white dragon. What was the meaning of this? An Bai's thoughts raced, yet he found himself utterly perplexed. After all, he was unaware of why that pendant contained such a warning, nor did he comprehend the specific implications of being cautious of the white dragon. Nevertheless, one should not be deterred by fear. Even if this semi-artifact bore the name of the white dragon, An Bai was resolute in his determination not to relinquish it easily. Would you like to bind the equipment? Yes, An Bai decisively confirmed. Spine staff of the ancient white dragon sovereign. Quality, growth type semi-artifact. Level, 1, will increase as the user undergoes more class advancements. Attributes, constantly equal to 30 of the user's current mental power, 501001, 50200300. Special effect 1. All skills are considered dragon attribute attacks, increasing damage against all races except dragons by 50. Special effect 2, capable of intimidating all dragon enemies, while bestowing a powerful auxiliary aura to allied dragons. Skill 1, Dragon Scale, condenses supreme dragon scales to cover the surface, using mental power to solidify each scale. Every 1000 mental power condenses one scale, which can nullify one attack of up to level 100. Skill 2, unlocked at level 20. Dragon Claw, condenses supreme dragon claws, granting formidable melee capabilities. Invulnerable to all defenses. Skill 3, unlocked at level 40. Dragon Eye, condenses the supreme dragon eye, enabling the user to see through all malevolence and perceive the essence of the world. Skill 4, unlocked upon second class advancement. Dragon Language, masters the supreme dragon language, allowing communication with all spirits and the recitation of the dragon sovereign's words. Skill 5, unlocked at level 80. Dragon Body, can transform into the form of the supreme dragon emperor, gaining immense attribute enhancements. Skill 6, unlocked upon third class advancement. Dragon Soul, summons the dormant dragon soul within the bone staff, temporarily activating the full power of the supreme dragon emperor. Incredible. An array of effects and skills dazzled An Bai's senses. Of course, aside from Skill 1, the subsequent details were glimpsed in advance due to the authentic attributes. Currently, he could utilize 2 special effects and Skill 1, gaining the protection of dragon scales, thereby further enhancing his defenses. As for the attributes, this was the first time he encountered a noble percentage enhancement. Even the golden equipment he had previously encountered offered a fixed enhancement value based on levels. Now, the attribute was tied to the user's mental power. The higher the mental power, the greater the enhancement. Truly, the strong become stronger. Moreover, this was not a base attribute. Rather, it encompassed all enhancements aside from the staff itself. With his current mental power, bolstered by his guardian spirit, he could reach 6,000 points. This meant that the current staff provided an additional boost of 2,000 points. Together, that amounted to 8,000 points of mental power, nearing the threshold of 10,000. Furthermore, should someone temporarily bestow a mental power buff upon him, this figure would rise accordingly. Of course, the drawback remained that if his mental power diminished, the staff's attributes would likewise decrease. Yet, it was indeed a growth-type semi-artifact. With each subsequent class advancement, he could achieve even higher percentage enhancements. Additionally, a total of 6 skills could be unlocked, and the path to advancement was simpler than that of the staff. with all skills unlockable upon reaching level 100 and completing the third class advancement. While the specific effects remain somewhat unclear, and likely due to the genuine attributes being golden, he found it challenging to discern the data at this semi-divine level. He could only glimpse a simplistic description. However, merely the effect of the dragon scales was formidable enough to nullify attacks below level 100 entirely. The maximum cost would be merely 1,000 mental power. Presumably, the consumption would vary based on the attack's level. He estimated that if the enemy was of a lower level, consuming a mere 1 or 200 mental power would suffice to negate the assault. Roar. As An Bai fully claimed the bone staff as his own, a series of resounding dragon roars erupted, echoing throughout the space. Subsequently, An Bai noticed that the white dragon bone staff twisted slightly, and in the next moment, the entire staff melted away, transforming into a viscous energy liquid that flowed into his palm. An Bai instinctively felt a twinge of resistance. However, a warm and comforting sensation arose from his palm. Before long, a white dragon-shaped insignia appeared on the back of his hand, only to vanish moments later. Yet, with a mere thought, the dragon insignia would flicker, and the complete dragon staff would materialize in his grasp. Quite intelligent and convenient, he mused, before once more storing it away with a thought. The staff seamlessly integrated into his being, and he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Conversely, his guardian spirit seemed to exhibit a hint of displeasure and jealousy, with a slight fluctuation in energy, but that was all. Excellent. It appears that the spine staff of the ancient white dragon sovereign has acknowledged you. Congratulations. I truly envy you. You have already acquired a semi-artifact at merely level 20. Remarked Lin Qingshan and Elder Jiang in unison, breaking into laughter. Thanking Elder Jiang for his guidance and expressing gratitude to Teacher Lin for the recommendation. An Bai bowed slightly to both of them. Since the semi-artifact was bound, why not advance right here? The rich spiritual energy in this place is ideal for advancement. And we shall provide protection for you, Elder Jiang stated. Upon hearing Elder Jiang's words, An Bai did not hesitate and agreed promptly. He too desired to complete his advancement swiftly. Then I shall trouble you, Elder Jiang. Upon finishing his statement, An Bai retrieved the other materials he had prepared for the advancement and activated the advancement function of his class system. All advancement conditions have been met. Would you like to begin the advancement? Yes. In the next moment, all the advancement materials soared into the air, violently merging into a single mass, which then continuously condensed, ultimately transforming into a golden sphere roughly the size of a fist. Whoosh! The sphere shot directly into An Bai's chest. The searing sensation coursed through An Bai's limbs and bones, as if the stagnation of his profession had finally shattered the fragile shackles that had constrained him for so long. Basic advancement complete. You have ascended to level 21. Advancement rewards: Physique 100, Agility 100, Spirit 300. Significant enhancement of Mage aptitude detected. Normal attempts at occupational transformation initiated. Assessing overall combat strength and occupational compatibility. Occupational transformation successful. First-tier profession Flame Mage. Would you like to choose to change your profession? Change me. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced from a basic profession to the first-tier profession Flame Mage. Elementary Fireball LV41 has evolved into Great Fireball LV41. Summoning a massive fireball for attack. Upon impact, it will explode and ignite enemies for 100 damage, calculated as 100x level x proficiency x 150 spirit, not including attributes. Basic Profession LV3 passive has evolved into First-tier Profession LV3, granting 25 to all attributes upon leveling up. Mage Introduction LV3 passive has evolved into Fire Mastery LV3, granting 50 to Spirit attribute and 5 Fire Affinity upon leveling up. Acquired new occupational passive, Elementary Flame Control LV3, increasing fire skill damage by 15 and reducing fire-based attack damage by 15. When drawing random profession-exclusive skill books, you may choose to significantly enhance the probability of fire skill upgrades. Overflow of previously accumulated experience detected. Subsequent levels will yield 400 times the upgrade efficiency, with each upgrade's enhancement effect decreasing by 10. The Ancient White Dragon Supreme Skeletal Staff has been upgraded to LV20. The spirit enhancement equals the user's current 50 spirit, and the second skill Dragon Claw has been unlocked. Chapter 75. 3 months in the Inner Courtyard? A Gamble. Name: An Bai. Level: 21-0. Experience gain at 400 times, with diminishing effects of 10 after each upgrade until expiration. Profession: Flame Mage, first tier. Aptitude: 51. Enhanced through leveling and previously consumed spirit fruits and grains. Physique: 1878. Badge 1100. Equipment 40. Guardian Spirit 5000. Agility: 1945, 1100, 80, 2000. Spirit: 3123, 1100, 3991, 2600. Elements: Fire 219, Others 50. Equipment: Ancient White Dragon Supreme Skeletal Staff LV20, Demigod, Red Patterned Robe LV20, Blue, Gale Boots LV20, Blue, Cracked Black Witch Necklace LV15, Purple, Spirit Guardian Ring LV20, Orange. Equipment skills: Eruption Initiation, Spirit Summoning, Dragon Scale, Dragon Claw. Badges: Hellwalker Badge number 81, Gold. Dawn of Divine Summer Badge, Gold. Occupational skills: 45. Explosive Fireball LV 41. Explosion 2. No cooldown, no casting delay, Corpse Explosion, Teleportation, Red Lotus, High Probability, True, Erase, Vulnerability, Will to Conquer, Infinite Upgrade. Spirit Shield LV 6. Automatic, Sturdy 2, Multiplicity. Resistance Fire Ring LV 1, Eternal Freeze. Illumination Art LV 1, Levitation, Flame. Spirit Shield Binding, 410. Mountain Giant Shield LV 1, Gold. Standard Shield LV 15, Green, X3. Spirit Shield Attributes: Health 3. 450, 000. Defense 45, 766. Other skills, 110. Elementary Appraisal LV 1, True. Occupational passives: First Tier Profession LV 2, Tenfold 2, Flame, Death Immunity Substitute, Fire Mastery LV 2, Mage King. Elementary Flame Control. Contracted Mount, Ghost Dragon Pet LV 21, Orange. Pet Effects: Semi-Spiritual Body, Ghostly Eyes, Super Regeneration Blood, Low-Level Dragon Might, Curse Immunity. Pet Skills: Ghost Fire Breath LV 1. Ghost Command LV 1, Acceleration, Hunting Perception LV 1. Death Immunity Substitute, 1212. Will to Conquer, Golden Winged Bug King, Blue Winged Blade Bug. Attribute System: 1 draw available. P.S. Present the latest data chart. Disregard any previous errors, as the subsequent plot will follow this as the standard. The first tier advancement was completed with remarkable ease. As expected, An Bai realized that his profession had indeed undergone a qualitative transformation. No longer was he merely the most rudimentary apprentice of spellcraft. However, despite the elevation of his aptitude, he had yet to reach the threshold of 6 points required for the second stage. Thus, his current transformation was limited to the first-tier profession of Flame Mage. This profession is inclined towards explosive fire-based attacks, promising mastery of numerous high-damage area skills in the later stages. At the very least, even if he could not yet claim the title of a noble mage, he could certainly serve as a formidable fish-slicing machine. Of course, An Bai did not place great value on the skills bestowed by his profession. With the attribute system at his disposal, his elementary fireball could still rise to prominence. Nevertheless, upon transitioning to Flame Mage, his initial fireball skill underwent a self-initiated evolution, transforming into explosive fireball, which added an explosion effect and a 100 burn effect. Although these effects were already augmented by his attributes and exceeded the skill's original capabilities, the evolved explosive fireball boasted a higher quality, thus conferring greater damage bonuses. Most importantly, the damage from the current explosive fireball had reached a spirit power enhancement of 150, a considerable increase over the original elementary fireball. Furthermore, this was also contingent upon his level and proficiency. Coincidentally, the infinite upgrade attribute would allow for endless enhancement of this skill's proficiency. Initially, proficiency could increase by a maximum of 10 levels, thereby amplifying the skill's damage by up to 10 times. But now, with this attribute, it essentially permitted infinite amplification of damage. Not long ago, he could deal over 10 million damage. Now, upon casting another fireball, he could unleash at least 30 million damage. Alongside his advancement, the White Dragon Staff and his pet, Cold, also broke free from their constraints and achieved promotion. The staff's spirit power percentage increased from 1/3 to 1/2, propelling his spirit power beyond the 5-digit threshold. The second transformation requires level 60. By that time, with the support of the Mage King, his aptitude would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of humanity at a perfect 10. In the next job change, he would surely attain the most potent third-tier profession within the occupational system. At that moment, he would once again undergo a qualitative transformation. Yet, the path must be traversed step by step. For now, he must hasten to complete the school's tasks and swiftly enter the inner courtyard. Only there could he gain access to more resources for leveling up. Taking a deep breath, An Bai finally opened his eyes, gathering the scattered spirit power that lingered around him. Congratulations, An Bai. You are arguably the second person in the history of the Four Saints Academy to reach level 20 and complete the advancement at such a rapid pace. Elder Jiang remarked with a gratifying smile. However, upon hearing this, An Bai inquired with curiosity, who was the first? Surprised that someone had surpassed him? The first reached level 20 before enrollment, and he secured a connection to enter the abyss to complete his advancement. Oh, right, that individual is quite renowned. He is one of the few to have publicly disclosed his talent, which is a 100-fold experience gain. Oh, An Bai was suddenly enlightened. He recalled that Lin Qingshan had mentioned such an individual during their discussion about talent. What he did not anticipate was that this person had also chosen to enroll in the 4 holy academies. Indeed, he had even set the record for the fastest entry into the inner court, achieving an astounding 30 credits within just 7 months. You, An Bai, are among the select few who have obtained a semi-artifact. I hope you will also excel. Elder John's words caused An Bai's gaze to sharpen slightly. It was evident that within these 10 academies, there were numerous hidden talents. Although he possessed a unique attribute system, others could also have their own extraordinary gifts, and it appeared that these talents were predominantly of a formidable nature. Nevertheless, An Bai harbored no thoughts of retreat. Instead, a competitive spirit flickered in his eyes. Thank you, esteemed teachers, for your protection. I shall now strive to secure those as credits. After expressing his gratitude once more, he hurriedly departed the room. Elder Jiang watched An Bai's retreating figure, a look of satisfaction and anticipation gracing his features. Shaolin, do you think An Bai can break the record set by the Tiger King? The Tiger King was the revered title left by one who possessed 100-fold experience talent. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qingshan replied with a smile, he will undoubtedly shatter the record. Even the esteemed Tiger King, in his day, did not possess the combat prowess of An Bai at levels 20 to 30. While S-level tasks are indeed quite challenging, I believe that with a couple of months to familiarize himself with the task processes, An Bai will master them effortlessly. I estimate, at most, within 6 months. However, Elder Jiang wore a playful smile, suggesting, why not make a wager? I predict he will enter the inner court in 3 months. Lin Qingshan was taken aback. He felt that even a 6-month prediction was quite ambitious. After all, how many who gained admission could not be considered geniuses? Yet, 90% of the students would require at least a year or more to begin challenging the inner court assessments, with fewer than 30% succeeding within 3 years. 3 months seemed an overly optimistic expectation, even for one with talent. All right, since the teacher enjoys a wager, let us proceed. Lin Qingshan remarked with a smile at his former mentor. Chapter 76. Merely a top scholar after leaving the teaching building. An Bai made his way towards the task hall of the outer court while accessing his attribute system. With his successful advancement, he had gained a level and could draw once more. Consuming one opportunity, extracting golden attribute. Extraction successful, congratulations. You have acquired the legendary golden skill attribute, theft. The name seemed rather unethical. However, given its golden classification, it surely was not merely akin to the mundane act of thievery, was it? An Bai did not dwell on it, and promptly allocated this attribute to his fireball skill. Explosive fireball technique, brief overview. Theft, upon striking an enemy, triggers a random stealing effect, which may include items, attributes, buffs, etc. If the target is successfully slain, the stolen items can be permanently retained. As he had surmised, even attributes could be pilfered. Moreover, they could be permanently retained. This was splendid. The next time he encountered a formidable boss like the Bull King, he could simultaneously employ the Ghost Command spell to burn away attributes while using theft to steal attributes, thereby hastening the diminishment of the opponent's strength. Upon arriving at the task hall, An Bai sought out tasks that could yield S credits. S-level task, retrieve a branch left behind by the healing goddess, requirement, level 20 to 60. S-level task, seek the legendary treasure that will refresh in 3 days at Mount Wan Foam, requirement, level 20 to 40. S-level task, bring back 10 eggs of the spring hunter bug, requirement, level 20 to 60, and the Abyss Pass must have remaining uses. S-level task, challenge the Abyss Lava Cave Secret Realm and return with the heart of the secret realm for the school, requirement, level 20 to 40. Opens every Wednesday at noon for only 2 hours. Upon glancing over these options, An Bai identified a significant issue. It appeared that he could not accept even 30 S-level tasks combined. S-level tasks only became plentiful after reaching level 40. Among the S-level tasks available at level 20, most either required luck or lengthy completion times. Currently, the most suitable seemed to be the challenge of the Abyss Lava Cave Secret Realm. However, it was only Monday, and the Secret Realm challenge would not be available until the day after tomorrow. Well then, I shall first engage in dungeon runs. Although there were several suitable A-level tasks, An Bai decided to forego them in favor of swiftly accumulating S credits. After all, S-level credits could not be exchanged for 10 A-level credits. Arriving at the school's dungeon hall, An Bai discovered that the rules for running dungeons were quite straightforward. There was but one stipulation. All students could freely run any dungeon of the school. As long as they cleared it, they could continue. But they could not repeat the same dungeon until they had failed, after which they would need to wait 3 days for another attempt. Was this intended to prevent students from being overly ambitious? If one forcibly chose to challenge a dungeon beyond their capability, they would be required to return and wait 3 days for a calm return. An Bai approached a level 20 dungeon. His fingertips brushed against the monitoring crystal on the light gate. Level 20 dungeon, the edge of the underworld. Recommended level, 25. Current record, hell difficulty, solo. 32 minutes and 21 seconds. Are you attempting this solo, young scholar? This dungeon requires at least level 25 to clear on your own. A burly man with a massive axe, observing An Bai's level, could not help but interject. The lava monsters within carry fire poison. Even if you are a fire mage with fire affinity, you won't escape unscathed. An Bai did not respond. He simply initiated the dungeon and decisively chose hell difficulty. The challenge tasks of this dungeon were uncomplicated, focusing solely on numbers and time, making it perfectly suitable for him. As his figure vanished, whispers of derision filled the air. He dares to enter at only level 20? Surely he must have misclicked. Last year's top scholar, Lu Fengzi, had brought 3 fire-resistant priests and failed to clear hell difficulty on their first attempt. Did he think he was the legendary Tiger King from those years past? Who is this person? Quite the striking visage. I just saw his name. It's An Bai, this year's national top scholar. I heard that he was already level 20 before enrollment. TSK, 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 no wonder. Each year, there are always a few overreaching geniuses who think that dungeons here can be compared to those in remote towns. The title of national top scholar elicited no envy or admiration from the others present. Rather, they regarded it with disdain. After all, who among them could not be considered a genius? They all believed that their failure to attain the top scholar title was merely due to the nature of their professions, which rendered them weak in the early stages. As the disorienting sensation of teleportation faded, a chilling atmosphere enveloped him. An Bai stood upon the cracked, blackened earth. Fissures oozing a bizarre mixture of grayish-white and purplish-red viscous liquid, exuding an odor reminiscent of decay. Is this the edge of the underworld? The atmosphere here sent shivers down his spine and left him feeling profoundly uneasy. However, upon summoning the ghostly dragon spirit companion, a cold presence enveloped him, dispelling these discomforts and replacing them with a sense of peculiar familiarity, akin to returning home. Speaking of which, it seemed that the Demon King was indeed born within the underworld. The cold creation utilized the body of the Demon King, which is why it seems to thrive in this environment, mused An Bai quietly. Simultaneously, the dungeon was fully activated. He quickly noticed a group of headless knights clad in heavy purple-black armor in the distance. These knights stood in a conical formation, with a towering leader, ablaze with black flames atop its head, reaching a height of 3 meters. Black Knight King LV20. Rank, Purple Leader, Purgatory. Attributes, Health 30 million, Attack 58,000, Defense 60,000. Skills, Charge Aura, Penetration Aura, Guardian Aura, Fearless Aura, Underworld Protection, Nether Spear Throw. Special, the greater the number of surrounding Black Knights, the higher the bonuses received. Is that all? An Bai couldn't help but silently scoff at the newly spawned dungeon boss. Perhaps his mindset had become a bit too lofty. However, it was understandable. After battling bosses with health points soaring into the billions, it was difficult not to look down upon other conventional bosses of the same level. While in contemplation, An Bai wasted no time and swiftly hurled a blazing fireball towards the foe. Boom. Successfully defeated 60 Black Knights, LV20. Successfully defeated the dungeon boss Black Knight, King LV20. Congratulations on completing the level 20 dungeon edge of the underworld at Purgatory difficulty, earning a substantial amount of experience points and triggering experience amplification effects. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 22, current experience 144. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 23, current experience 44. Triggered first level Mage passive, all attributes 750, Fire Affinity 15, X2. Triggered Fire Mastery passive, Spirit 50, Spirit 10. Innate Talent 03, X2. Congratulations on breaking the dungeon record. Solo, Purgatory, 205 seconds, additional reward. Gold Dungeon Treasure, Chest, X1. Chapter 77, Is it difficult? 1 second clearance. Quite impressive, leveling up twice. Truly deserving of the 400-fold experience boost. The experience accumulated during the intense grind for the college entrance exams was not in vain, as it significantly eased future level-ups. Moreover, the attributes gained from leveling up now were exceedingly remarkable. The previous 2 tenfold bonuses merely elevated him from mediocrity to slightly above average. Now, with the current attributes triggering bonuses, he was truly at a peak level. Each level provided an addition of 750 points to all attributes, while the Spirit attribute, thanks to the Mage King bonus, received an extra 200 or so points. Oh, An Bai suddenly realized he had overlooked 2 notifications amidst the flurry of prompts. Triggered Steel bonus, you have acquired the essence of the Black Knight King. The newly acquired bonus began to reveal its worth. What is this? An Bai gazed in surprise at the item obtained from the theft, initially expecting a skill or attribute, but instead it was a material, no less, a golden quality one. Essence of the Black Knight King, golden material item. Effect, can be used as a special material for crafting or experimentation. It can also serve as an item, when crushed. It is equivalent to having slain the true Black Knight King 10 times, granting the corresponding kill rewards. Equivalent to killing this boss 10 times, and it can yield the actual kill rewards? A splendid item indeed. However, it cannot be used within the dungeon and must be returned to the real world. An Bai promptly stored it in his spatial ring. Then he turned his attention to the record-breaking treasure chest reward. Opening Gold Dungeon Treasure Chest. You have acquired Black Knight Heavy Armor, Purple Equipment, Underworld Slayer Knight Spear, Orange Weapon, Dark Domain Amulet, Golden Equipment. What the heck? This treasure chest is filled with so many valuable items? Astonishing. Although it is a golden chest, the quality of the treasure does not necessarily reflect the rewards. It merely indicates that the upper limit of the rewards is golden, yet not everyone can obtain the maximum rewards from a chest. The armor and Knight Spear are completely unnecessary. I can sell them to the little wealthy lady later. Ever since trading with Seeing a few times, An Bai had developed a fondness for trading with her, far more convenient than using the trading market. Moreover, the little wealthy lady seemed to have no concept of money, her pocket money being calculated in billions, a world he truly could not comprehend. After murmuring to himself, An Bai glanced at the amulet equipment. Coincidentally, he had given the previous Mountain Lord amulet to Si Ying, and he was still lacking this piece of equipment. Dark Domain Amulet LV20 Gold. Attributes: Spirit 600, Durability 1200. Dark Affinity 50. Equipped Skill: Dark Domain Technique. Upon activation, current Dark Affinity Attribute X 3000. All attacks inflict an additional second stage of Dark Attribute Magic Explosion, dealing damage tenfold the Dark Affinity value. Grants Self-Darkness Immunity. Effects and power from elements other than dark are halved. No wonder it is of golden quality. It comes with one of the rarest types of skills, a domain-type skill. One skill encompasses 3 effects. Attacks inflict additional secondary damage, and the damage is not negligible. After opening the treasure chest, An Bai continued to access the bonus system, fully utilizing both extraction opportunities. Consuming one opportunity, extracting golden bonus. Extraction successful, congratulations. You have obtained a golden legendary skill bonus, Retaliation, Fortitude, Severe Injury. Another repetition of Fortitude. An Bai stared at the list, where 3 bonuses had appeared. Feeling a tad elated, this was the 3rd time Fortitude had appeared. Could it be that the system feared for his demise, thus incessantly boosting his health and defense? He directly assigned Fortitude to the Shield of Will. Simultaneously, the Retaliation bonus, without a doubt, was also related to defense. Shield of Will LV6, Fortitude 3, defense increased 60-fold. Shield health increased 60-fold, and upon damage, it will continuously repair until fully restored, recovering 6 of the maximum value each second. Retaliation, when attacked, it will reflect damage to enemies based on 100 of the attack power and the user's defense. Fortitude is the first bonus to appear thrice in conjunction. With this fusion, An Bai was assured that the stacking of bonuses was indeed not as simple as 111. Each accumulation was akin to a 123 increment. The more repetitions of a bonus, the greater the cumulative benefits. Currently, although he had only equipped 4 shields, his defense, after being multiplied 60-fold, had reached over 89,000. Consequently, the damage from retaliation was nearly 100,000. Were he to refrain from mentioning his status as a mage, he could easily pose as a frontline warrior without raising any suspicions. Severe Injury was assigned to the Fireball spell, adding a severe injury effect to the skill, reducing the healing efficiency of the hit enemies by half, and it could stack up to a maximum of 99. With this bonus, he could effectively counter the formidable healing abilities of foes like the Bull King. Congratulations, you have broken the dungeon record and earned 1 S credit. Just as An Bai completed the dungeon challenge, the long-awaited S credit was finally in his grasp. Thank you, Sister Elon. Had she not informed him about this rapid method of acquiring credits, he would have truly been at a loss. Swish. Upon returning to the entrance, he discovered the area was buzzing with activity, with numerous individuals gathered around the entrance to the edge of the underworld dungeon. What on earth? Is this the legendary deity who has shattered records? 2 seconds. Who is this individual? Let me take a look. What? An Bai? A freshman this year? On the very first day of school, he has already broken a dungeon record, earning an S grade credit. This is simply extraordinary. He has also set a new record for the fastest acquisition of S grade credit, hasn't he? 2 seconds. How is such a feat even achievable? The Black Knight within the dungeon, fortified under a protective aura, is exceedingly resilient. My attacks lack penetration and scarcely make an impact. The previous record was established by someone who barely managed to enter at the last level 20, taking over half an hour to achieve it. Everyone is now fixated on An Bai's figure, engaging in fervent discussions, particularly those few who had just witnessed An Bai enter. Their gazes have transformed, the initial disdain dissipating, replaced instead with a mix of trepidation and apprehension. They are not intimidated by the title of genius, but rather fear a genuinely powerful adversary. Concerned about incurring the wrath of such an esteemed figure, a few are mustering the courage to approach An Bai, offering tea as an apology. Yet, just as they take 2 steps forward, they see An Bai turn back to enter the adjacent dungeon. What? The esteemed one is entering again? Good heavens. This time he is challenging the even more formidable Bug King dungeon. I recall that the record for this dungeon has never been achieved solo. Even the highest record was set by a duo who spent an hour and a half exterminating the swarms within. While this year's national top scorer is indeed formidable, it seems he may encounter a formidable obstacle this time. Bang! Before the murmurs of the crowd can fade, the dungeon record device suddenly refreshes. Level 20 dungeon, the Blue Plague of Insects. Recommended level, 25, 34 participants. Current record, Purgatory difficulty, solo, 0, 95 seconds. The crowd,